Outside the tower's depths, a market gathering stirred near a unique rock formation. Adventurers and explorers mingled in groups, discussing supplies and treasure routes. Amid the crowd, a sharp voice called out. A merchant cat, small in size but bold in tone, appeared before them, beckoning for attention. The group gathered curiously. The cat, a wandering merchant, revealed a single cherry tomato from its bag. At first, the onlookers scoffed. They had expected weapons, potions, or relics, anything but a tomato. Confusion spread until the cat urged them to inspect its effects. One man checked the item window and gasped. The so-called magical cherry tomato increased mana slightly, but more importantly, it burned body fat effortlessly. Its nutritional value shocked the crowd. Within seconds, buyers shouted over each other, throwing coins and bids for hundreds of tomatoes. The small merchant struggled to keep up as demands surged wildly. Someone in the crowd questioned the origin of the product, pressing the cat for answers, but the cat only smirked, replying with a single word, secret. Deep within the tower's cavern farm, Park Sejun worked diligently, unaware of the chaos above. He plucked ripe cherry tomatoes alongside his rabbit companion, wiping sweat from his brow. The harvest had gone well. As crates filled to the brim, he nodded in satisfaction, believing today's yield would last for a while. Unknown to him, his quiet labor had already become the source of a booming black market trade, and the world was starting to notice. After another successful harvest, Park Sejun called his rabbits to take a break. He poured cherry tomato juice into a cup, adding honey from a friendly bee creature. The two worked together smoothly. Sejun shook the container enthusiastically while the bee added another drop soon. A rich red vitality drink was ready. Sejun drank first, then passed cups to the rabbits. Everyone enjoyed the refreshing energy boost. The juice, labeled as a vitality drink, increased stamina and boosted metabolism. As Sejun praised the flavor, the rabbits eagerly begged for more. Overwhelmed by their demand, he promised to make another batch later. Just then, the merchant cat returned, leaping into the cave with a triumphant Naya. It proudly announced selling out every tomato and earning a large amount of tower coins. Sejun congratulated it, briefly joking about letting the cat be CEO for an hour. The cat beamed, imagining fame spreading through the tower. The victory didn't slow the cat's ambition. Even while relaxing by the pond, it demanded more goods to sell. Sejun chuckled, noting the cat was now addicted to making money. Meanwhile, the black rabbit continued hunting fish with its hammer. Later, Sejun stood before a wall of tallied days. He carved another mark and realized it had been 150 days since his journey in the tower began. Proudly, he introduced himself once more. Park Sejun, tower farmer. The black rabbit jumped onto him, ready to help. The merchant cat followed, equally motivated. Together, they prepared for another day underground. Park Sejun looked out over the underground farm, his two companions Black Rabbit and the merchant cat at his side. It had been 150 days since he'd become lost inside the mysterious tower. What began as an accident had turned into an unlikely lifestyle. With crops swaying under the cavern's light and his team ready, Sejun resumed the routine that now defined his survival. Rewinding to 10 years prior, the world had changed forever. In the heart of Seoul, an enormous black tower emerged without warning. It wasn't alone. Hundreds appeared in major cities worldwide. Their origin was unknown, but their threat was undeniable. Nations struggled to analyze or contain them. Then, unexpectedly, people started emerging from the towers. These were awakened, individuals who had entered, survived, and returned with strength and stories. Curiosity became ambition. New systems formed an entire structure where entering the tower meant choosing a role, magician or warrior. The reward: power, fame, and wealth. Tower tickets were soon introduced. Only the selected could enter. Clearing floors meant earning rare rewards, sometimes even golden tickets of great value. Governments and associations rallied around the opportunity, hosting formal programs and lectures. At a conference, one official dumped a chest of gold to prove a point. Climbing the tower made you rich. The idea spread like wildfire. In the present, ticket prices skyrocketed. News spread about a price hike to 200 million won. Despite danger, people still scrambled to buy in. Even ordinary citizens questioned the obsession. Sejun, however, had entered by accident. Before ending up in the tower, Park Sejun was a 26-year-old struggling to stay afloat, balancing rent, tuition debt, and daily expenses. He had only saved 12 million, one far short of the rising price of a black tower ticket. As he walked home with groceries, he wondered if he'd ever be able to afford entry. The dream of climbing the tower felt distant. Later that evening, Sejun stood before the tower glowing in the dusk sky. Despite the odds, he tried to stay optimistic. He imagined himself one day proposing to his idol Saren. After conquering the tower and becoming famous, driven by ambition and hope, he motivated himself to save harder, work smarter, and maybe earn a ticket through sheer effort. Then, without warning, a swirling black portal opened nearby. Shocked but hopeful, Sejun saw it as a rare chance, the same kind of mysterious phenomenon that once transported the First Awakened. Without hesitation, he shouted at the portal to take him in. As the portal began shrinking, he panicked. He sprinted and leapt toward it with all his might. "If you won't take me, I will go," he yelled. His body surged into the light just before it vanished completely. Moments later, he crashed hard onto the cold stone floor of a mysterious place. Dizzy and in pain, he realized his leap of faith had worked. Park Sejun had entered the tower not by ticket, but by fate. His journey, for better or worse, had truly begun. Park Sejun landed hard on the rocky floor, groaning as dust settled around him. Bruised but conscious, he looked around in disbelief. Had he really entered the tower? Eagerly, he began to imagine the luxurious first-floor plaza, equipped with gear, supplies, and bustling guides. He smiled, picturing chandeliers and treasure chests lined with potions. However, the reality in front of him was far from his expectations. He was inside a quiet rocky cavern, dark, isolated, and cold. Sunlight beamed down from a hole in the ceiling, but there were no signs of people, support, or civilization. Confused, Sejun stood up and looked around. He realized something was off. This wasn't the tower entrance everyone talked about. Shouting in frustration, he demanded to know where he had landed. The cavern echoed back nothing but his own voice. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the tower, a shadowy being observed events through a glowing crystal orb. Its sinister tone hinted at its role, the manager of the tower. It sensed an anomaly had arrived. A new intruder had entered the system in an unauthorized zone. "I must find the cause," it muttered, its glowing eyes fixed on Sejun's location. Back in the cave, Sejun tried to remain calm, though lost and unprepared. He wasn't ready to give up. There was no plaza, no equipment, and no allies. But he was inside the tower, somehow, with only a handful of vegetables in his backpack and no direction. Park Sejun stood up. His tower journey had begun at the very bottom. People had many ideas about the Black Tower. Some described it as a palace-like place filled with shops, training grounds, and potions. Veterans spoke of the importance of getting stronger to survive its floors. But for Park Sejun, his experience was nothing like those tales. After entering the tower, Sejun found himself alone in a cave. There were no people, shops, or visible exits. The surroundings were silent, except for the sound of his own voice echoing as he called for help. Hours passed, and despite exploring every corner, he couldn't find a way out. He started to question whether he had gotten lost in an unknown part of the tower. The next morning, his phone alarm confirmed he had been there for a full day. There was no signal, but the time was accurate. Hunger crept in, and he checked his belongings for supplies. All he had were a bottle of water, some vegetables, and one apple. He decided to eat the apple first, savoring its sweetness, though it wasn't nearly enough. With no choice, Sejun examined the rest of his food. He chose a sweet potato next, and bit into it raw. Surprisingly, the flavor was rich and satisfying, better than expected. Despite the crunch, it was bearable, even enjoyable. However, swallowing proved harder, causing him to choke briefly before gulping down water. Though still stranded, Sejun leaned back. Full for the moment, his situation was dire, but for now, he could rest, having survived his first day. Park Sejun lay inside the cave staring at the hole above. With no sign of rescue and dwindling supplies, anxiety set in. He calculated how many days he could last, counting each remaining item. The thought of dying alone, shriveled and forgotten, terrified him, but Sejun wasn't ready to give up. Fueled by desperation, he forced himself to stand, declaring his refusal to die like this. He spotted a discarded mushroom and an idea sparked. Digging into the dirt, he carefully buried the mushroom stem, hoping it might regrow. Encouraged by the act, he turned his attention to the vegetables he had left. Tearing off green onion leaves to eat, he planted the roots in neat rows. Tomatoes and sweet potatoes followed, carefully divided between planting and rationing. Sejun decided he would endure whatever it took. With no magic or skills, he placed his hope in farming. Standing tall under the sunlight streaming through the cave, he encouraged his plants like comrades, but his moment of optimism was interrupted by a terrifying growl. Confused and alarmed, Sejun froze. He had been told monsters didn't appear on the first floor, but the sound clearly contradicted that. Before he could process it, the night sky changed. An eerie blue moon shone overhead. Panic set in as the air turned heavy and ominous. Wails echoed. Suddenly, a surge of energy overwhelmed him. his body trembled uncontrollably. He clutched his sides, writhing from the unexpected sensation, unaware of the transformation just beginning inside him. As Park Sejun looked up at the darkened sky, he spotted a massive winged creature flying beneath the blue moon. The silhouette of a black dragon crossed overhead, drawing his stunned gaze. For a moment, awe replaced fear. Just as he whispered in admiration, his body gave out, and he collapsed unconscious. While Sejun lay motionless, something extraordinary occurred. His crops began to glow faintly under the moonlight, reacting to the tower's mysterious energy. The next thing he heard was his phone alarm beeping. Groggily, he reached for it and realized 2 whole days had passed. Shocked and aching, he struggled to sit up, every joint protesting. Then he saw a small tree beside him. Confused, he stood and scanned the area. The green onions had grown massive in just 2 days. He questioned how such growth was possible until he remembered that in the tower, environments could affect plants differently. Perhaps the cave had special properties. Excited, Sejun explored the sprouting crops. More green onions had emerged, along with other shoots. He counted them, pleased at the unexpected progress. But the plants were growing unevenly. Some wouldn't receive enough light because of the taller ones nearby. Determined to manage his tiny field, he began trimming the thick stalks. Though harvesting took effort, he felt accomplished. Wiping his brow, Sejun eyed the cut green onion in hand. With curiosity overriding hesitation, he took a bite, wondering what kind of flavor tower-grown crops might have. After biting into the oversized green onion, Park Sejun was overwhelmed by its intensity. His mouth burned with an unbearable spiciness that made him collapse, gasping. Surprisingly, the searing sensation didn't affect his stomach, leading him to conclude it was safe. Though extreme, he decided to keep the spicy onion as a backup food for when he craved strong flavors. Turning next to his tomatoes, he sampled one and found it fresh and satisfying as he rested on a rock. Tomatoes in hand and onions drying nearby, Sejun noted an odd phenomenon. The sun neither rose nor set inside the tower. The sky remained bright. Then he recalled the strange event, the blue moon. Such phenomena were supposedly only found on the 10th floor, but he had believed he was still on the first. Pondering deeper, Sejun realized the black dragon he'd seen wasn't an illusion. The implications were unsettling. He remembered that only the top guilds had reached the 57th floor, and that information about the lower floors, especially past the 10th, was scarce. Even YouTube only shared basic data, skeletons up to the 10th floor, goblins beyond that, and orcs after the 20th. Yet never had he heard about dragons. Lying back, he tried to piece things together. If even top-ranked hunters hadn't seen such creatures, where exactly was he? As he noticed drops falling from above, he questioned if it was rain until a shadow darted by alarmed. He stood up. Something was approaching. As Park Sejun scanned the sky, a small creature observed him from above. It was a pink rabbit with large ears and innocent eyes. Curious yet cautious, Sejun wondered if it was a monster. Before he could act, the rabbit leapt from the ledge, landing beside him, alarmed. Sejun rushed forward to catch it, shouting in concern. To his surprise, the rabbit landed safely and even bounced off his head playfully. It circled around him energetically, clearly unafraid. Watching its behavior, Sejun realized this wasn't a normal rabbit. It was unusually bold and smart. It soon hopped over to his green onion patch and made a cheerful sound. The rabbit seemed interested in the crops. When Sejun asked if it wanted to eat one, it responded with excited chirps, amused. Sejun offered it a stalk, and the rabbit eagerly accepted. While the creature munched, Sejun sat nearby, sharing the moment. He noted how fast the plants had grown again, realizing he might need to harvest them twice a day just to keep up. Suddenly, the rabbit jumped and squeaked loudly, grabbing Sejun's attention. It ran toward the cave entrance, calling him along. Curious, Sejun followed. A larger creature emerged from the tunnel, a chubby rabbit with a collar. The small one seemed excited to show it something. Then, to Sejun's astonishment, the bigger rabbit pulled out a watering can from behind its back, as if ready to assist with the farming. To Park Sejun's surprise, another rabbit soon appeared. This one was dressed in overalls, holding a watering can and smiling brightly. The previous rabbit now wore a hat, and the two stood side by side, chirping excitedly. Sejun blinked at the scene, bewildered. Were these creatures intelligent? Perhaps even a couple? He half-jokingly asked if they were married. The rabbits responded with affectionate gestures and happy squeaks, confirming his suspicion. Despite the bizarre situation, a sense of companionship warmed him. He had entered the tower alone, but now he wasn't completely isolated. The two rabbits began assisting him, seemingly ready to join in the farming efforts. Sejun stood back, taking in the sight. Rabbits, tools in paw, prepared to help with the crops. It was surreal, yet oddly comforting. He thought to himself how strange his situation had become. What started as a terrifying solitary survival had turned into a shared experience with unexpected allies. As he reflected on his time in the tower so far, Sejun mentally recorded this new chapter in what he considered his diary of getting lost. A pair of mysterious helpful rabbits had joined him in this hidden part of the tower. He gazed toward the cave's opening, where sunlight streamed through. The view outside remained unchanged, quiet and distant. But inside the cave, Sejun's small world had grown. His farming efforts now had companions, and perhaps hope. Inside a sunlit chamber deep in the tower, Park Sejun carefully cultivated a thriving onion patch. Beneath the open ceiling, green shoots reached upward toward the light. With precise hands, Sejun harvested the mature onions, then watered the surrounding seedlings with care, ensuring the soil remained moist and healthy. His unusual companions, a pair of intelligent rabbits, eagerly joined the task. While Sejun worked silently in the background, the two rabbits cut and bundled the green onions with surprising coordination. As they rhythmically moved about, their cheerful hums filled the chamber like a lively tune. Sejun watched the duo in disbelief, amazed by how naturally they blended into the farming process. To his surprise, the rabbits gestured with innocent eyes, asking if they could stay in the cave permanently. Their charm overwhelmed Sejun, who found himself unable to say no. He reluctantly agreed, but not without condition. If they wanted to live there, they would have to contribute to the farm. Sejun soon learned that their help was no ordinary kind. One rabbit poured water from a seemingly bottomless kettle, endlessly hydrating the crops. The other pulled out tools, shovels, sickles, even buckets, as if by magic, providing equipment Sejun lacked. What started as a solo farming life was slowly turning into an efficient partnership. Sitting cross-legged, Sejun observed them in action, half amused and half defeated. Though unsure how it all happened, he couldn't deny that the rabbits were now indispensable to the strange new life he was building inside the tower. After completing their assigned tasks, the two rabbits returned to Park Sejun, waiting eagerly for his feedback. He examined the harvested green onions and observed no visible progress in the sweet potatoes. However, the cherry tomatoes appeared to be sprouting faster than expected. Curious, Sejun wondered whether the rabbits' presence had something to do with the accelerated growth. Realizing their dedication, he gave them a thumbs up, officially acknowledging their efforts. The rabbits celebrated joyfully, hopping around him with excitement. But before he could fully understand what they were up to next, they suddenly sprinted off, kicking up dust behind them. Sejun looked on in confusion as the rabbits launched into rapid, synchronized digging. Dirt flew through the air, and their tiny paws moved with surprising precision. Within moments they gathered flowers, crafted a decorative wreath, and assembled materials with astounding speed. Then, they proudly unveiled their creation, a small, neatly built hobbit-style home embedded into the side of a grassy hill. The flower wreath hung on the wooden door, completing the warm aesthetic. Sejun stood in disbelief at how fast they had constructed it. Impressed, he praised the male rabbit, calling him a great partner. The rabbit, brimming with pride, posed confidently, while the female rabbit looked on affectionately. She gave her partner a warm nudge and placed the wreath with a loving smile. Watching the affectionate pair in front of the cozy new home, Sejun was left speechless, unsure if he'd recruited farmhands or adopted an adorable rabbit couple with a dream. After building their new home, the rabbits enjoyed a peaceful moment together, radiating affection and pride. Park Sejun watched them from a distance, smiling awkwardly as they entered the house they built. While amused by their love, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Jokingly, he wished the husband rabbit all the best, though the warmth in his voice revealed a hint of longing. Returning to his daily routine, Sejun reflected on how dull life had been before the rabbits arrived. Alone in the cave, farming was repetitive and silent. Now, things were different. He had help, he had company, and even unexpected amusement. Relaxing on a bed of dried green onions, he stretched out, basking in the sunlight filtering through the cave. Opening, however, peace quickly turned to panic. His back suddenly burned with intense heat. Jumping to his feet, he realized something had gone wrong. The plastic water bottle, left casually in the sun, had focused light through its curved surface like a lens, starting a small fire on the green onion stems beneath it. Though shocked, Sejun immediately recognized the opportunity. He remembered wilderness survival techniques and theorized he could use the bottle to start fires intentionally. Encouraged, he tried replicating the result. Despite focusing sunlight onto the dry onions, the flame refused to catch again. Only smoke rose. Frustrated, he kept trying, confused why it worked. Once but not again, though the method seemed right, something was missing, and he was determined to figure it out. Park Sejun noticed movement near the dried onion leaves and leaned in closer. The leaves began to rustle faintly, giving him hope that the sunlight might once again spark a fire. However, despite his earlier attempts, the fire refused to catch. The rabbits, hearing his frustrated muttering, peeked out of their new house, with concerned expressions, desperate. Sejun begged for success. Seeing his persistence, the rabbit couple rushed over. With renewed determination, he asked them to help by blowing air to fan the flame. The rabbits complied, puffing gently at the smoking leaves, while Sejun focused sunlight through the plastic bottle once more. Together they created just the right conditions. A sudden burst of flame flared up from the pile, and Sejun cheered in disbelief. The dried leaves ignited properly this time. He shouted in triumph. His survival technique had finally worked. Sitting between the rabbits by the fire, Sejun warmed a harvested green onion. Carefully, he peeled away the charred exterior, revealing the softened inner layers. He hesitated for a moment before biting into it. The flavor caught him off guard. Sejun froze, trembling slightly, while the rabbits looked on with curiosity. He couldn't decide whether he was moved by the taste or just overwhelmed by the absurdity of roasting green onions inside a tower with 2 rabbit helpers. Either way, the fire, the food, and the companionship gave him a comforting sense of progress in this strange, isolated world. The moment Park Sejun took a bite of the fire, roasted green onion, a shock of sweetness exploded across his senses. His eyes widened, and the world around him seemed to blur. The flavor was so intense that it conjured the image of a wild green horse galloping freely through an open meadow. The bizarre vision danced in his mind, fueled by the sugar, like rush from the cooked vegetable. Still stunned by the taste, Sejun marveled at how roasting had transformed such a simple ingredient. Curious, the rabbit couple mimicked him, grabbing green onions from the fire and biting into them. Their wide-eyed reaction matched his own. They squealed in joy at the unexpected deliciousness. The 3 of them sat around the fire, joyfully chewing and savoring the warmth of the roasted vegetables. Sejun's earlier frustrations melted away. The food wasn't gourmet, but in the cold depths of the tower, it brought comfort and satisfaction. He looked around the cave, lit faintly by the fire, and felt a strange peace settle over him. As he encouraged the rabbits to eat more, the quiet night stretched on. The sky above the cave remained open, moonlight replacing the sun. The onions he had planted stood like silent sentinels around the fire pit, full at last and wrapped in a sense of shared survival. Sejun lay back on the ground beside his unlikely companions. That night, he slept soundly, stomach-filled, fire crackling, and his diary of getting lost gaining another story of warmth. Park Sejun awoke in the dim cave and stretched before heading to the nearby pond. He splashed his face with cold water, trying to shake off the lingering fatigue. With his mind cleared, he turned his attention to his crops. Green onions stood tall in neat rows, and behind them, cherry tomatoes and sweet potatoes were thriving. He carefully harvested the onions, then watered the tomatoes and sweet potatoes, completing the morning's tasks. Despite being trapped in the tower's hidden floor, Sejun took pride in maintaining his underground farm. Recently, he had made several improvements. After learning to make fire, he set up torches around the cave for visibility. The lit path allowed him to move safely, even in the darker corners near the pond. One evening, while holding a torch, a sudden splash startled him. A strange fish leapt from the water, drawn to the flame, caught off guard. Sejun panicked, but managed to grab the fish. It was the first time he had seen aquatic life in the cave, and the discovery excited him. He suspected the firelight had attracted the creature. After securing the fish, he prepared a simple meal, wrapping it with harvested greens. He cooked it over the fire, watching the flames dance. When the fish was ready, he took a bite and smiled with satisfaction. The meal was delicious, and it gave him renewed hope in this isolated world. Sejun was slowly building a life, one small success at a time. While enjoying the grilled fish, Park Sejun noticed the rabbit couple staring intently at his food. Surprised, he realized even the rabbit monsters had a taste for meat. Accepting it as another quirk of life in the tower, he shared his meal. A few days later, the mysterious blue moon reappeared. Through observation, Sejun discovered it showed up every 30 days on that floor. Until then, he had used his laptop and power bank to track the date, but now both were completely drained. Unable to rely on electronics, Sejun started etching the days into the cave wall, with the rabbits waking at 5 a.m. and sleeping at 7 p.m. He used their strict routine as a natural clock. By following their rhythm, he could avoid miscounting time in a place where the sun never set. On the 61st day, something unexpected happened. Dozens of baby rabbits emerged from the burrow. Excited by the new arrivals, Sejun became an uncle and welcomed them with open arms. The baby rabbits swarmed him affectionately, knocking him over and clinging to him. Happy with the joyful chaos, he offered to take care of the little ones so the tired rabbit parents could rest. Carrying several bunnies in his arms, he brought them to check on the cherry tomatoes. Yellow blossoms had started to bloom, signaling the need for pollination. As Sejun patiently used a stick to pollinate each flower manually, he sighed, wishing for a bee's help, but knew that was likely just wishful thinking. While Park Sejun continued manually pollinating the cherry tomato flowers, a curious baby rabbit mimicked his actions. Unfortunately, the little creature sneezed violently after inhaling pollen, prompting Sejun to gently scold it. Just then, he noticed something incredible. One of the tomato plants had begun to bear fruit. After days of effort, their hard work finally showed results. Excited, Sejun celebrated with the rabbit in his arms. It was the day before the blue moon. Preparing for the phenomenon, Sejun took extra precautions. He watered the soil and hid a glowing item under a pile of rocks. The light needed to be concealed to avoid attracting danger. Next, he gathered leaves to make a makeshift cloak for camouflage and warmth. Fully disguised, he said goodbye to the rabbit couple and promised to reunite after surviving the ordeal. As the blue moon rose, piercing cries filled the cave surroundings. Sejun crouched near the cave's rear, distant from the entrance, trying to stay as still and silent as possible. He had hidden everything with a scent, food, tools, harvested crops, and remained motionless, not knowing how many hours had passed. The constant wailing outside weighed heavily on his nerves. Though the danger was far away, his body remained tense, trembling instinctively, trapped in the dark, counting each minute. Sejun prayed the night would pass without incident. The fear was suffocating, but his planning gave him hope. All he could do was wait and trust that the blue moon would soon fade without bringing harm. As the night of the blue moon dragged on, Park Sejun remained motionless in the corner of the cave. A sudden heavy thud echoed nearby, causing his heart to race. He turned and spotted an enormous, red-furred beast stomping through the field. The monstrous creature dwarfed the surroundings, moving directly toward the farming area. Sejun froze in terror, watching the beast pass near the pond and his tomato crops, hidden in shadow. He debated whether to move or stay. The monster hadn't noticed him yet, but as he tried to quietly shift position, disaster struck. A bottle fell from his bag, clattering loudly across the floor, eyes wide. Sejun panicked, his breath caught as the massive bear-like monster turned its gaze toward the sound. Desperation took over. His body trembled, sweat poured down his face, and his heart pounded uncontrollably. The creature stepped closer, sniffing the air. Sejun had tried everything to mask scents and sounds, but now the silence was broken. Paralyzed by fear, he realized the creature had locked eyes on him. There was no time left to hide. The beast charged, roaring with fury, its mouth wide open. With adrenaline surging, Sejun let out a desperate scream as he stood his ground. The towering monster lunged, jaws bared. The moment was raw and terrifying, life or death, balanced on instinct and chance. In the middle of the most dangerous night the tower floor had to offer, Park Sejun was still fast asleep, surrounded by the yellow baby rabbits that had become his companions inside the tower. Despite their attempts to wake him, he mumbled in his sleep, mistaking their voices for a dream. It wasn't until the white rabbit leader slapped him hard across the face that he finally snapped awake. Startled, Sejun sat up in a panic, unsure of what had just happened. He looked around, confused, trying to remember why he had blacked out. The blue moonlight shining into the cave reminded him of the chaos from before. Sitting in silence, Sejun pieced together his fragmented memories while the rabbits gathered near him. Suddenly, it all returned. The red-furred monster, glowing with ominous energy, had charged through the cave. The green-haired woman had tried to escape but couldn't outrun the beast. Its roar still echoed in his head, and Sejun realized just how close he had come to dying. Now safe but cold, he sat huddled with the rabbits, trying to recover. His body still ached from exhaustion and fear. One of the rabbits, understanding his state, called out and started a small fire nearby using gathered herbs and kindling. Sejun sat beside the warmth, finally able to breathe steadily. Wrapped in a cloak and surrounded by warmth and light, Sejun nodded gratefully to the rabbit. A warm dish was handed to him, cooked simply but enough to restore his energy. He ate in silence, surrounded by the creatures that had become his unlikely family. Still shaken by the recent attack, Park Sejun reflected on how narrowly he escaped death. As he ate by the fire, he recalled how the red-furred monster had approached the cave but turned away. Whether it sensed another threat or simply ignored the cramped shelter, he couldn't be sure. What he did know was that luck had spared him, and that next time he might not be so fortunate. Realizing the fragility of his survival, Sejun vowed to stay alive. He continued eating, forcing himself to regain strength. The rabbits remained close, offering silent comfort. Then, as he focused on his meal, one of them called out. Curious, Sejun turned to see his farm. His eyes widened. Among the crops, a single glowing blue tomato had ripened. It was massive and vibrant. As he approached, he questioned its strange color, noting its unusual size. Carefully plucking it from the vine, he inspected it. The moment it left the stem, a glowing message window appeared. The system acknowledged his success. He had harvested a fruit infused with the energy of the blue moon. Surprised and amazed, Sejun realized he had completed a hidden quest. But the joy was short-lived. New messages appeared. His achievement had drawn the attention of the tower manager, and not in a good way. The system revealed he was not an officially invited participant. His presence was a mistake, a blunder the tower manager now sought to conceal. Sejun, caught in this unknown system, stared at the message, stunned, frustrated, and confused. Park Sejun stared at the message window. For 61 days, he had endured the tower's dangers, built a small life, and survived countless threats, only to now learn his presence was a mistake. Angrily, he demanded to be released and sent home. But instead of receiving sympathy, another chilling message appeared. The tower manager was considering killing him to erase the error. Sejun protested loudly, arguing he had even completed a rare achievement. Then, worried he might have gone too far, he hesitated. But a new message arrived. The tower manager was awakening him. A sudden surge of energy surrounded him, and light engulfed his body. Awestruck, he realized he was finally being acknowledged. With anticipation building, Sejun hoped to be granted a combat-related class. He dreamed of becoming a swordsman or a wizard. The system processed his awakening and revealed his assigned job, tower farmer. Stunned, he tried to understand what that meant. Another window explained the perks: immunity to sickness, closeness to nature, and experience gained through harvesting. Still in disbelief, he called up his status window. His profile appeared. Level 1, talent, ordinary. All stats: strength, stamina, agility, and magic were at 1, no skills, no combat potential. Sejun stared blankly at the display. The system had officially recognized him, but not as a hero, warrior, or mage. Just a simple farmer with no special abilities, trapped in a deadly tower, ordinary and alone. On a brightly lit talk show stage, Park Sejun sat confidently, wearing a sharp red suit. The host introduced him as the man who conquered the tower despite having nothing but ordinary talent. With cameras flashing and applause filling the air, the question came: what was his job? Sejun smiled. "I'm the tower farmer." His confident reply stood in stark contrast to his past self. Back in reality, when Sejun had first received the farming job, he reacted in disbelief and frustration. He didn't want to be a farmer in a place crawling with monsters and danger. Furious, he nearly threw away the blue moon tomato he had just harvested. But the sight of the rabbits watching him and the peaceful warmth of the fire calmed him. He paused, remembering the effort it had taken to grow that single fruit, the hard labor, the fear, and the teamwork with his animal companions. All of it had value. Quietly, he acknowledged their shared success, and chose not to waste it. With a faint smile, Sejun held the tomato again, appreciating its glow. "Guess I'm going to keep farming," he said to himself. Just then, the fruit pulsed with energy. Another message window appeared, surprising him. The tower still had more in store, and Sejun realized that farming might not be as simple or weak as he once believed. Though his title was ordinary, the journey ahead was clearly anything but. The true potential of the tower farmer was only beginning to show. As Park Sejun inspected the glowing tomato, a new message window appeared. It wasn't just any tomato. It was a magical cherry tomato infused with the energy of the blue moon. Not only did it taste better than normal fruit, it could permanently increase stats when consumed. Amazed, Sejun realized he had unknowingly created a rare item through his farming. He marveled at the result, holding the fruit proudly. Despite all his earlier doubts, he had grown something powerful with his own hands. His mood lifted as he admired the tomato, even praising himself in front of the rabbits. However, far away in the dark, a shadowy figure stirred, silently watching the progress he had made. While sitting among his crops, Sejun thanked the rabbits for their help. Without them, he wouldn't have lasted this long. But his peace was short-lived. A sudden message appeared again. A quest had been triggered. The objective was clear: offer the tomato to the tower manager. The reward would be a job-related skill, but if he refused, the consequence was death. Stunned, Sejun read the message again. He hesitated, confirming the terms. There was no mistake: refuse, and he would die. The pressure mounted quickly, and the weight of the decision bore down on him. Holding the tomato tightly, Sejun nervously laughed, trying to rationalize the situation. Surely this was just the system being dramatic, right? But deep down, he wasn't sure, and the tower manager was already watching. While tending his crops, Sejun received a sudden quest, but the reward wasn't appealing, only death awaited refusal. Confused and frustrated, he questioned the system's logic, feeling trapped by its merciless demand. After a moment of hesitation, he silently accepted the quest, sweat dripping from his face. Bowing his head, Sejun reluctantly handed over the item, begging for mercy under his breath. He extended the quest item with shaking hands, hoping his compliance would satisfy the demand. A notification appeared, the quest was completed, and a reward prompt suddenly popped up. Surprised, Sejun remembered the job, related reward, and realized he had been too focused on punishment. Eager to see what he earned, he reached out to open the reward screen. He received the sowing LV.1 skill, which improved seed germination basic, but useful for a farmer. Reflecting on his role, Sejun stood among crops and rabbits, reaffirming his identity as a tower farmer. In a dark cavern, he raised a torch to face attacking piranhas, leaping from the water. With precise strikes, he defended himself and managed to kill one of the aggressive fish. The kill granted experience points. It was his 5th, bringing him closer to level 2. He acknowledged his progress, yet felt conflicted about overhunting without necessity. Holding several piranhas, Sejun considered their value as food and decided not to wipe them out. Carrying grilled fish in both hands, Sejun joyfully called out to the rabbits gathered nearby. He invited them to eat, and the group eagerly rushed toward him in response. As they feasted, Sejun reminded them not to overeat, and noted their improved appetite through observation. He learned the creatures were called farmer white rabbits, monsters exclusive to the tower. Since they lacked combat skills, he assumed their species existed solely for farming purposes. He speculated they had lost their home and wandered until they ended up here. A ripe batch of tomatoes caught everyone's attention, glowing under the light in full bloom. Sejun knelt excitedly to harvest them, aware of how much effort had gone into growing them. Reaching for a tomato, he felt a mix of excitement and tension in the moment. He successfully picked a cherry tomato, impressed by its perfect ripeness and vibrant color. Upon harvesting, he gained experience points and realized they were tied to the magical fruit. Thinking back to previous rewards, he recognized the cherry tomatoes shared similar effects. A system window described the tomatoes' short buff duration, giving HP and burning fat. He explained that stacking tomatoes could slightly boost stats, if consumed wisely. With care, Sejun continued harvesting magical tomatoes, mindful of their effects and value. Sejun mistakenly picked an unripe cherry tomato and received fewer experience points than expected. Realizing the difference, he understood only well. Ripened tomatoes were considered items by the system. Despite the challenge, he continued harvesting diligently and reached level 4 with a bonus stat. He took a bite of a tomato, eager to enjoy its flavor after the hard work. Before he could finish, one of the rabbits leapt and snatched the fruit away. Surrounded by the rabbits, Sejun laughed, admitting they should all eat together since they farmed together. He gathered everyone to celebrate the successful harvest, offering the cherry tomatoes to each rabbit. The group happily munched together, savoring the results of their effort. As Sejun joined in, tears formed, overwhelmed by the shared joy and warmth of the moment. Eyes wide, he watched in awe as a meteor lit the sky above the tower. Lying on the grass, he admired the starry night with his rabbit companions beside him. A brilliant explosion followed, turning the sky into a spectacle of light. The blend of fresh grass and sweet tomato filled the air, reminding Sejun of summer. With a smile, he savored the taste while rabbits enjoyed their share peacefully. Watching the rabbits bond over tomatoes, Sejun felt a quiet, satisfying peace settle around them. The rabbits carried cherry tomatoes and vegetables, working together joyfully to organize the harvest. 2 elder rabbits stood proudly near the gathered crops, monitoring the younger ones with care. From a distance, Sejun watched them and murmured softly, calling out to the hard-working group. He realized the little ones had matured under the farmer white rabbit's guidance. Tired but fulfilled, Sejun prepared for sleep, praising himself for completing another productive day. While resting, a system alert suddenly appeared, triggering a new quest even as he snored. Annoyed, Sejun reluctantly accepted the quest and offered cherry tomatoes to satisfy the tower manager. Opening the reward screen, he hoped for something practical. After being forced to comply again, he received Harvest LV.1, allowing him to collect perfectly conditioned fruits regardless of ripeness. Initially disappointed, Sejun soon realized the skill gave him more flexibility and job experience gains. A system message confirmed the effect activated even with imperfect fruit, improving his farming efficiency. Motivated, he prepared to work again, but a new quest notification interrupted his brief rest. Sejun shared a portion of the harvest, believing it would satisfy the tower's demands. However, Another quest followed, demanding even more, this time 300 magical tomatoes. Frustrated, Sejun stared at the message, wondering why the requirements kept increasing endlessly. Another quest suddenly triggered, demanding Sejun offer 500 magical cherry tomatoes to the tower manager. He stared at the request in disbelief. The reward was listed as none, yet the cost was enormous. With a firm expression, Sejun refused the quest. For the first time, he rejected the tower's command. Sejun received a forced quest, demanding 500 magical cherry tomatoes, offering no reward and threatening death. Annoyed, he shouted in frustration, pointing out the tower had already taken hundreds before. A new message warned him to stop protesting and simply hand over the tomatoes. Clenching a harvested vegetable, Sejun recalled the days of hard effort he put into farming. The system coldly dismissed his feelings, stating he had only sown seeds and shouldn't overreact. Sejun stood silently, then declared he would not hand over his crops this time. The tower manager appeared confused by Sejun's refusal, showing signs of panic. He casually walked through his field while rabbits gathered near, watching him closely. Despite threats, Sejun cooked food and shared it with the rabbits, ignoring the quest. Another message warned him of death if he refused, but Sejun stood firm. He criticized the manager's lack of appreciation and refusal to compensate his hard work. Frustrated, Sejun demanded better treatment and questioned the tower manager's authority. Calling the tower manager a bad employer, Sejun's words triggered a sudden reaction. A monstrous entity emerged, crackling with power, as Sejun stood unfazed. The creature hesitated, then stammered, trying to apologize before finishing its sentence. Sejun defiantly ate the magical cherry tomatoes in front of the furious tower manager. The tower threatened to kill him immediately if he didn't comply with the quest. Reluctantly, Sejun offered 5 tomatoes, explaining he needed the rest to feed the rabbits. After a pause, the tower manager agreed to compromise with Sejun this one time. Grateful, Sejun responded politely, then turned away, still cautious of the tower's mood. He quietly assumed the tower's response was its awkward way of apologizing. Sitting near the light, Sejun reflected on the tower manager's unexpectedly simple nature. 91 days had passed since he got lost. The 4th blue moon lit the sky, wrapped in a leaf blanket. He sat alone, nibbling on another magical tomato. Sejun hoped consuming it would help him survive any future monster roars. Still haunted by past danger, he wished for peace and quick passage of time. Suddenly, the plants nearby began glowing brightly under the moonlight's radiance. Startled, Sejun noticed the transformation of his crops, glowing with mystical energy. His eyes widened at the sight of a new vibrant blue tomato forming. Under the blue moon's light, the entire plant evolved, radiating power across the cave. Excited by the transformation, Sejun eagerly anticipated harvesting the glowing crops under the blue moonlight. As the blue light spread, even the sweet potatoes nearby began reacting to its energy. Curious and amazed, Sejun rushed forward to confirm what was happening to his plants. He sprinted across the field, heading straight to the source of the glow. Dropping to his knees, he reached out and began checking the leaves and soil. Peering down with wide eyes, he found something extraordinary hidden beneath the vines. Sejun joyfully pulled out a radiant sweet potato, now infused with the moon's energy. Notifications confirmed the item's enhanced strength, benefits, and a significant harvest skill increase. Turning next to the glowing tomatoes, he carefully picked a magical blue fruit, laughing in delight. Sejun held the glowing produce, feeling an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. New quests appeared, demanding he offer the enhanced crops to the tower manager. To clear the first, he handed over the remaining magical cherry tomatoes from his basket. The quest completed, the tower manager expressed satisfaction, but mumbled about the delayed sweet potato. Sejun delayed submission, promising to offer it later while questioning the manager's inconsistent behavior. Holding the blue potato, he wondered how best to use it going forward. Sejun made his decision and chose to eat the magical sweet potato himself. Taking a bite, he instantly felt the explosive flavor and incredible sweetness spreading in his mouth. A notification appeared, confirming a permanent MP increase, validating the potato's magical enhancement. Unable to resist anymore, he began roasting another sweet potato over the fire. Without foil, he cleverly used onion leaves to wrap it before placing it on the flame. As he waited for it to cook, a group of rabbits peeked from the burrow entrance. Delighted to see them, Sejun welcomed the rabbits, who had perfect timing for the meal. He proudly presented the moon, infused sweet potato to share with everyone, but noticing only one potato, the rabbits hesitated, seemingly insisting Sejun should eat it alone. Touched by their gesture, Sejun praised the husband rabbit for being considerate. In a playful act, he pretended not to reveal he had eaten one earlier. Then, smiling warmly, he took another bite of the roasted sweet potato. Suddenly, Sejun shouted in pain. The potato was too hot to handle. Even the husband rabbit tried a piece and quickly dropped it, tongue burned. Alarmed, the group of rabbits began scurrying, startled by the unexpected reaction. The rabbits cautiously tasted the sweet potato, their eyes watering from the heat as they chewed. Despite the burning sensation, they continued eating, fanning their mouths and hopping in discomfort. Sejun watched the chaos unfold, amused, though a bit sad to see his precious food scattered. Sejun stood before the baby rabbits, announcing the start of planting sweet potato sprouts on the farm. The rabbits reacted with curiosity. Recognizing the sprouts as the ones they had recently eaten, he sternly forbade them from eating the sprouts again, causing panic among the guilty-looking rabbits. The sprouts had become a favorite snack, and Sejun knew they wouldn't stop unless persuaded. To gain their help, he offered special snacks in exchange for planting assistance before dinner. Excited by the offer, the rabbits sparkled with joy, ready to contribute to the farming task, with energy restored. Sejun led the rabbits into action, beginning expansion of the sweet potato field. He explained plans to harvest green onions soon, needing one more to become an item. The rabbits began digging quickly, eagerly preparing the land for new sprouts. Several rabbits carried sprouts while one wore a farming hat, coordinating the planting effort. Another rabbit clutched its sprout proudly, while others sneaked bites behind cover. The farming leader caught one in the act, delivering a warning glare to stop. Meanwhile, Sejun harvested cherry tomatoes, his farming skills earning him more experience and job points. He noted his harvest skill had leveled up, allowing easier collection of crops. Preparing snacks by the fire, he reflected on his progress, unaware of a strange notification appearing. Sejun roasted cherry tomatoes beside the fire, sensing he was being watched from afar. He raised his hand to call the rabbits, inviting them to join him for snacks. Turning toward the group, he promised them a treat they could eagerly look forward to. Sejun revealed the reward: roasted cherry tomato bone skewers, specially made for the helpers. Excited rabbits rushed in and grabbed their skewers, delighted by the vibrant and tasty food. He explained it was easy to carry and eat, then suggested planting sweet potatoes for dinner. Digging slightly into the soil, Sejun unexpectedly pulled out a large cluster of sweet potatoes. He marveled at the special strength sweet potato, which could increase stamina for a limited time. After gathering more, he found the sprouting stems and began replanting them into the earth. Determined not to waste a single potato, Sejun carefully placed each sprout back into the soil. A system message confirmed his sowing skill had increased slightly from the planting effort. Realizing he could level up further, Sejun stopped the rabbits, insisting he would finish it himself. Elsewhere, a mysterious figure hummed while holding a skewer identical to Sejun's special snack. The figure roasted it over a magical fire, completely unaware they were mimicking Sejun's creation. With a satisfied bite, the unknown entity enjoyed the treat, connecting their fates without knowing it. The black dragon, Aileen Fratani, spat out the skewer's skin, repulsed by the bitter taste. After tasting the sweet inner flesh, the dragon realized the flavor humans enjoyed. Curious, Aileen used a magical orb to observe Sejun, only to react in shock. Furious, Aileen shouted about being left out of the sweet potato roasting session. Meanwhile, Sejun continued eating with the rabbits, unaware he triggered an additional quest. The quest demanded he offer a strength sweet potato to the tower manager or face death. Unsure about the risk, Sejun hesitated before reluctantly selecting the postpone option on the screen. After some thought, he chose to accept and hand over the potato to avoid penalty. The quest completed, and Sejun unlocked a new skill, Level 1 Seed Street Ore. Excited, Sejun activated the seed store, only to find he had no transaction history. He asked if bartering was possible. Instead, the system granted him one free tower coin. Surprised, he watched the glowing coin drop into his virtual account. The seed store opened, displaying new product options for purchase using his first coin. Amazed, Sejun browsed like a shopper at a real store. Impressed by the simple system, 2 types of seeds were available, prompting him to wonder what other goods might appear. Sejun considered carrots, prompting a strong and immediate reaction from the excited rabbits around him. Confused by their response, he looked at them curiously, unsure of what caused the commotion. When asked directly, the rabbits confirmed they wanted to eat carrots, and nothing else mattered. 2 larger rabbits beamed with joy, flapping their arms while shouting "carrot" repeatedly. The group echoed the word with growing excitement, surrounding Sejun in a wave of eager cries. Suddenly, one rabbit jumped on Sejun's face, overwhelmed with carrot enthusiasm. Sejun used 1 tower coin to purchase 1,000 carrot seeds through the seed store system. He received mileage points, and noticed the pouch was more valuable than the seeds themselves. While confused by the tower manager's satisfaction, Sejun found the situation amusing. With the new seeds in hand, Sejun rallied the rabbits to begin planting in the field. He documented the moment, noting it was his first successful transaction at the seed shop. Unseen by Sejun, a bee-like creature observed him quietly, watching the new crops grow. The rabbits approached quietly, sneaking towards Sejun's resting spot after finishing their planting work. They huddled together joyfully nearby, expressing affection and excitement with playful gestures and hearts. One rabbit nuzzled Sejun's cheek, prompting a warm moment as he held a baby rabbit gently. Sejun dozed off with a peaceful expression, unaware of a strange purple aura approaching him. He stirred, irritated by a disturbance, swatting near his face while half asleep. Startled awake, he sat up in frustration, confused by the bug's sudden appearance. A bee-like creature hovered in front of Sejun, its glowing purple eyes staring curiously. The bee's soft appearance made him hesitate, unsure if it was friend or threat. Calling it cute, Sejun cautiously reached out while the rabbit stayed close behind. A system window revealed the creature's identity, a poison honeybee classified as a monster. Sejun panicked and warned the rabbits, but they had already run away in fear. Left behind, he realized he was alone, the bee floating menacingly in front of him. Screaming in disbelief, Sejun cursed the rabbits for abandoning him during danger. The system explained poison honeybees are feared for stingers and must be avoided. Terrified, Sejun tried fleeing, yelling that he was too bony to be eaten. In a panic, Sejun shoved a handful of yellow flowers toward the poison honeybee. The bee paused, surprised, then fluttered down curiously to inspect the offered flowers. Relieved, Sejun observed quietly as the bee showed interest, gently landing on the blossoms. The poison honeybee snuggled into the petals, releasing a happy sound as it fed. Sejun, still holding a baby rabbit, questioned the creature's behavior, confused by its gentleness. A realization struck him. It wasn't hunger but moisture the bee needed from flowers. Encouraged, Sejun asked the bee to pollinate other crops, offering more flowers to assist. The honeybee eagerly obeyed, buzzing between plants with speed and excitement. Sejun smiled, realizing the bee's help meant he could rest from manual pollination. Surprised by the bee's return, Sejun stepped back as it approached closely. It landed right on his chest, making him nervous but unsure of its intent. To his surprise, the bee curled up peacefully and appeared to fall asleep. Sejun spoke softly, asking the bee if it really trusted him enough to sleep there. He hoped it wouldn't sting, still cautious, despite its friendly behavior. His journey in the tower continued now with one more member added to the strange little family. On the 120th day, Sejun marked another tally on the wall, tracking his time inside. Nearby, the rabbits helped water crops while one wore a hat, managing the others diligently. Sejun shooed the young ones away playfully, trying to focus while working in the garden. As the bunnies played, he admired their energy, understanding how important play was for them. The poison honeybee buzzed toward him, and Sejun casually asked if she'd finished her work. He noted her new routine, leaving early, gathering nectar, and returning to rest in the evening. She no longer seemed interested in returning to a hive, staying close to the farm. Recently, she began producing honey, which Sejun collected from the flowers she favored. Tasting the result, Sejun confirmed the honey. Soaked onions were sweet and unexpectedly delicious. Reflecting by the tally wall, he wondered aloud if the blue moon would come soon. Anxious, Sejun hoped this upcoming event would pass peacefully like the last time. The cave entrance shone brightly, a reminder of the uncertainty beyond its walls. On day 121, Sejun gathered tomatoes and prepared food, dressed in a green cloak. He assumed the bee was preparing for the blue moon too, as she'd vanished. The rabbits looked unusually nervous, prompting Sejun to call them back before heading home. As Sejun returned, he found the rabbits huddled together, unusually still and silent. Their tight embrace seemed protective, as if sensing an approaching danger they couldn't explain. Concerned, Sejun stepped forward and called out, but the rabbits didn't respond to him. Suddenly the rabbits darted off in panic, rushing toward a hidden tunnel. They disappeared underground, leaving Sejun behind in confusion, unable to follow immediately. At the tunnel's entrance, the parent rabbit gestured before sealing the door shut behind them. Shocked, Sejun questioned their retreat, wondering how they could leave their young during danger. Looking up, he froze. An eerie blue glow filled the sky as the blue moon rose. The unnatural light spread throughout the cave, casting a cold, ominous hue on everything. From the darkness, monstrous rabbits with glowing red eyes emerged, growling with terrifying intensity. Sejun stood frozen as the creatures surrounded him, bearing no resemblance to his usual companions. Horrified, he muttered, trying to comprehend the nightmare unfolding before him. Sejun faced a sudden threat as monstrous rabbits with glowing red eyes charged out aggressively. The beasts leaped with terrifying speed, their mutated forms towering over Sejun's small frame. Frozen in shock, he watched as the giant rabbits prepared to strike with overwhelming force. Just before impact, a glowing light burst from Sejun's side, shielding him from the attack. Spiritual versions of the rabbits appeared, surrounded by a radiant aura that pulsed with energy. They descended joyfully, transformed into smaller forms, happily floating around Sejun, with restored innocence. Staring in disbelief, Sejun realized the rabbits had matured and their colors had changed. He recalled the significance of the fifth blue moon, marking a symbolic coming-of-age event. Overwhelmed with relief, he dropped to his knees, moved to tears by their safe return. Chasing the rabbits playfully, Sejun failed to catch them as they scattered in excitement. Outside the burrow, adult rabbits peeked out while guarding the entrance carefully. Inside, Sejun waited patiently, tending the fire and watching for them to come back. The rabbits gathered cheerfully, prompting Sejun to consider hosting a proper celebration. One rabbit suddenly raised a small colorful shovel, surprising him with its gesture. Curious, Sejun leaned forward, eager to learn what tool they had excitedly presented. The rabbits excitedly revealed their summoned items, proudly presenting various tools with glowing effects. Sejun observed in awe, realizing that adult farmer rabbits could summon personal equipment upon maturing. Curious, he asked if he could borrow one, but the black rabbit responded with confidence. With a bright flash, the black rabbit summoned a wooden hammer instead of a farming tool. Confused by its choice, Sejun questioned its purpose, unsure how it related to agriculture. Before he could ask more, the rabbit proudly revealed its warrior title with a determined pose. Sejun learned the black rabbit's name was Warrior Black Rabbit, different from its farming peers. Meanwhile, the other rabbits continued their duties, watering crops and harvesting vegetables with joyful energy. Tomatoes piled up as the rabbits efficiently worked together, showing how much they had matured. Sejun organized the harvest, impressed by their cooperation and growth into responsible helpers. He reflected on how far they had come, though the black rabbit seemed left out. With no farm role, Warrior Black Rabbit casually ate tomatoes, prompting Sejun to label him unemployed. Realizing the rabbit's skills weren't useful on the farm, Sejun thought hard about its potential. Suddenly, he came up with an idea: fishing in the pond could become its new task together. They prepared to lure fish, giving Warrior Black Rabbit a proper role at last. Sejun waved his torch over the water, drawing the attention of the fish near the surface. A giant fish burst from the pond, leaping toward the light in a sudden attack, timing it perfectly. Sejun shouted the signal, prompting Warrior Black Rabbit to spring into action. With fierce precision, the rabbit struck the fish midair, using its heavy hammer. The impact echoed through the cave as the fish crashed lifelessly to the ground. Sejun watched proudly as the rabbit completed its task, dragging the fish across the floor. Despite his earlier excitement, Sejun was horrified when he saw the poorly prepared fish. The fish had been clumsily cooked, leaving an awkward mix of raw and burnt sections. Still, Sejun comforted the rabbit and encouraged everyone to enjoy the meal together. The rabbits continued, adapting to their roles, helping around the farm with growing efficiency. On day 125, a notification appeared announcing the reopening of the seed store. Sejun checked the store's options, surprised to find prices were much higher than before. Without enough coins, Sejun weighed his money, making options carefully while sitting in the cave. He considered monster hunting, questing, and floor clearing, but found none were viable for him. Trapped in the cave, he realized he'd need to explore alternative methods for survival. Sejun recalled the high-level quest the tower manager had previously given him during his early days. He asked aloud for his reward, hoping the tower manager would transfer tower coins instantly. Instead, a message appeared, saying rewards would be given later when he was more grown up. Confused, Sejun questioned how old he needed to be, frustrated by the system's vague responses. Another notification revealed that grown up meant being at least 300 years old. Exasperated, Sejun realized he might never live long enough to use the coins himself. Deciding not to dwell on it, he focused on survival and selected corn seeds from the shop. With only a few coins, he bought waxy corn, hopeful it could sustain him going forward. He held the golden kernels proudly, showing them to the rabbits for their approval. Motivated again, Sejun rallied the rabbits, but first suggested they eat before returning to work. Freshly cooked fish roasted over the fire while other food was neatly prepared nearby. Surrounded by rabbits, Sejun enjoyed a satisfying meal, savoring the warmth of their teamwork. Stuffed from eating, Sejun planned to dry the leftovers as Honeybee arrived beside the fire. He greeted Honeybee warmly, noting how long it had been staying in the cave. Suddenly, Honeybee's ears twitched, sensing something unusual from deeper within the darkness. Sejun looked up in alarm as Honeybee urgently flew toward him, signaling a nearby presence. Thinking it was a monster, he prepared for a threat while Warrior Black Rabbit readied its hammer. To his surprise, a voice cried out in defense, claiming not to be a food thief. Suddenly, a large object descended from above, catching everyone off guard as it landed gracefully. The creature stepped forward and greeted Sejun, raising a paw politely as it introduced itself. Standing tall with a merchant's pouch and cloak, the cat asked if he was Park Sejun. The orange cat smiled and confidently declared his name Theo, the wandering merchant. Sejun listened silently, still processing the strange but peaceful arrival of the talking feline. Now accompanied by Honeybee, Warrior Black Rabbit, and Theo, Sejun's circle of allies continued to grow. Park Sejun encountered a cloaked cat-like creature claiming to be the wandering merchant of the tower. The unexpected appearance puzzled Sejun, especially since he'd heard merchants usually appeared as humans. As Sejun observed the merchant's sparkly eyes and fluffy cheeks, his love for cats took over. The cat merchant confirmed Sejun's name and stated he came to make business deals. He explained he had heard of Sejun's recent transactions in the seed store. Opening his pouch, the merchant hinted at possessing a valuable item while his stomach growled, embarrassed. The cat admitted he hadn't eaten and apologized for his unprofessional state. Sejun grinned widely, already plotting a way to take advantage of the situation. The mood shifted as Sejun offered something irresistible to the hungry merchant, holding up a roasted fish. Sejun tempted the merchant, who struggled to resist. Although he initially hesitated, the cat's willpower was crumbling fast. Despite his pride, the scent proved too overwhelming for the feline merchant. The cat finally gave in, devouring the fish with delight. Completely stuffed, he collapsed beside the fire, declaring his satisfaction. Grateful, the merchant thanked Sejun sincerely, acknowledging the kindness he had received. After finishing his meal, Sejun proposed a payment of 0.5 tower coin for the roasted fish. Caught off guard, the merchant hesitated, questioning if the food wasn't meant as a gift. Sejun insisted that no freebies existed and reminded him about the deal they came to make. Surrounded by rabbits, Sejun pressured the merchant not to dine and dash on a customer. Reluctantly, the cat merchant handed over the coin, frustrated by the unexpected turn of events. Sejun celebrated his first tower coin, while the merchant crouched in silent regret. The cat merchant lamented his position, realizing he had spent money instead of earning it. Determined to recover, he declared his intention to sell every item in his possession. He opened his pouch, preparing to present his inventory with renewed motivation. With enthusiasm, he introduced a tumbler, mini fan, and magical hand warmer from another floor. Sejun quickly recognized they were unusual, clearly not native to the tower. The merchant explained their magical features, starting with the tumbler's temperature preservation ability. He continued, boasting about the fan's wind enchantment that activates with a switch. Before the pitch could finish, Sejun interrupted with a blunt declaration. Without hesitation, he called all the merchant's items trash, leaving everyone stunned. Theo protested Sejun's harsh judgment, emphasizing the item's origin from outside the tower. Calmly, Sejun revealed he too came from outside, discrediting the item's supposed magical value. To prove it, he explained the tumbler simply used insulation, not magic. Sejun pointed out the fan and warmer relied on batteries that would soon run out. Theo insisted they contained magic, referencing a seller named Scarum who vouched for them. As the fan stopped spinning, Sejun confirmed his suspicion that it had already run out of power. Shocked, Theo panicked and smacked the fan, unable to accept the truth. Sejun concluded that Theo had been tricked by the deceitful merchant Scarum. Crying, Theo recalled Scarum's kindness and admitted he was always the one getting scammed. Theo shared he was from the 75th floor, a neutral zone within the tower. There, he once confessed his feelings to Maril, the prettiest girl in Granar village. She rejected him harshly, disgusted by the cheap ricefish bouquet he offered. Theo begged for an explanation, devastated by Maril's reaction and public humiliation before he could recover. Oren, a wealthy rival, mocked Theo for aiming too high. Theo recognized Oren immediately, the proud son of the richest cat in the village. Oren mocked Theo for offering low-grade ricefish to Maril, suggesting only premium salmon would impress her. Despite claiming Maril disliked oily food, she admired the salmon with sparkling eyes. Heartbroken, Theo could only watch as Oren took Maril away in triumph. Theo reached out, begging Maril to remember the memories they once shared together. With a cold expression, she dismissed their past, saying it meant nothing to her. Her rejection was final. Maril declared it all a lie while Oren looked on smugly. Still emotional, Theo asked if she could deny the tears in her eyes. He recalled joyful days spent together, running in fields and bonding deeply. However, the past faded as Maril pushed him away, further confirming her disdain. Furious, Maril lashed out, telling Theo she never liked him and hated poor cats. Her rage escalated, and she physically threw Theo aside in front of everyone. Left alone, Theo's memories shattered as Maril left with Orin without hesitation. After the humiliation, Theo fled the village and vowed to become a respected merchant. He studied, saved, and pursued recognition in hopes of changing his fate. Eventually, Theo met the goblin Skaram, who introduced him to items from outside the tower. Inside a dimly lit store, Skaram pitched rare items to Theo, promising profit if sold upstairs. He explained that upper-floor residents enjoyed collecting such goods as a luxurious hobby. Claiming affection, Skaram sold them cheaply to Theo, offering a bonus map to sweeten the deal. Back in the present, Theo confessed he spent everything, hoping to resell the items. Starving and broke, he realized the goods were worthless, and his last coin was gone. As he cried about being talentless, Sejun observed quietly, then suddenly remembered a useful idea. Sejun offered roasted fish to comfort Theo, who grew suspicious of another payment trap. To his surprise, Sejun declared the food was truly a treat, no strings attached. Smiling warmly, Sejun extended a hand and invited Theo to work together as a team. Theo, the wandering cat merchant, is surprised by Sejun's sudden proposal to work together. Sejun explains he needs a merchant to sell his goods and sees potential in Theo. Though Theo calls himself useless, Sejun insists his skills and past stories prove otherwise. Hearing the offer again, Theo begins to consider the idea while Sejun enthusiastically confirms the partnership. Nearby, a rabbit in a leaf outfit runs in excitedly, seemingly involved in the planning. Meanwhile, Sejun relaxes on a chair, drinking leisurely under the shade with confidence in his plan. Theo and Sejun rest with the rabbits as Sejun analyzes Theo's previous trading failure. Understanding the cat's lack of capital, Sejun proposes a sales-based reward system for mutual benefit. He offers Theo an incentive, sell items at higher prices and earn from the extra revenue. Sejun specifies Theo can earn 3–5% commission, trusting his skills will fetch high returns. Theo appears skeptical, feeling the conditions seem one-sided and unfair at first glance. Before Theo can object, Sejun teases a crucial part of the deal he hasn't shared yet. At Sejun's signal, the rabbits deliver a stack of grilled fish as part of the offer. Sejun adds that weekly payment will include coins or fish, sweetening the deal significantly. Tempted by the reward, Theo hesitates while Sejun asks if he's ready to sign the contract. Theo hesitates as memories of past betrayals resurface, warning him not to trust so easily. Despite internal conflict, hunger weakens his resolve as he drools. Tempted by the grilled fish, still doubtful, he demands 20 grilled fish in exchange for considering the proposal again. Sejun responds cheerfully, exceeding expectations by offering even more than 20 fish to sweeten the deal. Stunned, Theo quickly realizes he's being offered 25 grilled fish, eyes sparkling with disbelief. Sejun further tempts him, offering unlimited grilled fish anytime Theo visits the base. Excitement takes over as Theo shouts in joy, thrilled by the promise of unlimited food, eager to finalize the deal. Theo asks for a contract as Sejun prepares a document. Without hesitation, Sejun brings out a quill and parchment, ready to make things official. Their names appear on the paper. Sejun and Theo as both sign the partnership contract. Sejun happily announces the contract's completion, while Theo realizes he acted impulsively. Overwhelmed, Theo panics, shocked that he signed without fully reading the terms. A magical contract activates, glowing brightly as Theo watches in disbelief. The detailed terms appear, locking the agreement with magic, making it impossible to undo. Sejun reflects on the cleverness of the system, satisfied as Theo regrets his quick decision. Theo questions the fourth clause of the contract, confused by the required Nunya accent condition. Sejun vaguely explains it is a dialect from Ghana, telling Theo he'll understand it later. Brushing it off, Theo focuses instead on the first clause, which allows contract termination if he fails. Sejun reassures Theo, expressing full confidence in his abilities and encouraging him to do well. Theo, flattered and purring happily in Sejun's arms, accepts the praise and encouragement. Curious, Theo finally asks what product he's supposed to sell under this grand business deal. Sejun reveals the item, cherry tomatoes, picked fresh from his magical field. Confused, Theo questions the simplicity of the product, unsure of its worth. Sejun explains the tomatoes boost MP temporarily, though he only values them at 0.05 tower coin. Theo panics at the low price, believing no one would buy them for so little. After thinking, he realizes even failure won't be bad if he still gets to eat. Sejun asks how many to prepare for the first sale, and Theo confidently replies, 1,000. Sejun prepares a large pile of tomatoes and 25 grilled fish as Theo's first payment. Theo wonders how to carry everything, and Sejun introduces a magical item called the bundle. Using the enchanted cloth, Theo activates the item to store the goods with ease. A vortex of wind and light absorbed all the tomatoes and grilled fish into Theo's bundle. The enchanted pouch dropped lightly to the ground, perfectly sealed with its stored contents. Impressed by the bundle's utility, Sejun praised it while Theo confidently announced his departure. Sejun and the rabbits watched as Theo launched upward through the tower's vertical exit. A few days later, on the 38th floor, a fierce battle raged against a giant beast. The black-armored leader shouted for his team to handle the last monster aggressively. Flames flew as mages launched coordinated fireball spells against the red insect-like creature. A swordsman dashed in and landed a powerful slash, disabling the monster. The team praised their leader, Kim Dongshik, for his decisive sword skill and leadership. Kim Dongshik reminded the team to stay focused and called out Jessica's past mischief. Jessica flirted back playfully, causing the leader to sigh in mild exasperation. Suddenly, Dongshik turned sharply, sensing something unusual in the distance. He shouted a warning, prompting his team to prepare for potential danger. To their surprise, Theo appeared, introducing himself as a merchant with wares to offer. The group reacted with curiosity as Theo greeted them cheerfully, ready to make his first sale. Theo's cute speech immediately charmed the adventurers, who were delighted by his Nya accent. Sejun had previously explained the dialect was essential to attract buyers from Grainer. Following instructions, Theo excitedly presented his basket full of cherry tomatoes to the gathered group. One girl curiously inspected the tomato, surprised it was just a basic-looking fruit. Skepticism spread among the adventurers who mocked the idea of selling tomatoes instead of real food. Theo grinned knowingly and claimed the tomatoes were unlike any normal ones they had seen, encouraging them to check the item's stats. Theo challenged their doubts confidently. A magical window revealed the tomato as a stat-boosting item, shocking the group. Despite the boost, the crowd complained the price was too high and began to walk away. One buyer paused after reading a special stat: the tomato burns 10 g of fat when eaten. Women in the group immediately reacted to the weight loss potential with fierce interest. Gathering around, they confirmed it was true, and excitement quickly overtook their hesitation. Demand skyrocketed as adventurers shouted to buy 200, or even the whole batch. Arguments broke out over who deserved the tomatoes more, creating chaos around Theo. With the line growing, Theo struggled to keep order, calling everyone to line up politely. While harvesting tomatoes, Sejun received a system message he'd leveled up and gained a bonus stat. He assumed Theo was succeeding, and imagined the cat had already reached the hunter group. Though the cherry tomato looked simple, Sejun noted it had hidden fat, burning and energy, restoring effects. Beyond boosting MP, the tomatoes helped users lose fat, revitalizing them without any negative side effects. Feeling satisfied, Sejun declared it was a guaranteed bestseller and trusted in the power of nature. Meanwhile, Theo sat beside an empty basket, stunned but thrilled by the unexpected result he'd sold out. Sejun examined the carrot field, noting uneven sprouting among the freshly cultivated soil. While sitting beside the rabbit, he calculated the germination rate, estimating around 70% growth. He reflected that only 700 out of 1,000 carrot seeds had sprouted, alongside 732 tomato plants. Assessing his crops, Sejun determined that corn and sweet potato seeds showed a similar success rate. He considered the causes either low tower farmer level or the poor quality of cave soil. Despite setbacks, he chose to continue planting, aiming to harvest more crops for tower coins. Curious about the surroundings, Sejun turned toward the cave entrance with the rabbit close behind. Suddenly, the black rabbit tossed a flaming object with force into the underground water. The torch struck the water's surface, and a mysterious effect began to ripple outward. From the impact, several aggressive fish monsters leapt out, surprising the black rabbit. Without hesitation, the rabbit prepared for battle, gripping a wooden hammer tightly. Using precise strikes, it knocked down the fish midair with impressive speed. With the threat neutralized, Sejun approached the fallen fish and praised the black rabbit's skill. A glow enveloped the rabbit's body, signaling that it had achieved a level up. Sejun congratulated the rabbit, realizing it was growing into a capable hunter beside him. After a successful hunt, the black rabbit proudly stood as the white rabbits clapped in admiration. Sejun suggested a break, preparing something from his bag while the rabbits gathered around curiously. With a cheerful smile, he pulled out a container and announced it was time for coffee. Opening the tumbler, Sejun found sealed coffee sticks left unused by Theo and the goblin. He praised his luck, acknowledging that if this coffee were sold, he'd buy it all. Despite lacking proper tools, he managed to brew the drink cold and thanked the bee. Pouring it into a bottle, Sejun created a honey Americano with perfect balance. He sipped with satisfaction, then offered it to the rabbits, curious about their reaction. The black rabbit tried it but immediately grimaced, shocked by the strong bitterness. Sejun laughed, realizing the rabbits had a sharper sense of taste than humans. He noticed a movement above and turned his gaze to a small bee in flight. Recognizing it as the poison bee, he waved and called out warmly. The bee carried a hive, preparing to set it in the cave near Sejun's farm. Surprised, Sejun asked if it was moving in permanently to stay nearby. As a new quest appeared, he felt the joy of building a strange but real family. Sejun reflected on the quest he had delayed, suspecting the tower recognized his growing influence. He noticed the usual threats were replaced with softer requests, prompting a change in his attitude. With a small offering of tomatoes, the quest completed, and Sejun laughed at the system's gratitude. His satisfaction turned to doubt as he questioned if he had just been too soft. Meanwhile, in a distant town, goblins drank and waited impatiently for Theo's return. Frustrated, one slammed the table, demanding to know why the cat hadn't come back yet. The goblins recalled scamming Theo and mocked him for believing the false value of their goods. They worried slightly but reassured themselves that Theo had no way to escape his debt. Discussing repayment plans, they mentioned loaning him more coins with interest to trap him permanently. Scarum, their leader, declared Theo would eventually become his slave through overwhelming debt. The others praised his cunning, though one warned against being too confident or rushing. Brushing off the concern, Scarum claimed they still had time, and no reason to hurry, changing the subject. Scarum opened the merchant ranking board to check their standings. Pleased with his 94th place, he laughed, proud of tricking others for profit. Confidently, he prepared to target more names, seeking to rise higher through manipulation. Scarum's expression twisted in shock as he saw a new name on the merchant ranking list. Theo had entered the rankings at 982nd place with 50 tower coins earned from sales. The goblins immediately recognized the name and grew concerned about how Theo achieved such results. Scarum refused to believe Theo had actually sold the items and questioned what was happening. Meanwhile, Theo cheerfully returned to Sejun's field, greeted warmly by the rabbits. Sejun looked up from his work, surprised and slightly annoyed at the cat's sudden reappearance. Startled by Sejun's scolding, Theo admitted to playing after completing his sales trip early. He confessed he had only taken 4 days, though Sejun reminded him it usually took 10. Realizing the speed of return meant instant sales, Sejun grew suspicious of Theo's vague explanation. Sejun pressured Theo to reveal the truth, threatening to show his dark side if he resisted. Frightened, Theo quickly confessed the events, while the group listened quietly in the tomato field. After explaining everything, Theo humbly summarized his success, ending his story with a soft apology. Sejun confirmed Theo's story, shocked that smooth talking alone convinced hunters to buy the goods. Theo handed over the earned coins, while Sejun rewarded him with a small bonus. Despite the praise, Theo questioned his title. Disappointed not to be recognized as a true salesman, Sejun scolded Theo for taking a 4-day break after selling out, demoting him from salescat. He promised to reinstate the title and raise the bonus if Theo worked seriously next time. Changing the topic, Sejun asked about Theo's odd speech pattern, prompting a playful explanation. Theo claimed humans liked his new tone, then confidently declared that everyone would soon know his name. Curious, Sejun asked what he meant, and Theo revealed the farmer's name appeared on the tomato stats. Realizing the consequences, Theo panicked, imagining people learning he was the true cultivator. A hidden merchant policy actually blocked Sejun's name, protecting beginner sellers like Theo from supplier poaching. Theo had hoped to gain fame, but now worried about hiding Sejun's name while staying safe. As he worked frantically to harvest more, he voiced dreams of becoming the world's best wandering merchant. A tall corporate building stood under the bright sky as team members gathered casually outside. The men laughed together, one confidently claiming something unbelievable while the others doubted his story. Laughter filled the air until a sudden beep from a phone interrupted their conversation. The message came from leader Dongshik's daughter, praising the cherry tomatoes and asking for more. Overwhelmed, Dongshik teared up, touched by her words and proud of her appreciation. He explained her usual struggles with dieting, yet now she expressed love for her dad. Another man admitted he'd only bought 20 tomatoes and regretted not buying the entire stock. They discussed the product's popularity, sharing how it even helped someone start a new relationship. Offers to buy the remaining stock escalated quickly, and the team leader called for order. Dongshik declared they'd head to the 38th floor immediately and ordered everyone to prepare. As doubts rose, team members, including Jessica, arrived already set to gather cherry tomatoes. The women stated their goal to buy tomatoes and take down the floor's spider monster. The team marched toward the tower with resolve, unified by shared purpose and determination. Dongshik swore he would get the magical cherry tomatoes and be the father his daughter needed. Meanwhile, in the forest, Theo, the cat merchant, waited patiently, wondering about his next tower coin sale. Theo, the cat merchant, reviewed his stock and noted the cherry tomato bundle limit was 1,500. He considered the exhausting trips required to restock, deciding instead to maximize profit quickly. Spotting a familiar area, he prepared to engage the same humans from the last gathering. Jessica and her teammates spotted Theo and rushed toward him, confirming his identity. Theo casually greeted them, realizing they were there for more cherry tomatoes. As one asked for the price, Theo boldly announced it had increased since last time. The group reacted in surprise, questioning the sudden price change and gathering around. Jessica confirmed the news, and curiosity grew about the new cost of the produce. With pride, Theo revealed the new price, 0.07 tower coins, and worried he may have overcharged. Despite the increase, the customers rushed forward, throwing down large payments without hesitation. Excited, Theo displayed more tomatoes and cheerfully completed sale after sale. Dongshik praised Theo's service and ordered the team to prepare for dungeon clearing next. Theo celebrated finding loyal customers, dreaming of reaching 1,000 tower coins quickly. A quiet voice interrupted him. New customers approached with polite curiosity. They introduced themselves kindly. Theo corrected them. His name wasn't Mr. Cat, but Theo. Theo questioned what Sodia meant by look-alike, confused by her earlier comment. She responded gently, saying he resembled a familiar cat, but Theo proudly dismissed the idea. While Theo tried to leave, Sodia stopped him, pulling out something hidden behind her back. Sodia revealed a treat and asked if Theo wanted to eat churu. At first, he acted uninterested, but curiosity got the better of him after the first bite. Amazed by the flavor, Theo devoured the snack and eagerly asked for more. Sodia agreed, offering more if Theo would take a photo with her. Though hesitant, he agreed, as long as it didn't look like a typical photo session. After the picture, Sodia's group expressed joy and hoped to see Theo again soon. She cheerfully promised to return, while holding the cute photo of Theo proudly. Meanwhile, back in the cave, a new training session was underway near a small pond. Black Rabbit practiced swimming as the others cheered and encouraged from the shore. Sejun coached from the side, instructing the rabbit to move with the green onion tube. He reminded the rabbit to stay calm, noting the blocked-off piranha zone for safety, reflecting on past, near-death moments. Sejun praised the rabbit's progress with a proud smile. Sejun approached the pond, thinking it might be relaxing to try fishing for a change. His peaceful attempt failed as large fish attacked aggressively, sending him into a panic later. Sitting with the rabbits, Sejun lamented the chaos and wondered about the empty horn. Checking the horn again, Sejun found it hollow despite having stored honey inside it before. He noticed a yellow glow from the pond and leaned closer, suspecting something unusual. A massive hive of poison bee offspring had formed, unnoticed until now. Realizing the poison bee had children, Sejun decided to offer congratulations after a long absence. Wanting to bring a gift, he harvested flowers from nearby plants. Approaching the hive entrance, he politely requested the poison bee to come outside. Holding the bouquet, he cheerfully presented the flowers as a housewarming gift. However, the bee's eyes turned red, reacting with hostility instead of gratitude. Startled, Sejun questioned their aggressive behavior as they swarmed around him. As tensions escalated, Sejun begged them to stop, insisting he wasn't an enemy. The Black Rabbit prepared to attack, but Sejun urged it not to escalate the fight. Despite efforts to calm them, the poison bee babies launched their attack, forcing Sejun to act. Suddenly, a large shadow loomed overhead as a towering figure descended between Sejun and the bees. Staring in disbelief, Sejun realized the imposing presence was the mother of the aggressive swarm. Recognizing her features, he gasped and called out, confirming she was the same poison bee. Hovering in the air, the now regal-looking bee revealed her evolved form, Queen Poisonous Honeybee. She floated gently before Sejun, her offspring surrounding her like loyal guards. Holding the bouquet, Sejun hesitated, uncertain if this majestic queen was truly the same companion. A group of poison bees descended from the sky, known to feed on mana using stingers. In the library, a dragon, like being examined records, but found no clue about their behavior. Uncertain of the anomaly, he decided to consult his elder. Sensing something unusual about the bee, Sejun encountered a larger evolved poison bee floating before him with her smaller companions. The bee hovered confidently, catching Seijun off guard with her new humanoid appearance and charm. Surprised by her transformation, Seijun reacted with shock while the rabbit stared in disbelief. The bee had changed, ever since consuming nectar from Seijun's cave for the first time. Each feeding altered her scent and slightly increased her size beyond natural growth. With her presence strengthened, other bees became cautious, unsure how to react to her changes. The queen bee grew suspicious, eventually realizing the evolved bee had gained egg-laying capabilities. This new reproductive power threatened the hive's balance, forcing the bee to go independent. She left the hive behind and flew alone, seeking safety and freedom beyond the colony. Finding refuge, she chose Seijun's cave as a haven and built her own beehive there. Though comforted by safety, she endured pain as her body transformed further inside the hive. After intense suffering, a final transformation emerged, marking her complete evolution into something new and unknown. A burst of power radiated from the poison bee's body as her transformation reached its peak. Golden light surrounded her as her form evolved into the true queen poisonous honeybee. Seijun congratulated her on the sudden evolution, though the moment felt oddly timed. To show appreciation, the queen honeybee offered Seijun a golden flower as a present. Unexpectedly, she launched herself at him with affection, catching him completely off guard. Her underlings watched with joy while Seijun struggled to process the overwhelming affection. More bees swarmed him playfully, surprising Seijun with their cheerful and clingy behavior. He fell to the ground surrounded by bees and rabbits, all showing their affection. A few days later, the peaceful scene was interrupted by the rabbits' urgent cries. Rabbits led Seijun to the garden, frantically alerting him about something unusual. He noticed a glowing plant and realized the energy of the blue moon was active. Startled, he rushed toward the plant, suspecting its magical transformation was already underway. The crop revealed itself as a blue moon carrot, which had matured faster than expected. Thankful for the early warning, Seijun praised the rabbits for noticing it in time. Without delay, he clenched his fist and prepared to harvest the rare glowing vegetable. Seijun lifted the glowing blue carrot triumphantly, as the rabbits cheered with excitement. Identifying it as an agility carrot, he marveled at its potential magical benefits. The system displayed detailed stats, confirming its enhancement of agility and emergency reflex skills. Despite its value, Seijun hesitated, realizing he shouldn't hoard what wasn't rightfully his. With gratitude, he returned the carrot to the rabbits, thanking them for their effort. Proudly, the white rabbit raised the carrot, signaling readiness to put it to use. Suddenly, the rabbits entered combat stance, wielding purple carrots like weapons. Their movements accelerated, boosted by the carrot's energy, slicing rapidly through practice dummies. Seijun applauded their performance, impressed by how well they adapted to the new items. While harvesting, Seijun discovered another blue moon product, vibrant, magical cherry tomatoes. After gathering them, he fulfilled a pending quest and earned a skill reward prompt. Thou promised a reward. The tower system seemed reluctant, leaving him a bit annoyed. Suddenly, Theo arrived in panic as poison bees aggressively surrounded him. Having missed their birth, Theo wasn't recognized and was mistaken as a threat. Seijun watched with concern, realizing the bees saw Theo as an intruder. Seijun introduced Theo to the bees as family, convincing them to stop the attack. Theo thanked Seijun, but immediately overstepped by addressing him as brother instead of boss. Annoyed, Seijun reminded him of their working relationship and demanded the tomato sales report. Theo handed over the coins proudly, reporting a total of 75 tower coins earned. Boasting, he revealed he raised the price slightly, profiting more from patient buyers. Though amused, Seijun still refused to grant him the title of Salascat, despite the effort. Seijun told Theo he had a long way to go before earning that title. Theo sulked, realizing it would take more dedication to achieve promotion. Meanwhile, Seijun praised the tower manager, promising more crops in exchange for helpful insights. Later, Seijun noticed Theo happily eating a snack labeled churro, with great satisfaction. Curious, Seijun asked where it came from, and Theo explained a human had gifted it. He added that the salmon flavor was the best, proudly sharing his food preferences. Seijun wondered how outside items like churro entered the tower in the first place. The system explained two methods: vanishing from Earth or being brought by hunters. Typically, hunters only carried basic items like smartphones, junk food, and instant meals into the tower. Seijun realized hunters were wasting resources bringing churro snacks just to please a cat. Suddenly struck with inspiration, he raised his fist, eyes wide with a new idea. Grinning with confidence, he declared himself a genius, already forming a creative business plan. Seijun noticed Theo holding churro again and decided to take action without warning. Swiftly, he snatched the treat from Theo's paw, catching the startled cat mid-sentence. Theo protested loudly, reminding Sejun of their agreement made during a recent picture deal. Sejun quoted the contract's fine print, revealing Theo had violated a clause by working with others. Caught off guard, Theo claimed ignorance, though the breach was clearly evident. Sejun offered a compromise, proposing a temporary return to the title of salescat if Theo cooperated. Theo accepted, and Sejun gently lifted him in approval, acknowledging his new temporary title. Around the campfire, allies gathered as Sejun invited Theo to sit in a place of honor. With a smile, Sejun offered churu, allowing Theo to enjoy it comfortably on his lap. Theo delighted in the reward while nearby creatures looked on with curiosity and envy. He declared it the best food ever, then requested grilled fish to complete his meal, obliging his request. Sejun began preparing the fish over the flames without hesitation. As they relaxed, Sejun asked how Theo reached higher floors without conflict. Theo proudly revealed his wandering merchant license, which granted him safe passage. He explained its benefits, including access to protected facilities and tiered privileges based on level. As two wandering merchants passed by, Theo explained that monsters don't attack licensed traders like him. Sejun asked if hunters could be brought through the same path to this floor. Theo clarified only merchants could use the shortcut, and that hunters would still be targeted. Sejun casually inquired about their current location, prompting Theo to respond with a wide grin. Theo proudly announced they were on the 99th floor, catching Sejun completely off guard. Shocked, Sejun's expression froze, unable to immediately process the enormous climb he'd unknowingly made. Theo repeated the floor number, confused that Sejun hadn't realized their position sooner. Hearing the truth, Sejun mentally spiraled, overwhelmed by the implications of being near the tower's peak. His knees gave way, collapsing in disbelief as Theo panicked, trying to snap him out of it. Sejun reeled from the realization that Theo, who couldn't use waypoints, had still reached this far. While panic clouded his thoughts, Theo shook him urgently, calling out to restore his focus. Finally responding, Sejun blinked as Theo's voice slowly brought him back to clarity. Hugging Sejun, Theo mourned his ruined pay, now turned to ash over the fire. Skewered fish burned in the flames, the unintended result of Sejun's distraction and shock. Watching the fire, Sejun quietly questioned whether escaping the tower was even worth trying anymore. Theo ordered Sejun to grill fish properly, demanding it not be burnt like the last time. Before Sejun could respond, he informed Theo that the horse salescat period had ended. With disappointment, Theo sighed dramatically, just as Sejun noticed something unexpected on his back. Elsewhere, a group of hunters struggled with limited food, potions, and wounded companions. Their situation worsened due to nearby monsters, leaving them trapped without a safe escape plan. Sejun Seo suddenly appeared, offering supplies and help at an affordable price. One of the hunters recognized Sejun as the famous wandering merchant, working with Theo. Cheering broke out as the grateful hunters eagerly bought goods, throwing money in excitement, watching the scene. Sejun asked Theo if he could also become a wandering merchant someday. Theo explained that only beings born within the tower could hold such a title. Before answering further, a powerful energy pulsed as a mysterious figure approached unexpectedly. Sejun screamed out in frustration at the situation, overwhelmed by the tower's chaos again. A dragon heard the shout from afar while tending to its own business inside a library. Back on the field, Sejun wandered breathlessly while rabbits and beasts continued their peaceful work. Meeting Theo again, he calmed down as the cat scolded him for yelling without reason. Sejun reflected on his situation, realizing frustration wouldn't change the harsh reality inside the tower. Accepting his fate, he acknowledged that suffering came with the choice to enter this place. With determination, he vowed to cherish each moment, despite the uncertainty of escape. In a distant office, 2 tomatoes were examined, rumored to be rare items from the tower. Executives confirmed their origin, stating they were purchased by a Phoenix Guild member through a merchant. One woman explained it belonged to her brother, who acquired it unexpectedly during an encounter. Jenny, the CEO of Easter Pharmaceuticals, asked if the item's status window was visible. Michael, VP of Gagel Food Company, confirmed it appeared as a magical cherry tomato. Jenny teased his surprise and reminded him of his global influence in the food market. Without flinching, Jenny activated her system, projecting detailed research data in front of Michael. He stared in disbelief at the results, overwhelmed by their implications. The data confirmed the tower item was beyond current food science understanding. Jenny explained extraction failed, but the compound's performance exceeded expectations in tests. Curious, Michael questioned her intentions behind revealing such valuable findings. Jenny stated she needed access to his failed tower farming project to proceed. Michael was shocked that Jenny knew about his failed tower farming project, demanding to know how. Laughing confidently, Jenny suggested he regain his father's trust, the current president of Gagel. She mentioned the chairman's declining health and hinted at the board's plans for electing a successor. Leaning in, Jenny asked what Michael thought of the cherry tomato and its impressive quality. Without hesitation, Michael grabbed one and took a bite, intrigued by its vibrant appearance. His eyes lit up as he exclaimed how sweet and delicious the tomato tasted. Delighted, Michael let out a soft chuckle, clearly pleased by the unexpected flavor. He asked if another tomato was available, now fully convinced of its value. Jenny refused bluntly, telling him to enter the tower himself if he wanted more. Sejun drew a simple plan on the ground, identifying priorities for survival within the cave environment. Surrounded by rabbits and Theo, he discussed improving living conditions and gathering more essential daily items. He stressed the need to secure their surroundings and detect threats before they approached camp. Looking upward, Sejun asked Theo whether any monsters roamed nearby or posed danger to their group. Theo revealed the presence of the crimson giant bear, sparking a memory from Sejun's past encounter. Realizing the threat wasn't close, Sejun refocused on developing a defense plan using resources at hand. Poison bees became part of his strategy, placed around the cave to alert if enemies drew near. He crafted rope using vines from nearby trees, ensuring a reliable escape from underground. With preparations in place, Sejun finally ascended the vine rope, smiling with hope for progress. Sejun turned to Theo and assigned him a critical mission requiring merchant expertise. Understanding the importance, Theo proudly accepted the task with confidence in his ability. Reaffirming his role, Theo prepared to act as salescat once more. Several days later, Theo arrived at the 38th floor, observing the growing human presence there. Noting increased activity, he speculated that people had begun to establish themselves permanently. Unbothered, Theo remained focused, determined to find new customers among the crowd. Theo descended swiftly into the crowd, landing with flair as nearby adventurers turned their attention. Excitement spread quickly as they recognized him, rushing to approach the well-known wandering merchant. Buyers argued over priority, while Theo calmly prepared to announce new conditions for this transaction. Raising his paw, Theo called for silence, demanding attention before starting his explanation. He declared a change in his selling method. Only the highest bidder would win the goods. Surprised adventurers questioned the decision, unsure what the new rules would entail. Displaying the vibrant cherry tomatoes, Theo boldly invited the wealthy to stay, and others to leave. The auction started at 35 tower coins for 500 tomatoes, drawing eager competition back at the farm. Sejun observed the psychological impact of scarcity as rabbits harvested steadily. Sejun discussed the auction strategy, noting it was the most profitable approach for now. He celebrated the growing demand, resolving to keep pace with future needs. Just then, a new quest appeared, requesting a specific tomato type for completion. The tower manager demanded urgent fulfillment, offering an impressive skill as reward. Sejun tried to negotiate, but the system enforced its rules without compromise. Accepting the situation, Sejun agreed to begin immediately and approached his fields once again. Sejun gathered cherry tomatoes while reflecting on their popularity and the lingering taste they left behind. Confident the batch was sufficient, he began preparing them to complete the quest. With determination, Sejun squeezed them barehanded, splattering juice through sheer physical effort. Exhausted, Sejun called for the queen honeybee's assistance to enhance the juice. In response, she proudly secreted glowing honey straight from her mouth. Smiling, she dropped the honey into the container, completing her part in the blend. With pride, Sejun presented the final product, cherry tomato juice enhanced with a drop of honey. A notification appeared, praising its unique combination of sweetness and texture. He offered it to the tower manager, who eagerly anticipated tasting the new creation. To Sejun's surprise, the manager was a dragon-like being who adored the flavor instantly. Overjoyed, the manager praised the result and triggered the reward screen. Sejun smiled in satisfaction, ready to receive the special job skill granted by the quest. A new beekeeping skill appeared, linked to managing the poisonous honeybees in the tower. Realizing it would help him keep the bees when leaving the cave, Sejun felt relieved, grinning. He looked up and thanked the tower manager for considering his earlier concerns. The tower manager held a glowing orb, touched by Sejun's gratitude after receiving the beekeeping skill, moved by the thanks. The manager smiled quietly, eyes glimmering with warmth and affection. In return, the dragon hinted at wanting more of the magical cherry tomato juice. The tower manager shyly asked for another glass of the sweet juice mixed with honey. Sejun paused and questioned their true identity, wondering if the manager was secretly a winged pig. His joke backfired, causing a strong emotional reaction and visible irritation from the mysterious entity. Enraged by the insult, the tower manager's aura darkened, while messages flooded Sejun with scolding remarks. He staggered away, confused by the sudden backlash, unaware he'd struck a nerve. Elsewhere, a man lamented his inability to buy cherry tomatoes, thinking of his family. A bid war erupted, beginning with 41 tower coins for Sejun's tomato stock. Team leader Dongshik declared tomatoes a priority and raised the price to 45 coins. Driven by urgency, he quickly raised his own bid again without hesitation. Multiple buyers shouted new offers. 45.550, even 52 coins. As the crowd grew frantic, some searched desperately for more funds, realizing they hadn't prepared for such demand. Finally, a mysterious man in a suit calmly entered and raised the bid to 100 coins. A sharply dressed man confidently declared he would buy all 500 cherry tomatoes for 100 coins. Theo wasted no time, announcing the successful deal with excitement and closing the sale on the spot. The surrounding crowd murmured in disbelief, recognizing the bidder as someone unexpected and powerful. Among the adventurers, shock spread as many questioned the presence of such a high-ranking man. It became clear he was the team leader of a well-known corporate guild. Dongshik was stunned, recalling how this man once outbid him during a previous auction event. The auction resumed under Theo's supervision as he introduced the next item, starting the bidding. At 35 coins, Zone Man grew determined to win this time, raising the bid confidently to 60 tower coins. Another bidder escalated it to 100 coins, surprising everyone and securing the item without competition. The second round began swiftly, with buyers shouting bids while Theo presented another batch of tomatoes, desperate to win. A man collapsed in frustration as the high-status bidder bought everything. Pleased with his purchase, the winner complimented the tomatoes and ordered his team to return immediately. Later, a woman approached Theo with a smile, recalling their earlier encounter during a churro exchange. Recognizing her, Theo remembered the gift she gave him and asked for her name. Excited by his memory, she responded eagerly, glad he hadn't forgotten their meeting. Theo tried to recall her name but guessed wrong. She introduced herself properly as Suha. In return for a picture, she offered him another churro, which Theo shockingly declined. His refusal caught her off guard, as he now desired something else instead. Theo asked for coffee, claiming it looked similar to churro and might be a worthy replacement. Suha showed a coffee mix, prompting Theo's enthusiastic approval and new trade request. Curious, Suha and her friend wondered if Theo wanted more seasonings like salt and pepper too. Suha handed Theo a variety of seasonings, including coffee, salt, and pepper as requested. Park Si-jun explained Theo's new task demand seasonings, in exchange for pictures and track the results. Grinning with anticipation, Theo looked forward to spending more time sitting on Sejun's lap. With enthusiasm, Suha lifted Theo and started taking cheerful photos to complete their fun exchange. Smiling widely, she admired the photo results and thanked him for the successful deal. Curious, Suha suddenly grabbed Theo's paw, fascinated by the softness of his toe beans. Startled by her action, Theo asked what she was doing while she apologized playfully. As thanks for the experience, Suha offered him more churro, surprising Theo with her gratitude. Theo was confused by her reaction, wondering why humans enjoyed touching his feet so much. Suha explained that cat paws were rare treasures, making humans feel happy just from touching them. She added that cats rarely allow contact, making it a special moment. Hearing this, Theo proudly raised his paws, now believing his toe beans brought good fortune. Another woman stepped in, requesting a photo with Theo as repayment for giving him pepper. Theo agreed, and posed once again while she snapped a cheerful photo with him. Afterward, Theo offered his toe beans willingly, allowing her to touch them in exchange. Theo proudly raised his paws, requesting rewards in return. As others admired his cuteness, the woman smiled, planning to bring more churro, while Theo celebrated his growing stash. Thrilled by the benefits, he realized touching his paws earned him a full-day salescat role. Remembering another task, Theo rushed off after collecting his rewards to fulfill his next mission. Meanwhile, Suha uploaded her selfie with Theo, using hashtags like #WanderingMerchant and #YellowCat. Her smile faded as Theo suddenly reappeared beside her, catching her off guard. Suha was surprised Theo hadn't left, but he had a new question about her origin. He identified her scent as South Korean and asked if she'd help him. Though confused, Suha listened carefully as Theo explained his need for assistance. Deep within the cave, bees gathered nectar, transforming it into golden honey near the tomatoes. One jar was already filled with cherry tomato honey juice, triggering a system notification. Sejun checked the messages and smiled, pleased with his beekeeping progress and honey yield. As bee numbers increased, Sejun's skill rose, though the queen bee's absence became noticeable. He reviewed his special job status. His hive capacity had grown from 1 to 2. Although another container was needed for future honey, Sejun decided to focus on gathering for now. Sejun called out to the rabbits, excited to share the newly harvested agility carrot. He proudly presented the crop, gaining job experience and leveling his harvest proficiency. A few days after harvesting the rare blue moon carrot, normal carrots became available too. Sejun handed 1 carrot to each rabbit, pleased with the increasing food variety in the cave. While the rabbits bowed respectfully, Sejun questioned the need for such formality. Later, they gathered around the fire, sharing food peacefully as Sejun inspected the carrot again. He examined the detailed stats of the agility carrot, surprised by its numerous health benefits, impressed by its vision, enhancing effect. Sejun saw potential for selling once stock increased. With determination, he planned to finish eating, then harvest and store the remaining batch. As he worked, the rabbits carried carrots to the growing storage pile nearby. While observing them, Sejun noticed one rabbit trying to sneak food instead of working. Calling out the black rabbit, he encouraged it to eat properly and not be sneaky. Seeing the storage nearly full, Sejun suggested ending the work for the day. A sudden system message appeared, alerting him of a level up and a new job quest. Surprised, Sejun realized it was time to unlock new class traits and advance further. Unlike hunters who receive combat quests, Sejun's job quest was about expanding a 50-square-meter field. He acknowledged that, as a farmer, his mission differed from others and seemed manageable. With the field completed, a message confirmed the quest's success, along with new rewards and coins. Overjoyed, Sejun celebrated with the rabbits, glad the expansion was finally complete. Reading the fine print, he learned that class traits must be registered at each level. Though tired from the long day of planting, he praised everyone and called for rest. Suddenly, a group of white rabbits rushed out from the tunnel in a frenzy. Sejun was surprised by the commotion and asked if they had been kicked out. He understood they'd reached adulthood and declared it time for them to live independently. Sejun offered to let them sleep together for one more night before building new tunnels. Laughing, he lay down with the rabbits curled around him, enjoying the quiet moment. Gazing upward, he smiled and thought, "This is good too sometimes, it's warm." Elsewhere, Dongshik sat worried about his daughter, unaware Theo was approaching. The team noticed Theo and informed Dongshik that the wandering merchant had something to say. With a serious expression, Theo asked the Korean team leader to form a contract with him. Theo presented a contract to Kim Dongshik, prompting surprise as he read the unusual terms aloud. Agreement required a large payment to Park Sejun's family in Busan as a condition, insisted on delivering both money and good news, adding tower coins as part of the compensation, placed 200 magical cherry tomatoes before Kim, shocking him with the rare product's value. Staring in awe, Kim realized these fruits could restore his relationship with his daughter. Grateful for the chance, he vowed to fulfill the contract while questioning Sejun's identity. A flashback revealed Sejun, giving Theo secret instructions to keep his floor level hidden. Theo explained how Sejun saved him, and that he was now completing tasks in return. Kim was stunned to learn Sejun reached the 40th floor and suspected him behind the tomatoes. Kim suspected Sejun might be an unaffiliated elite hunter with remarkable independence. He proposed a formal deal to manage and promote Sejun's tomato distribution beyond the tower. With determination, Kim signed the contract, committing to the task ahead. After finalizing the deal, Kim acknowledged its validity even outside the tower system. He promised to report back in 10 days with updates to Sejun through Theo. Declaring his duty, Kim vowed to inform Sejun's family personally as a member of Phoenix Guild. The rabbits worked diligently, hauling grass and dirt as they constructed a new house underground. Sejun approached with curiosity, surprised by their rapid progress and eager to see the result. Impressed by their effort, he smiled warmly upon witnessing their completed home. Standing before the hut, Sejun admired the structure topped with green onion leaves and earthen walls. He recognized the black rabbit's contribution, imagining how difficult the digging process must have been. The resting room tucked into the side brought envy as Sejun wished for one himself. After praising them, Sejun gathered the group and suggested celebrating the rabbits' new home. The baby rabbits had begun making their own homes, showing independence from the couple's residence. Sejun sat with them all, carrots prepared, watching the rabbits cling to one another lovingly. Lifting a carrot cup, Sejun offered a toast to their hard work and dedication. He thanked the black rabbit for supplying fish and admired the clever carrot cup design. Amused, he noted the cup could be eaten after drinking, making it practical and fun. Watching the couple affectionately, Sejun noticed they had sent their children away. Their behavior raised suspicion, as he wondered why they suddenly wanted privacy. Confused, Sejun pondered the couple's real intentions while sipping from his carrot cup. Sejun teased the black rabbit, hinting that younger siblings might be arriving soon. Suddenly, a glowing alert appeared, notifying him that the seed store had just opened. Remembering the due date, Sejun smiled and prepared to browse the available seeds. With interest, he opened the shop interface and explored the list of items for sale. The seed store offered various options: lettuce, potatoes, and strawberries with different prices. Sejun cheered at the sight of lettuce, but sighed, realizing there was no meat for wrapping. He narrowed the choice down to potatoes and strawberries, unsure which one to prioritize. Craving carbs, he finally purchased the potato seeds and earned loyalty points from the store. A glowing package materialized, dropping the seeds dramatically before his feet. Startled by the delivery's impact, Sejun flinched and muttered at the scare it caused. The rabbits giggled nearby while he offered an embarrassed apology. Smiling again, Sejun leaned down to inspect the fresh batch of seed potatoes. He admired one potato, imagining dishes he could cook after harvesting. Planning to plant them the next day, he suggested they take a break for now. Before leaving, Sejun wondered how Theo was doing with his latest assignment. In the bustling merchant district, Theo set out to complete errands for Sejun as requested. Strolling past vendors, he reviewed his mental list: blankets, pillows, cookware, and other living essentials. Amid the crowd, he inspected the stalls carefully, searching for the best items to purchase. Finding a decent frying pan and pot, Theo smiled, satisfied with their quality. He approached the merchant and inquired about the price for the selected cookware. The seller quoted 1.6 tower coins, prompting Theo to immediately ask for a discount. The merchant laughed at Theo's boldness, impressed by his direct negotiation tactics. Although offered 1.5 tower coins, Theo pushed again, determined to lower the price. Feigning disinterest, Theo turned to leave, knowing it would pressure the seller further. Startled, the merchant stopped him, reluctantly agreeing to sell everything for 1.2 tower coins. Theo handed over the coins, securing the items at the lowest possible price. Without delay, he dashed away, pleased with the outcome, and thanking the merchant mid-run. Behind him, the seller admired Theo's skill, now realizing he had faced a true negotiator. Noticing an unfamiliar mark on the coin, the merchant became suspicious. Meanwhile, Theo ran through the alley, panting heavily with urgency in his step. Theo celebrated his achievement proudly, thrilled that he finally managed a successful purchase on his own. He declared victory, racing through the alleyway while recalling Sejun's earlier teachings. Sejun's advice echoed in his mind: buyers should always walk away if the seller refuses to budge. Following the method step by step, Theo confidently reminded himself to stay calm and avoid being scammed. He grinned, repeating that Sejun's strategy really worked. He now felt like a true merchant. As he boasted to himself, Theo noticed a new item at a stall labeled "From the Outside." Curious, he overheard a goblin in a hat sharing a secret with a cloaked stranger. The goblin claimed he was only helping beginners become top-level merchants by revealing trade tips. Eyes widening in shock, Theo immediately recognized the shady figure. It was the infamous Skaram. Theo spotted a suspicious goblin handing an item to a hooded figure in a back alley. Anger flared within him as he realized the goblin had scammed yet another innocent merchant. Without hesitation, Theo rushed forward, shouting the goblin's name and startling the crook mid-transaction. Charging in, Theo accused Skaram of fraud and exploitation, demanding answers in front of witnesses. Unfazed, Skaram dismissed Theo and threatened him for interfering with his schemes. Theo countered by exposing Skaram's fake deals and revealed how he had rescued the victim. Using enchanted items, Theo activated a magic detection spell to prove the scam in public. Panicked, Skaram tried to intimidate Theo, but the cat merchant stood firm. When Theo yelled for guards, the goblin fled the scene, unable to maintain his composure. On safe, the cloaked fox thanked Theo for the unexpected help and asked his name proudly. Theo introduced himself, then advised the stranger to be careful and avoid future deceit. After parting ways, the fox revealed the mission's success and summoned hidden allies nearby. Several agents appeared, shocked by Theo's unplanned intervention in their covert operation. Their leader reprimanded them for letting external interference compromise the mission. Apologizing sincerely, the agents admitted failure and took full responsibility for the slip agent. Zareth arrived, his presence commanding silence as the team stood to attention. Disappointed by the failed arrest, he reminded the agents how long they had prepared this mission. Without hesitation, Zareth ordered a return to headquarters and demanded 100 letters of apology. Later that evening, Zareth reiterated his order, stressing it was punishment for their carelessness. While his team complied silently, he reflected on their failure and the consequences of Skaram's escape. The agency had tracked Skaram for months, suspecting illegal trades through merchant networks and hidden routes. Zareth recalled how Skaram manipulated newcomers, exploiting their desperation for goods and deals. He recognized Theo's sudden interference had derailed the operation unexpectedly. Though unplanned, Theo's actions revealed a rivalry with Skaram worth investigating further. Elsewhere, Theo strolled confidently through the forest, satisfied with exposing the fraudster. His mood lifted, proud to have defended a fellow merchant and protected the marketplace. Meanwhile, at a hidden location, Sejun continued teaching his rabbit companion how to prepare crops. He demonstrated the correct way to cut seed potatoes for efficient planting. The rabbit mimicked him perfectly, slicing with skill and precision. Sejun proudly revealed his secret farming technique to grow 400 seeds from only 100 potatoes. Sejun reflected on how he learned the potato trick from a video he once watched. Smiling, he acknowledged that even small knowledge gained while eating could become unexpectedly useful. Now nearly finished, he asked the rabbits if they were ready to harvest sweet potatoes. The rabbits gathered as Sejun reminded them of the steps needed before harvesting could begin. He explained that the vines must be cleared first to ensure proper collection. When they reacted in surprise, he cheerfully declared they'd all be learning together for experience. Though shocked at first, the rabbits quickly joined in, preparing tools and heading toward the field. One rabbit pushed a wheelbarrow filled with vines while another struggled with a heavy load. Despite the effort, they worked together efficiently to clear the sweet potato patch. Sejun oversaw their progress, satisfied as the team handled the task without delay. Wiping his brow, he received a system notice confirming the field's successful setup. Realizing he could claim all the farming experience, Sejun smiled at their shared accomplishment. The rabbits celebrated, raising their paws with joy and pride in their teamwork. Lifting their arms in sync, they cheered and encouraged one another. Together, they marched off in a line, chanting rhythmically and dancing with satisfaction. Sejun admired the rabbits dancing joyfully as their work neared completion on the sweet potato field. Noticing a notification about newly ripened crops, he grew excited at their harvesting success. Encouraged by the system's alert, he invited the rabbits to help him collect the harvest. He reached toward the soil, expecting a normal sweet potato, but a glowing light emerged. Startled, Sejun recoiled as radiant energy burst from the ground. In a sudden flare, a notification revealed the crop sweet potato pumpkin of the Sunday, a rare, sun-infused mutant variant. Another system alert confirmed he had unlocked a new breed of crop in the tower. Shocked by the discovery, Sejun tried to process the achievement's unexpected significance. Elsewhere, a man in a suit stepped out of a car in a city parking lot. The suited man looked up at the apartment building in front of him curiously. Holding a parcel in hand, he confirmed he had arrived at Mr. Sejun's residence. Unaware of the chaos inside the tower, Sejun's life outside was about to be affected. Sejun knelt among the rabbits, stunned as a new orange sprout emerged from the soil. A system message confirmed the discovery of a new variety, the sweet potato pumpkin of the Sunday. He learned that only he had cultivation rights, making him the sole producer of this crop. Eager to test the taste, Sejun promised to grow more before eating the rare vegetable. With enthusiasm, he rallied the rabbits to begin digging up more sweet potatoes. Holding a fresh harvest, he proudly showed the healthy bundle to his excited companions. Over an open fire, they wrapped the vegetables in leaves and roasted them with care. The aroma filled the cave as the leafy bundles cooked evenly beside the flame. Steam escaped from one, signaling they were ready to eat. Sejun and the rabbits huffed at the hot wraps, cooling them before taking a bite. Inside, the golden flesh glowed with steam, soft and perfectly cooked. Sejun's eyes widened with joy, overwhelmed by the rich, sweet flavor. The rabbits devoured their portions happily, savoring each bite of the new delicacy. Amused, Sejun advised them to chew slowly as one began to cough. He smiled, aware the tower manager was watching longingly, waiting their turn. Sejun presented 10 roasted sweet potatoes, sending them off as a gift to the tower manager. The system confirmed the manager's gratitude and enjoyment before Sejun turned to assign a new task. He asked Scythe Rabbit for help, gesturing toward the nearby crops and drying rack. Meanwhile, the dragon, like tower manager, savored the sweet potatoes with deep satisfaction. Licking its fingers, it realized the plate was empty and regretted eating them so quickly. Regretfully, it pondered whether to request another batch from Sejunus. Using magic, the tower manager peered through a portal to check what Sejun was doing. In the field, Sejun explained his method of drying vegetables on a leaf mat. He detailed how the process would be repeated a few times for proper dehydration. Calling for more ingredients, Sejun asked Scythe Rabbit to prepare another sweet potato. The rabbit rushed over, slicing it swiftly into uniform sticks. Impressed, Sejun praised the rabbit's precision and asked them to continue the same way. The system warned that the tower manager was upset, mistaking the drying for waste. Calmly, Sejun clarified that he was creating something delicious using preservation techniques. With a smile, he introduced the idea of dried sweet potatoes, piquing further interest. A man rang the doorbell of a modest apartment, waiting quietly outside with a package in hand. Inside, someone asked who was there as footsteps approached the door. The man introduced himself, asking if it was Park Sejun's residence. At the mention of Sejun's name, several people inside rushed toward the door in surprise, confused. They faced the suited man and questioned his identity. Later, they served fruit and juice, apologizing for not having better offerings for their guest. They inquired about Sejun's whereabouts, explaining that he had gone missing. The visitor introduced himself as Kim Dongshik, leader of the Phoenix Guild's 5th team. Realizing the guild's prestige, the family reacted with awe and rising tension. Dongshik downplayed his importance, but the family grew increasingly nervous and respectful. The parents asked if he had any news about their son's entry into the tower. He explained that he came to deliver something on behalf of Sejun. He handed over an envelope and the family gasped upon opening it. Emotions overwhelmed them as they realized Sejun's intentions and support. Tears flowed freely, gratitude and longing filling the room as they wept together. Dongshik quickly clarified that the envelope wasn't a will, calming the shocked family. Curious, they examined the contents, stunned by the 50 million won check inside. He explained, Sejun had sent the money out of concern and to assure them he was safe. Relieved, Sejun's father proudly declared his son's cleverness and potential. However, his mother questioned why Sejun didn't come deliver it in person. Dongshik explained, Sejun was stuck inside the tower due to a quest and couldn't leave. Saedal asked the leader to call him by name, hoping to build rapport. Dongshik acknowledged him, then asked about the family's knowledge of Sejun entering the tower. Saedal admitted they lost contact 5 months ago and failed to find records under Sejun's name. Dongshik theorized that Sejun might be using an alias or an error had occurred. He realized Sejun could be the mysterious solo player climbing the tower alone. The family wondered if this marked the rise of a legendary new hunter. Before leaving, Dongshik advised caution, noting the dangers hunters face. He declined a meal, saying he came straight from the tower to deliver Sejun's message. Driving away, he finally exhaled, reflecting on the emotional visit. While driving, Dongshik received a system message confirming the successful completion of his contract quest. Satisfied with the outcome, he relaxed into his seat and prepared to continue his journey. Suddenly his phone rang, displaying My Happiness as the caller ID his daughter. With a wide smile, Dongshik answered the call, overjoyed to hear his daughter's voice. He playfully teased her, expressing how much he missed her and hoped she missed him too. Speeding down the road, he revealed he had brought something special just for her. Sunlight streamed through the cave roof, illuminating Sejun's quiet underground farm with a calming glow. Carrot tops floated in shallow water, carefully prepared from leftover rabbit food scraps. Sejun grabbed one sprouting carrot, ready to begin the replanting process with steady hands. After planting the last one, Sejun completed his daily farming task with a sense of satisfaction. He explained the method: soak scraps until roots emerge, then plant when the stem grows. As the white flowers bloomed, he harvested their seeds, securing future crops from matured plants. A message appeared, asking if the dried sweet potatoes were finished and ready for submission. With a shrug, Sejun stood up, brushing off dirt as the rabbits watched attentively. Spotting the dried batch, he smiled and called out in surprise upon checking the results. The sweet potatoes had dried perfectly, neatly arranged across broad leaves under cave heat. He picked one carefully, pleased with its texture and bright color. Sejun tasted it, hopeful, as his fluffy companions gathered around curiously. Flavor exploded on his tongue, chewy, soft, and addicting. The dried snack was a complete success. He danced in delight, clutching the treat while the rabbits bounced joyfully beside him. Cradling a full basket, Sejun grinned, already imagining the rewards from the tower manager. Sejun opened his backpack, speaking aloud as he prepared to pack the dried sweet potatoes. Although the tower manager requested immediate delivery, Sejun insisted on using better packaging this time. After some time, he proudly revealed a tied gift bag filled with golden dried slices. The system confirmed the packaging was complete, recognizing the bundle as a dried sweet potato gift. Sejun admired his handiwork, happy with how presentable the snack looked when properly packed. He explained it could be stored longer, preserving moisture inside the sealed wrapping. Despite expecting praise, Sejun sat disappointed at the lack of enthusiastic response from the manager. Unbeknownst to him, the tower manager, actually a dragon, was overwhelmed by how cute the bag looked. Struggling emotionally, the dragon howled, unable to eat something packaged so adorably. Later, Sejun noticed the entire batch of 40 dried potatoes vanished quicker than expected. While rabbits enjoyed the remaining pieces, Queen Bee appeared and urgently called for his attention. Confused, Sejun faced her, unaware she was holding a tiny glowing bundle. A notification confirmed he'd received 6 corn pollen bundles, and his beekeeping skills slightly increased. Looking toward the field, Sejun finally noticed the corn plants had matured and begun to flower. Grateful, he stood beside his companions, marveling at the unexpected growth achieved without his supervision. Sejun questioned why corn lacked honey, realizing bees harvested pollen instead, due to its absence. Queen Bee hovered beside the corn stalks, watching as Sejun held one pollen bundle. Curious, he tasted the golden orb, considering it as a healthy, natural supplement. A sweet bitterness filled his mouth, surprising Sejun with the pollen's candy-like flavor. He thanked Queen Bee, genuinely impressed by the taste and its pleasant after-effect. The bees excitedly responded, offering even more pollen as a gift for Sejun's appreciation. Before he could react, a voice called out from above. Theo had returned. Sejun smiled brightly, greeting the feline merchant who dropped in from the sky. Queen Bee approached silently, inspecting the new arrival with an unreadable expression. Theo panicked and ran in fear, mistaking the Queen Bee for a threat. Sejun reassured him they were allies, trying to calm his feline companion. Sniffling from pollen, Theo sneezed directly onto Sejun's shirt, much to his dismay. Sejun confirmed if Theo completed his assignments, asking about the promised delivery. Theo proudly declared everything was done, including delivering Sejun's message and selling items. A contract completion notice appeared, confirming the mission and funds were successfully received. Theo proudly confirmed the contracts were secure, reassuring Sejun that everything was handled correctly. Sejun relaxed, thinking fondly of his family and how much they must have worried. He chuckled at the idea of explaining to them that he now farms with rabbits. Remembering his younger brother Sejun imagined the teasing he'd surely receive about farming in a cave. Thoughts of his father followed a man passionate about flowers and sharing cultivation tips. His mother came next, always cooking with warmth, bringing the family together around hot kimchi stew. Staring at the open cave ceiling, Sejun whispered that he missed his family deeply. Suddenly, noise behind him caused him to turn, breaking his nostalgic moment. A crowd of bees, rabbits, and Theo rushed toward him, cheering playfully with energetic cries. Sejun smiled, acknowledging them all as his new family in the tower. Theo presented tower coins as proof of his business success and loyalty. From the pouch, Sejun was amazed to receive over 200 coins and a cooking pot. Delighted, Sejun celebrated the pot, thrilled to hold a sign of civilization again. The system identified it as a tower-made cooking item, though the maker remained unknown. Just then, Sejun noticed a large blade on the ground, puzzled by its sudden appearance. Sejun inspected the mysterious dagger, shocked to find it was his first real weapon in the tower. Despite meeting the usage conditions, he questioned the unknown details shown on the item screen. Theo admitted it came from the blacksmith's lottery corner, chosen randomly due to low price. Unsure whether to equip it, Sejun noted the weapon's status was still unappraised. A message appeared, offering appraisal through the tower manager as a formal quest. Frustrated by the system's roundabout process, Sejun reluctantly accepted and handed the dagger over. Once appraised, the blade was revealed as newbie's training short dagger, a rare named weapon. Overjoyed, Sejun realized it qualified as high-tier gear worth millions outside the tower. In disbelief, he confirmed with Theo, who had unknowingly obtained it from the lottery corner. Sejun stared at Theo, amazed that he had such hidden talent in choosing valuable items. Theo proudly puffed his chest, holding a coin pouch and showing off his pink paw pads. Elsewhere, deep in a forest, a red bear quietly moved through thick greenery. The large crimson bear wandered alone, sniffing the air while trudging past trees. Its ears perked up at a familiar scent, and it paused, curious and alert. Snorting softly, the bear Quenji called out with a grunt, seemingly preparing to return to Sejun. Sejun approached quietly, while Theo sat enjoying churro, relaxed beside the rabbits near the green onions. Without hesitation, Sejun swiftly unsheathed his dagger, eyes locked on the tall vegetable stalks. He sliced through the crops with precision, collecting a full-grown green onion from the field. Pleased with the harvest, Sejun proudly showcased his knife technique in front of the rabbits. Theo asked about the dagger, and Sejun praised the short blade's usefulness in the field. When Theo reminded him of an earlier promise, Sejun complimented him, easing the cat's frustration. Grinning, Sejun gently held Theo's paw, inspecting it while pondering how soft it felt. He admired the little cat closely, amused by how adorable Theo appeared while sitting calmly. Offering a reward, Seijin dangled another treat, triggering Theo's internal pride as a manipulative merchant. Theo declared his paws as symbols of fortune, pressing Sejun to continue the ritual. Suspicious of the cat's motives, Sejun lifted him with one hand, examining his reaction. Theo blinked in surprise, confused but still maintaining his smug attitude through the playful handling. Sejun announced the hour had ended, officially ending Theo's temporary role as sales cat, panicking. Theo begged for more time, but Sejun denied the request with a firm tone. Desperate, Theo revealed a secret item, attempting one last trick to extend his position again. Theo leapt forward, proudly spilling the contents of his bag in front of Sejun. Colorful seasoning bottles rolled out, drawing gasps as Sejun realized they were actual cooking ingredients. Amazed, Seijin tasted a pinch of salt, overwhelmed by the familiar yet rare flavor. Seijin shouted in disbelief, savoring the saltiness that had been absent for days. He tested pepper next, eyes widening at the intensity as memories of past meals returned. Theo proudly asked for a longer salescat extension, believing the gift earned him 2 hours. Laughing, Sejun countered with a bold offer, raising the bet to a full day instead. Overjoyed, Theo cheered, officially claiming his role as salescat Theo for 24 hours. Later, a delicious aroma filled the air as grilled fish roasted gently over the campfire. Morning arrived as the rabbits followed the scent, eyes wide and noses twitching in anticipation. They peeked from behind plants before joining Sejun, who welcomed them with a bright smile. He greeted them cheerfully, urging them to sit down for the breakfast feast. Sejun proudly presented grilled skewers and wrapped vegetables, arranged beside the fire. Rabbits gathered around while Sejun explained the flavors and offered options for different spice preferences. Noticing Theo still asleep nearby, Seijin smiled quietly, letting him rest after a job well done. Seijin gently shook Theo awake, holding grilled fish skewers prepared for breakfast. Still groggy, Theo sniffed the food and immediately reacted with strong disapproval at the seasoning. With a sharp glare, he accused Seijun of disrespecting the divine fish by ruining its flavor. Ignoring the outrage, Seijun calmly defended the salt flavor while continuing to eat beside the rabbits. Theo changed his stance, agreeing the fish tasted best when grilled in that particular style. Meanwhile, rabbits gathered ripe tomatoes while Sejun began harvesting from the abundant crops. As he picked tomatoes, blue screens confirmed level-up messages and proficiency growth in harvesting skills. He admired how the dagger improved all tasks, not just for combat use. Grinning, Seijin praised the B-rank weapon and handed fresh tomatoes over to salescat Theo. Theo held the tomatoes, questioning why he had to assist despite his merchant status. Seijin reminded him that even chairmen work, causing Theo to doubt his own rank. After learning, chairman ranked higher than salescat. Theo reluctantly agreed to keep helping. Inspired, Theo vowed to become chairman so he could order Seijin around freely. Announcing the bundle was full, he prepared to leave with a proud smirk. Before departing, Seijin offered Theo another reward. Impressed by his growing enthusiasm and ambition, Theo promised to return as he waved cheerfully and walked out of the cave entrance. Sejun watched him disappear into the distance, quietly raising a hand in farewell. With a sigh, he returned to the field, deciding to finish harvesting cherry tomatoes. As he picked, Sejun noticed the XP gain was unusually high for regular tomatoes. Inspecting a bunch, he discovered they were magical cherry tomatoes with boosted nutritional effects. He realized they had evolved into D-rank crops, offering more taste and mana recovery. Wondering aloud, Seijin guessed that his recent class promotion enhanced the plant's growth rate. He jokingly lamented that if he had known, he would have harvested everything before napping. Meanwhile, Theo returned through a portal, feeling oddly unsatisfied despite his completed task far away. An icy dragon statue shattered inside a mysterious chamber. Maylene, the black dragon, appeared and decided to keep the broken statue as a keepsake, turning toward a crystal ball. She prepared to observe Sejun's current condition. Through the glowing orb, she saw Sejun peacefully resting in the field. Amused, Aileen considered scouting the area herself due to the lurking dangers. Suddenly, her expression shifted as she noticed something alarming within the orb's vision. Sejun lay peacefully on a stone bed, surrounded by rabbits using him as a cushion. A flashing system message repeatedly called for him to wake up without delay. Groggily, Sejun opened his eyes, confused by the tower manager's urgent alarm. He sat up slowly, unsure what the emergency was about, still half asleep. Looking up toward the cave entrance, Sejun froze when he noticed a shadow blocking the sunlight. A red monster loomed above, and the tower manager frantically warned him to make it leave. Reacting immediately, Sejun sprinted toward the threat, heart pounding with fear and confusion. Instead of attacking, the creature lunged forward and latched onto Sejun's chest, unexpectedly. Stunned, he realized the soft creature in his arms was harmless and oddly affectionate. Sejun discovered a baby crimson giant bear resting in his arms, startled by its innocent form. He recalled that these dangerous beasts were rare and feared, but their cubs were deceptively cute. Despite the risk, Sejun hesitated, knowing the mother must be nearby and potentially violent. Sejun knelt beside the crops, unsure whether sending the cub away would ensure its safety. Instead, he decided it was better to let the mother retrieve it directly. As he spoke, the bear cub began playing with the rabbits, unaware of the threat. Suddenly, poison bees swarmed into the field, alarming the rabbits and drawing the cub's attention. Startled, the bear cub cried out as the queen bee and her swarm closed in. Dark energy pulsed from the bees, causing the frightened cub to back away in fear. Sejun rushed over and shielded the cub, calming the agitated bees with gentle words. Noticing their hesitation, he realized the bees responded to emotional signals and weren't truly hostile. He pleaded with the queen bee, asking for her help to comfort the scared little bear. The queen bee offered golden honey, and Sejun encouraged the cub to try a taste, as expected. The cub loved it, sitting peacefully while Sejun explained bear's love for honey. After finishing the treat, the cub squeaked happily and Sejun smiled, offering to share more. A sudden system message appeared, surprising Sejun with an urgent quest related to the baby bear. He read the message aloud, stunned by the harsh consequences of ignoring the quest. The system demanded he send the bear away or risk starvation, with a job skill as reward. The tower manager's anger grew, displaying hostility toward the bear cub without mercy. Sejun defended the baby, insisting it hadn't done anything wrong to deserve such hatred. In response, the manager claimed the cub only hunted dangerous monsters, not Sejun's allies. Sitting calmly, Sejun reflected on how his presence in the tower was deemed a mistake too. He ignored the repeated orders, gently patting the bear as he considered his next move. Nearby, the queen bee floated silently, observing the scene with curious intent. Audra Dragon watching, remotely grew emotional, its glowing eyes reflecting the moment's impact. Suddenly, the tower manager retracted his order, telling Sejun he could do as he wished. Relieved, Sejun agreed to send the cub away, but only when the time felt right. The little bear fell asleep peacefully in Sejun's arms, worn out from the day. He gently laid the cub on a patch of grass and smiled at its sleeping face. Watching sunlight pour in, he promised to return the cub to its mother tomorrow. Sejun slept deeply in the grass, unaware the baby bear had wandered off on its own. Nearby, the little bear stumbled away quietly, its movements unnoticed by the sleeping man. A rabbit spotted the bear approaching the storage area and rushed to investigate. The panicked rabbit cried out, waking Sejun, who sat up, confused by the sudden noise. Still groggy, he realized something was wrong and looked around the cave for the cub. Not seeing the bear, he asked the rabbits what had happened and why they looked so alarmed. Upon hearing their response, Sejun gasped and rushed toward the disturbed vegetable area. Carrots and sweet potatoes were scattered across the ground, clear signs of a food raid. He ran toward the storage field, following the trail of damaged crops and missing harvest. The baby bear stood guiltily with food in hand, surrounded by the ruined storehouse supplies. Sejun groaned at the loss, realizing a third of the vegetables had been eaten overnight. Despite the damage, the cherry tomatoes were untouched, likely spared for their taste or scent. Sejun caught the cub, shocked at how much larger it had grown in just one day. Remembering the tower's rules, he realized accelerated growth came from overeating inside the dungeon. Frustrated and anxious, he regretted ignoring the tower manager's warnings about the bear's appetite. The tower manager explained that crimson giant bear cubs become threats when constantly fed without control. Sejun, startled, quickly apologized, after realizing the danger he had unknowingly encouraged. He reflected on the manager's jealousy, but accepted that sending the cub away was necessary. Looking up at the cave's exit, Sejun wondered how to safely send the bear out. He tied vines securely around the cub's body, preparing for the lift. With help from rabbits and bees, he tested the setup and confirmed everything was in place. Standing ready, Sejun asked his team if they were prepared for the task. At his command, the group began pulling together, slowly lifting the bear cub upward. With coordination, the cub rose steadily, though it flailed nervously mid-air. Before parting, Sejun handed over a glowing honey orb as a final gift. He sent the cub off with a smile, bidding farewell warmly. Happily munching on honey, the bear waved as it ascended toward the cave entrance. From below, Sejun watched the rising figure, relieved the mission was complete. The cub smiled back, fully content as it vanished from view. Their short but chaotic time together ended peacefully with one final happy Kwang. After completing the quest, Sejun unlocked a new skill, Seed Gathering LV1. Pleased with the result, he praised the rabbits and bees for their cooperation, smiling. He suggested they enjoy some cherry tomatoes as a reward for their hard work. Several days later, the tomato crops had grown ripe and abundant across the field. Sejun stood with his companions, admiring the successful harvest with quiet satisfaction. Suddenly, a familiar sound echoed from the cliff above. Baby Kwang had returned. To Sejun's horror, the massive figure of the cub's mother appeared right behind it. The giant bear looked directly at him, causing Sejun's smile to freeze instantly. Realizing the cub brought its mother to visit, Sejun could only mutter in dread. Shit. Sejun stood frozen in the field as rabbits scattered, sensing danger while a small crimson giant bear cub lingered nearby. Shock spread across his face as the ground trembled, instinct warning him that the cub's mother was approaching fast. Terror intensified when the massive crimson giant bear appeared, radiating hostility while Sejun realized the situation had escalated beyond control. Faced with the towering predator, Sejun backed away carefully, positioning himself between the cub and the startled animals. Fear tightened his movements as the bear roared. Yet the tower's system messages clarified the mother's true intention. Understanding dawned when the demand became clear, shifting the crisis from imminent death toward a possible negotiation. The crimson giant bear loomed closer, extending a massive paw as Theo watched cautiously from behind. Sejun approached slowly, placing trust over force while sensing the bear's restraint, despite its overwhelming strength. Tension eased as contact was made, marking an unexpected moment of cooperation between human and monster. Agreement settled the area as Sejun climbed onto the bear's back, overlooking the crops thriving beyond the cave. The vast farmland spread below, revealing how much growth had occurred while Sejun remained trapped underground. Hope replaced exhaustion as the bear carried him forward, signaling a turning point. After countless days of isolation, Sejun gazed upward beneath open sky, realizing the cave no longer confined his future. Determination filled his expression as wind brushed past, confirming his path toward the outside world. With resolve hardened, Sejun stepped toward the true world beyond the tower, ready to face what awaited next. Sejun stared ahead in disbelief, as bright light filled his vision, reacting instinctively to the sudden open scenery. A vast landscape unfolded beyond the cave, revealing mountains, plains, and a towering beam piercing the sky. Standing atop the crimson giant bear's paw, Sejun realized the outside world of the tower was far larger than expected. Turning his gaze toward the distant beam, Sejun focused on its unnatural glow rising from far beyond the fields. System notifications explained the beam's identity, introducing the waypoint as a crucial structure within the tower. Understanding formed as Sejun connected the waypoint to escape, recognizing it as a path beyond the cave floor. Excitement faded when Sejun considered the distance, questioning how reaching the waypoint would be possible. The crimson giant bear gently lowered him to the ground, signaling limits despite earlier cooperation. Further system messages clarified territorial rules, revealing powerful monsters guarded the path ahead. Sejun observed Quengi and the black rabbit nearby, noting their presence as silent support. The crimson giant bear turned away calmly, reinforcing its role as a guardian rather than a guide. Acceptance settled in as Sejun realized preparation was required before advancing toward the waypoint. Attention shifted when Quengi approached eagerly, reminding Sejun of the promise made earlier. Pulling out stored honey, Sejun prepared the reward, easing the tense atmosphere. Relief replaced uncertainty as the crimson giant bear received the honey, concluding the encounter peacefully. Sejun calmly offered honey to the crimson giant bear, watching both mother and cub focus on the sweet scent. System messages explained the cub's rapid growth, confirming it had been protected and fed safely nearby. Relief crossed Sejun's face as he acknowledged the cub's healthy development and the bear's guarded trust. Curiosity led Sejun to question the mother's hunger, noticing her restrained movements despite her massive size. The system revealed she had been starving for days while searching for her cub inside the territory. Concern replaced caution as Sejun decided immediate action was necessary to resolve the situation properly. Sejun summoned the black rabbit and purple rabbit, preparing cooking tools with focused determination. Ingredients were gathered quickly as coordinated movements showed the team's growing efficiency. A rich stew formed as fish, tomatoes, and carrot stems simmered together, filling the area with warmth. Completion brought visible satisfaction as Sejun presented the finished dish before the watching bears. Golden broth shimmered while the cub leaned forward eagerly, mirroring the mother's interest. Approval followed when both reacted positively, confirming the meal's success and nutritional value. Confidence returned as Sejun explained the stew's balance, trusting it would support the cub's growth. Sudden movement drew attention when the crimson giant bear shifted, surprising everyone nearby. Tension lingered as Sejun observed carefully, realizing the bear's next action would shape their relationship. The crimson giant bear suddenly pulled Sejun close, crushing him against its chest as Kwangji clung nearby. A system message translated the gesture as gratitude, confirming the bear's appreciation toward Park Sejun. Far away, Aileen observed the scene, noting the bear's calm departure and its intent to form friendly relations. Aileen reflected on the outcome, realizing Sejun's influence could expand if he left the tower's inner area. Interest deepened as she considered the crimson giant bear becoming his protector in the future. Amused confidence followed, reinforcing her expectations of Sejun's growing impact. In the merchant district, Theo reviewed sales records, troubled by gaps within the reported numbers. Documents revealed suspicious inconsistencies tied to recent burglaries across upper tower floors. Concern sharpened as Theo realized stolen goods were circulating quietly through black markets. A formal report arrived detailing thefts following an incident on the 99th floor. Theo prepared to investigate personally, sensing the matter required direct involvement. Resolve formed as he donned his cloak, determined to uncover the truth behind the thefts. Disguised as a wandering merchant, Theo moved through the streets without drawing attention. While maintaining appearances, he honored official duties from the Merchant Inspection Bureau. Suspicion lingered in his eyes, signaling a quiet pursuit that would soon intersect Sejun's path. The crimson giant bear appeared at the cave's edge, greeting Sejun with her usual growl. Sejun responded cheerfully, raising his hand while the cub peeked out curiously beside its mother. 3 days had passed since their agreement, and Sejun asked to be lifted up again. He offered food wrapped in leaves, reminding the bear to eat while out patrolling the area. Without hesitation, the crimson giant bear left her cub behind and started her usual morning patrol. Sejun and the rabbits began relocating items from the cave and clearing the surrounding terrain. Despite the effort, the surface soil proved inferior to the rich underground farmland he once used. He examined the dry ground, noting small stones and compact earth made farming nearly impossible. Realizing the challenge, Sejun worried whether any crops could grow in such conditions. Suddenly, the baby bear dashed around energetically, stirring dust and scattering rocks in its path. It laughed while creating a mess. But the disruption actually made stone removal easier. Sejun praised the bear's unintentional help and rewarded it with a treat, joined by happy rabbits. He commented on the bear's growth, surprised how quickly it was catching up in size. Choosing crops carefully, he began planting root vegetables suitable for the barren landscape. Just as he planned next steps, the cub excitedly resumed digging, stirring up the field again. Sejun was startled as the baby bear excitedly dug around, mistakenly searching for hidden treasure. Frustrated, Sejun scolded the cub for eating all the newly planted crops in the field. Realizing the cub needed guidance, he decided it was time to teach him proper farming. On the 38th floor, Theo hosted a cherry tomato auction, offering 1,500 magical fruits in total. Participants eagerly shouted bids, the price rising as buyers competed for the rare tomatoes. Theo concluded the auction triumphantly, announcing the winner while the crowd erupted in excitement. Though profits were lower than before, Theo remained satisfied and greeted Kim Dongshik from the guild. Kim confirmed the previous contract's fulfillment and shared that Sejun's family had been contacted. He then questioned why Kim hadn't joined the bidding this time. Curious about the change, Kim explained that his goal wasn't tomatoes but a personal favor for his daughter. He requested a photo with Theo, hoping to impress his cat-loving child. In exchange, he handed Theo red pepper powder, a valuable ingredient among Koreans. Theo, unaware of its spiciness, ate the powder directly and screamed from the burning sensation. He flew backward from the shock, startling everyone watching nearby. Meanwhile, in another location, a deer merchant quietly announced a completed bundle upgrade. Still recovering from the spice, Theo left the merchant guild with a tingling tongue. Outside, he proudly declared the upgraded bundle could now hold hundreds of cherry tomatoes. Dreaming big, he imagined rising to mid-class merchant status and making Sejun kneel before him. He planned to complete Sejun's errand, next stopping by a nearby alley on the way. A food stall caught his attention, reminding him of the lingering burn on his tongue. He requested one skewer but immediately pushed for a discount with wide, persuasive eyes. Triumphant from his successful bargain, Theo boasted while walking, snack in paw. He suddenly encountered a familiar face, Zareth, the fox he once saved from a scam. To Zareth's surprise, Theo proudly recalled the incident, prompting an awkward reunion in the street. Zareth introduced himself formally, offering a meal as repayment for Theo's help. Theo rejected the offer bluntly, claiming he was too busy to accept. Zareth stood shocked while Theo strutted away, chewing loudly and ignoring the gesture. Insistent, Zareth suggested tea, then dessert, even offering a rare reservation spot. Theo refused each excuse confidently, showing no interest in sweets or socializing. Frustrated by Theo's unwavering stance, Zareth gritted his teeth, preparing to try something else. Zareth dropped to his knees, desperately pleading for Theo's guidance in becoming a better merchant. Surprised by the sudden outburst, Theo asked why Zareth was acting so emotional. Zareth admitted his inexperience and expressed admiration for Theo's insight and past kindness. Declaring respect, Zareth asked to be taught Theo's merchant ways, praising him repeatedly. Theo was caught off guard by the flattery, silently stunned by the great wandering merchant title. Playing along, Theo agreed to give some guidance, flattered by the recognition in public. Inwardly pleased, Zareth smirked, knowing the tactic of excessive praise had finally succeeded. Theo quickly brushed off the drama, telling Zareth to get up and walk with him. Curious, Zareth asked where Theo was headed, and Theo revealed he had business in Smithy Alley. Hearing this, Zareth became curious about what kind of item Theo intended to buy. They arrived at a small store, and Theo confirmed it was the place he wanted. Looking around, they asked if the owner was present inside the quiet rundown shop. The interior surprised them both with its messy shelves and dim lighting. Zareth realized it was a shop for junk and unappraisable goods. Doubting Theo's goal, Theo pointed out the door sign, confirming that every item cost 20 tower coins. Theo grinned and teased Zareth, refusing to reveal his shopping goal just yet. Outside the smithy, children helped move materials, while adventurers browsed nearby merchant stalls. Inside, adventurers examined various items, though many appeared worn or overlooked by regular buyers. Zareth admired a shiny object, amazed at the unexpected value of some items inside. Theo dismissed fancy gear, focused only on unappraised and aged items with hidden potential. The smith explained that anything could be purchased, but items past appraisal held unknown value. Suddenly, Theo burst toward the counter, shouting for a discount from the shopmaster. His confidence stunned Zareth, who watched in disbelief as Theo haggled without hesitation. Seeing Theo's bold approach, Zareth was shocked. This was the merchant skill he had asked to learn. Theo boldly asked for a discount, surprising everyone in the already affordable item shop. The shopkeeper stared in disbelief, questioning Theo's confidence to demand even lower prices. Despite expectations, the shopkeeper agreed, dropping the price to 18 tower coins, leaving Theo stunned. Emboldened by success, Theo's companion joined in, shouting for another discount without hesitation. The vendor resisted at first, insisting 15 tower coins was the final price. Not giving up, the cat pleaded harder, offering loyalty if the price dropped to 13. Theo cheered the bold move, impressed by the outcome and his partner's persistence. He pretended to act cool, hiding his surprise while pretending it was all planned. Curious now, he asked what item his friend actually wanted to buy from the shop. Excitedly, the cat searched the crates and finally pulled out a plain straw hat. Declaring it perfect, he announced his decision to buy the hat confidently. Theo couldn't believe the choice, questioning the value of such an ordinary item. Frustrated, Theo pointed out, it wasn't even magical or useful, just a worthless straw hat. The shopkeeper quickly warned Theo about complaining, accusing him of disrespecting the shop. Embarrassed, Theo apologized quietly, as his friend proudly held the strange purchase. Theo grumbled internally, questioning why he had to apologize, despite doing nothing wrong in his view. Meanwhile, the orange cat clutched the straw hat proudly, insisting it was his favorite item. Justifying the purchase, he reminded Theo that Sejun had allowed him to buy anything he liked. Outside the shop, the cat announced his departure, claiming he had completed his task. Theo was caught off guard, but listened as the cat claimed to have passed on his merchant skills. With a cheerful farewell, the cat walked off, leaving Theo hesitating whether to follow further. Suddenly, Theo noticed something odd and turned to see the cat running excitedly down the road. He raised the straw hat, revealing a symbol inside that caused immediate suspicion. Shocked, Theo recalled the same symbol from a mysterious document linked to hidden secrets. Elsewhere, Sejun tended his underground farm, noting that seedlings had matured earlier than he expected. He split the plants between cave and surface, aiming to balance growth and safety. Feeling hungry, Sejun assigned the rabbits to help prepare fish soup for their next meal. While harvesting, Sejun noticed a skill notification. His harvest level had increased to 4. The new effect allowed higher-level item drops, giving him a slim chance at better produce. Excited, Sejun realized other skills might also evolve if leveled properly, opening new possibilities. Sejun nearly got distracted by the rabbits' cries but quickly refocused on preparing ingredients. He carefully chopped herbs with precision, maintaining rhythm while staying focused on the task. With satisfaction, Sejun dropped the cut greens into a bowl, proudly declaring the prep finished. The clear fish soup was ready, crafted especially for the pregnant rabbit in their care. As he served it, a notification confirmed its benefits, boosting health for both mother and unborn kits. Shun urged her to eat, stressing its importance while comforting the rest of the rabbit family. Hearing Kwang's call, Sojun looked up at the cave's exit, relieved the timing was perfect. He gathered his harvest and passed responsibilities to sickle and cart rabbit before leaving. Gripping the vine rope firmly, he prepared for ascent as part of their daily routine. Sejun called for a lift, and Kwang immediately responded, readying to pull from above. The baby bear tugged eagerly on the vine, using all its strength to hoist Sejun up. With energetic shouts, Kwang pulled harder, helping elevate Sejun with consistent force. Mid-air, Sejun waved to the rabbits below, promising to meet again after work. He recalled how the giant bear mother helped them build the pulley system days earlier. Every morning, Kwang came for breakfast and lifted Sejun up, forming their odd but reliable routine. Sejun asked Kwang to carry supplies, noting the bear had grown larger and stronger lately. He observed Kwang's improved stamina, impressed by how much smoother the lifting process had become. Handing over sweet potatoes, Sejun teased Kwang about hoarding food instead of sharing with others. Hungrily, Kwang tore into the food, prompting Sejun to warn him to slow down. Suddenly pausing, the bear stared at one last potato, sparked by a new idea. Without hesitation, Kwang bolted away with it, confusing Sejun, who chased after curiously. Kwang dug a small hole and began burying the roasted potato in the dirt. Sejun realized the bear misunderstood, hoping cooked food might grow if planted. Bursts of laughter followed as Sejun and the rabbits watched the adorable effort smiling. Sejun gently explained that fire-cooked food couldn't sprout new plants. Seeing Kwang's hopeful eyes, he promised to make another batch just for him. Suddenly, Sejun heard a strange noise and turned to find something emerging from the ground. Dozens of blue objects cracked open, revealing mechanical creatures that had been hiding underground. Shocked, Sejun muttered that supplementary education was urgently needed for everyone involved. Sitting awkwardly, Kwang seemed confused and guilty, unsure how to react to the situation. Inside a glowing golden hive, bees buzzed around their queen, tending the honeycomb structure diligently. Seated in silence, the humanoid queen bee gazed forward, clutching a familiar white-haired figure gently. With a soft expression, she murmured, "Be," as concern flickered in her violet eyes. A towering red bear charged forward, glowing eyes locked onto the small rabbit warrior below. Unfazed, the rabbit gripped its wooden hammer tightly, standing ready against the incoming threat. The bear let out a roar, while the rabbit launched itself with fierce determination. With perfect timing, the rabbit struck the bear's head, rebounding high into the air. It continued the assault mid-air, hammer slamming down with repeated, focused blows, landing cleanly. The rabbit spun around confidently, unshaken by the battle's intensity. Suddenly, the bear pulled the rabbit into a tight hug, laughing joyfully despite the attack. Sejun watched from a distance, confused whether they were training or just fooling around. Nearby, a rabbit offered juice as Sejun relaxed and accepted the refreshment. Grateful, Sejun drank while noticing a group of poison bees flying calmly past. He observed their movements carefully, realizing the patrol had started again. Looking up, he confirmed the queen bee remained inside, still resting. Suddenly the queen bee appeared midair, surprising Sejun with her unexpected arrival. She flew directly to him, holding a mysterious green object in her arms. Confused, Sejun stared at the gift, wondering what she was planning this time. The queen bee gently placed a green object in Sejun's hands before soaring into the sky. She flew off quickly, leaving Sejun staring in confusion at the object she had entrusted him. He examined the item curiously, questioning its purpose and why it had been given to him. Unwrapping the leaves, Sejun discovered a glowing white cocoon nestled within the green shell. A system message revealed it was a poison bee queen's cocoon that would hatch in 10 days. Realizing its importance, he understood the newborn would imprint on him as its first owner. Reflecting deeper, he noted the hive's power was weak due to the queen's recent ascension. Splitting the hive too early would further reduce their strength, risking their survival. Still, Sejun felt honored and determined to raise the new queen bee with care and effort. Far away, lush forest surrounded the path as a familiar orange cat danced toward the cave. Theo hummed cheerfully, excited to return with high hopes and grand schemes. His goal clear, he looked forward to claiming more influence in Sejun's growing operations. Ambition filled Theo's mind as he imagined Sejun kneeling before him in surrender. Suddenly, his eyes locked onto a red bear cub blocking the path near the entrance. Quengi silently stared while holding a black cloak in his mouth, confusing the approaching merchant. Theo grew alarmed upon seeing Sejun's bag in Quengi's mouth, suspecting something terrible had happened. His imagination spiraled, panicking as he accused the bear cub of harming Sejun. With dread building, he recalled the uneasy feeling from earlier and dashed forward in fear, despite the panic. He lamented not completing his duties as sales cat before his potential end. Driven by vengeance and misunderstanding, Theo launched himself through the air at the bear. Before the strike landed, Sejun's voice called out, casually acknowledging Theo's arrival. Landing in a hurry, Theo immediately questioned Sejun's safety and checked for injuries. Relieved but still suspicious, he clung to Sejun's chest, overwhelmed with mixed emotions. Sejun struggled to stay balanced while calming Theo down from the sudden attack of affection. Theo shouted in frustration, demanding an explanation for the bear's presence. Sejun explained their agreement. Quengi's mother would protect the area in exchange for food. Understanding dawned as Theo listened, realizing the bear cub was not an enemy. Sejun admitted the name Crimson Giant. Bear felt too formal and lacked warmth. He asked Theo to help inquire the cub's name directly, hoping for a personal connection. Theo translated the cub had no name, and simply called itself Bear Cub, nothing more. Sejun offered the cub a temporary name, deciding it was time for a proper identity. Inspired by the cub's constant cry, he cheerfully announced its name would be Quengi. The group watched as Quengi lit up with joy, clearly satisfied with the fitting choice. Theo grumbled about Sejun's poor naming sense, doubting the logic behind it. Still, Sejun defended the name, asking Quengi directly if it liked the choice. Quengi burst into laughter, rolling happily while Sejun beamed at the positive reaction. Theo jumped in with updates, proudly declaring he'd completed all tasks and sold everything successfully. Curious, Sejun calculated Theo's remaining contract time and praised his effort. As a reward, Sejun handed over a churu, fulfilling his earlier promise to the merchant cat. Purring with delight, Theo savored the treat, only for Quengi to curiously nudge closer. Startled, Theo scolded him and warned not to interfere with his moment of bliss. Annoyed, he pushed Quengi away, demanding boundaries during such sacred snack time. Furious, Theo erupted in protest, blaming Quengi for invading his personal space. As Sejun tried to calm him, Quengi let out a loud roar that shook the ground. Suddenly, a beam of light shot into the forest, marking a new disturbance ahead. Suddenly, Quengi was launched skyward at an incredible speed, shocking Sejun and Theo. Sejun screamed in horror as they both watched Quengi disappear into the sky. In a thunderous crash, the bear cub slammed back down, cracking the earth on impact. A larger crimson giant bear appeared, towering over Quengi with heavy steps and glowing eyes. Dark energy surged around her, and she roared fiercely upon seeing her cub bruised. Watching from a distance, Sejun and Theo froze in place, realizing the danger was real. With wide eyes and tense silence, Theo whispered their grim situation this time. They were in trouble. A towering red bear glared down with glowing eyes, its shadow engulfing the trembling merchant cat. Theo stood frozen beneath the beast, barely able to muster courage as tension filled the air. Trying to defuse the moment, he introduced himself, presenting his merchant badge while nervously stuttering. Suddenly, the bear roared and charged forward, ignoring Theo's peaceful gesture without hesitation. Theo sprinted away in fear, his small body barely evading the furious beast's pounding steps. Just in time, Sejun called the bear back, calming it before anything worse could happen. Panting heavily, Theo apologized, admitting the encounter had been a misunderstanding over the bear's cub. Sejun explained the situation to the bear while Theo stepped back, shaken but relieved. With the tension gone, the bear turned around, accepting the explanation with a soft grunt. Sejun comforted Theo, who hiccuped uncontrollably as relief swept over him. Grateful, the cat snuggled into Sejun's arms, surrounded by rabbits offering support. Theo burst into laughter as the rabbits tickled him playfully, helping him forget his fear. Laughter continued as Sejun asked if the bear was joining in the grooming session too. Quengi approached slowly, eyes apologetic, and nudged Theo gently to express remorse. Smiling, Theo forgave her and requested just one thing: don't eat his snacks next time. As Sejun yawned beside the resting bear, the peaceful atmosphere spread to the surrounding rabbits. Two curious rabbits noticed a nearby bundle, approaching it with gentle steps and quiet interest. One rabbit opened the bundle, pulling out a large straw hat with visible excitement. Lifting the hat high, the rabbit celebrated the discovery, showing it off to its friend. Back at the resting group, Sejun remained still, surrounded by sleeping animals in calm silence. The rabbits giggled softly, watching their companions nap in harmony beneath the bear's protective presence. Carefully, one rabbit placed the straw hat over Sejun's head to shield him from light. With the hat in place, Seijun dozed peacefully, wrapped in warmth and trust. A distant thought echoed someone observing, wished they could be part of that gentle moment. Far away, swirling magical energy pulsed through space, revealing a dark figure charging power before a gate, despite his efforts. The tower remained sealed, frustrating the sorcerer as sparks flared around him. Realizing something was wrong, he demanded answers, questioning why the entrance refused to open. Anton approached calmly, reporting that the current tower process hadn't triggered correctly. Kaiser Fratani, still tense, lamented the delay, and voiced concern for those trapped inside. Despite the setback, Anton reminded him they still had time, urging patience as the mystery deepened. Kaiser Fratani expressed his frustration, feeling helpless as the tower remained sealed, despite their preparations. He worried for everyone inside, knowing the tower's abnormal state affected many across different lands. Anton explained the system might be reacting to unpredictable variables, disrupting the normal progression. Anton calmly reassured his father, revealing that Aileen, the dragon, was actually his daughter. He believed she would manage the situation inside, trusting her instincts and strength, although hesitant. Kaiser acknowledged Anton's faith, knowing dragons endure until their chosen purpose is fulfilled. The elder mentioned the seizure date had already passed, concerned by the lack of updates. Anton wondered if Aileen's dragon heart had stabilized, possibly due to external influences. Hope stirred in Kaiser as he softly muttered about his granddaughter, uncertain but optimistic. Meanwhile, Aileen delighted in the taste of Seijun's cherry tomatoes, unaware of the outside concern. She sensed a change, noting the flavor had grown richer and more potent. Even in smaller portions, the tomatoes provided the same satisfaction she once needed full baskets for. Suddenly, a pulse radiated from her chest, startling her with a powerful thump. Looking down in awe, she realized her long-dormant dragon heart had started beating once again. It was the first time in 2 centuries that the heart had moved, revived by warmth and nourishment. Naileen's dragon heart absorbed mana on its own, pulsing with energy for the first time in ages. She realized the expected seizure hadn't come, and wondered if the tomatoes were the reason. Thinking deeper, she remembered the fruit's trait of slightly boosting mana in those who ate it. She laughed softly, thinking she had only liked them for taste, without knowing their true value. Now understanding the healing power they carried, Aileen smiled, heart stirred by a new emotion. Rising with resolve, she proudly declared her will to protect someone for the first time. That someone was Seijun, the farmer who unknowingly revived her dormant heart. Watching him sleep peacefully, she felt joy, as the orb showed his latest unexpected achievement. While he napped, Aileen vowed silently to guard him, grateful for a bond that changed everything. A system warning reminded Seijun that using unappraised items could lead to unexpected consequences. Waking from a nap, Seijun noticed a strange straw hat resting on his head. Puzzled, he removed it and wondered if Theo had brought it along this time. Curious, Seijun tried waking Theo, hoping for an answer about the mysterious hat. The cat refused to respond, completely absorbed in his sleep despite being shaken. With no help from Theo, Seijun decided to appraise the hat himself for answers. Information about the hat appeared, revealing hidden farming bonuses and a usage restriction warning. The system initiated a quest, asking Seijun to appraise the item to complete it. Elsewhere, Aileen sensed the item's activation and prepared to use her appraisal skills. Aileen activated her skill, scanning the straw hat with glowing blue energy. The light revealed the item's true nature, causing Aileen's expression to shift with shock. Realizing the significance, she muttered with surprise, intrigued by the hat's hidden potential. Seijun received praise from the tower manager for properly appraising the mysterious item. A new quest appeared, asking for crops infused with blue moon energy. Motivated, Seijun agreed confidently, vowing to deliver and honoring Aileen's trust in his promise. The tower manager grew impatient, questioning whether Seijun still wanted the straw hat or not. Aileen responded playfully through the system, thrilled by the situation and calling it entertaining. Seijun respectfully pledged to offer his crops during the next blue moon as promised. A connection formed between Seijun and Aileen, sealed visibly as their first formal agreement. With the quest completed, the system notified Seijun that the hat had become an artifact. The upgraded item floated in the air, shimmering with magical light as Seijun reached for it. Seijun was astonished to learn the straw hat was one of only 10 artifacts in the tower. All previous restrictions vanished, but a new limitation tied the item exclusively to farming roles. Excited by the potential, Seijun realized its power would scale with his farmer job level. Upon wearing the artifact, multiple restrictions lifted as farming skills rapidly awakened within Seijun. New abilities revealed themselves one after another, enhancing both his strength and cultivation potential. He marveled at the benefits, certain the hat would be a massive aid going forward. Grinning, Sejun praised Theo's instincts for finding such a valuable item in the first place. Overflowing with gratitude, he affectionately hugged Theo, calling him a proud and clever sales cat. Startled awake, Theo demanded an explanation, confused by the sudden outburst of affection. Sejun excitedly promoted Theo to sales cat status for an entire week as a reward. The surprised cat was thrilled, celebrating the rare extension beyond his usual short work shifts. Overflowing with joy, Theo leapt into the air, embracing the temporary title with enthusiasm. Meanwhile, a view of the cave's upper entrance revealed calm skies beyond the rocky ceiling. Inside, a white rabbit quietly chewed on a stick, seated beside a more anxious companion. The dark-furred rabbit twitched nervously, tapping its feet as tension built among the group. Nearby, Sejun sat with Theo on his lap, while multiple rabbits tapped restlessly. Theo's eyes darted around, clearly bothered by the constant shaking and building pressure. Frustrated, Theo begged Sejun to stop moving, who admitted his nerves were difficult to control. Looking toward the rabbit den, Sejun commented how long it had been since new births. While they waited, Theo requested a snack, and Sejun offered to take a short break. Just then, several rabbits emerged from the burrow, prompting Sejun to rush over curiously. A proud rabbit gently held up 3 newborns, stunning Sejun with the sudden reveal. Another parent followed, presenting 3 more babies and doubling the surprise. Shocked, Sejun counted aloud in disbelief, overwhelmed by the unexpected number of new arrivals. Sejun looked fondly at the newborn rabbits, amazed by the soft, peaceful bundle of life. He immediately considered cooking soup to help the mother rabbit recover after giving birth. Calling Theo over to admire them, Sejun encouraged him to join the happy moment. Theo stepped closer, enchanted by the sight of the small, sleeping babies gathered in a nest. Staring in awe, he commented on how tiny the newborns appeared up close. Sejun teased Theo by calling him an uncle now, asking him to take responsibility. Unprepared for the role, Theo nervously offered his treasured churu snack to the baby rabbits. Sejun quickly stopped him, pointing out the newborns were too young to eat it. Suspicious, Sejun asked if Theo had been hiding more churu, making the cat flustered. Theo looked up through the skylight, justifying his hoarding by claiming the day was special. A narration marked it as Day 179, commemorating the birth of new family members. Far away, a magical crystal pulsed with energy, hinting at a greater unfolding event. In a dark chamber, a horned figure rallied his monstrous warriors around the glowing crystal. He warned them to resist hunger as the blue moon's arrival drew near. With grim resolve, the leader ordered them to find their targets across the barren wasteland. The monstrous leader's restraint broke, roaring that they would consume everything they could find. A powerful figure emerged behind him, the 99th floor boss, known as the King of Horses and Cows. Unaware of the looming threat, Sejun peacefully tended to his farm, surrounded by rabbits and newborns under the sun. A system message announced a 50% harvest increase due to the matured energy within the golden flowers. Sunlight streamed through the ceiling as bees circled above, signaling a rich crop ready for collection. Sejun observed the dense blossoms and realized the environment's mana had enhanced plant productivity. As Sejun prepared for harvesting, baby rabbit suddenly bolted, chased after by a panicked Theo. The merchant cat tried to stop them, scolding their reckless dash across the field. He quickly pulled them back from a fire hazard, warning them of its danger. Theo, now clutching the bunnies, insisted it was safer to stay by Sejun's side, watching the scene. Sejun was surprised by Theo's surprising instincts as a protective guardian. Curious, Sejun asked how Theo's new role as Uncle Salescat was going. Though drained, Theo admitted it was fun being an uncle as the bunnies cheered nearby. Sejun gave a thumbs up while Theo rallied the little ones for a small outing. With excitement, Theo led the rabbit group toward a new adventure. Bright skies watched over the group as they ventured beyond the cave's edge. They arrived near a strange golden structure embedded with crystals and burrows. 2 mysterious wooden doors opened before them, hiding unknown surprises within. Sejun knelt down, satisfied with his preparations as he readied for the approaching blue moon. He noticed Theo carrying a strange bundle and asked what the cat was doing. Theo explained the bundle could block moon energy, though its interior was no bigger than a tent. Theo proudly noted that advanced bundles used by veteran merchants were sometimes the size of entire homes. Sejun handed him a mysterious item and requested he take it along for safety. Upon learning it was a queen bee's cocoon, Theo promised to protect it in his fur. Suddenly, a loud roar echoed across the cave, prompting Sejun to look up. He saw the sky shift into an intense eclipse, confirmation that the blue moon had begun. Concerned, he quietly hoped that Kwang and its mother were safe during this strange phenomenon. Unfamiliar sounds rang out nearby, alerting Sejun to possible intrusions into the bear's territory. Fearing danger, he quickly prepared protective gear while the thundering echoed louder. But the sound suddenly vanished, leaving him puzzled by what resembled a cow's call. A strange energy burst through the crop field, enhancing the vibrant blue tomatoes unnaturally. Sejun counted the abnormal yield, realizing the moonlight was strengthening all vegetation tonight. When the cornfield also reacted, he wondered if it too was absorbing the moon's power. Sejun observed the thriving crops under the blue moon, pleased by the unusually successful harvest. He theorized the moon's energy and his own skill might be amplifying the field's productivity. Meanwhile, outside the cave, Theo peeked cautiously over the rocks, surveying the area for threats. Confirming the surroundings were clear, Theo relaxed while Sejun emerged with a long vine rope concerned about safety. Sejun explained his plan to quickly inspect the field's condition. Despite being tired, Theo agreed to accompany him, determined to ensure the field was safe. Heavy footsteps had disrupted the sweet potato field, leaving deep tracks across the dry terrain. Sejun analyzed the soil damage, wondering what powerful creature could cause such massive upheaval. From the footprint size and dirt piles, he concluded the intruder was both heavy and strong. Climbing a mound, Sejun spotted white fur in the distance, triggering urgency in his pace. Theo urged him to return soon, but Sejun insisted on checking the soil firsthand. Scooping up the dirt, he found it unusually moist and rich, full of valuable nutrients. Realizing such fertile soil lay beneath the wasteland, Sejun saw new possibilities for cultivation. A flourishing green vision appeared in his mind, a vast field grown from barren earth. He resolved to harness this land but knew he'd need strong allies and proper tools. While walking, Sejun checked in on Aileen, curious if she was okay after the long night. A message appeared, stating she was fine and reminded him to focus on his own safety. He smiled warmly, touched by her concern, and returned to thinking about the blue moon crops. Back in the field, Sejun praised Theo's efforts as the cat expressed his desire to sleep. Meanwhile, the corn absorbed blue energy under the moon's influence, sparkling with radiant light. Sejun carefully harvested a glowing ear of corn, intrigued by its vibrant color and shine. A system message informed him that his skill level increased, and he gained job experience. Excited, Sejun admired the newly grown corn of stamina, enhanced by the moon's magic. He took a bite with satisfaction, enjoying the texture more than analyzing its magical effects. Aileen reminded him of his promise not to overeat, causing Sejun to feel slightly guilty. Refocused, he harvested blue moon tomatoes, noting the excellent yield from this cycle. With a smile, he offered 5 to Aileen, acknowledging the successful harvest. Aileen responded gratefully, promising to repay him later for the gift of rare crops. She marveled at the blue tomatoes, wondering how they would affect her dragon physiology. Eagerly she devoured them, certain their enhanced energy would surpass even the previous batch. After devouring the blue moon cherry tomatoes, Aileen exclaimed in delight at how delicious they tasted. Realizing she needed to stay focused, she centered herself and began controlling the mana flow. Immersed in concentration, Aileen guided her energy deeper within, pushing past the usual limits. The dragon's eyes lit up as her internal power surged, targeting the core of her being. Intense vibrations erupted as her dragon heart reacted violently. Glowing with unstable energy, Aileen floated mid-air, overwhelmed by the explosive surge radiating from her chest. Sejun harvested a vibrant blue corn from his field, carefully snapping it from the stalk. He placed it into a steamer, setting it on a pot above a gentle fire. As the flames burned steadily, steam began to rise, signaling the corn was cooking properly. Watching over the fire, Sejun planned to reuse the corn husks to make herbal tea. He greeted the rabbits cheerfully and asked about the babies still sleeping with their mother. Showing off a handful of purple fruits, he proudly revealed the blue moon crop harvest. Sejun suggested they share the newly harvested blue moon corn together with the gathered bunnies. One rabbit held up a fruit, hinting Sejun should eat the corn alone as thanks. Touched but modest, Sejun insisted on dining as a group and proposed they harvest more together. Meanwhile, bees hovered over nearby crops, maintaining balance in the farm's ecosystem. Sejun uncovered the steamer, revealing the glistening purple corn now fully cooked and fragrant. He admired its appearance, eager to finally taste the rare delicacy. Blowing on the steaming corn, Sejun took a cautious bite and marveled at its flavor, calling it sacred. He shared pieces with the rabbits, all of whom gathered around joyfully. The group enjoyed the meal together, content and surrounded by warmth in their peaceful farm. Sejun asked if the rabbit was bringing food to share with the mother rabbit, smiling. He took a large bite of the blue moon corn, enjoying its tenderness. Amazed, He discovered the more he chewed, the sweeter it became with every bite. System messages revealed the corn had increased Sejun's stamina by 0.1 permanently. Leaning back satisfied, he chuckled at how much he had eaten in one sitting after tossing the cob into the fire. He suggested harvesting more with the rabbits. Back in the field, Sejun checked the crop rows and confirmed the corn was ready. He picked a fresh one and inspected it with a pleased expression. System notifications confirmed a boost in harvesting proficiency and small experience gain. A detailed item window explained the corn's effects on stamina, strength, and even skin elasticity. Surprised by the skincare benefit, Sejun imagined his mom would love this crop. He considered sending some to his family, while rabbits gathered more corn beside him. Sejun greeted Kwang and her mother as they returned from the wilds unharmed. With concern, he checked if they were hurt and offered food to ease their hunger. Kwang's mother accepted the honey joyfully, her eyes sparkling with gratitude and relief. Kwang's mother expressed thanks as Sejun promised to bring her roasted fish later that day. Suddenly, Theo appeared, announcing he was off to work as a proud wandering merchant. Sejun admired his spirit as Theo asked to be lifted up for travel assistance. Kwang agreed to escort Theo, and Sejun wished them good luck on their journey. As the bear departed, Sejun watched with amusement, while Theo complained about his knees. Turning serious, Sejun surveyed the damaged farmland and decided it was time for repairs. Elsewhere, a large group of minotaur-like creatures gathered before their commander near a teleport fountain. One soldier inspected the soil, realizing the terrain was just wet mud. Their leader grumbled in frustration as he confirmed it was useless dry soil. Angrily, the red-caped minotaur questioned why everything was mud instead of fertile land. A subordinate explained their territory hadn't seen proper grass in a long time. Despite their efforts, the land remained barren, leaving them disheartened and without food supplies. Back in his throne, the minotaur captain reflected on the ruined land with regret. He remembered a time when their field was lush with rich, nourishing grass, now known as the strongest monster guarding the waypoint. The Black Minotaur faced only desolation. The Minotaurs roamed green fields, ordered to eat grass and restore energy lost under the blue moon. Though obedient, their large size and ravenous hunger outpaced the rate at which grass could regrow. Mouths full, they devoured everything in sight, unintentionally pushing their land closer to desolation. After several cycles, the once green plains turned into barren wasteland devoid of a single grass blade. The Ox King, frustrated, understood only crops of exceptional quality could solve their growing crisis. His soldiers admitted they couldn't find anything worth harvesting during the last expedition. Tension rose in the chamber as one soldier returned, with something unusual on his head. The captain, sniffing the air, noticed an unexpectedly sweet aroma drifting from the soldier's horn. Everyone stared in surprise at the mysterious crop now perched above his ear. Meanwhile, a different minotaur woke in a strange location, dizzy and confused from fainting earlier. He wandered through an unfamiliar hallway, wondering why the light seemed lower than usual. Inside a grand chamber, he was shocked to find a glowing orb in front of him. Touching the orb, the creature sensed something was changing within him. Looking down at his hands and surroundings, he realized the room hadn't shrunk, he had grown taller. The transformation left him in awe, holding the orb tightly as his body continued to evolve. Aileen, the dragon, sat in her library when a sudden energy surge pulsed from her chest. Confused, she traced the cause to a burst of magic originating from her dragon heart. The effect seemed linked to the magical fruit harvested and consumed by Park Sejun. She reflected on the temporary activation, wondering if 5 fruits had overloaded her core. Though the reaction faded, she confirmed her dragon heart could still respond and recover. Spotting Sejun through her vision orb, she smiled, realizing his influence had triggered the change. Irritated, Aileen grumbled that Sejun enjoyed everything while excluding her from the delicious treats. Longing to eat the same food, she tried to exit but got stuck in the doorway. Frustrated, she shouted Sejun's name, demanding a share of the tower's mouth-watering food. Meanwhile, rabbits harvested corn, carrying bundles with care while bees buzzed around the field. Roasting began quickly as the corn cooked evenly above the open flames. Sejun prepared plates while praising the rabbits' help, noting their teamwork sped up the process. He removed the corn from the pot, delighted by the perfect golden color and scent. A system message appeared. Aileen had requested a sample of the corn for herself. Sejun agreed, offering both roasted and steamed corn, finally including her in the meal. The rabbits carried freshly grilled corn, placing them carefully in front of Sejun with cheerful energy. Admiring the sight, Sejun praised their teamwork and gazed proudly at the beautifully arranged harvest. He noted how Theo's seasonings enhanced the flavor, wishing he could recreate the buttered version. As the fire roared, Sejun grilled the corn evenly, coating it with sugar for a brown glaze. He added Parmesan cheese over the roasted pieces, marveling that someone brought it into the tower. To complete the recipe, he enthusiastically sprinkled chili powder, ready to serve the final creation. Sejin revealed he found the chili powder in Theo's pouch while unpacking supplies from earlier. He mused that Theo had hidden such a precious ingredient, perhaps saving it for later use. The grilled corn was officially named, its sweet, savory, and spicy blend recognized as dangerously addictive. Sejun handed the finished corn to Aileen, fulfilling her request and completing the quest reward. The rabbits joyfully joined in, savoring their portions while Sejun noticed they fed the babies first. Smiling, he realized their thoughtfulness and decided to prepare baby-friendly portions for them next. With a spoon, Sejun shaved kernels into a bowl, creating an easier version for the little ones. He handed it over while the mother rabbits guided the babies to enjoy the soft servings. At last, Sejun took a bite himself, relishing the taste with satisfaction and appreciation. Baby rabbits playfully rolled in corn kernels, causing Sejun to burst into laughter at the sight. He sighed, amused and overwhelmed, watching them scatter food all over their small bodies. Gently picking one up, he began cleaning it, reflecting on the challenges of caretaking during work. Sejun gazed toward the sky, expressing how much he missed Theo, the salescat companion. With the Red Bear family, he shared roasted corn, enjoying the peaceful moment under sunlight. Meanwhile, on the 38th floor, Phoenix Guild members grew restless, waiting for Theo's delayed return. A discussion stirred in camp, revealing that cherry tomatoes were being sold at skyrocketing prices. Members urged their leader to act before the supply ran out and prices rose further. The leader split the team, sending most to prepare for tower entry while she stayed behind. Outside the tents, preparations began. Some were surprised by Zoha's inclusion in the mission. Others chose to join the auction, hoping to get a taste of Theo's rare churu, as excitement built. One girl flashed several tickets, eager to participate with high expectations. Meanwhile, Theo strolled along a forest path, humming cheerfully about the corn he carried. He rushed ahead, mindful that the babies were waiting for the long-awaited delivery. Approaching a massive tree entrance, he prepared to enter the mysterious forest where Sejun lived. Theo arrived at the mountain checkpoint, marveling at how much the tower's entrance had changed. Lined up behind him were various wandering merchants, each waiting to pass through the guarded route. When asked, Theo calmly introduced himself as a beginner wandering merchant requesting access to the 38th floor. As Theo advanced, red-eyed wolves emerged from the shadows, silently observing his every move. Members of the Silver Wolf tribe speculated if Theo was the target they had been tracking. Though he lacked the straw hat, some believed it was hidden, convincing them to proceed cautiously. Elka, the Silver Wolf tribe's chieftain, declared their mission was ordered by the commissioner. The mercenaries acknowledged their orders, confirming they brought their identification to act officially. From a distance, a cloaked observer grew suspicious, wondering why mercenaries were targeting a harmless merchant. Realization struck the interest in Theo stemmed from the straw hat, which held deeper importance. Recalling a figure named Grid, the observer suspected the straw hat's true value was hidden knowledge. Determined, she vowed to follow them, unsure what danger awaited, but unwilling to let Theo face it alone. Morning sunlight warmed the forest as Sejun's companions gathered to restore the damaged farmland. White and black rabbits worked diligently, pounding soil, and carrying tools with purpose and coordination. Kwang, the red bear, dashed across the barren field, leveling mounds of dirt in seconds. Sejun crouched down with a sack of peanut seeds, instructing the rabbits to begin planting. A curious rabbit peeked at the seeds, its excitement echoing Sejun's eagerness to grow more. With all corn harvested earlier, they quickly prepared the field and distributed seeds for planting. As farming progressed, Sejun noticed his level increasing, a reward for consistent daily effort. While inspecting the peanuts, he realized they held potential value and purchased more through the store. System messages confirmed his mileage usage, unlocking new upgrades and expanding farming capabilities. A bright flash marked the level up of the seed store, increasing seed variety availability. Grinning, Sejun embraced his promotion from rookie to commoner, excited about future seed options. Now more ambitious, he wondered just how many varieties he could unlock going forward. The harvested corn plants lay discarded. They wouldn't yield again, prompting need for fresh seeds. Surveying the pile, Sejun sighed in relief as Kwang delivered bundles of cleared stalks. Grateful, he thanked Kwang warmly, preparing for another round of planting with his companions. Sejun and the rabbits laid harvested corn stalks over the soil to protect the peanut field. The discarded leaves helped retain moisture under the intense sun throughout the day. With watering intervals extended, Sejun used the extra time to manage other important tasks. After eating, he collected corn seeds, earning a minor increase in job proficiency. Rabbits gathered curiously around him as he separated edible kernels from seed stock. Noticing their boredom, Sejun remembered how helpful they'd been and thought of an idea. He called the baby rabbits over and handed them bags of various seeds. Assigning delivery tasks, he instructed them to carry the right seeds to designated areas. With excitement, the bunnies scattered on command, forming an energetic and adorable supply unit, all across the field. Rabbits cheerfully delivered seeds, contributing to the planting effort. Watching them work, Sejun imagined dressing them in cute outfits. Once Theo returned, smiling at the thought, he wished he could capture the charming moment in a photo. Far away, a muscular minotaur wandered through rocky terrain, trying to recall a lost memory. Uncertain and frustrated, he muttered about orders from his captain and the effects of the blue moon. Despite confusion, he pressed on, determined to fulfill the unclear mission given to him. A superior minotaur questioned Ox 3 about the mysterious grass and roots he had obtained. Nervous, Ox 3 explained he found them near the border during the confusion of the blue moon. Uncertain of how he left their territory, he insisted he had no memory of escaping. The commander grew curious and took a bite of the grass, despite the source being unclear. Surprised by its flavor, his body reacted with a rush of power and vitality. Amazed, he ordered an immediate investigation to locate the source and secure more for their tribe. Ox 3 feared punishment if he failed, imagining his captain's overwhelming strength. Wandering the wilderness, he nervously hoped he wouldn't encounter a serious threat. Suddenly, a familiar aroma reached his nose, guiding him closer to the source. Following the scent, he discovered a field of lush crops and approached eagerly. Without hesitation, he began eating, overwhelmed by how delicious the leaves tasted. Delighted, he gathered more, planning to bring them back and report the discovery. Elsewhere, the crimson bear's eyes glowed as it sensed a disturbance in the forest. Alert and tense, the bear stepped forward, cub following cautiously behind. With sharp eyes and a low growl, the crimson bear prepared to confront the intruder. The crimson giant bear growled fiercely in the dark, its glowing eyes radiating tension and power. Meanwhile, a lizard-like creature relaxed in the spa, enjoying a fruit and the steamy bath. No groan, it appreciated the comfort of the adult pool it once found too large. Suddenly, an alert interrupted its rest, catching its attention with a system message. Reading further, the creature realized the crimson giant bear had called the tower manager. Alarmed by the urgency, the black dragon reacted with concern, preparing to respond elsewhere. Sejun napped peacefully in the field, until a system message woke him up. Still groggy, he learned that another monster had been detected near the cave's surroundings. He sat up, puzzled, realizing a possible intruder had crossed into their growing territory. The crimson bear arrived beside Sejun, alerting him as they followed a trail of damage. Giant footprints stretched across the field, prompting Sejun to question what had occurred. Stunned, he noticed all the corn leaves once covering the soil had vanished completely. While Sejun panicked, a familiar voice shouted, "Humans!" as Theo arrived on the 38th floor. Joyful and energetic, Theo ran toward the field, announcing his return with excitement. In the background, curious newcomers followed behind him, hinting at another shift in the story. Sejun stood silently before the crimson giant bear and her cub, staring at the empty farmland, examining the field. He realized the crops had been stolen during the night without any sound. The bear growled, conveying through the system that the horned bastards were responsible for the theft. Worried, Sejun recalled the monsters he had seen before, and noted how troubling this development was. Grateful that they hadn't taken the seeds stored inside, he crouched to reassure the rabbits. The bear offered to guard the field at night, and Sejun appreciated her willingness to help. A rope stretched up toward a rocky ledge, bathed in morning sunlight above the peaceful land. Nearby, rabbits carefully prepared food, placing a wrapped bulb of garlic on a large leaf. Sejun thanked them for their help before parting ways, leaving with a cheerful wave and smile. He sat beneath shade, thinking how bees now managed pollination while rabbits handled the planting. Bees flew freely in a flower-filled field, maintaining a perfect balance in Sejun's farm ecosystem. Relaxing with a snack, he admired a flower in his hand, marveling at its vibrant colors. Whispering softly, Sejun thanked the queen bee for her existence, slowly dozing off in peace. As he slept soundly under the shade, a mysterious bulb began shifting in the leaf cradle. A flash of green light burst forth from within, signaling something unknown was about to awaken. While Sejun rested peacefully under the shade, a soft glow burst from the leaf-wrapped basket nearby. The bundle began to stir, gentle movements rippling through the leaves as something inside awakened. A tiny yellow figure emerged, its black-tipped antennae poking up as the transformation continued quietly. The newborn creature burst from the leaves, revealing a bright and lively poison bee with a crown. She blinked her large violet eyes, identified as the second-generation poison bee queen. Buzzing her wings with excitement, the young queen hovered above the ground, full of energy and purpose. The queen flew towards Sejun and landed gently on his chest while he remained asleep. Curious, she stared at him closely, tilting her head and observing his peaceful expression. Still unaware, Sejun breathed steadily, the queen remaining still as if deciding something important. A system message confirmed the newborn queen now recognized Sejun as her master. She chirped joyfully and nuzzled the flowers he held, smiling with pure affection. With a swift buzz, she launched into the air, circling happily above him. More bees appeared beside her, mimicking her excitement and acknowledging Sejun with similar gestures. They swarmed gently around his resting form, their new bond clearly established. The queen led the group into the sky, flying confidently as Sejun smiled faintly in his sleep. The newborn poison bee queen affectionately buzzed beside Sejun's face, causing him to stir awake. She flew off in a spiral as he sat up confused, blinking at the glowing trail. Sejun, now fully awake, received system alerts about the successful evolution of the poison bee queen. He looked around in alarm, realizing the bee had vanished from the resting nest beside him. Meanwhile, on the borderlands, a dark figure examined a leaf-wrapped object found near their territory. A muscular beastman confirmed to his captain that it had been abandoned near their land. The Minotaur captain observed the plant, noting it differed from anything seen in the past. Although rare, the leaf's fragrance intrigued him, and he considered it too small to share. With little hesitation, he tasted the unknown crop, commenting on the sweet scent it released. An explosion of energy followed. The captain roared with delight at the flavor's vitality. He praised his subordinate for finding such power and pondered the source of this miracle. Watching the distant forest, he grew suspicious about the origin and determined to investigate further. He explained time distortion effects meant rare resources could form undetected in the forest. Turning to his subordinate, Ox 3, he ordered an immediate search for the plant's origin. The captain emphasized finding not just the crop, but also identifying the one responsible for cultivating it. After the order was given, Ox 3 asked for a nap, claiming a food coma from overeating. Annoyed, the captain shouted at him to hurry and fulfill the mission without delay. As the subordinate ran off, the captain turned toward the forest, shouting his next concern: humans. Elsewhere, Theo the merchant cat reappeared, calling out as humans spotted him and ran over. They questioned his lateness, to which Theo apologized and promised today's goods were special. Curious, one buyer asked how magic cherry tomatoes could be more special than they already were. Theo proudly announced the arrival of D-grade tomatoes, showcasing them with dramatic flair. Despite their grade, the crowd murmured in surprise over the tomatoes' unexpected appearance. As buyers examined them, they realized the fruit's improved fat reduction and mana stats. A man confirmed the tomatoes were far better than before, visibly impressed by the improvements. Theo declared the price 70 coins for 400 units, and the bidding began immediately. Hands shot up, shouting offers, and Theo finalized the first sale with a satisfied grin. Grasping his bag of earnings, Theo celebrated passing 1,000 tower coins in profit. He dreamt of becoming a veteran merchant, imagining a future free from Sejun's shadow. Striking a pose, he vowed to create a business network and claim his long-deserved reward. Theo flinched in surprise when a female hunter approached, catching him off guard with a cheerful greeting. Suspicious, he asked why she was alone, wondering where the other buyers had gone. She explained that his delay had caused most people to descend the tower in the meantime. Trying to comfort him, the hunter offered churu, but Theo's pride stung more than his hunger. He lowered his head, internally lamenting his missed chance to prove his value as a merchant. Just as doubt crept in, new voices called out, confirming this was the merchant's meeting spot. Two other hunters rushed over excitedly, asking if he was the merchant cat they'd seen online. They pulled out a phone, showing Theo's photo on Instagram, requesting a picture together. Theo's eyes sparkled as realization struck his popularity had turned into valuable marketing power. Theo's social media page displayed dozens of pictures, attracting thousands of human followers curious about his charm. He questioned Sejun, surprised that humans had arrived seeking photos after seeing his online popularity. Unsure of Theo's reaction, Sejun watched nervously, wondering if uploading the photos had angered him. Suddenly, Theo scolded Sejun for hiding such a powerful publicity tool without mentioning it sooner. Eager to improve his online image, Theo struck glamorous poses, transforming himself into a photogenic star. Sejun quickly snapped dozens of photos while encouraging Theo to act cuter and more dynamic. Satisfied with the session, Sejun praised Theo's cuteness, amazed by his natural talent in front of the lens. Theo seized the moment to advertise himself, inviting fans to meet him on the 38th floor. A final wink marked his stardom as narration declared the rise of the most iconic cat ever. Exhausted from the shoot, Theo wandered off alone, muttering about the need for future grooming. Greedy thoughts filled his mind, imagining bigger rewards and his ascent to merchant chairman. Laughter echoed through the woods as Theo celebrated his own success and growing influence. A loud growl startled Theo, interrupting his fantasies and causing his fur to bristle. Furious, he lamented the loss of his well-groomed appearance right after finishing the photo session. Before he could escape, a group of towering wolves emerged, blocking his path and looming over him. Theo froze as the wolves surrounded him, their growls echoing through the clearing with clear hostility. One of the massive beasts tapped the ground threateningly, and Theo backed away, his body trembling. Piercing howl erupted above him, signaling danger as Theo braced for an incoming strike. The wolves advanced, accusing Theo of deceit and demanding the truth behind his rising fame. Caught off guard, Theo struggled to explain, terrified by their threats and the building tension. Desperate, he meowed loudly to distract them, then tossed items from his bag onto the ground. A pine cone burst open, releasing a thick cloud of smoke that began to spread instantly. The wolves reeled from the sudden gas, coughing and panicking as the scent overwhelmed them. Won shouted in pain, realizing the object was a smell bomb, causing sharp numbness in his nose. As the cloud thickened, Theo shielded himself and turned just in time to see a masked figure appear. Recognizing the cat as Zareth, Theo gasped in disbelief while being pulled by the paw. With serious eyes, Zareth secured Theo's grip, preparing to escape together through the smoke. Seizing the opportunity, they darted out of the haze, leaving the wolves behind in confusion. Zareth urged Theo to follow quickly, sprinting ahead with no time to explain further. Behind them, the wolves shouted and gave chase, rallying to pursue the escaping pair without delay. The wolves, overwhelmed by the smell bomb, cried out for help as the stench numbed their noses. Leader Elka watched the scene in frustration, realizing their mission had completely failed. Far from danger, Theo and Zareth burst into laughter, finally free from the wolves' pursuit. Panting heavily, Theo expressed relief that the wolves were gone and he was safe. Grateful, he thanked Zareth for the timely rescue, feeling the weight of danger pass. Zareth reminded him of a past favor Theo once did, insisting this was only repayment. Theo proposed repaying Zareth and asked for guidance like before, hoping to learn from him again. Seizing the moment, he asked to join Zareth on the journey to the merchant district. Surprised, Zareth agreed, and the two set off together through the forest with purpose. While walking, Theo shared his goal to become a mid-level merchant and visit the guild. Shocked by the ambition, Zareth questioned how Theo progressed so fast. Growing suspicious, Theo accused him of knowing too much, unaware of Zareth's secret connections. When pressed, Theo proudly revealed that his fortune came from selling cherry tomatoes. Zareth stared in disbelief, unable to understand how such simple produce held such value. Doubting his own ears, he repeated the words in confusion. Cherry tomatoes? Zareth asked again in disbelief if Theo truly meant ordinary cherry tomatoes as his trade secret. Confirming it, Theo admitted he sold out everything but promised to restock again next time. Without delay, Theo urged, they keep moving, unaware of Zareth's spiraling confusion behind him. In the U.S., a businessman examined a glowing cherry tomato, puzzled by its enhanced magic properties. He noted it was a D-grade magic tomato, significantly stronger than its previous version. After tasting it, he remarked on its surprising potency and improved fat-burning capability. He questioned his assistant Jenny about results from growing the tomatoes on Earth. She explained Earth's environment only yielded regular fruit, lacking the magical traits. Realizing it was a tower, exclusive item, the businessman shifted his interest toward tower cultivation. Jenny confirmed successful growth of cherry tomato plants inside the tower's first floor. She proudly reported 10 plants were about to be harvested soon, with rising germination rates. The chairman, pleased with the progress, mentioned the budget had already been submitted for expansion. Plans were revealed to hire awakened individuals to secure land and support farming inside the tower. Excited, the chairman declared the tower farm project finally revived after a long stall. Meanwhile, Sejun continued peacefully harvesting the very tomatoes triggering global interest and corporate schemes. Theo received a shiny new badge, marking the moment his merchant rank officially advanced. The examiner confirmed his promotion to mid-level merchant, as others watched the ceremony with interest. Proud of his achievement, Theo celebrated joyfully and quickly set his sights on the trading market. His companion warned him about the competitive market ahead, where only sharp merchants survive. Sprawling merchant stalls filled the square, each vendor eager to show off rare items and deals. With every transaction judged, profits were maximized only through strategic bulk purchases and precise decision-making. Theo and his companion scanned the area, comparing it to lower-level shops they'd visited before. He paused in front of a humble store marked by a wooden sign with a peach icon. Inside, basic tools and household goods were neatly arranged, catching Theo's attention with their simplicity. Theo chose thread, needles, and cookware, inquiring about the price as the shopkeeper calculated. His companion questioned the choice, but Theo insisted cherry tomatoes were still part of his plan. Silently observing, the companion grew curious about Theo's actual merchant abilities. Suspicion rose when he noticed the items were overpriced compared to average market value. In his imagination, the shopkeeper mocked Theo, appearing as a greedy villain demanding gold. Unexpectedly, Theo requested a discount and the merchant accepted it without argument, stunning his skeptical companion. Zareth recognized the merchant's tactic, offering inflated prices, then reducing them to feign generosity. The store owner insisted the price was already discounted, but Theo remained unfazed by the claim. Feigning goodwill, the seller offered a lower price, prompting Zareth to reflect on this common manipulation. In Zareth's mind, the situation mirrored an aggressive negotiation, where Theo stood his ground bravely. Theo boldly demanded a greater discount, catching both the shopkeeper and his companion by surprise. Still, the seller tried to maintain control, claiming the current deal was already below market value. Theo, seemingly satisfied, decided to walk away with confidence, catching Zareth off guard. Surprised by the move, the shopkeeper panicked, quickly offering an even better deal to keep them. Pushed further, Theo countered once more with a firm ultimatum: pay less or leave immediately. Cornered, the seller gave in, handing over the goods at Theo's final demanded price. Zareth silently acknowledged the clever negotiation, realizing Theo had full control from the start. Theo, already thinking ahead, joyfully ended the encounter and prepared to continue shopping. Zareth marveled at Theo's performance, convinced a genius merchant had just been born. Theo, proud of his efforts, mused about having requested 3 discounts already that day. As they walked away, Theo cheerfully offered to treat Zareth to a meal before parting ways. Zareth politely declined Theo's offer, expressing gratitude for the learning opportunity and apologizing for past arrogance. Theo, confused by the thanks, blinked as Zareth warned him to stay cautious in future dealings. Walking away quietly, Zareth left Theo pondering over the strange yet sincere parting words. Theo resumed his cheerful stride, planning to return home and nap beside Seijun. At a separate location, a hand penned a report under sunlight pouring through a grand building. Zareth sat at his desk, briefly resting before being interrupted by an assistant's announcement. He agreed to meet the director and reviewed a report about a merchant previously under watch. Handing over the document, he ordered the merchant to be exempted from further surveillance. The assistant recognized the subject. Theo, now marked as a genius at bargaining, Zareth declared that, for the first time in ages, he had met a true merchant. Meanwhile, far from the market, someone reached down into the freshly cultivated soil. Seijun relaxed in his field, glad the bear was on patrol, and no danger lingered. Looking around, he admired how his crops had expanded far beyond the original cave. One rabbit struggled with a watering can, puzzled as the supposedly infinite water failed to pour. A black rabbit urgently approached Seijun, flailing its paws and shouting frantically in its own language. As the white rabbit followed, both cried out repeatedly, drawing Seijun's attention to something important. Confused but alert, Seijun leaned closer, finally catching the urgent message. Something had happened at the pond. Arriving at the water's edge, Seijun peered into the clear blue pond with curiosity and concern. Beneath the surface, numerous red crayfish swam aggressively, their numbers far beyond anything he expected. Shocked, Seijun muttered in disbelief at their abundance. Recognizing the species immediately, kneeling by the pond, he questioned how such a population could form unnoticed in this sealed environment. The thought of cooking them triggered his memory. Crayfish were considered a gourmet delicacy online. With determination, he called the black rabbit to help him prepare for harvesting the crayfish. The rabbit raised its hammer proudly, understanding the mission was now one of survival and flavor. Everyone readied themselves, knowing this was a perfect chance to secure high-protein ingredients. Together, Seijun and his animal companions leapt into action, launching a coordinated crayfish hunt. Seijun prepared to strike, clutching his dagger as crayfish emerged from the water, ready to attack. One large crayfish surfaced with glowing eyes, snapping its claws at anything approaching its territory. With swift movement, Seijun leapt forward and landed a clean blow, defeating it instantly and gaining experience. Alerted by danger, he called for the black rabbit as more crayfish approached from behind. The black rabbit struck first, breaking through the enemy's defense with a precise, powerful hit. Other rabbits joined the battle, helping repel the swarm of crayfish invading their territory. After victory, rabbits dragged the crayfish over, while one examined their tough shells curiously. Sejun noted they'd be hard to cut raw, suggesting they wrap them in green onion and grill. Work began quickly, wrapping crayfish in leaves while preparing a fire for cooking. As flames crackled, a savory aroma spread through the cave, capturing everyone's attention. He unwrapped one carefully, revealing bright red meat that steamed with heat. A system message confirmed the shell had softened, and the meat was now ready to eat. Excited, Sejun showed the juicy flesh to the rabbits, amazed by the meal's quality. They drooled from the rich, salty scent, unable to hide their anticipation. Sejun handed out portions to each rabbit, who happily munched their share with satisfied smiles. Sejun praised the cooked crayfish's flavor, surprised by its perfect seasoning even without additional sauce. Satisfied, he reminded the others not to discard the head, hinting at its hidden value. He demonstrated dipping the meat into the organs inside the head, calling it an incredible delicacy. As he savored another bite, Sejun commented that the taste made him crave a drink. Curious, he offered the green-topped flesh to the black rabbit, inviting it to try some. The rabbit hesitated, examining the strange food with doubt before slowly bringing it to its mouth. The rabbit's eyes widened in shock as flavor exploded in its mouth like magic. Sejun laughed and asked if it was delicious, watching the rabbit's enthusiastic reaction. He shared more portions, ensuring every rabbit enjoyed the feast to their heart's content. From afar, the red bear Kwang called out, drawn by the scent and gathering crowd. Sejun smiled and promised to bring some, urging Kwang to wait patiently. Excited, the bear's eyes sparkled at the sight of the massive crayfish pile prepared. Standing beside the feast, Sejun showed Kwang how to twist off the head and body. Following the instruction, Kwang eagerly bit into the meat with audible delight and surprise, watching the bear munch happily. Sejun noted the shell's nutrition, glad they all could enjoy it. On the outskirts of the second floor, a quiet forest gave way to a settlement in chaos. This place, known as Skeleton Village, was under siege by armed mercenaries and warriors. Skeletons tried to flee, but the attackers overwhelmed them with swift, calculated blows. A stray skull bounced across the ground, eventually stopping at a man's polished shoe, with a smirk. He crushed it effortlessly beneath his heel, drawing attention with his presence. Standing tall in a suit, the vice chairman arrived, calm and observant amid the destruction. One mercenary greeted him, reporting successful progress in claiming land for a future farming zone. They had mobilized forces and seized over half the skeleton villages on the tower's second floor. Unimpressed, the vice chairman demanded faster results and pressed for a timeline. The mercenary estimated months due to the area's size and current manpower limitations. The vice chairman revealed a list of debtors, now bound by contract through awakened abilities. He gave a stern deadline of 1 week, ordering them to prioritize farmland acquisition immediately. At the agricultural site, researchers greeted him, showcasing rows of ripe cherry tomato plants. The woman proudly offered him a sample, reporting accelerated growth success. Smiling at the fruit, the vice chairman reached forward, muttering, "Finally," as he picked one. The vice chairman crouched among the cherry tomato plants, inspecting one carefully in his hand. He confirmed it wasn't a magical item and decided to evaluate its flavor directly. Bringing the fruit to his mouth, he tasted it with high expectations. His face tensed immediately. The tomato lacked any flavor, leaving him stunned and silent. He suddenly gagged, drawing alarm from the researchers who rushed to check on him. Frustrated, he held up the tomato and shouted that it tasted like nothing at all. The researchers were baffled, insisting the fruit should be full of nutrients and flavor. Despite all the added components, they admitted the tomato showed the lowest grade of marketability. Irritated, the vice chairman stomped through the plants, stepping forcefully on the unsatisfying crops. As he glanced down, a crushed tomato caught his eye, something unusual about it. He gasped. There was no seed inside, indicating a major flaw in their cultivation. Above the field, the bright sky loomed silently, contrasting the failure below. Elsewhere, Sejun slept peacefully, unaware of the chaos far from his land. A shadowy figure crept into his farm, stepping quietly between the planted rows. The horned thief smiled as he munched grass, once again stealing crops undetected. A large house stood quietly in the countryside, hiding within it a critical agricultural discovery. On a white plate rested a single tomato, flawless on the outside, but suspiciously perfect. An older man stared at it, muttering that it lacked seeds, rendering cultivation efforts completely futile. 10 years earlier, strange towers appeared, reshaping the world's understanding of space, time, and opportunity. One man was transported into the tower by chance, tumbling in with papers in a case. Soon after arrival, he adapted to the environment, quickly arming himself and blending with other entrants. He gazed across the vast landscape within the tower, amazed by its endless fertile plains. Endless daylight bathed the tower's fields, offering ideal conditions for continuous agricultural production. Holding a clump of soil, he imagined monopolizing the global food market through this unique environment. Eventually, he left the tower and shared knowledge with a corporate figure to expand operations. The project grew, with resources and personnel entering the tower to scale up farming efforts. Production expanded steadily until mysterious failures disrupted their perfect system. Kneeling in a barren field, he panicked as none of the crops produced seeds. Despite spending fortunes and planting hundreds of seed types, not a single one reproduced. A researcher revealed that awakening inside the tower caused temporary infertility, crippling their plans entirely. With no solution from science, researchers turned to the tower's unique mana-based ecology for answers. Outside, people discussed crop scarcity over meals, unaware of the struggle unfolding within the tower. Fertile plants existed, but their produce couldn't level up seed stock from outside sources. Inside the tower, awakened beings harvested crops born within, hoping to find a stable source. However, most seeds were monopolized by a figure named Grid, who controlled the 55th floor. A merchant bear confirmed that none could sell seeds freely under Grid's growing influence. Elsewhere, a black-clad warrior vowed to overcome the tower's trials and unlock its secrets. He had been chosen by a mysterious council, tasked with resolving the seed production dilemma. As he knelt in frustration, another man stared at his tomato, refusing to give up. Inside a meeting room, he slammed the table, demanding immediate results regardless of cost. Recalling his failures, he resolved to investigate cherry tomatoes that might contain usable seeds. His ambition reignited. This was his chance to strike back and reclaim control over farming. In the forest, a cat merchant wandered, discovering spring onions scattered across the ground. Realizing the produce belonged to Sejun, he grew suspicious of the sudden appearance. A nearby minotaur casually admitted he picked it up from where it was growing. The merchant cat recognized the special grass, immediately realizing it was Park, Sejun's cherished resource. Memories surfaced of Sejun and others using the versatile grass as bowls, ropes, and even wipes. Angered by the minotaur's carelessness, the cat accused him of stealing something invaluable to Sejun. Outraged, the minotaur stomped the ground, refusing to be labeled a thief. He insisted his warrior pride wouldn't allow theft, declaring his identity as a noble minotaur merchant. The cat, firm in his stance, denied lying and challenged him to prove the truth. To resolve the argument, the cat proposed asking Park Sejun directly about the grass. The minotaur agreed, ready to face judgment, confident in his belief he did no wrong. With that, they began heading towards Sejun's location, determined to settle the matter. While following the cat, the minotaur speculated Sejun must have discarded the grass intentionally. He believed finding the source would earn praise from his superior. Meanwhile, Sejun rested peacefully, unaware of the chaos headed his way. Suddenly, the cat leapt onto Sejun, startling him awake with a loud shout. Still dazed, Sejun struggled to sit up as the cat demanded immediate action. Groaning in confusion, Sejun asked what was going on. Still half asleep on the grass, Theo triumphantly announced he had caught a thief, startling Sejun awake in confusion. Still half asleep, Sejun blinked, unsure who the alleged thief could possibly be. As tension rose, the minotaur loomed behind them, casting a heavy presence over the scene. Sejun panicked at the sight of the minotaur, calling Theo's name in shock. The large beast calmly asked if this was the thief Theo had referred to. Theo demanded Sejun take action, pointing at the minotaur and accusing him of stealing grass. Sejun examined the item, recognizing it as the spring onion they had left in the field. The minotaur insisted he only picked up what was on the ground and meant no harm. Sejun recalled past incidents and suspected someone had been stealing their crops under the moonlight. He considered the timing and wondered if the minotaur had been caught mid-theft again. While the minotaur swore innocence, Theo stood firm in his accusation. Sejun paused, questioning if the minotaur's kind could instinctively dig underground like cows. Sejun finally confirmed he hadn't thrown away the grass, making the theft undeniable. The minotaur panicked and apologized, insisting he didn't realize it belonged to anyone. Unmoved, Sejun demanded 100 tower coins as compensation for the stolen resources and field damage. A towering bull monster panicked after learning the grass he ate cost 100 tower coins. He slumped to the ground, overwhelmed by the idea that simple grass carried such a heavy price. Theo scolded him sharply, urging him to pay immediately, despite the bull's clear lack of funds. With no money to offer, Seijun proposed labor as repayment, suggesting the bull work on the farm. Surprised by the idea, the bull questioned if working would really clear his debt. Seijun assured him he'd receive 1 tower coin, per Dalton Y, along with unlimited food as compensation. The bull shouted in excitement, agreeing eagerly so long as he'd be fed. Satisfied, Seijun confirmed the arrangement, instructing him to begin working the next day. Cheerfully, the bull accepted, his mood changing instantly as he raised his hoof in agreement. Theo proudly noted the lesson: if someone lacks money, they should pay with their labor. Seijun praised Theo's quick thinking, recognizing the successful capture and handling of the thief. Beaming with pride, Theo asked for feedback, clearly expecting more praise for his contribution. Seijun rewarded Theo by extending his salescat title for another month. Excited beyond control, Theo clung to Seijun, demanding even more benefits in return. The next day arrived peacefully, marked by the sound of splashing water near the forest's edge. Crayfish swarmed from the river, surrounding Seijun as he prepared to defend with the black rabbit. The rabbit leapt into action, wielding its hammer and targeting the advancing enemies with precision. Blows landed rapidly as the rabbit struck down the crayfish, while Seijun handled others on land, with enough captured. Seijun decided to end the hunt, satisfied with the gathered food supply. He praised the black rabbit, acknowledging its growing combat abilities during their battles. Noticing a strange glow, Seijun watched as the rabbit's body began radiating with blue light. The glowing intensified, transforming the rabbit's hammer into a more powerful and refined form. Seijun recognized it as an awakening, excited by the rabbit's unexpected evolution. He entrusted future crayfish hunts to the rabbit, who responded confidently before hopping off. Suddenly, Quang called out from above, alerting Seijun to something unusual. Seijun asked the baby bear to translate its mother's message as she gestured skyward. Following the direction, Seijun grew puzzled as Quang repeated a cryptic warning. Seijun finally noticed a hidden beehive overhead, alarmed it had been unnoticed until now. Inside the hive, a small bee-like creature stared back at him, blinking in surprise. The creature cheerfully introduced itself with a shout, catching Seijun completely off guard. Seijun was shocked as the bee flew toward him, revealing itself with cheerful energy. He recognized the bee as the second-generation queen that had once hatched nearby. Glad to reunite, Seijun learned she had been away forming a new bee swarm. He introduced the queen to Quang and explained her role in producing honey. Seijun encouraged Quang to protect the hive, ensuring the queen's safety and productivity. Quang responded with excitement, happily accepting the responsibility of guarding her and the bees. Suddenly, Mu the bull returned, announcing his readiness to work as promised. Before Seijun could respond, the red bear's mother charged at Mu aggressively. The force of her blow caught everyone off guard, interrupting the peaceful reunion. She roared in fury, and Mu braced himself, realizing their paths had crossed again. Mu remembered a past incident and prepared for a confrontation he hadn't expected. The intense tension built quickly as Seijun attempted to stop the sudden clash. Seijun pleaded for peace, while the red bear's anger visibly grew. Despite his attempts, the two beasts were set to collide, leaving him helpless. Running toward them with Theo, he feared serious injuries if the fight continued. Seijun ran between the two enraged beasts, shouting at them to stop before fighting broke out. He pleaded with the red bear to stand down, explaining the minotaur was no threat. Theo translated the red bear's growl, revealing she wanted the intruder gone from her territory. Despite the explanation, the minotaur insisted on fighting, unwilling to back down due to pride. Seijun panicked, unsure how to stop the conflict while others watched helplessly. Even Aileen, through the tower, demanded a quick resolution, driven more by hunger than concern. The situation escalated as both creatures powered up, ignoring all attempts at reasoning. Theo and the baby bear also expressed hunger, further overwhelming Seijun's focus. He reached his limit, cornered by demands, noise, and rising tension among everyone around him. Frustrated, Seijun shouted that no one would get food unless they listened and calmed down. The red bear and minotaur paused, surprised by his outburst and sudden authority. Both finally yielded, realizing food was at stake, and Seijun meant what he said. Seijun shouted with authority, demanding the attention of the beasts and rabbits gathered before him. The red bear, black minotaur, small cub, and rabbit stood silently as tension filled the field. Far away, Aileen observed the situation from within the cave, her focus locked on Seijun. Standing between the two towering beasts, Seijun explained the dangers their rampage posed to everyone. He reminded them that their conflict could harm even allies, including the innocent animals nearby. Shifting the mood, Seijun proposed a shared meal to ease tensions and called the rabbits. The rabbits quickly prepared food, while others gathered ingredients, water, and cooking tools from the surroundings. Corn was roasted and seasoned, while rabbits carried platters and Sejun grilled over a lively flame. Dishes were soon arranged: golden roasted corn, leafy greens, and bamboo skewers shimmered under the light. The bear and minotaur cried out in hunger before settling beside the food with visible excitement. Sejun served Aileen remotely, while the others dug into their meal with loud appreciation. Both monsters relished the taste, reaching eagerly for more, as peace slowly replaced hostility. As they ate, Sejun introduced the red bear as Kwang's mother and their current field protector. Then, he hesitantly revealed the Minotaur's name, calling him Ox 3, the new warrior helper. While everyone digested the introductions and food, a simple word from the bear closed the moment: Kuong. The red bear and Ox 3 sealed their truce with a handshake, finalizing the peaceful negotiation. Both sat calmly beside Sejun, signaling the end of their conflict as harmony returned to the field. Ox 3 asked about his role, prompting Sejun to remind him of the expected labor tasks. Sejun explained that Ox 3 would dig and turn soil, just like during the previous blue moon. Hearing lunch would be included, the Minotaur grew excited, eager to work with food as motivation. Without hesitation, Ox 3 sprinted across the dry land, heading to his assigned work area. Sejun walked beside him, giving instructions while the Minotaur prepared his body to begin tilling. Motivated by food, he roared with passion and plowed through the earth with incredible strength. Sejun praised the progress and began discussing the next task: planting spring onions around the cave path. He demonstrated the method to increase onion yield by cutting off stalks and preserving the roots. Over time, the roots would multiply, and replanting the base would ensure continuous harvest. With satisfaction, Sejun held up a trimmed onion and confirmed the process with a smile. Looking across the land, Sejun admired the completed onion field, now planted row by row. He noted how rapidly spring onions grow inside the tower, enabling near-endless production through division. Just one problem remained, and a rabbit in work clothes stepped up to address it. Sejun acknowledged the limit of how much watering the rabbits could handle, despite field expansion. As he pondered a solution, one rabbit held up a can, which suddenly glowed brightly. The old watering can transformed into a golden one, surprising Sejun with its evolved magical form. He realized the change might be due to overuse, pushing it past its hidden enhancement threshold. Testing it, the rabbit confirmed the upgraded can release double the water with each use. Sejun declared the field expansion could now proceed faster, while another character worried about Ox 3's absence. Meanwhile, it was the first day baby rabbits stepped out of the cave into sunlight. Sejun introduced Kwang, the bear cub, as a friendly guardian to help ease their fears. The babies huddled around Kwang curiously, showing no fear and quickly growing comfortable with him. The young rabbits gathered close and bounced happily, causing Kwang to giggle with delight. Sejun sat peacefully nearby, trusting Kwang to watch over the babies while enjoying the moment. Theo scoffed at being ignored, feeling replaced as he argued he was more of an uncle. Frustrated, Theo shouted dramatically, heartbroken that the baby rabbits had forgotten him so quickly. Sejun noted calmly how fast children grow, while Theo sulked beside him, overwhelmed with emotion, to comfort him. Sejun offered churu snacks, which Theo accepted with a pouty fine yeah. While enjoying a moment with Theo, Sejun asked if it was time for trading below. Theo admitted he wanted to go but seemed unsure if it was safe to leave. Before Sejun could ask further, Kwang called out, sensing something odd in Theo's hesitation. Theo finally confessed that wolves had been searching for Sejun's straw hat down on lower floors. He nervously explained he couldn't go, because the artifact made him a target. Sejun pondered why a farmer's hat had become so important in a place like the tower. He realized the hat's powers were useful, only for farming, making it an odd item to seek. Curious, Sejun wondered if other farmers existed elsewhere in the tower. With energy returning to his voice, he told Theo not to worry and proposed a solution. Theo's eyes widened with hope as Sejun claimed he had a solution to their problem. Sitting calmly on the grass, Sejun proposed hiring a freelance mercenary to aid their cause. Theo's expression brightened instantly at the idea, praising it as a brilliant strategy. Freelance mercenaries, born within the tower, held a unique status similar to wandering merchants. An agreement with the Mercenary Association allowed them to use merchant passages for a phenon. Mercenaries could also access these routes if hired under mercenary contracts through proper channels. Sejun admitted his wish to become one, though only natives of the tower could qualify. Theo confirmed Sejun's understanding, then questioned if Wuchen Sam would accept the proposed role. Sejun suggested offering triple wages in tower coins to motivate the strong monster to help. Grinning, Sejun shared a treat, encouraging Theo to learn and apply the same creativity. Excited, Teo eagerly accepted the snack, inspired to remember the idea for future use. Meanwhile, far away in a dry wasteland, Wuchansum's massive figure moved stealthily between rocks. Another beast called out, asking where Wuchansam had disappeared to for the past 3 days. Caught off guard, Wuchansam insisted nothing was wrong and urged them to go away. Suspicious, the other monster noted Wuchansam's shiny face and questioned if he'd been secretly eating. The female beast demanded to join Wuchansam's journey, convinced something was being kept secret from her. Despite his panic, Wuchansam agreed, warning her to remain quiet about their mission. Together, they hurried across the rocky terrain, determined to reach the others without delay. Under the forest canopy, Sejun and Teo waited anxiously, hiding behind a bamboo stalk. Their eyes widened in surprise as the two beast companions emerged unexpectedly from the trees. Realizing they'd been spotted, Wuchansam and his companion approached without hesitation. Sejun noticed the extra arrival and questioned Wuchansam about the unfamiliar companion beside him. Cheerfully, she introduced herself as Wuchansa, recalling a past promise involving food, treeing to help. Wuchansam requested she be allowed to work on the farm too. Sejun hesitated, stating they didn't urgently require additional help on the field. Wuchansa proposed a favor in exchange an escort mission to protect Teo from wolves. When offered tower coins, she declined, revealing that she couldn't eat them anyway. Instead, Sejun suggested 3 full meals with snacks, immediately catching Wuchansa's interest. Wuchansam and Wuchansa both agreed eagerly, tempted by the food offer. Sejun smiled, promising to pack food for their journey, as the two followed enthusiastically. Grateful for the opportunity, Wuchansa hugged Wuchansam, thanking him for bringing her to the farm. Touched by her words, Wuchansam returned the embrace, expressing his happiness to be with her. From a short distance, Sejun watched the scene quietly, observing their growing bond. Later, Teo asked Sejun whether he should begin packing the tomatoes for transport. Sejun hesitated, concerned that the bag might not hold such a large harvest. Confidently, Teo unfolded his cloak, unleashing a gust of magical storage energy. Teo proudly explained his bag had expanded in capacity after reaching the rank of senior merchant. Sejun acknowledged the promotion, and finally noticed the badge color had changed. Teo playfully scolded him for being so slow to realize such an obvious detail. Preparing to depart, Teo promised to deliver Sejun's gifts, along with the tomatoes. With determination, Teo set off, joined by Wuchansam and Wuchansa as his escorts. Sejun waved goodbye, shouting a reminder for them to take care of Teo. Surrounded by rabbits, Sejun asked the black rabbit not to let anyone eat Teo. Meanwhile, deep in the tower, the merchant passage bustled with life and unusual creatures. Among the crowd, merchants and townsfolk wandered through the towering, vibrant residential marketplace. A wolf soldier approached with food in hand, offering it to Elka, the chieftain of the group. Elka asked how much remained for the guards, only to hear it was the last portion. Despite being urged to eat, Elka hesitated, while another asked how long they must remain stationed. Frustrated, Elka snapped, scolding them for their lack of awareness and calling their thoughts foolish. He reminded them that starving tribe members on the 85th floor relied on their success. With intense resolve, Elka declared the tribe's survival depended entirely on completing the current mission. The scolded wolf apologized, holding tears and accepting Elka's stern correction. Encouraging the group to eat, Elka stressed that the food was bought with everyone's contributions. The reminder motivated the others, including Elka himself, who reluctantly took a bite for strength. Suddenly, Elka sensed something and turned toward the path ahead. Alert and focused, they spotted Teo, the wandering cat merchant, walking casually across a bridge. With fierce determination, Elka swore to uncover the truth behind Teo's mysterious straw hat. News of the approaching black minotaurs startled the village, drawing attention from goblins and beastfolk alike. Their massive forms entered the area, moving past stunned villagers as they followed a calm, steady pace. Whispers followed them. No one expected mercenaries like these, hired through an unknown wandering merchant. Suddenly, Theo, the small cat merchant, stepped forward confidently, surprising the onlookers with his boldness. He declared himself the one who hired the black minotaurs, laughing proudly before the crowd. Skepticism rose among villagers, questioning Theo's claim, especially since no one had heard his name before. Meanwhile, the minotaurs discovered peculiar vegetables, intrigued by their appearance, and the merchant mouse selling them. Curiosity turned to hunger as they asked if the tasty-looking grass was for sale. Terrified, the merchant squeaked, only for Theo to return, calling for the minotaurs with urgency. Theo scolded the minotaurs for wandering off, reminding them they were meant to protect him. They apologized, explaining it was their first time outside the 98th floor of the tower. Confused about the term merchant passage, they questioned if it was really exclusive to wandering merchants. As the Minotaurs watched, Theo climbed atop crates to gain a dramatic speaking position. With a graceful leap, he landed firmly, commanding attention as he struck a confident pose. Clearing his throat, he announced that mid-tier wandering merchant Theo would now explain everything properly. Standing atop the crates, Theo began his explanation about the tower's structure and its passages. He described the massive tree-like network at the tower's core, connecting various floors and routes. At the base of the tower, formidable monsters guarded key routes, making travel extremely dangerous for most. As his history unfolded, the system adapted, assigning passage control to different functions and roles. Despite universal access, these routes remained under the management of the Wandering Merchants Association. Theo confidently stated this was why everyone referred to it as the Merchant Passage. The Minotaurs clapped in admiration, surprised at Theo's extensive knowledge of tower regulations. Boasting, Theo revealed he learned it from the very first page of the Merchant's Beginner Guide. He clarified that while everyone could use normal passages, only merchants could access the faster, paid routes. Theo explained they qualified for this shortcut solely due to his merchant status and badge. Using the paid route, they'd reach the 38th floor faster, then switch to a standard path. Their goal, reach the 98th floor by navigating through key passage branches centered at this village. Though the system sounded complex, Theo reassured them with a simple suggestion to relax first. He energetically proposed grabbing a meal before starting the journey through the tower's network. Excited by the idea, the Minotaurs cheered in unison, ready to follow Theo's plan. Theo led the Minotaurs to his favorite restaurant, excited to share a meal together. Suddenly, a shadowy figure with glowing red eyes descended from above, drawing immediate alarm. Just as Theo spoke, he turned and froze, recognizing the dark figure lunging straight toward him. The wolf landed hard, aiming directly for Theo with aggressive speed and intent to attack. Caught off guard, Theo identified the assailant, an enemy from the past, still pursuing him. Terrified, he confirmed aloud that the wolf was the same one who had been chasing him. The larger black minotaur charged, demanding to know where the wolf had acquired strange materials. With great force, the minotaur slammed the ground, forcing the wolf to retreat momentarily. Landing nimbly, the wolf braced for battle, surprised by the sudden resistance. The wolf growled upon realizing his opponent was a powerful minotaur, ready to fight back. Theo pointed him out as the persistent pursuer, and the minotaurs prepared to retaliate. Without hesitation, the black minotaur declared they would eliminate the threat immediately. 2 additional wolves called out to their leader, rushing to support him in combat. The female minotaur dashed into action, landing a punishing blow on one of the wolves. Seeing his ally struck down, the enemy leader screamed their names and charged forward in fury. Ox 4 smiled confidently, teasing about the incoming wolf enemies while preparing for solo combat. She instructed Ox 3 to protect Theo, then moved forward to face the threat herself. Ox 3 reassured Theo, stating that they were top-floor monsters and more than capable of handling this. Proudly, he added that Ox 4 was even stronger than him, leaving no room for concern. Theo, though nervous, asked Ox 4 to go easy and avoid killing the attackers outright. Despite her usual power, Ox 4 hesitated playfully, unsure if she could hold back her strength. As she approached, the enemy wolves regrouped, helping their injured allies recover from the earlier clash. Concerned, their leader asked if Elko and Elki could still fight despite their injuries. Rattled, but determined, they responded affirmatively, awaiting further instructions from their chieftain. The wolf leader refused to retreat, believing they must capture the cat merchant at any cost. Calling for a united charge, he ordered all wolves to attack Ox 4 together. With fierce resolve, the wolves launched forward, while Ox 4 stood firmly in their path. Far away from the battlefield, sunlight poured into a peaceful cave on another floor. A small horned creature rustled through the grass, quietly approaching a clearing. 2 fluffy rabbits, one wielding a small pickaxe, turned curiously toward the sound in surprise. Near the forest clearing, Sejun sat calmly, as the sickle rabbits tended to his hair with precision. They clipped and adjusted carefully, while Sejun praised their grooming technique, noting it started to suit his taste. Satisfied, he asked only for a trim in length, then closed his eyes, entrusting them fully. As one rabbit climbed onto Kwang's head, another prepared its sickle with surprising intensity. It suddenly leapt into action, landing on Sejun's head with a determined swing of its blade. The bear and rabbits nearby froze in horror as they saw a huge chunk of hair removed. The wolf leader's gaze hardened as he reminded the others that retreat was no longer an option. Determined, the pack gathered under his command, driven by the merchant's presence in the enemy camp. He barked the final order, prompting Elka and the rest to prepare for a full charge. Without hesitation, the wolves dashed forward in unison, cloaks fluttering as they picked up speed. Claws tore across the grass as they sprinted, closing the distance with practiced synchronization. Elka launched high into the air, targeting the horned warrior guarding the merchant's position. Landing with force, Elka startled the enemy, disrupting their defensive stance in an instant. Fangs bared. Another wolf followed up with a roar, pouncing fiercely from behind. Together, the pack attacked from multiple angles, surrounding their target and forcing him to stagger. Elka struck first, his claws ripping through the opponent's defense with explosive power. Momentum shifted as the wolves pressed forward, their leader staying sharp behind them. A final blow connected solidly, sending the enemy stumbling under the relentless assault. Another wolf collided with the warrior mid-run, disrupting his balance with a sharp strike. Eyes narrowed. Elka delivered a fierce headbutt, refusing to let the foe regain footing. Cornered and overwhelmed, the horned warrior growled, realizing escape was no longer possible. Elka bit down with full force, only to recoil in confusion as the enemy's hide resisted him. Despite his strength, the Minotaur's skin proved unnaturally tough, too dense for even sharp fangs. Calmly, the horned warrior mocked him, claiming no wolf could pierce true Minotaur flesh so easily. Without warning, the enemy countered with a crushing blow, striking Elka in the chest. Elka was launched backward, his body colliding into debris as others shouted in alarm. A second wolf charged, but the Minotaur anticipated it and sent him flying as well. One of the wolves cried out for Elka, unable to ignore the brutal impact. He rushed forward, determined to retaliate before the foe could press the advantage. With momentum, he struck the Minotaur mid-charge, but the attack lacked sufficient power to stop him. Realizing Elka was already down, the wolf resolved not to let go of the attacker. Still clinging tightly, he was caught mid-air and slammed down with bone-shattering force. Pain filled his senses, but he held on, desperate to stop the Minotaur's rampage. With overwhelming strength, the Minotaur hurled the wolf skyward, sending him soaring helplessly. Far away, a mysterious white wolf sensed the danger and invoked a ritual of awakening. Ancestral spirits responded to the call, surrounding the fallen with glowing energy to guide their fate. A wise elder wolf addressed the younger generation, urging them to carry themselves with ancestral dignity. Together with the pups, he emphasized the importance of proper conduct and pride in their bloodline. He reminded them that the ancestors' honor must not be tarnished by careless actions or weakness. Elka, full of youthful resolve, vowed to uphold that honor with pride and determination. Yet, in solitude, he questioned if he would ever receive the answer he longed for. Memories of fire and chaos returned his grandfather's last words, echoing as the elder shielded him. Now a grown warrior, Elka was confronted by his tribe, their doubts rising in the open. They questioned his choices and leadership, especially regarding his ties to outsiders and old enemies. Frustration boiled over. He insisted their actions were necessary to protect the next generation. Internally, Elka justified his path. Honor could be sacrificed if it meant saving those who remained. Visions of ancestors loomed in his mind, some watching with solemn acceptance, others with scorn. Despite uncertainty, he whispered a plea, hoping his grandfather would still understand his decision. Back in the present, Elka collapsed, his strength finally giving out from the brutal clash. The Minotaur stood over him, muttering that everything was for the children's survival. Theo, the cat merchant, approached Elka's body, concerned and wondering if he had truly passed out. The Minotaur, annoyed, joked about breaking Elka's legs to prevent future interference. Theo objected, calling it too cruel, despite Elka's earlier aggression against him. Instead, he ordered the wolves to be taken away, leaving Sejun to decide their fate. Elsewhere, sunlight fell peacefully on the land as the red bear and rabbits returned. Behind them, Sejun emerged, holding his head where something felt oddly exposed. The creatures noticed his distress as he touched the top of his head in confusion. Realizing there was a bald spot, Sejun panicked and scrambled to hide it. A companion assured him it wasn't visible, though Sejun remained unconvinced. Trying to laugh it off, he joked about wearing a straw hat to cover the spot. Despite his humor, Pipik sulked nearby, clearly feeling guilty. The bear and rabbits followed, worried about Sejun's reaction. He reassured them all with a smile, walking calmly with his straw hat now in place. Pipik appeared later, dual blades in hand, ready to take responsibility. Elsewhere, a black wolf read quietly, enjoying a moment of peace and learning. While reading, he lamented his increased hunger. Having outgrown the old food portions alone in a dim room, the dragon Aileen debated whether to ask Sejun for more food. Haunted by a past misunderstanding, she hesitated, fearing another rejection or misinterpretation. Eventually giving in, she summoned a glowing orb and shouted for Sejun to appear. Sejun held his straw hat, explaining that the mother rabbit had trimmed his overgrown hair for him. He shyly revealed the result, wondering aloud if the haircut looked strange or out of place. Far away, Aileen's eyes widened in shock as she watched the scene unfold through magic vision. Calling her name, Sejun tried to get Aileen's attention through the tower communication system. Frustrated by her silence, he continued asking for her thoughts on his new hairstyle. Watching the projection of Sejun smiling, Aileen blushed fiercely, completely overwhelmed by emotion. Embarrassed, Aileen let out a loud scream, startling Sejun with her unexpected outburst. He sensed her magical presence, vanish briefly, confused by her sudden reaction to his call. Reflecting aloud, Sejun assumed she might have left because of food or crop concerns. Wandering through the field, Sejun noted the drop in crayfish, limiting his protein intake. He prepared tomatoes and corn as compensation, offering to share them instead. Wondering if she ran out of dried potatoes, Sejun filled a basket generously. Suddenly a message appeared. Aileen approved of his hairstyle, making Sejun pause with a smile. Grinning, he welcomed the compliment before turning his focus back to work. Meanwhile, Aileen hugged the basket tightly, her heart pounding with excitement and joy. Aileen clutched the basket of corn, startled by the rapid pounding of her chest. Panicked, she considered whether her dragon heart was malfunctioning from emotional imbalance. Embarrassed, she denied it, blaming Sejun's sudden change in appearance, and deciding to distract herself by eating. Sejun's earlier words echoed in Aileen's mind, urging her to take care of herself too. Determined, she rummaged through the massive library, searching between stacks of dusty tomes. Finding a cookbook titled The Great Cookbook, she vowed to cook something for Sejun with her full strength. Elsewhere, Theo, the merchant cat, proudly announced his arrival to a crowd of human buyers. They rushed toward him, eager to inspect the products and ask for pricing details. Theo presented a basket of cherry tomatoes and began auctioning them in bulk for tower coins. The bidding escalated quickly, with prices rising from 120 to 200 coins per lot. As the crowd clamored, one man stepped forward and purchased the remaining tomatoes for 2,000 coins. Theo accepted the deal confidently, securing the sale and preparing for his next trade trip. The market emptied, and frustrated hunters realized they could no longer afford the rare tomatoes. Manny lamented the monopolization, fearing that big companies now controlled the entire supply chain. Disappointed voices filled the field as the hope of buying more vanished with Theo's departure. One man claimed familiarity with Theo, confident he could initiate future transactions with Park Sejun directly. Suddenly, someone noticed the cultivator's name had become visible on the cherry tomatoes. Realizing the name was Korean, they identified the producer as Tower Farmer Park Sejun. Another guild member asked to inspect the product, lifting one tomato carefully for appraisal. The tomato's description appeared, listing high nutritional value, health benefits, and Sejun as the cultivator. Shocked, he muttered in disbelief that Park Sejun had once been an ordinary tower participant. Urgent orders followed. Teams were dispatched to identify and contact Park Sejun immediately. The discovery sparked excitement. A guild member celebrated, expecting a promotion for the valuable intel. Another panicked, fearing they might lose Sejun's talents to competing factions if they delayed. Memories of Sejun's survival during Tower Chaos painted him as a rare and capable survivor. Recognizing his background, the man grew more determined to bring Sejun under his guild's protection. He turned and urgently called for Theo, catching the merchant cat off guard. Surprised, Theo was lifted into the air as the man demanded answers about the revelation. Theo explained that upon becoming a mid-tier merchant, cultivator names were no longer hidden. Confused but curious, Theo asked what had suddenly gone wrong. Kim Dongshik informed Theo that revealing Sejun's identity had put his family in danger. He explained that the anonymity had protected them, but now greedy forces might exploit the tomato's fame. Worried, Theo realized his promotion as a merchant had inadvertently caused the problem. Determined, Kim Dongshik vowed to defend Sejun's family, even at the cost of his guild's honor. Theo expressed his gratitude before requesting a favor on Sejun's behalf. He presented a gift basket, asking Kim to deliver the crops to Sejun's family, under the usual exchange terms. Inside the basket were rare items, a carrot of agility, and corn of stamina. Kim marveled at their abilities, acknowledging how valuable they'd be if discovered. Promising to handle the delivery with care, he reassured Theo before parting ways. As Theo watched him leave, he murmured thoughtfully, already planning his next step. Far away, at the entrance of the 38th floor's base, beast folk gathered restlessly. They mocked one of their own for working under a wandering merchant, jeering loudly. The taunts escalated, ridiculing the wolf for taking orders from a lowly merchant. A horned warrior offered to strike him, but another suggested restraint, as Theo suddenly arrived. Oxmu noticed him first and stepped forward. Sensing urgency as Theo mentioned Sejun's family, the bound wolf thrashed angrily, shouting for release while the minotaurs held him back. Nearby, Theo instructed Ox 3 and Ox 4 to stay put as he stepped away briefly. He entered a small shop, intending to purchase something meaningful he wouldn't forget later. A towering building gleamed under the sunlight, its walls hiding information about a man named Park Sejun, at 26. Sejun had entered the tower through an unexplained vanishing event and progressed rapidly. His exact location remained unknown, but rumors spread after cherry tomatoes he grew appeared on the market. Inside a modern room, an elder named Han Taehoon found the idea of a tower farmer amusing. Once the head of the hunter guild, Taehoon now sat soaking his feet, frail yet sharp. Dongshik, his visitor, asked with concern about his condition while standing stiffly near the sofa. Taehoon erupted in frustration, flames bursting around him as he shouted at Dongshik's question. His anger stemmed from Sejun's hidden rise, reaching the 80th floor while he remained confined, blazing with energy. He reminded Dongshik that he too had reached the 52nd floor unofficially. Demanding honesty, Taehoon pressed for answers while Dongshik deflected with a factual report. Taehoon calmed, though the shattered bowl hinted at his unstable condition and worsening curse. He quietly admitted that the flame's curse was progressing, a truth he could no longer hide. Despite the pain, Taehoon remained defiant, longing to re-enter the tower if not for the curse. Dongshik revealed his true reason: protecting Park Sejun's family from rising international pressure. Understanding the stakes, Taehoon agreed to help, vowing not to let Sejun be stolen away. Taehoon leaned back as Dongshik confirmed that multiple nations had already reached out regarding Sejun. Grateful for the update, Dongshik then presented a basket of tomatoes as a personal gift. Inspecting the basket, Taehoon appeared surprised, recognizing the vibrant red produce with curiosity. Dongshik explained that the tomatoes were cultivated by Park Sejun and passed on by a merchant. Although modest, he believed the tomatoes might offer some help to his ailing master. After tasting one, Taehoon found the magic cherry tomato surprisingly delicious and smiled in satisfaction. Elsewhere, Sejun's family stood around the table, stunned by the large pile of fresh crops. The produce, carrots, tomatoes, and corn, came directly from Sejun inside the tower. A man warned that threats were growing, urging the family to relocate for protection. Reluctantly, the family protested. Concerned about housing and their current financial situation, they were reassured a home in Hanam Dong was already arranged for their safety. Conversation shifted toward celebrities, when one member joked about girl groups living nearby. Shock filled the room as the man revealed his daughter was Sira, a member of Lil Sign. He proudly displayed a photo, offering an invitation to their home if they were fans. Excitement peaked as the boy recognized Sarah from album covers, jokingly asking to be adopted. As Sejun's family relaxed, one young man suddenly shouted, "Father," sparking confusion from the others nearby. Later, Sejun's parents sat in quiet concern, reflecting on his promise to farm and stay safe. Far away, a demon read calmly, revealing that she had added wonder, working mushrooms to a meal, sprinkling magical seasoning. The demon prepared something glowing with radiant energy. As light surged from the dish, she paused, watching its transformation with growing interest. A flash of realization hit her face as the meal emitted a powerful shine. Pleased with her work, she declared the dish complete with joy. Meanwhile, Sejun inspected his green onion patch outside the cave, ready for harvesting. He noted the plants had grown from seed over 2 weeks, and now seemed ripe. Excited, Sejun checked one stalk but found no status window appearing upon touch. He suspected it might be due to onions not being classified as fruit. The black rabbit offered a noise, prompting Sejun to investigate the stalk further. Pulling up the stalk, system messages confirmed a successful harvest and detailed its stats. Sejun celebrated the green onion's quality, satisfied by the improvement through effort and timing. He then teased the rabbit, noting that they now had even more crops to protect. Sejun admired the green onion's effects, realizing it could benefit heavy drinkers. By aiding liver function, he planned to cultivate more and sell them in bulk once supply reached sufficient quantity. A nearby rabbit's call drew his attention just as a splash echoed from the pond. Peering into the water, Sejun confirmed the crayfish and piranha numbers had drastically declined. Attempts to lure them with bait failed, forcing him to abandon the idea of meat. Suddenly, a system alert notified him that Aileen had prepared a gift to mark 200 days. Surprised by the milestone, Sejun questioned what the gift might be while feeling genuinely touched. A new quest instructed him to offer one magic cherry tomato in exchange for the reward. Upon completion, he received Aileen's health soup, specially crafted and accompanied by a magical flash. A massive cauldron crashed down, startling Sejun with its dramatic arrival. Inside, bubbled a green soup, glowing ominously with rare ingredients, and a special item tag. Detailed stats confirmed the soup could restore lost energy and even purify curses. Sejun stood baffled, unsure if the soup was meant for consumption or admiration. System messages revealed Aileen had poured immense energy into the dish, despite her fatigue. Before falling asleep, Aileen demanded Sejun finish the soup or face her wrath upon waking. Panicked, Sejun shouted Aileen's name repeatedly, holding the communication device with growing desperation near the cauldron. Realizing she wouldn't respond, he tried recruiting rabbits to help finish the soup, but they fled. Left alone, Sejun chased after them, begging not to be abandoned as they disappeared into the distance. Sejun stared nervously at the bubbling pot, realizing the stew had powerful boosting effects. Despite its benefits, the system revealed it contained poison and paralysis, inducing ingredients from a grade 6 creature. Wary of the danger, he hesitated to eat it, weighing risk versus reward with the rabbits nearby. A black rabbit suddenly held up green onions, reminding Sejun of their detoxifying properties. Quickly preparing a large bundle, he hoped consuming them would neutralize the stew's poisonous effects. Confident in his preparation, he thanked the group and bravely took the first spoonful of soup. A violent reaction followed as green light burst from Sejun's mouth, alarming the surrounding creatures. He coughed and staggered, complaining about the taste and wondering if Aileen had tried to harm him. Determined, he resolved to finish it all at once. Unwilling to waste the precious reward, with determination, Sejun lifted the pot and gulped down the soup in one go. Struggling, he saw a hallucination of the monster used in the stew and panicked. Overwhelmed, he tossed the pot away, causing it to crash into the nearby lake. To his surprise, the system confirmed full consumption, granting him the stat increase successfully. He sighed in relief, but new messages showed unexpected EXP gains from multiple monster kills. Shocked, Sejun read notifications of defeated enemies, including a giant electric eel, all from the soup. After throwing the soup pot, Sejun realized too late that it had poisoned the entire pond. He apologized to the rabbits, admitting he'd acted on impulse without considering the consequences. Though food gathering from the pond was halted, he suggested using purified water from the water can rabbits still. He worried about the hole at the pond's bottom where dangerous creatures had once lived. The recent deaths of piranhas, crayfish, and even a giant electric eel hinted at a deeper threat. This pattern confirmed the existence of a larger hidden ecosystem, prompting Sejun to plan future protein harvests. The black rabbit showed interest in diving into the hole, surprising Sejun with its boldness. Sejun warned against it, reminding the rabbit the pond was fatally toxic and extremely unsafe. Instead, he encouraged everyone to stay positive, assuring them better solutions would come in time. Far away, in the Minotaur King's base, tension rose as he awaited Ox 3's return. Growing impatient, he questioned why the subordinate hadn't reported back yet. The king grew concerned, suspecting something had gone wrong in the field. Another Ox soldier reported that Ox 4, sent to find Ox 3, also hadn't returned. The Minotaur King feared both may have wandered into hostile territory or areas filled with danger. He considered that they could have encountered the red fur, poisonous zones, or even those bastards. The Minotaur King, visibly worried, discussed the deadly areas where even bodies wouldn't be recovered. He ordered Ox 1 to gather all soldiers from Ox 1 to Ox 100 at the waypoint. Until his return, Ox 1 was to lead in his place while he searched personally. Deciding to act, the Minotaur King prepared to leave, determined to find his missing subordinates. Elsewhere, Sejun admired the towering grass fields he had cultivated with the rabbits and bears. Satisfied, he believed the harvest could feed 100 minotaurs to full stomachs. Young Kwang dove joyfully into the thick grass, treating it like a soft, warm bed. Sejun smiled, encouraging Kwang to nap there and share the comfort with his mother later. A sudden system message rewarded the harvest wish, increasing green onion yield and boosting farm output. Sejun marveled at the accelerated growth rate caused by his wish for a bountiful harvest. He considered harvesting 3 times daily and thanked Aileen, who had enhanced the soup's power. Another message revealed Aileen was now asking about the soup's taste, expecting honest feedback. Caught off guard, Sejun nervously hesitated, unsure how to describe the strange taste of the soup. Panicking, he declared it delicious to avoid offending her, even joking it was worth dying for. But Aileen misunderstood, preparing to send more, forcing Sejun to shout in alarm, begging her to stop. Sejun pleaded with Aileen, saying she didn't need to use all her energy just to cook. He assured her he enjoyed their conversations more than her exhausting efforts in the kitchen. Promising to handle the cooking himself, Sejun offered to make meals that she could simply enjoy yelling, "Please," into the air. Sejun hoped she would accept his heartfelt message. Layleen blushed in her chamber, surprised and touched by how much Sejun seemed to care. Overcome with emotion, she laughed joyfully, feeling proud of her favorite tower farmer. A message appeared, confirming the tower manager's approval, relieving Sejun immediately. He thanked Aileen sincerely, only to be startled as the ground suddenly trembled beneath him. Turning toward the noise, Sejun and the rabbits watched as the red bear prepared to defend, confused by the chaos. Sejun questioned what was happening while standing protectively near his allies. The Minotaur King charged fiercely through the field, wielding his massive axe. Sejun stood frozen as the towering beast advanced, shaking the ground with every step. Realization hit this was no ordinary Minotaur. A new threat had arrived. Eyes wide, he watched the Minotaur King roar in rage, his purple eye glowing ominously. Charging at full speed, the Minotaur's furious battle cry echoed across the farmland. A massive black Minotaur appeared in the distance, stomping forward with intimidating power and glowing eyes. Sejun, startled by the sight, stood beside the red bear cub, unable to react in time. Recognizing the threat, he exclaimed in disbelief at the sudden arrival of another dangerous Minotaur. The red bear growled protectively as the Minotaur roared, charging across the planted field. Sejun analyzed the attacker, realizing it wasn't one of the known Ox 3 or Ox 4. He recalled the tower manager's information. This figure matched the boss of the 50th floor. The Minotaur King, who usually guards the waypoint, should have been restricted to his territory. Sejun looked for answers from the tower manager, but she remained silent, despite witnessing everything. Meanwhile, the dragon administrator failed to summon the boss back, using her manager rights. Confused by the rejection, she questioned why her authority no longer worked on the rampaging monster. Sejun, alarmed, realized there was no way to stop the unstoppable threat now heading straight for them. The black Minotaur stormed forward, tearing through the crops with brutal momentum. Suddenly, Kwang's mother stood up, shielding Sejun and the young ones without hesitation. He struggled to believe she could handle the Minotaur King alone, given his overpowering strength. As the Minotaur leapt into the air to strike, she braced herself silently for the clash. The Minotaur King roared midair, eyes glowing with rage as he descended toward the group. Sejun clutched the red bear cub tightly, bracing for impact and fearing for their lives. A distant call echoed from the administrator, who watched helplessly as the monster slammed into the earth. To Sejun's shock, the Minotaur stood silently, now chewing green onions instead of continuing his attack. He mooed softly, content with the vegetables, completely pacified by the unexpected offering. Standing with the bears, Sejun questioned the shift, wondering if the beast was just a hungry bull. From a distance, they observed him calmly munching away, focused solely on the large pile of green onions. The creature showed no aggression, moving slowly while chewing with surprising gentleness. With both arms full, he eagerly grabbed another bundle, captivated by the taste. The Minotaur let out a satisfied moo before walking off peacefully with his hoard of greens. Sejun stared in disbelief, wondering why such a dangerous beast was obsessed with vegetables. Relaxing beside Kyung's mom, he realized they had been protected from harm after all. Though the immediate danger passed, Sejun surveyed the field, devastated by the damage left behind. Bending down, he picked up a scattered stalk, sighing over the loss, grateful to be unharmed. He noted the destruction while the tower manager expressed regret over the ruined crops. Sejun thanked Aileen for her concern, reassuring her that everything was fine despite the incident. He reflected on the Minotaur King's unexpected visit, amused that the boss came personally. Explaining further, he recalled how the Black Minotaurs value honor, especially those of royal status. Back at her post, Aileen watched the orb, surprised by Sejun's confidence and bold deduction. He smirked while noting the damage and loss caused by the Minotaur King's sudden appearance. Contemplating repayment, Sejun plotted how to collect compensation for the ruined field and stolen vegetables. Later, a large tray of grilled corn, tomatoes, and okra was prepared for a shared meal. Sejun stood before the rabbits, encouraging them to eat quickly and then begin field restoration. The rabbits responded enthusiastically, shouting in unison as they gathered around the feast. He reminded the rabbits to eat well before working, pointing out their recent exhaustion. While enjoying food with Kwang's mom, Sejun praised her for protecting them during the attack. He teased Kwang, noting his full belly, and asked if he'd snuck snacks again. Suddenly, a voice called "Chairman." As Sejun turned to see Theo and familiar allies return. Excited, Theo introduced the two creatures riding his shoulders as members of the Silver Wolf tribe. Sejun blinked in surprise, Repeating the name aloud, he hadn't expected wolves in their group. Theo explained that the silver wolf cubs had attacked him, and he brought them for judgment. Sejun agreed to investigate the reason behind their aggression, but questioned their unconscious state. Ox 3 admitted they were too noisy during travel, so he silenced them with a hit. Theo, puzzled by the field's ruined state, asked what had happened while he was away. Sejun calmly replied that the Minotaur King had come and left. Stunning the Minotaurs nearby, panicked, they wondered how their captain had located them, fearing consequences for their earlier actions. Theo changed the topic, stating he had urgent news to share with Sejun. Sejun turned toward him, curious, but was interrupted by the looming presence of a cloaked figure. A shadowy wolf from the 38th floor appeared behind them, eyes glowing with hostile intent. Suddenly, Kwang launched an attack, crashing into the intruder before it could act. Sejun called Kwang's name, surprised by the bold move. The wolf staggered, but glared fiercely, recognizing Kwang as a threat. Theo shouted that Sejun's hat was missing, startling him mid-conflict. In the next instant, the wolves launched themselves through the air with incredible speed. Ivrion on the ground stared upward as the enemy swiftly repositioned, ready to retaliate. The silver wolf calmly walked away, holding Sejun's straw hat with a subtle gesture of mockery. He thanked Sejun aloud, declaring his appreciation for the unexpected gift, the stolen hat. Sejun stared in disbelief, shouting in frustration as Kwang and Theo reacted with equal shock. A group of wolves dashed towards Sejun, their eyes fixed on the straw hat in his hands. Startled, Sejun realized their ploy. They had faked defeat just to snatch his treasured hat. Responding quickly, Elka lunged forward, grabbing the hat in her jaws before retreating with the pack. Suddenly, an enormous red bear loomed before them, its glowing eyes filled with anger. Elka skidded to a halt, confused by the unexpected confrontation blocking her path. The red bear charged forward, shaking the ground, as the wolves scrambled to react. Roaring ferociously, the red bear overwhelmed the wolves, forcing them to fall back in fear. Seeing the hopelessness of resistance, the wolves raised their paws in surrender. Sejun dusted off his recovered straw hat, relieved to confirm it hadn't been damaged. The red bear remained furious, prompting Sejun to distract him with gentle words and honey. Kwang calmed slightly as Sejun suggested leaving punishment to the second poison bee queen. With tension easing, Sejun looked for a solution to prevent further conflict among the monsters. Raising his arms, Sejun called everyone to settle down and join him peacefully. Surprisingly, both minotaurs and red bears obeyed, gathering calmly around him. Elka, watching in disbelief, questioned why such powerful creatures followed Sejun's command so willingly. The wolves began whispering among themselves, recalling that the cat merchant had called Sejun chairman. That title, they realized, was sacred on the 99th floor, reserved only for one being. Panic set in, as they concluded Sejun must be the legendary Black Dragon in disguise. Visions of the powerful dragon ruling the 99th floor filled their minds as suspicion turned to fear. Looking at Sejun's simple demeanor, one wolf questioned how such a weak-looking man could be so feared. Slowly they began to suspect it was all a test from the dragon himself. A prophecy from their ancestors echoed in their thoughts, reinforcing their belief this was a destined moment. Sejun, confused, asked why they were chasing Theo and trying to steal his hat. In panic, the wolves dropped to their knees, begging forgiveness, and claiming they didn't know he was their superior. Sejun was shocked to hear himself called the Great Black Dragon for the first time. Elsewhere, the real dragon overheard the conversation through a magic orb and burst into laughter. Amused, the dragon decided to let the misunderstanding continue, finding it unexpectedly entertaining. While trying to understand the chaos, Sejun received a message from the tower manager explaining everything. It revealed that the system had officially registered him as the dragon's chosen companion. Realizing Aileen was the Black Dragon in disguise, Sejun reflected on her strange dreams and odd behavior. Sejun, realizing the misunderstanding, boldly embraced the role of the Black Dragon to intimidate the others. He accused the wolves of coveting what was his and threatening his supposed subordinates. Meanwhile, the real dragon watching through the orb was horrified by Sejun's theatrical performance. Confusion spread among the minotaurs as one questioned if Sejun's claims were true. While nibbling on a snack, Sejun casually offered grace to those willing to obey. Theo, seizing the moment, loudly declared Sejun was the Black Dragon's subordinate, demanding everyone bow. Elka admitted guilt, offering to give his life to atone for the offense. He begged for mercy, and Sejun offered a chance at forgiveness at a steep price. The demanded compensation, 10,000 tower coins in exchange for Theo's safety and forgiveness. Shocked, the wolves cried out at the outrageous amount demanded by Sejun. Theo questioned his value, prompting Sejun to emphasize his irreplaceable role in farm operations. The wolves explained they lacked the funds, unable to meet the demand. As a solution, Theo suggested labor as repayment, offering them work to cover the debt. Confused, the wolves hesitantly asked if working with their bodies was truly the alternative, realizing their only choice. The wolf chieftain braced himself to cancel existing contracts and submit. Elka lowered his head, admitting fault and declaring their tribe unworthy of forgiveness. Sejun, confused at first, received a system prompt explaining a deeper reason behind their actions. Curious, he asked Elka for details, prompting the wolf to reveal the tribe's desperate situation. Elka explained that the 85th floor was unstable, forcing them to take mercenary contracts to survive. Their current job, issued by Grid, required retrieving the straw hat Sejun now possessed. Failure would mean losing food supply, risking starvation for their young wolves under Grid's authority. Sejun asked for Elka's name and began forming a new plan to solve both their problems. He explained the land was used for farming, linking it to the contract terms. A new condition was added: work in exchange for food, while repaying the 10,000 coin debt. In return, Sejun promised to provide full meals if the wolves labored on the farm. Excited by the offer, one wolf celebrated, thrilled to escape Grid's harsh control. The tribe bowed in gratitude, vowing to give their best effort as workers. Later, Sejun stood beside the minotaurs as the dragon silently observed the outcome. A proud smile crept across her face as she watched her companion's growing influence. The system confirmed the quest was completed, and the tower manager was pleased with the result. After signing the contract, Elka accepted their new role as workers under the Great Black Dragon. Sejun declared they'd now be permanent staff, responsible for supporting farming operations moving forward. He reminded them that food distribution in the tower must remain stable for all tribes to thrive. Theo suddenly panicked, rushing to report a problem at their usual fishing spot. Reaching the water, he wailed no fish were found, and he accused Sejun of fraud. Sejun remained calm, assuring everyone that he was doing his best and had a new plan. The black rabbit launched forward with force, slamming a wooden hammer into the rocky wall. Cracks spread instantly, debris flying as the wall collapsed into the underground water beyond. Water rushed through the shattered passage, revealing a hidden pond surrounded by jagged stone. Sejun approached the edge, explaining the new path would allow easier travel between locations. Curious, the rabbit dipped into the water, inspecting the submerged entrance with cautious movements. Sejun asked the rabbit for its thoughts, wondering if the passage was usable yet. Despite clearing the way, visibility remained poor, prompting Sejun to request a light source from Theo. Theo, surrounded by rabbits, admitted he lacked anything specific, but agreed to check his belongings. While searching, he presented a mysterious purple gem he had purchased earlier without much thought. Upon identification, the gem transformed into a radiant necklace, granting the power of light. Sejun marveled at its glow, recognizing it as the perfect solution for the pond's darkness. With the quest complete, he held the necklace of light, its energy now clearly activated. The surroundings brightened as Sejun tested it, confident it would illuminate the underwater path. Theo, impressed by its value, slyly asked if he could receive more compensation next time. Amused, Sejun declared Theo a permanent sales cat, sparing him from future ticket renewals. Sejun formally appointed Theo as the official sales cat responsible for distributing their harvested crops. He praised Theo's effort and lifted him proudly, announcing his promotion in front of the group. Overjoyed, Theo embraced the title, cheering loudly and claiming his identity as Salescat Theo. As a reward, Sejun temporarily named Theo president, granting him the honor of leadership. In high spirits, Theo gave a playful command to catch fish and secure more protein. Wearing the glowing necklace, Sejun admired its beauty, ready to fulfill Theo's presidential order. Sejun observed that the necklace's brightness increased with the user's level and tested it on the rabbit. Instantly, the light intensified, surprising Sejun and confirming the rabbit's superior mana level. Accepting the difference, he concluded the light would be enough to illuminate the underwater passage. Before diving, Sejun handed over a detoxifying green onion and secured the rope around the rabbit. He warned the rabbit to tug the rope if trouble occurred, ensuring a quick rescue. Equipped with dagger, pouch, and necklace, the rabbit received final instructions before entering the water. With a deep breath, the black rabbit plunged into the pond, ready for the descent. Water closed in around him as the rope trailed behind, glowing light guiding his path. Descending deeper, he passed through an eerie, silent tunnel illuminated only by the necklace's glow. The rabbit entered a glowing cavern filled with luminous plants, following the path illuminated by the necklace. Strange aquatic creatures swam through the deep blue water, surrounding him as he descended further into the abyss. Among the glowing flora and fauna, a large shadow passed above, catching the rabbit's cautious attention. A turtle-shaped object floated below, but before he could react, other marine beasts began to swarm him. Realizing the danger, the rabbit adjusted his position, holding his dagger tightly in preparation. A giant eel lunged from the depths, and he quickly dodged its strike while keeping calm under pressure. He activated the necklace's glow, confusing the eel momentarily, and spotting something lodged inside its body. With a swift slash, he retrieved the object, an orange pearl, and imagined Sejun praising his success. Clutching the pearl, the rabbit beamed with pride, his eyes shining as brightly as the treasure. Suddenly, a shark burst from the dark, mouth wide open, forcing the rabbit to retreat. He avoided the bite, flipping backward as the shark lunged again, teeth snapping through the water. Swiftly swimming away, he clutched the glowing rope, signaling for help from the surface. A red beam passed nearby, narrowly missing him. Fear flashed across his face. After swimming upward, he reached a safe distance, pulling the rope tightly in his paws. Sejun, on alert above, felt the sudden tug and immediately grabbed the rope to pull him up. Sejun spotted the signal and immediately called for everyone to help pull the rope. Rabbits, Theo, and even the flying bee joined in, combining their strength to haul upward together. They pulled with all their might, urgency growing. As the tension in the rope increased, a splash broke the surface as the unconscious black rabbit was dragged from the pond. Panicking, Sejun cradled the rabbit, shouting its name and urging it to wake up. He shook it gently, desperation rising as the rabbit remained motionless in his arms. Moments earlier, the rabbit had struck a wall with his hammer, breaking through the rocky barrier. The collapsed tunnel opened a submerged passage, flooding with water and shifting debris. Sejun praised the rabbit's efforts, noting the entrance was now large enough for safe movement. Watching the rabbit recover, Sejun asked if it could see clearly under the water. The rabbit responded, but its wide eyes and trembling showed it had seen something terrifying. Realizing the risk, Sejun agreed the tunnel remained dangerous, even with light and access secured. He called to Theo, requesting any tool that could improve visibility or act as a lantern. Theo admitted he had nothing specific but began checking his inventory for helpful items. Among the supplies, Sejun found a purple gem and sensed it might hold hidden potential. Sejun requested Aileen to appraise the mysterious purple gem, hoping it held hidden utility like before. Aileen, through the system, agreed to handle it, assuring Sejun to leave everything to her. As he held a bowl of tomatoes, a message appeared confirming the quest had been completed. As a reward, the gem transformed into a golden pendant known as the Necklace of Light. Amazed by its new appearance, Sejun realized the necklace's glow had greatly intensified after appraisal. Reading its description, he learned it could illuminate surroundings and increase brightness based on the user's level. Sejun demonstrated the necklace's light, explaining it could help them explore the pond's darker areas safely. Theo asked if he'd get additional rewards for helping, playfully negotiating more benefits. Instead of more pay, Sejun declared Theo the permanent sales cat, eliminating his need for travel tickets. Surprised, Theo asked for clarification, then cheered upon hearing he'd also manage crop distribution. Delighted by his new role, Theo shouted his new title and danced around with excitement. As a bonus, Sejun temporarily named him president for the day, further boosting his joy. President Theo then commanded Sejun to use the necklace and bring back lots of fish. Wearing the necklace proudly, Sejun agreed, preparing to dive with the black rabbit to secure protein. He admired the light's glow, noting its strength depended on the user's level, curious to test it next. Sejun wished the black rabbit luck, giving final instructions before the rabbit bravely entered the water. With determination, the rabbit inhaled deeply, then dove into the pond with the glowing necklace. Descending steadily, he followed the rope, lighting the path through the dim underwater terrain. The rabbit traveled deeper into the abyss, the rope trailing behind, like a lifeline to the surface. Ahead, a glowing cave entrance appeared, framed with mysterious lights and ethereal aquatic plants. He continued forward, passing through glowing flora and vines, surrounded by vibrant, otherworldly sea life. Strange creatures swam by massive fish, glowing tendrils and floating shells drifted in the vibrant depths. Suddenly, the rabbit spotted a dark shadow, an enormous eel lurking near the tunnel walls. Instinctively, he braced himself, eyes locked on the danger, while tightening his grip on the dagger. A sudden burst of electricity shot from the eel, but the necklace's glow shielded the rabbit. As the light intensified, it revealed a shining object embedded within the eel's body. Confused but curious, the rabbit prepared to strike, determined to retrieve the hidden object. He successfully extracted a glowing orb, triggering a system alert about the eel's inner core. Sejun's imagined praise floated through the rabbit's mind, filling him with pride and motivation. With the treasure secured, he climbed atop the eel, victorious but cautious of nearby threats. From the darkness, a massive shark lunged toward the black rabbit, jaws wide and eyes locked. Reacting instantly, the rabbit kicked off the eel's back, dodging the snapping teeth by inches. Clinging to the safety rope, he narrowly escaped as the shark surged past, missing its prey. The rabbit, gasping, wrapped the rope around its body tightly, signaling with all remaining strength. Above the surface, Sejun felt the strong tug and shouted for everyone to pull together. Theo, the bees, and the rabbits joined forces, pulling with all their strength in unison. With a powerful heave, the rabbit burst from the water, limp and unconscious in Sejun's hands. Sejun panicked, calling the rabbit's name and trying desperately to wake his brave companion. Cradling the rabbit close, he begged it to respond as the others gathered around in worry. Sejun panicked by the pond's edge, trying to wake the unconscious black rabbit with urgency. He handed his straw hat to the queen bee and pulled the rabbit from the water. Quickly leaning in, he performed mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, hoping to revive his fallen companion in time. The black rabbit suddenly gasped, water bursting from its mouth to everyone's visible relief. Sejun, relieved, noted the taste of salt water, despite the freshwater setting. Raising concerns about the pond, system alerts confirmed the area had been contaminated by the insides of a giant electric eel. Reviewing the cause, Sejun learned that tower creatures could distort natural ecosystems with their remains. He asked the black rabbit about possible eel remnants, and it revealed glowing orange organs. The system confirmed these rare materials were charged with electricity and could enhance equipment significantly. Holding the glowing item, Sejun confirmed the presence of a giant eel and prepared his rod. The black rabbit pulled hard, revealing a massive eel splashing from the depths. Water erupted violently as the fish flailed, struggling against the sudden capture. A giant eel head breached the surface, followed by a wave of startled aquatic creatures. Various fish and shellfish poured out, likely drawn by the powerful presence of the eel. Sejun celebrated the unexpected bounty, crediting the black rabbit's fishing instincts for their sudden fortune. Steam rose from the bubbling pot, filling the air with aroma as Sejun prepared his meal. Suddenly, alarming news reached him: his family outside the tower might be in danger. Sitting beside the red bear, Sejun voiced his fears, wondering if they would be all right without him. Turning to Theo, Sejun requested him to gather more accurate information during the next descent. He expressed gratitude toward Kim Dongshik for protecting his family and planned to return the favor, deciding to send extra crops as thanks. Sejun handed Theo a reward for today's efforts. Remembering the orange orb from the eel, Sejun noted it might contain a new skill. Theo worried about static electricity ruining his fur, refusing to go near it. Sejun, amused, laughed at finally learning skills beyond farming and feeling like a real adventurer. Despite its value, Sejun admitted, he couldn't use the item due to insufficient mana system. Notifications confirmed the mana limit required was 10, but Sejun had only 8.05. Regretfully, he held onto the orb, unable to activate its hidden potential just yet. Theo laughed mockingly at Sejun's low mana, refusing to reveal his own amount. Embarrassed, Theo ran off, but Sejun grabbed his cloak, exposing the stolen orb before the situation escalated. The red bear intervened, lifting Theo away with its paw. Frustrated, Sejun realized everyone around him had more mana, including the bear cub Kwang. Theo puffed up, vowing to protect Sejun as his official chairman bodyguard from now on. Elsewhere, the minotaurs and wolves gathered peacefully, enjoying food shared by the black rabbit's team. Sejun asked Elka if the wolf tribe enjoyed the food even though it was for humans. With a bow, Elka praised the meal, respectfully calling Sejun Great Black Dragon in gratitude. Embarrassed, Elka admitted feeling pressure living up to expectations placed on him as a tribal leader. Sejun offered a deal: help on the farm in exchange for more fish for the tribe. Grateful, Elka accepted the task, prompting Sejun to assign Theo to oversee planting and harvesting. With energy, Theo rallied the wolves, shouting for them to follow him into the fields. Turning to the minotaurs, Sejun informed them they had a task for the following day. When asked, he revealed their destination was the Minotaur King's territory to settle an old debt. The Minotaurs gasped in shock, clearly not expecting such a direct confrontation with their former leader. Far away, the Minotaur King's citadel loomed in a vast and barren land back at base. Minotaurs snacked on grass, unaware of the storm heading their way. As they savored the rare greens, their leader panicked, realizing a serious mistake had been made. Reflecting on his actions, the Minotaur King admitted he had crossed a border searching for subordinates. Spotting red fur and delicious crops, he had been too eager to control the territory. Despite breaching rules, he gained insight. The area was a cultivated field, not random wilderness. Memories stirred as he recalled the man surrounded by rabbits who now occupied that space. The image of a white farmer rabbit flashed before his eyes, leaving a strong impression. He recognized the rabbit as belonging to the human farmer, choosing not to take what wasn't his. Realizing the blue moon's arrival would reset the 50th floor, he worried about time limits. With only an hour of freedom, he hesitated to delegate negotiations and leave unfulfilled debts behind. Pondering repayment, he stared at the blue crystal, considering whether it would be a proper offering. The green onion swayed gently beneath the bright sky, thriving peacefully on the cultivated field. Sudden rustling near the stalk signaled movement, catching the attention of the nearby rabbit workers. 2 armed rabbits stood watch, while others gathered vegetables, maintaining order with serious expressions. A hole in the ceiling let sunlight stream onto ripened tomatoes, framing a lush underground garden. Sejin instructed everyone to harvest quickly, preparing for an upcoming journey from the field. Removing his hat, he handed it to Queen Bee, asking for help as heat overwhelmed him. As Sejun picked tomatoes, the system confirmed he'd harvested an impressive number of premium crops. A blue glow marked the unlocking of a new skill, stunning him with its sudden appearance. The skill, Friend of Nature, allowed him to understand animal speech, deepening his connection to allies. Startled, Sejun stumbled backward, confused by the rabbit's clearly spoken words. He called out in disbelief, confirming that the sickle-wielding rabbit had truly spoken to him. Lifting the rabbit joyfully, Sejun celebrated the surprise discovery while the rabbit struggled in protest. He teased the rabbit, recalling the accidental bald spot from a past scuffle. Excited chatter erupted as the rabbits realized Sejun now understood their language. Proudly announcing his new skill, Sejun stood tall while the rabbits grinned at their new bond. Sickle Rabbit urgently called for the others, drawing attention to Sejun's sudden ability to understand speech. Startled, the gathered rabbits questioned whether Sejun had eaten something strange to gain such a power. He denied the suspicion, defending himself against the concerned parents' doubtful expressions. One excited rabbit jumped into Sejun's arms, thrilled by the idea of finally communicating with him. Sejun sat with the rabbits, inviting all work-related animals to discuss past frustrations and ideas. Queen Bee arrived beside him, her expression shifting upon hearing her name mentioned aloud. Curious, she floated forward and asked if Sejun could also hear her voice clearly. He confirmed without hesitation, recognizing her formally as the Poison Bee Queen. Overwhelmed with emotion, Queen Bee tackled Sejun mid-air, shouting joyfully. More bees rushed in and swarmed Sejun affectionately, burying him in a buzzing embrace. After regaining composure, he received his straw hat back from a rabbit helper. The system notified him that his relic had leveled up, increasing its grade to C. Sejun examined the changes and discovered the hat's functions had significantly improved. Among the upgrades was a new skill growth promoter level. One excited, he smiled, realizing it could accelerate crop growth for a full week. Inspired by the recent upgrades, Sejun excitedly announced his plan, gathering tools and support. Under the clear sky, he returned to the fields, planting sweet potato shoots carefully. As he worked, the system confirmed his action, recognizing it as optimized for maximum yield. With determination, Sejun activated his new skill growth promoter, channeling energy into the freshly planted crops. Golden light surrounded the leaves, triggering a system message confirming the activation of the growth effect. Watching the shoots rise rapidly, he marveled at how much stronger the boost had become. Noticing another unexpected surge, Sejun observed the crops growing even faster than anticipated. The system revealed a synergy bonus, caused by residual energy from the neighboring green onion field. Grinning at his luck, he celebrated the double buff, estimating a much earlier harvest. Suddenly, a loud roar filled the air as a red bear cub charged towards Sejun. Confused by the sudden call of Dad, he barely reacted before the cub leapt. The bear collided with him, sending them tumbling across the dirt, pinning him down. The cub asked excitedly if Sejun could now understand bear speech. Stunned, Sejun questioned the situation, struggling to grasp what had just happened. Realization dawned as he shouted in disbelief, confirming what the cub had just called him. Pinned by the bear cub, Sejun questioned his life choices, baffled by suddenly being called Dad. The mother bear appeared and confirmed it, expressing trust after learning he could truly understand them. Smiling gently, she thanked Sejun for accepting both her and her son into his home. Still confused, Sejun accepted the situation and decided to embrace his new parent role humorously. Kwang eagerly voiced his cravings: honey, green onion, sweet potatoes, and fish, excited to finally be understood. Sejun, amused and pleased, offered to prepare something special to celebrate this new connection. From his latest harvest, Sejun proudly revealed a fresh bundle of strength potatoes. He dug them up from the earth, amazed by their condition and rich golden hue. The system provided their details, nutrient, rich, powerful, and ideal for stamina recovery in the tower. He began cooking immediately, slicing and frying the potatoes over an open flame with care. Once ready, he called everyone to eat, serving steaming bowls to the gathered creatures. As they feasted, Sejun smiled peacefully, convinced that only good things awaited from here on. As Sejun prepared for departure, Kwang rushed toward him, upset by the sudden farewell. The red bear cried out emotionally, unwilling to be left behind by the person he called Dad. While wolves confirmed their supplies, Theo assured everyone they had packed enough green onions for the trip. Sejun knelt beside Kwang, reminding him of the duty to protect the Queen Bee sisters, tears still present. Kwang nodded solemnly as Sejun promised to return as soon as possible. With their roles clear, Sejun turned to the wolf escorts, ready to begin the journey. Riding a wolf mount, Sejun and his group departed swiftly, crossing the plains at high speed. They aimed to inspect a forest rumored to house dangerous beings on the 99th floor. Along the way, Sejun questioned the wolf about unfamiliar territory names and their significance. A dark forest came into view, its atmosphere different from other regions within the tower. The Minotaur clarified that it belonged to corrupt beings in the west, warning of danger. He explained the floor's territorial divisions, pointing out each group's control over separate zones. Though Sejun pressed for more details, the Minotaur advised him to avoid the western forest entirely. Sejun considered asking Eileen later. A sudden strike hit him square on the head. The impact knocked him flat, alarming the group as they rushed to check on his condition. After collapsing, Sejun assured everyone he was fine, brushing off concern despite his fall in the mud. Curious about the strange substance on him, he inspected it closely, wondering if it was just dirt. Suddenly, the wolf beside him noticed movement and warned the others as several figures began to charge. The team realized too late that what hit Sejun wasn't mud, it was flung waste from unknown enemies. As tensions rose, a muscular minotaur with blonde hair stepped forward to confront the unexpected visitors. Before anyone could speak further, a fight broke out as the female minotaur lashed out without hesitation. The conflict was halted quickly, and the woman ordered her troops to gather the culprits responsible. After confirming their identities, she prepared to escort Sejun and the others deeper into the Minotaur camp. Inside, guards led the group to the central seat of power home to the Minotaur king himself. Sejun introduced himself to the imposing king, while Theo remained perched on his shoulder silently. The Minotaur king explained that he had found Sejun's crops and suspected an affiliation with the Red Fur. Offering a chair, the king claimed this was merely a conversation, but suspicion remained between them. Unbothered, Sejun corrected the misunderstanding, firmly stating he did not serve the red-furred tribe. He clarified that Kwang and Kwang's mother helped him willingly, not out of obligation or force. Finally, he demanded compensation for the crops taken, unless the Minotaur king wanted to be called a thief. Furious at Sejun's accusation, the Minotaur king erupted in anger, his roar shaking the hall. He shouted that someone as mighty as him couldn't be called a thief by outsiders. Unshaken, Sejun countered firmly, stating that taking without permission left no other interpretation. His words stirred whispers among the guards, who began to question the king's earlier actions. Eventually the king admitted he had rushed into Sejun's field during a desperate moment. With tension easing, he laughed loudly and asked what compensation Sejun truly desired in return. Sejun responded clearly he wanted access to the legendary waypoint within the Minotaur territory. Hearing the bold request, the king showed surprise, but remained silent as he considered the offer. After a pause, he agreed, honoring Sejun's demand, with a nod of approval. The king declared it a matter of pride, and led Sejun personally to the waypoint. Overwhelmed with joy, Sejun cheered at the chance to finally leave the tower's floor. Together, they stood before the glowing device that could grant access to other tower regions. Standing before the crystal, Sejun marveled at the waypoint's brilliance and extended his hand. As his fingers touched it, a soft blue glow enveloped the surrounding chamber. The system confirmed activation. He had unlocked the waypoint and a path to another floor. The system confirmed the waypoint activation but rejected Sejun's travel due to missing saved destinations. Shocked, he stared at the message. He couldn't move since he hadn't registered other floors. The Minotaur king explained that as an outsider, Sejun needed to start from the first floor. Sejun learned the waypoints were interconnected, requiring sequential registration to function for external individuals. The king clarified that only the 94th floor was saved for Sejun, limiting his travel options. Realizing the restriction, Sejun clenched his fists in frustration, the crystal's glow mocking his hope. He gazed silently at the shimmering waypoint, accepting that his dream of escape had faded again. Sejun stood near the waypoint, facing the towering bull warrior who had guided him this far. Though freedom was never promised, Sejun admitted he'd known escape wasn't possible from the start. The bull acknowledged this truth, reminding him their deal had been honored, leaving no further obligation. As the warrior dismissed their debt, Sejun requested a moment, proposing an unexpected counteroffer. Irritated by the audacity, the bull's eyes flared, questioning how a human could offer anything valuable. Theo swiftly opened his bundle, revealing a mound of vibrant green grass with a sparkle. A large pile burst forth, drawing attention from the nearby minotaurs who rushed toward the scene. Recognizing the flavor from before, the minotaurs excitedly declared they couldn't resist its taste again. Sejun explained it was a peace offering, hoping to form better ties through shared harvests. The bull listened as Sejun spoke of fairness, food supply, and harmony among divided forces. A proposal formed cooperation through trade and shared meals, benefiting all those struggling on the field. With a confident smile, Sejun asked for a deal, trusting crops could unify even enemies far away. Kwang sat in a field under sunlight, waiting for someone dear. Hearing a distant call, Kwang's ears perked as Theo rode in excitedly with news. The moment Sejun returned, Kwang rushed over joyfully, embracing him for keeping his promise. Sejun returned to the field, greeted warmly by his companions and the excited Red Bear. Kwang He confirmed the success of his negotiation and called everyone to gather without delay. Several minotaurs arrived moments later, following Sejun with heavy steps, drawn by hunger and curiosity. Standing confidently, Sejun introduced the minotaurs as new allies who would help clear the land. He explained the deal: food in exchange for labor, a win for both sides on the field. As they chatted, Kwang admired the minotaurs' muscles, proud to befriend warriors of such strength. The Red Bear led a brief tour, boasting about his bond with Ox 3 and others. Inspired, the minotaurs grew excited to begin work, while Sejun suggested preparing meals in return. Juan Rabbit cheerfully accepted the task as the workers decided their roles through a quick game. Eager shouts filled the air as minotaurs competed for the chance to work the next day. Nearby, the Minotaur King observed with interest, surprised by their sudden enthusiasm and cheerful mood. Realizing the field could flourish into grassland, he reflected on the idea of becoming good neighbors. Elsewhere, rabbits gathered ingredients joyfully, ready to prepare refreshing drinks for the returning workers. Bottles filled with juice lined the ground as Kwang watched excitedly from the side. Sejun praised everyone's efforts, touched by their teamwork, and handed Kwang a reward for behaving well. Sejun asked Kwang's mom about her upcoming forest trip, confirming her departure due to the blue moon. He prepared supplies for the journey, handing over extra honey bottles to help with the mission. As plans shifted, the Black Wolf reminded Sejun they also had to act during the blue moon. Near a massive pile of crops, Sejun explained that the Black Rabbit had worked across dimensions. The wolves expressed surprise at the amount gathered, offering thanks while the rabbit downplayed the effort. To solve the logistics issue, Sejun activated Theo's merchant bag, capable of absorbing large quantities instantly. The wolf squad saluted their leader, ready to move out for the coming night's challenge. Kwang and her team said farewell, promising to reunite after the moon's effects had passed. Waving goodbye, Sejun resolved to prepare his own role in the blue moon's events. A system message from Aileen questioned his concern, hinting at his worry over the field's safety. Sejun admitted his unease but assured her of his trust in her capabilities. Aileen responded proudly, reminding him of her strength during past blue moon battles. As night fell, the blue moon rose, unleashing a wave of aggressive monsters across the land. While some shelters remained secure, the open fields faced danger from roaming threats. Sejun remembered the past chaos and reaffirmed his alliance with Aileen, trusting her defense of the crops. Sejun received a bold message from the system. Aileen had declared she would protect the fields herself. Though unsure of her plan, he recalled her past strength during the previous blue moon incident. With full faith, Sejun smiled and affirmed his trust, confident she would keep their crops safe. In her lair, Aileen stood by a glowing orb, reflecting on her role and responsibilities. She considered preparing for battle, aware the blue moon demanded her direct intervention. With resolve building, she descended the tower's winding staircase, determined to act without hesitation. Upon reaching a chamber, the black dragon approached a central control crystal pulsing with energy. Looking out across the vast landscape, she acknowledged the approaching danger and its potential impact. Resolved, she reached toward the crystal, activating her authority to monitor and react across regions. As magic surged around her, Aileen's eyes lit up. Data flooded in through the activated control system. Hovering over the console, she adjusted configurations, preparing to deploy her power strategically. With confidence, she asked aloud if this was finally her time to take the lead directly. Sunlight poured through the cave ceiling, illuminating Sejun's thriving farm filled with blooming crops and tomatoes. Inside the cave, the field remained quiet as Sejun prepared for the approaching blue moon. He placed a pot over a small fire, noting it only needed to protect embers overnight. Returning from his setup, Sejun was greeted by fully grown yellow rabbits playing near the entrance. Theo, the cat merchant, expressed emotional pride, insisting on staying out to protect the babies. Sejun scolded him, urging him to hide before the blue moon, then handed over a well. A bee fairy explained that Poison Queen had left, causing more cocoons to emerge from the hive. Theo accepted a new one, offering to guard it with his fur again, like before. Suddenly, Sejun looked up in alarm. The sky darkened as the blue moon finally appeared. Outside the well, its light awakened monsters as glowing-eyed rabbits emerged in large numbers. Sejun watched in shock, though he'd seen this before. Their speed and aggression remained unsettling. Covering his ears from the screeches, he tried to focus despite the overwhelming chaos. He recalled that the rabbits should have turned peaceful under the blue moon's influence by now. Realization struck something had gone wrong. Their hostility hadn't faded like the previous time. With red eyes still glowing, the mutated rabbits charged forward, completely out of control. Sejun shouted desperately as the berserk rabbits charged together, ignoring his voice entirely. Surrounded on all sides, he braced himself for impact, yelling in fear as they lunged. Suddenly, a bright energy surged from above his eyes, lit up as he recognized Aileen's arrival. A massive creature descended outside the cave, signaling the appearance of a new dungeon boss. The monster, known as a poison cocoon beetle, began releasing spores into the air. Multiple flying beasts emerged from behind it, spreading chaos across the ground and sky. Aileen, observing everything from the clouds, spoke calmly while managing her console. Like projection, she revealed the form Sejun saw was a decoy made to look like her future self. Amused by the illusion's effect, she noted that Sejun must have mistaken it as her adult form. Back inside, Sejun watched the light fade as the monsters calmed with Aileen's magic. The corrupted rabbits bounced joyfully, their bodies returning to normal under the glowing aura. Relieved, Sejun embraced the rabbits, grateful they were safe and back to their usual selves. Holding them close, he glanced toward the field, now sparkling under the moonlight. Blue moon crops shimmered with maturity, ready for harvesting after surviving the earlier chaos. Smiling confidently, Sejun announced the next step: he would now gather the precious glowing produce. Steam drifted from the cooking pot as Sejun carefully steamed the freshly harvested blue moon crops. Lifting the lid, he confirmed they were cooked to perfection. Purple potatoes and vibrant berries gleamed. He presented the batch proudly, listing 3 ingredients: sweet potatoes, purple crops, and blue moon berries. Aileen, the tower manager, accepted the offering with thanks, promising future support during blue moon events. Exhausted but content, she rested while clutching the gifted bowl of magical produce. She wondered aloud if it was finally time to test the rumored cure for her dragon heart. As her heart began to beat again, Aileen sensed stable mana flowing through her core. Surprised by the result, she examined a notification about the mysterious honey potato effect. Realization dawned: it wasn't just food, but a key item imbued with healing energy. Startled, Aileen scolded Sejun for hiding the tastier version while she only received plain potatoes. A prompt revealed Sejun had unlocked a special job skill through the cooking achievement. Laughing, Aileen praised the unexpected outcome as a fitting reward for a tower farmer. The glowing honey potato shimmered with condensed blue moon energy and powerful recovery properties. Sejun held one proudly, encouraging the rabbits to try the sweet version for a change. One rabbit protested, reminding everyone of Sejun's words that blue moon crops must be yielded first. Sejun admitted his weakness, explaining that he needed the strength boost from the crops to keep up. Tears formed as he apologized to the rabbits for not being strong enough to protect them. Moved by his words, the rabbits encouraged him to eat first, promising they'd wait patiently. He took a bite of the honey-coated potato, savoring its rich flavor and soft, sweet texture. A system message confirmed the completion of the Forgotten Dish achievement for recreating Lost Tower cuisine. With that, a new promotion quest appeared, requesting he cook another batch for the tower administrator. Sejun accepted the quest, pouring golden syrup over yellow potatoes to recreate the signature dish again. Completion granted him the cooking LV.1 job skill, recognizing his talent and dedication as a tower chef. Excited, Sejun checked his status, reading through a detailed recipe list, and wondering what dish to try next. He announced his plan to cook for everyone, asking the rabbits to prepare for sharing. The rabbits agreed enthusiastically, promising to help as the 8th blue moon finally came to a peaceful close. Under the fading twilight sky, the field remained quiet, basking in the glow of their shared success. Deep within the west forest of the 99th floor, silence cloaked the trees under moonlight. A small moss creature emerged cautiously from its den, glowing eyes scanning the shaded path ahead. While approaching the open clearing, it tripped over a root and rolled forward with a startled cry. From the surrounding woods, long shadowy tendrils crept forward, pulling and twisting the small moss creature's body. The creature struggled as its form distorted, bark cracking and glowing eyes widening in panic. Branches split and merged unnaturally, reshaping it into something grotesque under the forest's cursed influence. A violent surge of energy exploded as the corrupted transformation completed, shaking the ground violently. The newly formed corrupted entity stomped forward, red core pulsing beneath twisted bark. Other corrupted entities stirred awake, rising with glowing red eyes, drawn to the entity's presence. Elsewhere, Sejun relaxed near camp, sipping tea beside his rabbit companions and enjoying a peaceful moment. Sunlight warmed the plains while wolves and rabbits prepared harvested vegetables near clustered tents. Wolf tribes gathered supplies, showing gratitude as they received roasted corn from their chieftain. The wolf chieftain announced his departure, prompted by the end of the blue moon's influence. Despite his mate's plea to stay longer, he insisted on serving the great black dragon. Without hesitation, the chieftain turned, cloak fluttering as he departed swiftly into the bright morning sky. One of the wolves cheerfully remarked on the journey ahead as preparations to reach the 99th floor began. Meanwhile, at Passageway Village, panic erupted as residents sensed danger approaching from the shadows. Rabbits rushed to flee the area, urged to escape before they could be captured. Among them, a smaller rabbit trailed behind, struggling to keep pace with its siblings' warning cries. A brown-furred pursuer closed the distance, claws nearly catching the younger rabbit during the chase. While the others ran ahead, the rabbit called out desperately for its endangered companion. A tall wolf with glowing red eyes blocked their path, radiating hostile intent as the rabbits froze. The frightened children gasped, realizing escape might no longer be possible. Nearby, a wolf captain overheard the cries and paused, ears twitching at the distant sound. The brown captor seized a rabbit, mocking their escape attempt and declaring them worthless slaves. He mocked their efforts, boasting about how far he climbed just to catch them again. Smirking, he prepared to devour one, assuming no one would notice a single missing rabbit. Suddenly, the wolf captain slammed into the attacker from above, catching him completely off guard. With powerful strikes, he drove the captor into the ground, leaving no room for resistance. Cradling the rescued rabbit carefully, the captain turned, eyes fierce and unwavering. The wolf captain faced the hostile group, revealing himself as Elka, a former subordinate of Grid. Unconcerned with the threat, Elka warned them to retreat before facing his fangs. His fierce expression made the aggressors hesitate, and they soon fled with trembling steps. As his comrades approached, they praised Elka's intervention while he downplayed his instinctive reaction. Concerned for the rabbit's safety, the group debated what to do about the frightened creatures. Rather than leave them behind, Elka suggested bringing them along for now. Elsewhere, Sejun announced exciting news to his companions while standing confidently in the forest clearing. He proudly declared his mana had increased after consuming the rare blue moon crops, however. His animal friends remained silent, unsure how to react to his boasting. Theo questioned the significance of Sejun's mana gain as Sejun explained the next step. Holding the orange core from the giant eel, he prepared to consume it and gain a new skill. As Theo yawned in boredom, Sejun demanded he stay and witness the event. Sejun bit into the glowing orb, surprised by its fizzy orange soda-like taste. A system message appeared he had gained the rain and thunder skill, but both effects were sealed. He stared in disbelief, learning he needed more mana to use even the lowest version. With excitement, Sejun shouted the command to summon dark clouds, eager to try the new skill. Energy swirled above as clouds began to form, reacting to his mana output. A small gray cloud appeared in the sky, prompting cheerful applause from Kwang and the rabbits. Despite the crowd's support, Sejun slumped, frustrated that a third of his mana produced such a small cloud. Theo tried to encourage him, praising his effort as the chairman, though the comment felt backhanded. Kwang interrupted, hugging Sejun tightly and happily praising his achievement with pure affection. Thankful for the shade, Theo requested the cloud be moved slightly to the side. At that moment, Elka returned with his group, announcing their arrival to Sejun. Noticing new arrivals, Sejun questioned the identity of the gray rabbits following behind Elka, trembling. The rabbits begged not to be eaten, their voices filled with fear. Sejun's expression softened after noticing their scarred bodies and frightened posture. Curious, he asked Elka where the rabbits had come from, just as something dropped beside them. One of the small rabbits called out emotionally, Recognizing two figures as their missing parents, tears welled in their eyes as they shouted in disbelief at the unexpected reunion. The others stood in silence, moved by the heartfelt scene unfolding before them. Sejun stood in shock, watching the emotional reunion unfold between the rabbits before him. Confused by the sudden outburst of emotion, he questioned aloud whether they already knew each other. The truth became clear through tearful smiles. The smaller gray rabbit clung to its long-lost parents. Sejun stood among wolves, rabbits, and companions, preparing a hearty meal for everyone under clear skies. As the food was served, gray rabbits eagerly munched on corn and bread, showing great appetite. One rabbit began choking, prompting Sejun to calmly remind them to slow down and eat carefully. The rabbits expressed gratitude, calling him the Great Black Dragon, though Sejun humbly corrected them. Standing beside the wolf leader, he insisted on being called Sejun, not by a lofty title. Hearing this, the wolf reflected on the meaning of family, touched by Sejun's warmth and openness. Sejun observed the gray rabbits closely and noted their titles: artist, wood craftsman, and architect. Surprised, he realized the rabbits weren't ordinary. They possessed technical skills and specialties in different fields. He recalled the moment Elka protected them from danger, piecing together the story of their escape. Curious, Sejun asked which floor they had fled from during their escape through the tower. The rabbits revealed they came from the 55th floor, shocking Sejun with the depth of their journey. He pressed further, questioning what became of their kingdom, its leaders, and the monsters left behind. A rabbit began explaining that a long time ago, their kingdom existed proudly on the 55th floor. It was once known as the Red Ribbon Kingdom, a peaceful place ruled by rabbits. Another added that several decades had passed since, leaving Sejun wondering what remained of it now. The once thriving Red Ribbon Kingdom collapsed in flames, reduced to ruins under a devastating assault. Before its fall, rabbits lived peacefully, building homes and nurturing young minds in bright meadows. They organized roles, taught skills, and even trained warriors to prepare for looming dangers. However, darkness returned. A black rabbit sensed an eerie presence as demonic forces engulfed the sky. Terrifying monsters emerged, their howls shaking the ground as chaos spread throughout the kingdom. Despite fierce resistance, even the bravest defenders fell, unable to stop the monstrous invasion. Survivors scattered across burning ruins. Many perished or vanished as the city crumbled. The princess explained how her royal family fought bravely, sacrificing themselves for the kingdom. They escaped to the 20th floor, hoping to find safety. Unaware others also sought refuge there. As monsters faded, a new threat rose: Grid, a wild boar who seized the vacant floor, claiming the title of landlord. He led a boar tribe and ruled the 55th floor. His control was absolute, his power enforced through fear and dominance. Grid exploited the rabbits, transforming their home into farmland, stripping them of freedom and purpose. Unable to endure further, they escaped, exhausted and broken from suffering under his tyranny. Sejun offered them rest, assigning the black rabbit to guide them to safety. Sejun watched the rabbits from afar, realizing Grid had once searched for the same straw hat. Elka confirmed it, explaining Grid's vast influence in the tower, using food as his weapon. The wolf growled in frustration, ashamed of their brief time working under the boar's manipulative control. Theo the cat chimed in, revealing the merchant association distributed Grid's farm products tower wide. Sejun grew concerned, asking if Grid could reach the 99th floor to reclaim the rabbits. Elka assured him mercenaries feared the 99th floor and wouldn't dare approach it despite Grid's wealth. Meanwhile, on the 55th floor, Grid's grand castle loomed over what was once rabbit territory. Inside, his subordinates reported betrayal by the silver wolf Elka, who aided the rabbits' escape. They claimed Elka had attacked and taken the fugitives, showing injuries as proof of defiance. Grid, furious, dismissed Elka's loyalty, confident he'd come crawling back when food became scarce. Despite opposition, Grid maintained control by suppressing food supply and dodging complaints from major factions. He confirmed preparations were proceeding, tightening his grip while watching his enemies scatter. A sinister grin spread across Grid's face as he dreamed of conquering more than one floor. Fueled by ambition, he declared the entire tower would one day belong to him alone. Laughter erupted in the hall, echoing through the fortress as his sinister plan advanced. Morning sunlight shone gently through the opening as Sejun yawned, still lying under a blanket. He nudged Theo awake, teasing the sleepy cat to start the day's work. After standing up, Sejun noticed something unusual nearby and walked toward it curiously. To his surprise, a wooden wash basin sat beside flowing water, complete with a ladle. Amazed by the detail, he wondered aloud if the gray rabbits had built it overnight. As he washed up, Theo arrived to call him over to something even more impressive. A well-constructed furnace burned brightly as rabbits prepared a meal using fresh vegetables and tools. Nearby, a sitting table with neatly carved utensils made the scene feel like a real kitchen. Theo proudly showed off a painted bowl made by Pipik, complete with paw print as signature. Theo explained the rabbits kept crafting to express gratitude for their shelter and safety. Pipik stepped forward, offering thanks and appreciation for being welcomed and cared for. Touched, Sejun watched the rabbits closely, realizing their sincerity through every small gesture. As he approached, Sejun asked if they might want a proper job on his farm. The rabbits were surprised, but their eyes lit up at the unexpected offer. One rabbit replied with curiosity, unsure if they'd heard the proposal correctly. Light shone through the ceiling of the cave, marking a new chapter for Sejun's companions. Standing with 3 gray rabbits, Sejun introduced Pimik, Pirik, and Pibik as permanent residents. The other rabbits welcomed them enthusiastically, eager to bond with their new friends. Sejun explained that the skilled newcomers would help improve the quality of their farming life. He requested housing for the rapidly growing rabbit population and additional structures for stability. Young rabbits played nearby, showing signs of independence, ready to live on their own. While discussing homes, Theo the cat demanded his own mobile space like the others. Nearby, simple supplies and green onion leaves revealed Sejun's modest resting area. Realizing his situation, the group offered to build Sejun a proper house as well. They debated possible materials, eventually agreeing to construct a house outside using sustainable resources. Sejun admitted he had been working above ground often, making the timing ideal. He asked about locations with sand or mud, essential for brick making. A rabbit eagerly announced knowledge of a suitable spot with perfect soil conditions. Sejun confirmed the texture was ideal for forming bricks, celebrating their find. The Minotaur King questioned the use of the area, prompting Sejun to propose a new deal. Sejun proposed a deal with the Minotaur King trade mud for bricks with Pimik leading production. The Minotaurs, tempted by their favorite food, began eating the mud, causing concern for supplies. Despite the setback, Sejun remained optimistic, knowing the team had plenty of work ahead. In the forest, red bears joined the effort, pulling trees while rabbits observed their strength. Together, the bears hauled multiple trunks, providing essential wood for construction projects. Minotaurs worked tirelessly digging while rabbits prepared soil, all contributing to the growing community. Rabbits watered vast fields, maintaining crops that stretched across the horizon. Suddenly, one of the red bears became aggressive, chasing the wolves in a burst of anger. Sejun intervened calmly, placing himself between the bear and wolf to settle the dispute. Peace returned as the bear received honey, its favorite treat, shared by the wolf companion. Sejun handed over another jar, restoring harmony between the two once more. Later, he joined the rabbits in harvesting golden crops, pulling vegetables fresh from the ground. His efforts triggered system messages, job level increased, skill proficiency improved, and new abilities unlocked. Wiping sweat from his brow, Sejun felt the heat but remained satisfied with the yield. He activated a new skill, summoning dark clouds to protect the crops from sun damage. Sejun called out to Theo, who approached while carrying his merchant bundle confidently. He informed Sejun that he'd soon head down and had packed cherry tomatoes for trade. Sejun suggested selling detoxifying green onions, mentioning that hunters might be in need. Theo agreed to take 100 green onions, hoping to trade them for some snacks. Staring at the massive pile of onions, he questioned if they'd truly sell well. Despite the strong smell, he trusted Sejun's instincts and prepared for the journey ahead. With a warning to protect his fish, Theo began heading out with his cargo. The bag shifted unsteadily as he ran, struggling to balance the heavy bundle. He rushed to catch up with the others already moving out toward the lower floors. On the 67th floor, a frog croaked loudly, disturbing the quiet of the swamp. Suddenly startled, it leapt away as shadowy figures moved between the trees. Lizardmen emerged, hunting within the dark forest, unnoticed by the frog's quick retreat. One lizardman devoured the frog mid-leap, showing no hesitation before it could finish. Giant red insects appeared, launching an attack. A fierce struggle erupted as the lizardman fought to remove the biting creature from his face. The lizardman struggled as the red insect latched onto his face, refusing to let go. Surprised, he noticed more creatures swarming in, surrounding the frog and another lizardman nearby. Realizing the threat, he flinched, recognizing the situation had escalated far beyond a simple skirmish. Suddenly, a massive swarm of red locusts descended, blotting out the sky with sheer numbers. Caught in the chaos, the lizardmen braced themselves as waves of locusts surged toward them. The ground shook violently as a burst of energy exploded, scattering enemies and allies alike. A swirling red vortex lifted into the sky, signaling the swarm's origin and spread. Several fallen lizardmen lay motionless, overwhelmed by the swarm's initial assault. Far away, an alert blared, disturbing a black dragon resting quietly inside a hidden chamber. Annoyed by the noise, the dragon activated the orb to check the tower's status. Alerts flooded the screen, revealing that millions of red locusts had invaded the 67th floor. Shocked, the dragon realized these invaders had come from outside the tower itself. It recalled that the last locust invasion happened a century ago, with devastating results. Attempts to connect with the 67th floor failed, showing how severe the disruption had become. As destruction increased, the dragon stared grimly at the report. 0.02% of the floor was already lost. Sejun prepared fresh ingredients, slicing thick fish cuts and thin meat strips for the next meal. He grilled eel over a hot flame, the oil sizzling as golden crusts began to form. Satisfied with the aroma, Sejun stirred the pan while Theo perched on his shoulder, watching. Warning his companions about hot oil, Sejun placed the food on a tray, keeping everyone safe. Curious about the smell, the black rabbit Pee-Pee asked what was cooking. Hungry for a taste. Smiling, Sejun introduced candied sweet potato as something even better than honey potatoes. He dropped the yellow chunks into reused eel oil, the pan erupting in a loud sizzle. Sejun explained how frying sweet potatoes until crispy enhanced flavor and texture on the outside. After adding honey, he gently simmered the mix until the glaze thickened around each piece. At last, he lifted the glossy golden potatoes, candied sweet potato, a newly registered recipe. Achievement notifications appeared, recognizing his creativity and increasing his cooking proficiency. Excited, Sejun agreed to Theo's request to fry fish next, using the same sweet glaze. The newly fried piranha became another registered recipe, shining beside the plated sweet potatoes. Sejun celebrated their culinary success, delighted by the fun of discovering new recipes together. Everyone gathered rabbits, wolves, and bulls to enjoy a hearty meal featuring eel, fish, and sweet potatoes. Minotaurs enjoyed their meal, praising the flavor as a well-earned reward after hard labor together. Nearby, wolves and rabbits sat peacefully, savoring their food under the blue sky and sunlight. Theo leaned back, full from the meal, and confirmed to Sejun that he should depart soon. The wolves prepared to follow Theo's lead, recognizing him as their temporary sales supervisor. Noticing untouched food beside Sejun, Theo asked, prompting Sejun to explain it was for Aileen. Sejun expressed concern Aileen hadn't responded, and her food had already grown cold from waiting. Meanwhile, Aileen sat isolated, surrounded by diagnostic screens, unsure why nothing inside her was functioning. Unable to control her dragon power, she questioned her own ability and blamed herself for failure. Consumed by doubt, she curled up alone, overwhelmed by helplessness and her inability to connect. AA system alert flashed. The 57th floor had begun to fall to the invasion of red locusts. The Merchant Association's grand headquarters came into view, gathering leaders from across multiple tribes urgently. Representatives from the fox and tiger tribes arrived, their presence signaling the gravity of the situation. Iona, the Magician Association leader from the hamster tribe, appeared a rare sight even among high officials. Attendees whispered about the urgency, realizing such a meeting hadn't occurred since ancient records began. The tiger reported grim news. Nearly 2/3 of the 57th floor had already been consumed by locusts. The fox representative confirmed that lizardmen near the waypoint were holding their ground against the locusts. However, he admitted the situation remained critical, questioning the tower's magical safeguards. The tiger delegate feared locusts could breach into other floors and demanded tighter control of movement routes. The fox explained the passageway wasn't exclusive, anyone could use it to move between floors. If red locusts accessed that path, they might overrun both the 58th and 59th floors next. Multiple delegates voiced concern, recognizing the threat to the Draken farm and food production zones. Iona, the hamster magician, warned that famine could return like during the Red Ribbon Kingdom's fall. He recalled how the locusts once destroyed the kingdom, which was the tower's largest food supplier. Had a wild boar not taken over food operations back then, many might not have survived. Tensions rose. Hannibal stood angrily while Iona remained composed, reflecting on the absent black dragon's duty. Frustrated murmurs spread across the table, questioning why the black dragon hadn't intervened yet. Silently, Iona stepped forward, prepared to address the chamber and propose a solution. Iona reminded them of past disasters, when the great black dragon once swiftly eliminated locust threats. This time, the dragon's silence had left many kingdoms exposed, their granaries already under attack. He urged unity until the black dragon awakens. Everyone must fight, or the entire tower will fall. Iona declared that the Magic Tower Association would dispatch war mages to aid against the crisis. Elsewhere, Theo rested with the wolves, growing impatient about how long they were staying in the camp. He stressed the urgency of their departure, knowing they had no time to waste. A group of young wolves approached and curiously asked Theo if he was the Black Dragon. Theo clarified his identity, introducing himself as a vital underling and a mid-tier wandering merchant. The title impressed the wolves greatly, and they instantly began addressing him with high respect. Excited by his title, the wolves eagerly praised Theo, Nim, offering food as tribute for his status. Surprised by their reaction, Theo basked in the attention and praise from the young admirers. Laughter echoed as Theo enjoyed the moment, proud and smug about his perceived importance. Suddenly Theo discovered something alarming inside his pouch, a mysterious glowing item he hadn't expected. Panicking, he tried to dismiss attention from the others and laughed nervously to cover his fear. He asked the wolf to move quickly, prompting a sprint toward their next destination at top speed. As they dashed ahead, Theo panicked internally, realizing he might have accidentally packed forbidden material. He vowed to destroy the evidence before anyone found out what he had carried by mistake. Determined, they raced toward the 38th floor, speeding along with urgency and purpose. Sejun searched the field but found no green onions left. The entire patch had been cleared. Kneeling down, he checked thoroughly, realizing he'd have to plant a fresh batch from scratch. Shocked, he recalled his harvest had been stored with sweet potatoes. Perhaps Theo used them all. Though disappointed, Sejun was relieved the sweet potatoes remained untouched and could be harvested later. The seed store's reopening caught his attention, reminding him it was time to restock supplies. Browsing the available seeds, he noticed flame beans priced higher than expected, causing him to hesitate. Considering his limited funds, he calculated carefully, wary of overspending on one rare seed type. Instead of taking a risk, he chose practical options: carrots, strawberries, and Shenyang peppers. After completing his purchase, Sejun smiled, imagining the crops growing while holding the vibrant seeds. Excited, Sejun rushed to PPA, announcing the new carrot seeds he'd brought back to plant. He entrusted the planting to PPA, confident the rabbit would manage the task with care. Their teamwork led to expanding the fields, marking the start of a larger farming effort. Meanwhile, in Gangnam, the towering structure loomed over the city like a monument of power. A large man stepped outside, appreciating the sunny weather after a long time indoors. Admiring the tower's presence, he called out to Sayuk, breaking the quiet with his booming voice. Chashashuk warned his teacher not to stay outside, fearing the flame curse could worsen. Though reluctant, the old man admitted Sushuk had improved at nagging and questioning his master's decisions. He inquired about Dongshik's location, and upon confirmation, prepared for an upcoming deal with a merchant deep underground. Spider, like monsters, guarded a cocooned figure, whispering about an upcoming trade and secrets. Their leader reminded them to stay cautious while mentioning the merchant and his strange behavior. Above ground, Siuk shared concerns about regional shifts, believing these developments could reshape the power balance. Elsewhere, Sejun's younger brother Sedal was being discreetly watched while out in public. Security tightened after a foreign group attempted to approach Sedal to reach Sejun. Fortunately, the issue was quickly resolved, leaving those involved impressed by Sejun's growing influence. Suddenly, the elder coughed violently, struggling to maintain composure as Siuk rushed to his side. Grasping a cherry tomato, the man regained his breath and revealed it soothed the curse. Grateful, he praised its usefulness, acknowledging it would benefit many beyond himself in time. The elder then declared Sejun a national asset, requesting his immediate presence after exiting the tower. As he walked away, Sayuk promised to act and bring Sejun directly to the office. Gazing at the tower, he expressed faith in Dongshik's success with curing the lingering curse, determined to succeed. Dongshik charged forward within the tower, ready to locate the target. With a fierce cry, he sliced through enemies, his blade glowing brightly with energy. Despite his efforts, more monsters emerged without end, pressing hard against the team's defenses. While coordinating attacks, Dongshik's squad warned him of enemies approaching from above. A spider lunged toward him, catching him off guard, mid-swing in the chaos. Barely reacting in time, he blocked with his sword, but the danger continued to escalate. Suha, marked by a venomous strike, gritted her teeth as the toxin took effect. Still pushing forward, she fought with determination, ignoring the spreading poison within her. Dongshik struck down the attacking spider, rescuing her before the situation worsened. Team members rushed in, worried about Suha's condition and calling for healing magic. While magic slowed the poison, it couldn't cure it, leaving Suha weak and breathless. They confirmed she was poisoned and urgently began seeking an antidote. As panic spread, they realized their antidotes were depleted and time was running out. Unexpectedly, Theo, the merchant cat appeared, surprising everyone with his sudden presence. Dongshik recognized him immediately, shocked to see him here instead of at the trade site. Theo admitted he forgot about the trade meeting, too focused on helping Suha and her team. He immediately pressed his glowing paw on Suha's back, soothing her with healing energy. Dongshik explained the urgency of finding an antidote before the spider's poison overwhelmed her system. At that moment, Theo remembered he had something special that might help save her life. He proudly revealed a detoxifying green onion, holding it high for everyone to see. Dongshik confirmed its powerful properties, recognizing it as a rare crop with real detoxifying effects. Without hesitation, Dongshik fed the green onion to Suha, urging her to chew and swallow. Barely conscious, she bit into the onion, trusting her comrades and Theo's effort. Moments later, light returned to her eyes, signaling that the poison's grip had lifted. Suha stood up energized, thanking Theo and praising his reliability as a merchant and ally. Theo humbly accepted the praise before slyly offering to sell more at a discounted price. Curious, Dongshik asked where he had obtained such an effective crop in the first place. Theo revealed it was a new product now available through his merchant services, realizing its potential. Dongshik rejoiced, imagining the tide turning against the tower's Spider Queen. Pleased, Theo tilted his head, pretending to act modest as admiration grew around him. A guild member questioned the unfamiliar green onion in Theo's hand. Surprised it wasn't a known crop, he examined it curiously, realizing this detoxifying green onion neutralized tarantula poison, a major breakthrough. With its effects proven, he boldly claimed that raiding the tower's 39th floor was now possible. Curious about supply, he asked Theo how many detoxifying green onions were available for purchase. Theo answered confidently he had 100, enough to supply an entire raid party. Eager to secure the edge, the guild member decided to buy them all without hesitation. Suddenly, members of the Royal Knights and Wizard Guild arrived, accusing them of unfair trading. The first guild panicked, suspecting the others had been monitoring their movements all along. They warned Theo that favoritism would damage his reputation and alienate many loyal customers. He realized Theo couldn't just pick one side without risking long-term trust from others. Now cornered, Theo had no choice but to adjust his plan and remain neutral. To restore fairness, he declared all guilds could bid starting with tomatoes and onions. Theo began by offering grade C cherry tomatoes in bulk to the growing crowd shocked. The opposing guilds reacted loudly, unprepared for the sudden drop in crop grade. Confused murmurs spread. Grade D tomatoes had just arrived, yet now grade C appeared instantly. As bidding intensified, participants shouted rapidly, raising offers from 350 to 600 tower coins in seconds. Chaos broke out as everyone tried to secure a batch, driven by desperation and greed. Theo, unmoved by the frenzy, calmly announced the winning bidder with his signature sold Nia. With cherry tomatoes sold out, Theo shifted focus to the detoxifying green onions. Next, he offered 100 onions in batches of 10, prompting eager adventurers to bid again. The auction resumed immediately, prices climbing as high as 155 coins for a single batch. Theo continued taking bids as fast as he could speak. Demand showed no signs of slowing, noticing limited stock. One bidder proposed 10 onions per person to ensure fairer distribution. Bidding escalated again, with the next batch selling at a high of 160 tower coins. Two rival bidders shouted 175 and 180 coins respectively, igniting a final heated bidding war. With a smile, Theo declared the highest offer the winner and celebrated another clean sale. Applause followed as buyers rejoiced, holding their onions high like prized treasures. Phoenix Guild managed to secure only 10 onions, falling short of expectations and morale. Meanwhile, another guild mocked their small haul, arms overflowing with produce. Confident in their lead, they announced they'd ascend the tower first, leaving Phoenix behind. Embarrassed, the team apologized to their leader for being distracted by cherry tomatoes during bidding. He reassured them calmly, stating that falling behind a little wouldn't end the world. Just then, a member called attention to Theo, who sat peacefully nearby under a tree. Sitting beside Theo, the team leader asked about Sejun's family and their current location. Theo clarified the address and mentioned that their safety was ensured by a government program. Grateful, the leader smiled, expressing relief that Sejun was appreciated as a valuable national asset. Theo revealed a surprise, a reward from Sejun, 250 tomatoes and 50 detoxifying green onions. The leader reacted in shock, recognizing the immense value of those crucial green onions. Theo added that future purchases would be offered to him at a lower price, confidentially. While reflecting on the secret nature of Sejun's family, the leader nodded in agreement. Theo then leaned in with a mysterious expression, offering a special item available only today. Eyes sparkling, Theo asked if the leader was interested in this exclusive opportunity. Hearing, secret item, the leader grew curious, unsure what to expect. Elsewhere, a massive construction effort was underway, as minotaurs carried supplies with ease. Even the rabbits and the red bear looked on, amazed by the scale of progress. Despite only a few days passing, Seijin observed the house exterior was already mostly complete. He credited the impressive speed to the hardworking minotaurs assisting the construction efforts tirelessly. However, Seijin noted the interior work would take longer, as it required input from the rabbit siblings. Suddenly, Kwang came charging with excitement, carrying a girl on his back like usual. Inside, Sejun began visualizing furniture placement, pointing where he planned to set the bed. A noise behind him caught his attention just as Kwang approached the entrance. Startled, Sejun panicked and yelled, seeing Kwang trying to enter the unfinished house. He quickly blocked the way and explained that Kwang's size could collapse the structure. Heartbroken, Kwang questioned if he was a bad bear who ruins things, eyes welling up. Trying to comfort him, Sejun gave Kwang honey and told him to be a good boy. Kwang agreed softly but quietly watched Sejun walk away toward the building materials. Feeling left out, he wished to become small too to enter and sleep beside Sejun. While holding honey, Kwang's emotions triggered a reaction. His jar began to glow unexpectedly. Sejun, unaware, discussed bed plans with the rabbits and minotaur near the construction site. He concluded green onions wouldn't work for bedding, they'd simply make the mattress too firm. Sejun stood peacefully when a loud voice cried out, "Dad," catching him completely off guard. In the next moment, Kwang came flying straight toward him, launching with tremendous force. A massive impact followed as Sejun was knocked off his feet, crashing into a haystack, dazed and lying on the ground. Sejun groaned, trying to process what had just happened. Looking up, he spotted Kwang standing in front of him, noticeably different from before. Sejun stared in disbelief as the now smaller Kwang excitedly announced the change with joy. Kwang suddenly appeared smaller, shocking Sejun with his reversion to a cub-like form, holding him up. Sejun realized Kwang had shrunk back to the size from when they met. The status window revealed the title, Crimson Giant Honey Bear, confirming Kwang's form was intentional. In a flash, Kwang grew again and accidentally knocked Sejun off balance with his new size. A nearby companion deduced Kwang could now freely control his body size at will. He explained. Kwang's suppressed growth was tied to fears of adulthood, common among young monsters. Sejun pondered what emotional block had held Kwang back from growing earlier. Without warning, Kwang clung tightly to Sejun, eyes pleading for affection and belonging. Longing to be embraced like others, Kwang asked if he could now enter Sejun's house. Sejun gently hugged Kwang, finally understanding his desire for love and acceptance. He promised to include Kwang and apologized for not realizing his feelings sooner. Carrying him, Sejun offered a house tour and a personal bed, sparking Kwang's joy. Eagerly, Kwang asked if he could explore the cave next, excitement in his voice. Sejun hesitated, surprised by the bold request, unsure whether the cave was a good idea. Though uncertain, he turned with Kwang in his arms, quietly considering the bear's growing courage. Dongshik discovered a batch of unfamiliar golden produce, shocked by its appearance and potency. A fellow adventurer introduced it as the rare sweet Sunday pumpkin potato. Unfamiliar but valuable. The item description confirmed its effects, boosting flame resistance and sleep recovery, sparking immediate tactical interest. Dongshik consumed the item and descended boldly to the tower's 39th floor, undeterred by danger. Fiery beasts charged, but he blocked their attacks, empowered by the item's buff. The memory of his injuries resurfaced. Once nearly burned alive, he now faced his fear again, holding the cooked item. Dongshik realized they could weaken the flame curse temporarily. If they defeated the flaming boar during this window, the curse would vanish completely. Revived with hope, he thanked Theo for the ingredients, especially the detoxifying green onions. Theo secretly hoped Dongshik's success would conceal his earlier mistake. Satisfied, Dongshik rejoined his party, confident, and prepared to lead the descent. The team awaited him, their mission clear and determination firm. Gasps rose as the detoxifying green onions were revealed inside the bag. Confirmation followed they were indeed sourced from the wandering merchant. Chewing a green onion, Dongshik led the group into the tower, spirits high and ready. The Phoenix Guild initiated their assault, surrounding the powerful beast as tension rose on the battlefield. Every member readied their weapons, green onions clenched to boost resistance during the 39th floor raid. Meanwhile, the 75th floor's merchant market bustled with activity, unaware of the chaos above. Among the crowd, salescat Theo walked confidently, flanked by his loyal wolf employees, pleased with the day's profit. Theo promised a tasty meal to celebrate their sales success. Just as they discussed food options, Theo paused, sensing something unusual in the distance. Spotting a glowing item on a stall, Theo darted forward with urgency and slammed his paw. He declared the item his, locking eyes with a cloaked stranger guarding the table. The stranger, a mouse, like merchant, protested, insisting the item wasn't Theo's to claim. Theo insulted the stranger, refusing to hand over the mysterious object. The small figure trembled, taken aback by Theo's arrogant dismissal. A nearby, Wolf stepped forward, recognizing the cloaked mouse and reacting in pure shock. The wolf shouted in fear, identifying the rodent as Iona, archmage of great destruction. Stunned silence fell as Iona raised her staff, magical energy surging through the air. Everyone braced for impact, realizing Theo had picked a fight with the wrong merchant. Iona gripped her staff tightly, declaring there would be no mercy for those who insult her. Magic surged violently as her legendary spell, capable of drowning cities, lit up the plaza. She warned Theo coldly, it was time to reflect on his behavior before punishment was delivered. A terrifying wave of energy crashed down, sending a chilling message of retribution. One wolf quickly stepped in, revealing Theo's affiliation with the feared Great Black Dragon. Hearing this, Iona halted her attack, surprised to learn of Theo's high-ranking connection. Elka, the Silver Wolf chieftain, identified himself and backed Theo's claim. He urged caution, reminding Iona that falsely accusing a subordinate of the dragon could be fatal. Iona demanded proof, her suspicion still firm despite the strong defense from both wolf and cat. Instead of arguing, Iona requested direct access to the Great Black Dragon. Theo, startled by the request, hesitated, offended that she expected it for free. As Elka shouted in frustration, Theo wondered nervously what if she exploded again. A hooded mouse demanded proof of loyalty to the Great Black Dragon from the merchant cat, Theo. Theo, startled, questioned how such proof could be shown, unsure what the mouse expected. Confidently, the mouse asked to be taken directly to the Black Dragon, testing Theo's claim. Theo introduced himself as both a subordinate of the Black Dragon and a wandering merchant. He declared his guidance came at a price, shocking the mouse with a bold stance. Suddenly, a large wolf appeared beside Theo, and the mouse called out in surprise, Q. Impressed by Theo's unshaken attitude, the mouse admitted admiration for his unwavering eyes. Theo explained he was buying gifts for the dragon, and asked the mouse's name, realizing the ring was a gift too. The mouse offered to purchase it on Theo's behalf. Thinking this was a rare chance to meet the dragon, the mouse grinned with excitement. Meanwhile, Theo internally celebrated his sudden luck and the opportunity falling into his paws. Later, he confidently placed an order 100 bottles of potion from the shopkeeper. Theo began gathering items quickly, calling for more supplies and attracting attention from nearby shoppers. A large wolf offered help, but Theo declined, focused on pleasing the Black Dragon. Suspicious, the mouse glared, warning Theo not to lie while muttering his name in frustration. Iona. Theo placed a large straw hat on Iona's head, claiming it suited her perfectly. Caught off guard by the gesture, Iona blushed slightly but remained composed. She tried to reject the gift, saying not all magicians wore such hats. Yet Theo insisted. As they approached the counter, the shopkeeper quoted 20 tower coins for the hat and goods. Theo reached for his pouch, but Iona swiftly stepped in, demanding a discount without hesitation. Startled, the vendor hesitated before offering a small reduction, lowering the price to 18 coins. Unwilling to settle, Theo pushed for an even better deal, claiming the discount was too little. Eventually, the shopkeeper relented again, agreeing to sell everything for 17 coins. Outside, Theo marched ahead proudly with Iona, saying this effort was worth it for the dragon. Iona remained suspicious, unsure why a dragon's subordinate bought trivial items and asked for discounts. When she asked where the dragon was, Theo casually answered that he was on the 99th floor. Shocked, Iona realized that floor connected to the entire tower, making her more cautious of Theo. Theo, unfazed, urged her to go see for herself when she arrived. Her distrust deepened. This carefree attitude didn't match someone tied to a legendary dragon. Meanwhile, far away the scene shifted to the quiet entrance of the mysterious 38th floor. A massive spider monster shrieked as the final blow landed, its body collapsing amid black smoke. As it crashed to the ground, nearby adventurers braced themselves, shielding from the impact. Breathing heavily, the raid leader confirmed their victory. The threat on the 38th floor finally neutralized. Raising their weapons, the Phoenix Guild proudly declared success in clearing the 38th floor's challenge. Cheers erupted among the members as the teleportation crystal began to glow before them. With hope restored, the leader gestured toward the portal, signaling it was time to advance. One by one, they approached the crystal, announcing their destination, the long-awaited 39th floor. The system acknowledged their raid and began transporting them to the next zone. Far away, a guild administrator received news of the guild's floor advancement and reacted urgently. Hearing about the detoxifying green onion, the vice chairman slammed the table in disbelief. He complained about wasted investments and the failure to grow even common crops. Facing pressure from board members, he expressed frustration and desperation for measurable results. Suddenly, a subordinate rushed in, drawing his attention to something outside. To his shock, an unusual plant with bright flowers had grown wildly from the soil. The mutated cherry tomato plant was the result of growth enhancer misuse, leaving the team stunned. The vice chairman observed the mutated tomato closely, shocked by its lifelike movements and shrieking cry. A system message revealed the harvest was a contaminated cherry tomato, granting experience upon collection. Another official theorized that the tower's influence mutated the crop into a predator relying on insects. He explained that, unlike normal plants, these now fed on bugs and small monsters to survive. Grateful for their usefulness, he shared how the mutants helped him level up without danger. Though reproduction wasn't ideal, he noted that the tomatoes were multiplying successfully on their own. Excited by the implications, the vice chairman saw this as their long-awaited breakthrough opportunity. He gave a bold command: discard existing crops and switch entirely to the contaminated tomatoes. If magic tomatoes failed, they'd just farm experience. Instead, this could be a profitable business model. Elsewhere, on a quiet floor, a cocoon trembled beneath a shaded area, signaling a creature's emergence. The farmer calmly observed, knowing it was time for the third poison honeybee's cocoon to hatch. He offered encouragement, waiting patiently for the rare bee to awaken under the warm sun. With a flash, the third poison honeybee queen bee emerged, marking a successful hatching. The farmer greeted her warmly, smiling, as the tiny bee children surrounded him joyfully, awed by the vibrant flower offering. The queen stared up, beginning a bond with her new caretaker. A swarm of tiny honeybee girls soared through the sky, surrounding the queen as they flew together. They soon landed near the farmer, playfully buzzing around his resting spot under a shaded shelter. Lying back, the farmer closed his eyes and smiled, enjoying the harmony. "How peaceful," he murmured. He whispered his hope that such peaceful days would last forever without interruption. But before the thought could settle, something dark splattered across his face, startling him completely. Sitting upright, he spotted Kwang the bear cub rushing toward him, calling out urgently, "Dad, Dad." Kwang waved his tiny arms, warning that something unfamiliar had emerged from the pond nearby. He presented the catch, an odd sea creature that looked like a squid with wide vacant eyes. Clutching the strange find with pride, Kwang smiled brightly, while the farmer reacted with shock and confusion. Several rabbits gathered before Si-jun, tapping the ground in sync, curious about what he planned to show. Standing confidently, Si-jun teased the group, suggesting they were drawn in by his appearance. Beneath the water, Se-jun and Kwang spotted squids swimming, strange creatures new to them both. Se-jun explained how the black rabbit found a squid in the pond. Puzzled by its dark ink, lifting one out, he noted its soft, squishy texture while others stared, unfamiliar with sea life. Smiling, he introduced the squid as a delicious food and offered to cook it for everyone. He began slicing the squid with practiced hands, preparing it for cooking with quick, clean movements. Pieces dropped into bubbling broth alongside vegetables, releasing savory aromas as the soup thickened. Then, he fried additional slices, searing them until golden and tender in hot oil. Si-jun proudly announced the dish was ready, revealing a platter of beautifully plated squid. System messages confirmed new recipes: registered stir, fried squid, grilled squid, and even squid sashimi. Kwang and the rabbits watched in awe, dazzled by the vibrant food now laid before them. Everyone eagerly tasted the dishes. Se-jun savored the spicy flavor, missing squid after so long. The chewy texture amazed the others, with Kwang loudly declaring how tasty it was. Inspired, the group expressed interest in exploring the sea, though Kwang admitted he couldn't dive. A large group of wolves and various animals marched through the passageway, heading toward the central area. The lead wolf sensed something unusual and glanced around, troubled by the growing noise ahead. Looking past the crowd, he saw other creatures already gathering, all moving toward the same dark tunnel. Tension rose as a guard warned everyone that a situation had disrupted traffic in the area. The wolf chief demanded answers, and another explained red locusts had recently appeared on the 87th floor. Concerned expressions spread among the group as they realized the red locusts symbolized destruction and chaos. Iona clarified the red locusts were relentless pests that consumed everything in their path. She added that they aimed to destroy the homes of all who lived in the tower. Though she had planned to join the alliance, her meeting with the Black Dragon now took priority. Theo hesitated, revealing he couldn't enter the shortcut reserved for high-level merchants. Iona reassured him, revealing her golden merchant badge, granting unlimited shortcut access. Shocked but thankful, Theo accepted her help as they prepared to move swiftly through the passage. Meanwhile, Sejun harvested green onions under the bright sun. Impressed by how dense the field had become, he marveled at how the constant replanting had transformed the area into a forest. Wondering where everyone had gone, he followed the distant sound of onions being cut nearby. Hearing a sudden scream from the field, Sejun turned and rushed toward the sound. He found one of the rabbits confused, reporting that a green onion couldn't be cut. Doubting the claim, Sejun tried it himself, only to laugh at what seemed like nonsense. The moment he touched it, the green onion sliced his finger with a sharp edge. Surprised, he confirmed the cut and realized this wasn't a normal vegetable. Gripping it tighter, he guessed it had undergone some change due to the repeated harvesting. System messages confirmed the discovery. A new crop had formed two-blade green onion. Sejun learned it had hardened defensively, reducing its flavor and nutrients, but gaining metal-like strength. Holding it up proudly, he celebrated the rare find, despite its lack of edibility. He swung the onion like a blade, successfully slicing through others with ease. Amazed by its utility, he planned to cultivate more for practical use. Just then, a message popped up, prompting Sejun to stop and check the tower log. The message revealed Aileen had requested emotional counseling, which left Sejun worried. A droplet fell on the screen. She was crying silently through the interface. Alarmed, Sejun called out her name, concerned about what had happened to her. While seated among the rabbits, Sejun received troubling news from the tower manager about red locusts. Concern grew as he recalled their past creatures responsible for the destruction of the rabbit kingdom. Seeking clarity, he asked for a detailed explanation of the threat they now faced. Aileen responded, explaining that although one locust alone was weak, the swarm evolved by consumption. If ignored, every life on the 87th floor would eventually be wiped out. She warned the infestation would spread upward, endangering every layer of the tower, including Sejun's. Despite being the Black Dragon, Aileen revealed she was currently unable to intervene directly. She pleaded with Sejun, humbly requesting his help to protect the tower's inhabitants. Without hesitation, Sejun agreed to assist, determined to defend his newfound home. With firm resolve, Sejun declared he wouldn't let his field or friends fall to danger. He urged Aileen to trust in the rabbits and their combined will to resist. Still, he questioned how they could help when even he couldn't leave the floor. At that moment, Theo returned with news and a guest, interrupting Sejun's concerns. Surprised, Sejun turned, unsure who the mysterious visitor behind Theo might be. Theo announced the arrival of someone important, perhaps an ally in the battle to come. The mysterious guest stepped forward, revealing a small creature in a hooded cloak with a calm voice. Politely, the newcomer asked if Sejun was the great black dragon, bowing respectfully. Stunned, Sejun stared in disbelief while Kwang looked up curiously from beside him. Sejun encountered a hooded mouse who introduced herself as Iona, an envoy representing a magician association. The mouse humbly greeted the great black dragon, requesting an audience on behalf of her superior. Surprised, Sejun listened, as Iona explained the urgent need to convey a message from the tower's 68th floor. While seated at a small table, Iona sipped cautiously from a wooden cup, unsure of its contents. Sejun confirmed that Kwang had indeed made the drink, offering it as hospitality. Iona revealed her earnest request, suspecting Sejun already knew about the red locust swarm. She asked why Sejun hadn't stepped in to help, despite possessing incredible power as the Black Dragon. Before Sejun could answer, other animals interrupted, asking for food and disrupting the serious conversation. Iona revealed suspicions about a hidden force siphoning the Black Dragon's power and weakening the tower's balance. Despite their theories, she admitted that no creature in the tower should surpass the Black Dragon's aura. She sensed faint magic flowing from isolated zones, and questioned the true identity of their host. Confused and overwhelmed, Iona gulped down the mysterious drink, only to react with sudden surprise. A surge of energy coursed through her from the red liquid, shocking her with its sweetness and power. Sejun explained it was juice made from magic cherry tomatoes and honey, harvested from poison bees and a rabbit. Arrived with more tomatoes, confirming they came from the Red Ribbon Kingdom on the 58th floor. Yanana examined the magic cherry tomato closely, intrigued by its unknown power and curious about other trade options. Sejun mentioned offering stamina, boosting peanuts, soon surprising Iona with the unusual item. Meanwhile, nearby companions praised Theo for his negotiation efforts, celebrating the peaceful interaction. Reflecting on Sejun's deeds, Iona realized he had been sheltering monsters and solving food shortages quietly. She acknowledged the dragon's farm had become a sanctuary and a rare source of hope. Before the discussion could shift, Sejun addressed the locust crisis again, while Iona blamed herself for failing earlier. Iona knelt with guilt, thinking she wasn't worthy of the Black Dragon's favor or support. In response, Sejun calmly offered her a weaponized green onion with powerful slicing abilities. Startled, Iona questioned the strange yet effective item, two-blade green onion. A sudden flashback illustrated how starving wolves could be deceived by blood, frozen blades in harsh winters. Using this method, they'd unknowingly injure themselves while licking, blinded by hunger. The wolves would die without realizing it, as numbness masked the pain from their own wounds. Back in the present, Sejun explained the story calmly, noting it came from something he read. Disturbed, Theo refused to accept weapons made that way, suggesting fish as an alternative instead. Elka declined the idea, reaffirming her stance she didn't engage in that kind of fighting. Sejun explained his theory red locusts couldn't distinguish real green onions from the tough blade version, having tasted green onions before. The insects would rush toward the decoys and shred themselves on impact. Iona praised the plan, noting how red locusts targeted the wounded, and that this could defend their base. Wanting to test the idea, Sejun prepared to plant more of the special green onions. He noted the current batch wasn't large yet, but Iona offered unexpected help with distribution. Without warning, Iona summoned a glowing portal and leapt into it, vanishing from the table. Within moments, she returned through the portal, dragging a swarm of captured red locusts behind her. Dark shadows filled the sky as the insects spilled out, alarming everyone nearby. Sejun confirmed the identity of the insects, impressed by Iona's quick collection efforts. He calmly asked Iona what she wanted to do next with the insects. Placing a blade onion on the ground, Sejun asked her to release them for testing. Everyone backed away as the buzzing swarm loomed overhead, hovering above the field. At Sejun's signal, Iona unleashed the locusts from the magical sphere into the open air. The red locusts dove rapidly toward the waiting onions, drawn by their familiar scent. Once in range, the insects bit ferociously into the tough blades, injuring themselves in the process. The red locusts aggressively attacked the tough blade onions, unaware they were harming themselves in the process. Drawn by the scent, more insects dove in, biting the durable stalks with reckless hunger. Sharp leaves tore into their bodies, leaving several locusts injured or dying from their own frenzy. The remaining locusts scrambled, panicked by the unexpected damage caused by the decoy crops. Zone by one, they fell victim to the same trap, shredding their wings and limbs. Sejun watched the outcome and declared the plan a success with clear satisfaction. AA System Alert notified Sejun of an achievement: he had eliminated pests using cultivated crops. He received a new job trait, gaining experience points when crops defeated enemies. Delighted by the result, Sejun cheered at this unexpected progress and grinned with pride. Elsewhere, a muscular old man praised Kim Dongshik's accomplishment, calling him a true disciple. The master, realizing the moment's importance, quickly prepared to depart for the tower. With resolve in his eyes, he declared it was time his team would join the tower battle. A massive horde of red locusts descended violently upon the battlefield, overwhelming the defenders on the 67th floor. Amid the chaos, armored warriors and beastfolk fought back desperately against the swarming monsters. Iona appeared on the front lines, assessing the situation and preparing to unleash a decisive counterattack. She activated a large magic circle, channeling intense energy into a powerful spell above the battlefield. The blast engulfed the enemy swarm in fiery light, stunning her allies with its sheer force. Descending with staff in hand, Iona delivered a devastating explosion that shook the ground and cleared the locusts. Smoke lingered as the monsters fell, but more emerged, shrieking and raining from above. Landing near her team, Iona handed out green onions, instructing them to plant them urgently. Though confused, the defenders obeyed without question and rushed to complete the unusual task. Stalks were planted quickly as the swarm approached again, louder and more aggressive than before. Suddenly, the locusts swerved, targeting the green onions instead of the defenders. The planted crops disrupted their formation, buying precious time as the ground pulsed with strange energy. Observing the red locusts' frantic dive, the soldiers realized they were drawn to the vegetables. As they attacked the onions, a black vortex opened, shocking everyone with its sudden appearance. Smiling, Iona revealed the truth: the planted crops had activated the Black Dragon's grace. Confused by the term Black Dragon's grace, the group looked to Iona for clarification. Hovering above, Iona explained the gift originated from ancient mages and warriors loyal to the tower. As a swirling portal formed, she rallied everyone to fight for the Black Tower and its guardian. Elsewhere, bees worked diligently among blooming crops under clear skies, undisturbed by distant battles. Sejun monitored his farm's status and was pleased to see the crops had repelled invading pests. While harvesting, He turned to check on Kwang, who was happily chewing a stalk nearby. Proudly, Sejun praised Kwang for splitting the tough green onion with his strength. He admitted concern about dividing the hardy plant, but was relieved Kwang handled it easily. Kwang boasted about his strength, prompting Sejun to reflect on his earlier deal with Iona. Surrounded by allies, Sejun passed out stalks of the tough green onion for defense planting. Iona expressed gratitude for the dragon's kindness, but warned about possible abuse of this rare crop. As a traveling merchant, she vowed to help regulate its use while others agreed to cooperate. She added a waypoint would be placed, limiting access and maintaining balance across the tower floors. Sejun suddenly noticed Kwang chewing something forbidden and called out in alarm. Embarrassed, Kwang admitted. He ate everything mouthful and clearly unashamed. The large wolf politely asked Sejun if he could eat the red locusts as well. Realizing monsters found the insects tasty, Sejun gave permission and handed over the onions for transport. Equipped with supplies, the wolf departed confidently, heading to the 67th floor to assist in defense. Meanwhile, the lizardmen on the 67th floor had begun using fallen locusts as emergency rations. Despite their efforts, the sheer volume of red locusts far exceeded what they could consume. To prevent the locusts from devouring their own dead, the silver wolves began transporting bodies underground. Sejun planned to sell surplus locusts, using profits to restore the drought-stricken 85th floor. He included the silver wolves in the revenue share, rewarding them for transport and labor. Satisfied with the arrangement, Sejun turned to scold Theo for slacking on fan duty. Theo feigned injury to avoid work and pleaded not to be removed from his position. Sejun reminded him about the earlier mistake of selling sweet sun pumpkin potatoes without permission. Ashamed, Theo apologized and admitted selling to a reliable hunter who kept secrets. He justified the action, saying it helped build rapport with the buyer, Danoshik. Unmoved, Sejun demanded extra fan time, adding 30 minutes as punishment. Trying to redeem himself, Theo offered a shoulder massage to ease Sejun's sudden ache. While offering a massage, Theo encouraged Sejun not to overwork himself, adding concern to his playful tone. Suddenly, Sejun noticed a system notification he had gained experience and leveled up from a red locust attack. With excitement, he accepted a job quest to harvest crops, realizing bonuses awaited at the next level. Theo attempted a clumsy massage, prompting Sejun to question if he was trying to help or harm annoyed, but compliant. Theo continued his odd technique while Sejun endured the strange sensation in silence. Far away, deep in the forest, a shadowy creature with red eyes began to stir ominously. In an instant, Kwang landed with a powerful crash, his massive paw crushing the ground beneath. He confronted the dark creatures emerging from the woods, growling as his eyes glowed fiercely. The tree, like monsters, retreated slightly, sensing the overwhelming threat from Kwang's sheer presence. Kwang wondered why the corrupted trees were acting so boldly, even beyond their normal range. He decided to increase patrol efforts, turning back toward home under the midday sun. Humming happily, he looked forward to dinner, confident Sejun would cook something delicious again. The dragon exhaled heavily, sweat dripping as exhaustion overwhelmed him. After devouring every last bite, only scraps remained in the bowl, the meal completely consumed, with the spoon resting atop green onion broth. Without pause, he drank directly from the bowl, desperate to savor the lingering warmth and flavor. Seated with a full belly, the dragon realized eating roasted green onion sticks eased his tension instantly. He reflected on his battles, noting that despite the harshness of war, food brought comfort. Elsewhere, Sejun received experience points, noticing a pest infestation had been unknowingly repelled by his crops. Updates showed the red locust numbers had stabilized, though millions still swarmed the 67th floor. Sejun expressed relief, feeling pride in helping from afar while tending his growing crops. The dragon studied his crystal orb, tracking locust activity and reflecting on the valuable contribution. Contribution rankings appeared, Sejun led by far, followed by warriors and other defenders below him. Despite limited mana, the dragon used the orb to assess the situation and guide efforts. He credited the tough green onions for turning the tide and promised Sejun future rewards. Sejun was surprised by news of a reward for eliminating the locusts, pondering its nature. Although the exact details were secret, he learned contributions would influence the quality of rewards. Determined, Sejun resumed farming with focus, pulling a massive root from the soil with resolve. Sejun unearthed a large carrot of agility, which boosted movement speed and reflexes for a short time. He handed out grade C carrots to his companions, encouraging them to work more efficiently. Theo hurried away with a bundle, prompting Sejun to question his sudden urgency. Theo revealed he planned to deliver wolves to the 67th floor before visiting Elka on the 38th. Sejun reminded him to double-check the harvest this time to avoid past mistakes. Before departing, a rabbit approached Sejun, announcing an important update regarding his living quarters. The rabbit proudly declared the construction of Sejun's new house was complete and ready for use. Sejun rushed over, amazed by the structure and its thoughtful design. Inside, he admired the stone kitchen and solid craftsmanship in every corner of the home. He was especially impressed by the heated flooring system that warmed his entire body. Sejun wondered how the builders knew to include such a detail without specific instruction. The rabbit explained they had experience building similar homes for traveling merchants in the past. While relaxing, Sejun noticed something strange near the wall and moved closer to inspect. Curious, he stepped into another room with Theo and discovered two rabbits huddled together. To his surprise, they were caring for a baby, revealing a hidden addition to his home. Sejun panicked after accidentally walking in on a private moment and quickly shielded the young rabbit's eyes. Outside, he calmed down, embarrassed, but reminding himself it was still technically his home. Kwang's mother arrived, surprising Sejun with her towering presence and affectionate greeting. She scolded him gently for neglecting the surroundings and brought a massive dead tree as a gift. The sight stunned everyone, the sheer size of the uprooted trunk dominating the area. She explained it had been in the way, and she thought it could be useful. Theo asked to accompany her into the forest, and she accepted, pleased by the company. Sejun considered the old tree's value, suggesting it could be used for building furniture. Examining the material closely, he noted the wood's strength and potential quality. A rabbit enthusiastically rang a bell, rallying others to prepare the tree for crafting. While others assisted, Sejun directed them to organize and clear the space. Suddenly, a red light blinked from the log, drawing everyone's attention. Peepik stepped closer, only to be struck as the tree violently awakened with monstrous energy. The log transformed into a living creature, radiating dark red eyes and ominous presence. Sejun and the others froze, realizing the peaceful gift had become a deadly threat. Sejun shouted in panic as Pibik dashed forward, and Kwang launched himself at the corrupted tree, mid-air. Kwang struck the end's trunk directly, using his full weight and strength in the assault. Pip fell nearby, dazed, while Kwang engaged the monster, forcing it to stagger backward. The bear gripped a branch tightly, baring his teeth as vines coiled and struck around him. Enraged, Kwang's eyes glowed blue, his body swelling with power beyond normal limits. With a mighty roar, he tore through a limb and launched himself back at the creature. Sejun panicked, unsure how to assist or defeat something born of corruption. He contacted Aileen, receiving instructions to destroy the core fruit within the tree's body. Meanwhile, the dragon searched for a strategy, recalling legends about corrupted ents. Kwang fought fiercely, grappling with the tree's limbs as it twisted violently. Hearing Sejun's command, he shrank in size, narrowly dodging a deadly strike. The move allowed Sejun to close in on the tree, identifying the fruit's hidden location. Charging forward, Sejun slashed vines aside as the ENT screamed in defense. He struck precisely where the fruit pulsed, digging his hand into the corrupted bark. With Kwang's aid, they ripped the core out, halting the creature's rampage instantly. With a powerful burst, the corrupted ent's body disintegrated as Sejun ripped out the dark fruit. Notifications filled the air, rewarding Sejun with experience for eliminating a corrupted entity's core. Before he could reflect, Kwang pointed urgently toward the forest, drawing everyone's attention. Sejun's eyes widened in alarm as more enemies emerged from the trees, twisted and red-eyed. A wave of corrupted ENT scouts surged forward, their limbs crawling rapidly across the field. The system identified them as corrupted ENT small branch scouts, signaling an even greater danger approaching. Corrupted Ent's small branch scouts emerged from the forest, their twisted bodies advancing across the farmland in clusters. From a distance, dozens more followed, spreading out as if guided by instinct toward the cultivated fields. Sejun noticed the abnormal movement pattern and realized the monsters were intentionally targeting his crops. Kwang rushed forward without hesitation, leaping high and crashing down among the Ent scouts with overwhelming force. Branches shattered on impact as Kwang swung his massive arms, clearing a path through the front line. Following behind, Sejun struck the remaining Ent scouts with his hoe, focusing on those slipping past Kwang despite several falling. More corrupted Ents poured in, surrounding Sejun from multiple directions. Sweat formed as Sejun struggled to keep up, realizing the number far exceeded his expectations. Just as the encirclement tightened, movement from the side drew his attention away from the swarm. The black rabbit charged in, blade flashing as it intercepted the ENT scouts heading toward the fields. With precise strikes, it severed branches cleanly, stopping their advance before they crossed the boundary. Sejun watched in shock as the rabbit coordinated its attacks, clearly fighting to protect the farmland. Together, Kwang and the black rabbit pushed forward, steadily reducing the remaining corrupted ENTs. the battlefield quieted as the last scouts collapsed, leaving broken branches scattered across the ground. Standing amid the aftermath, Sejun understood the attack was only the beginning of a larger threat. The black rabbit leapt forward, swinging its blade in a wide arc that shattered corrupted branches mid-air. Fragments rained down as the rabbit landed firmly, maintaining balance while scanning for incoming threats. Nearby, smaller rabbits watched tensely, realizing the battle was escalating beyond isolated skirmishes. From the fields, numerous rabbits surged out together, wielding tools and charging at the corrupted Ents. Ent scouts attempted to push forward, but the sudden resistance disrupted their formation completely. The farmland turned chaotic as rabbits defended their territory with desperate coordinated movements. Amid the confusion, Sejun fought through grasping branches, striking anything approaching the crop lines. Despite his efforts, the number of corrupted Ents kept increasing from deeper within the forest. Noticing several slipping past, Sejun realized the situation was becoming dangerously unmanageable. Quang suddenly charged in, roaring as his massive body slammed into a towering corrupted Ent. The collision sent shockwaves across the ground, momentarily halting the monster's advance. Sejun stared in disbelief as Quang continued forward, drawing the largest threat away from the fields. The corrupted Ent retaliated with overwhelming force, its presence dwarfing everything around it. Sejun froze briefly, sensing that Quang was facing an enemy far stronger than before. As the ground trembled, Sejun understood this battle would decide the safety of the farm itself. Sejun staggered backward as a powerful figure stepped in front of him, blocking a lethal strike aimed his way. The Minotaur King revealed himself, standing firm as he assessed the chaotic battlefield surrounding the farm. Behind them, allied monsters continued clashing with corrupted Ents, showing reinforcements had arrived in time. Quang roared furiously, charging straight into the corrupted Ent that dared threaten Sejun's land. With crushing force, Quang slammed into the enemy, splintering its hardened bark and forcing it backward. The Minotaur King recognized Quang's rage, understanding the bear was fighting to defend his family and home. Weilin appeared through a projection, calmly explaining she had summoned allies after confirming the invasion. Sejun listened closely, realizing the attack was planned and meant to overwhelm his farm through numbers. Relief spread across his face as he accepted that he was no longer fighting alone. The Minotaur King rallied nearby forces, redirecting them to guard the crops and block further advances. Quang paused briefly, distracted by the mention of food once the battle ended. Sejun seized the moment, understanding morale would keep everyone pushing forward. With renewed energy, Quang, the Minotaur King, and the rabbits charged together across the fields. Corrupted Ents fell one after another as the united defenders overwhelmed them completely. As the forest quieted, Sejun realized the farm had become a place others were willing to protect. The wolf leader surveyed the ruined forest, explaining the land had once been dense, but now lay completely barren. Theo listened carefully, realizing the devastation mirrored areas previously overrun by red locusts. Nearby wolves watched cautiously, showing unease toward outsiders entering their territory. Theo suddenly grew agitated, reacting strongly to the situation and the mention of danger. Ignoring the wolf's concerns, Theo decided to act independently and moved ahead without hesitation. The wolf leader followed reluctantly, unsure why the small cat was behaving so boldly. Theo arrived at a guarded lizardman camp and attempted to push past the entrance. The guards blocked him immediately, explaining access required approval from their leader. Unfazed, Theo insisted on meeting Iona, claiming the matter involved important connections. The camp fell silent as attention gathered around Theo's loud declaration. The wolf leader and surrounding onlookers stared in disbelief at Theo's confidence. Tension rose as the guards hesitated, unsure how to respond to the unexpected demand. A busy tent settlement stirred as beastfolk gathered, banners fluttering while unexpected movement drew everyone's attention. Among the crowd, Theo noticed the tense atmosphere and sensed confusion spreading between different groups present. Sudden unease formed as unfamiliar reactions hinted that an unexpected misunderstanding was already unfolding. Theo's expression shifted sharply, startled by how quickly the situation escalated without clear explanation. Iona appeared nearby, observing Theo's agitation while several beastfolk reacted with visible surprise. Realization struck as Theo recognized that relationships connected to Sejun were being interpreted incorrectly. Before matters worsened, a small bear hurried forward, forcefully halting the flow of incorrect assumptions. Silence followed as attention redirected toward the meeting tent, where leaders had gathered moments earlier. Within the tent, maps and supplies revealed that the gathering concerned urgent logistics during ongoing conflict. Theo entered the discussion, learning wolves were assigned to clear enemy ruins threatening supply routes. Lizardmen representatives explained their continuous involvement in frontline battles against invading forces. Heavy fatigue showed across their faces, emphasizing how prolonged combat strained their territory. As explanations continued, Theo realized trade agreements had been made without his direct awareness. Calculations formed quickly as Theo grasped the scale of compensation owed for the assistance provided. Recognition spread through the tent that Sejun's influence quietly connected combat, logistics, and commerce together. The small bear formally reported that the reclaimed land on the 67th floor was secured through joint effort. Additional credit was given to the tough-blade green onion obtained from Sejun, emphasizing its decisive role. Attention shifted as the lizardman chief acknowledged Theo as Sejun's underling tied to the great black dragon. Tension rose when compensation was demanded, with responsibility clearly placed on Theo's authority. After brief restraint by his subordinates, the lizardman chief accepted the outcome and prepared to comply. Outside the tent, the settlement resumed movement, signaling that the negotiation had concluded. Theo efficiently collected the payment, showing satisfaction as trade goods were secured. Pride followed as Theo reviewed the result, confident the situation was handled properly. Nearby, the small bear observed quietly, noting Theo's reckless tendencies matched Sejun's influence. Guidance was given firmly, reminding Theo to act with greater caution while managing Sejun's authority. Acknowledgement followed as Theo accepted the advice and recognized Iona's smooth handling of events. Plans were finalized for Iona's return, with assurances that the matter would remain discreet. Later reflection revealed that Sejun's name carried overwhelming weight across factions and territories. Food, authority, and influence intertwined, proving control of supplies shaped the tower's balance. As rumors quietly spread, the story of the Great Black Dragon grew larger than the truth. Theo walked away confidently, believing his path as a wandering merchant would grow far larger from this point onward. System notifications appeared suddenly, showing unexpected level increases gained during the brief moment of rest. Sejun realized the growth came without effort, marking his steady progress inside the tower. Across the fields, fallen trees and shattered earth revealed the aftermath of a recent battle. Corrupted ENTs emerged violently, forcing Sejun to confront the danger spreading toward his farmland. With Kwang's strength and quick coordination, the sudden assault was pushed back efficiently. After the fight, preparations began to repurpose the fallen Eants as building resources. Sejun observed the corrupted remains carefully, sensing the threat extended beyond simple monsters. Kunkang confirmed that these Ents had been encroaching deeper into their territory than before. Discussion followed as Sejun learned poison bees were increasing alongside the corrupted Ents. Further explanation revealed the corruption spread like an infection, targeting healthy plants and trees. Concern grew as Sejun connected the phenomenon to his expanding crops and food production. Reviewing his fields, Sejun noted the abundance of cherry tomatoes and corn surrounding him. A troubling realization formed that none of these crops had been consumed after the recent fight. As hunger crept in, Sejun stood quietly, sensing another challenge approaching beyond the farmland. Sejun decided to eat first, preparing a hearty meal as golden broth bubbled with freshly cooked ingredients. Inside the kitchen, dishes were quickly arranged while food was shared among nearby companions. Once ready, Sejun carried the meal outside, drawing attention from monsters gathering beyond the house. A large group of minotaurs assembled around a fire, holding bundles of grass and waiting patiently. Cooked dishes were laid out before them, turning the clearing into a communal feast. Sejun watched as the monsters ate enthusiastically. Confirming food eased tension across different groups. Kwang and other companions enjoyed the meal nearby, creating a calm atmosphere after recent conflicts. The red bear ate happily while Sejun observed, satisfied the food strengthened unity. Sudden movement behind Sejun broke the calm, drawing his attention away from the feast. Several rabbits gathered nervously, their behavior noticeably different from earlier. Concern grew as Sejun realized something unusual was happening among them. Urgency spread when signs pointed toward an imminent development the rabbits could not delay. Sejun rushed toward the house, understanding immediate preparation was necessary. Inside, he opened the door quickly, bringing Kwang along to help manage the situation. As the door closed behind them, the approaching event became unavoidable, signaling another turning point. Many monsters gathered closely, watching with softened expressions as they surrounded the small protected space. Inside the room, Sejun carefully held newborn rabbits while the third group of babies rested safely nearby. Wrapped together in warmth, the baby rabbits slept peacefully, marking the calm arrival of new life. The 52nd floor, Red Flame Mountain, revealed a scorched canyon where heat distorted the air endlessly. From the blazing path emerged a massive flame boar. its body wrapped in fire as it advanced confidently. Standing before it, the white-haired man calmly faced the creature, his posture steady despite the oppressive heat. The flame boar evaluated him with glowing eyes, sensing familiarity yet mocking his presence in the burning terrain. Without warning, flames surged forward as the monster charged, its burning body shaking the ground violently, blocking the assault head. The man endured the heat, realizing ordinary resistance no longer worked here. Pulling out a sweet potato glowing with power, he revealed preparation made specifically for this encounter. Energy spread through his body as he consumed it, flames reacting sharply to the sudden shift. Muscles swelled and heat resistance intensified, granting him dominance against the environment and enemy. Launching forward, he struck through the flames, fists cutting directly into the boar's burning defenses. The flame boar staggered as repeated blows shattered its momentum. Fire scattering violently outward, driven back across the canyon, the monster struggled to regain control amid collapsing flames. With a final surge, the man unleashed overwhelming force, compressing fire into a destructive impact. The flame boar screamed as its body was engulfed, power collapsing inward. As the flames died down, victory stood firm on the scorched ground, proving preparation surpassed brute strength. On the 52nd floor, the flame wild boar towered forward, flames erupting violently as it tried to overpower the magician. Calmly standing his ground, the white-haired magician analyzed the boar's movements, noticing its attacks relied solely on brute firepower. A surge of magical energy gathered as he prepared a countermeasure instead of retreating from the pressure. Cold blue magic expanded outward, clashing directly against the boar's flames and forcing them back. The wild boar faltered as its fire-based dominance weakened, losing balance under unfamiliar resistance. Seizing the opening, the magician advanced decisively, breaking through the creature's defense. A heavy strike slammed the flame-wild boar into the ground, cracking the scorched earth beneath it. Dust and embers scattered as the monster collapsed, its body no longer able to sustain the curse. System notifications confirmed the floor boss had been defeated and the lingering curse was lifting. As flames faded, green grass sprouted across the land, restoring life to the burned terrain. Examining his hand, the magician realized the curse had affected the entire floor for a long time. Holding the sweet Sunday pumpkin potato, he recognized it as the key that enabled this victory. Movement in the newly grown grass drew his attention, revealing a small cat approaching cautiously. The magician observed the creature's merchant attire, identifying it as a wandering cat merchant. Surprise settled in as fate introduced a new connection on the restored 52nd floor. Standing atop a rock, the white-haired magician Bongshik looked down as the wandering cat merchant Theo pointed at his hand. Attention shifted to the sweet Sunday pumpkin potato he held. Its presence clearly unusual even after the battle. The surrounding land remained calm, showing signs of recovery after the curse had fully disappeared. Theo reacted dramatically, recognizing the potato's value and confirming it came from Sejun. Both sat near the rocks as Bongshik listened, slowly understanding the origin of the item. Gratitude surfaced as Bongshik realized this ingredient had freed the entire floor from destruction. Wanting to repay the debt, Bongshik considered options. While Theo proposed forming a contract, refusal followed, as Bongshik rejected being bound by formal agreements or obligations. Instead, a simpler bond formed when friendship was suggested and accepted without hesitation. With the decision made, Theo invited Bongshik to follow him to another floor. The scenery shifted, leading them toward a peaceful area filled with warmth and life. Steam rising from a pot hinted at food being prepared nearby. Inside a stone house, Sejun checked the boiling pot carefully, ensuring the meal was ready. Red locust stew simmered steadily as he seasoned it, confident in the timing. This quiet moment marked the beginning of a new connection shaped by food and restored land. Inside the stone house, a pot of red locust soup simmered while Kwang watched closely from the table. System messages appeared, announcing achievements as the red locust dish was successfully completed. Sejun observed the food carefully, noting it was his first time cooking red locust meat. Taking a cautious bite, Sejun immediately felt resistance from the tough outer layer. An intense reaction followed as dryness and bitterness overwhelmed him, forcing his body to recoil. Collapsing backward, he struggled while Kwang stared in alarm at the unexpected outcome. System warnings appeared, revealing poison remained in the red locust meat despite cooking. Sejun realized survival depended on detoxification rather than flavor or texture. Recovering slowly, he concluded preparation methods needed improvement before consumption. Later attempts focused on refining the dish, removing toxins, and softening the meat properly. When served again, the rabbits accepted the soup without hesitation, eating comfortably. Their reaction confirmed the dish had become safe and beneficial inside the tower. System notifications named the dish Red Locust Soup and classified it as combat food. Sejun tasted it again, discovering the meat now resembled chicken in texture and flavor. Satisfied, he prepared another bowl, realizing a reliable food source had finally been secured. Sejun hurriedly finished eating the remaining food, sweat dripping as the strong effects spread through his body. System notifications appeared, confirming the combat food's buffs and extended status durations. Exhausted, he collapsed onto the floor, relieved yet uneasy after consuming everything at once. Aileen appeared nearby, holding a glowing orb while observing Sejun with sharp, amused eyes. The dragon revealed she had been watching closely, fully aware of the Red Locust situation. Rewards for exterminating the locust were granted, reinforcing her overwhelming authority. Sejun panicked as the pressure intensified, realizing he might have angered her unintentionally. He tried explaining the situation, emphasizing the food was never meant as deliberate neglect. Aileen paused, surprised by his reaction and the sincerity behind his hurried reasoning. Sejun admitted the soup was an experiment, designed to neutralize poison while improving flavor. Thoughts of Aileen had guided the recipe, hoping it would suit her condition. Hearing this, the dragon's expression softened as she processed his intentions. Sejun offered to prepare a fresh dish immediately, determined to make proper amends. A glowing barrier formed as Aileen settled down, willingly waiting without hostility. In the quiet moment, trust slowly formed, reinforcing their growing bond within the tower. Fresh cherry tomatoes were gathered carefully as Sejun prepared ingredients meant for a proper tower meal. Green onions and vegetables were sliced neatly, showing careful preparation rather than rushed survival cooking. Inside a pot, the ingredients simmered together, gradually forming a rich cherry tomato soup. Sejun stirred the bubbling soup slowly, watching the color deepen as heat spread evenly. After tasting the broth, he checked the balance of ingredients, ensuring the soup was fully cooked. The finished soup shimmered gently, triggering a system notification acknowledging successful cooking. A tower manager dragon received the soup, lifting the container while sensing the unfamiliar aroma. Curiosity replaced caution as the dragon drank the soup, surprised by its warmth and flavor. After several gulps, the dragon's expression shifted, clearly enjoying the dish far more than expected. The dragon continued eating eagerly, surrounded by system messages detailing buffs from the soup. Power flowed through its body as stamina and magical recovery increased noticeably. Satisfied, the dragon called out to Aileen, acknowledging the impact of the meal. Sejun later learned Aileen had recovered well, easing his lingering worries. Relief spread across his face as he reflected on how cooking helped stabilize the tower situation. With calm resolve, Sejun prepared more food, realizing farming and cooking were vital to survival here. Aileen held the glowing orb quietly, watching Sejun with focused eyes as energy pulsed steadily. Her grip tightened slightly, sensing changes within the tower caused by his recent actions. Sejun noticed new system alerts forming, signaling something important unfolding beyond cooking alone. The tower system issued a new quest tied to enlightenment, drawing Sejun's full attention. Aileen used accumulated rewards and authority to finalize the quest's conditions. Moments later, Sejun received roasted dried sweet potatoes as proof of completion. System messages confirmed a talent awakening, flooding Sejun's vision with detailed information. The newly gained landowner talent revealed mechanics tied directly to farming growth. Sitting outside, Sejun calmly reviewed how tenant farmers could amplify his progress. Calling Kwang over, Sejun decided to test the landowner talent immediately. A transparent list appeared as Kwang was designated a tenant farmer. Excitement spread when Kwang dashed off at incredible speed toward the fields. Sejun analyzed the results, realizing experience gains transferred indirectly through Kwang's work. Understanding the talent's growth condition, he saw long-term potential in expanding farmland. With renewed determination, Sejun gathered everyone, planning to enlarge the fields together. Sejun looked down at Kwang, noticing his sluggish movements and heavy breathing after continuous farm work. Opening the tenant-farmer interface, Sejun reviewed Kwang's status and confirmed exhaustion had set in. Deciding rest was necessary, he temporarily stopped Kwang's assignment and allowed him to sleep. With farming paused, the field stretched quietly under the open sky, crops swaying without movement. Suddenly, the soil cracked as corrupted ants erupted from the farmland, targeting the growing crops. Red eyes glowed among the advancing monsters, signaling a new threat emerging during the brief moment of rest. Kwengi's mother leapt downward with crushing force, slamming her massive paws onto the corrupted fallen entity. The impact split the ground apart, flames and debris erupting as the fallen int's body shattered violently. Burning fragments scattered across the field while smaller corrupted creatures disintegrated instantly from the shockwave. Sejun observed the battlefield carefully, recognizing how fire-based attacks eliminated weaker fallen ents efficiently. More corrupted bodies rose nearby, their red eyes glowing as they attempted to regroup despite heavy damage. Quengi's mother advanced again, crushing the largest fallen ent before it could fully recover. A sudden movement caught Sejun's attention as another fallen ent emerged from beneath the damaged ground. Reacting quickly, Quengi's mother struck first, tearing apart the creature before it reached Sejun. With the immediate threat gone, the battlefield briefly calmed, leaving scorched soil and broken roots behind. The massive bear stood guard while Sejun assessed the damage caused by the repeated invasions. He noted that cooperation with stronger factions had reduced pressure on the western forest area. Sejun considered turning the remaining locusts into a stable food source to prevent future swarms. The remains of the fallen ents lay scattered as Quengi returned, signaling the area was secure. Sejun thanked Quengi's mother silently, realizing how much destruction still needed cleanup. Looking across the ruined field, Sejun began planning restoration while preparing for future threats. Several beastmen returned to Sejun's field, their heavy footsteps shaking the ground as they surveyed the damage. Ruined soil and broken tree remains revealed how repeated fallen ent attacks had made farming impossible. Accepting their help, Sejun directed them to begin clearing debris while he assessed what could be salvaged. While working, Sejun suddenly noticed movement beneath his feet as a fallen ent burst from the ground. Reacting too late, his foot struck the creature's core, sending a sharp shock through his leg. Staggering back, Sejun realized how dangerous even leftover roots had become after the invasion. The scene shifted to the 52nd floor, where a rocky canyon stretched between towering stone walls. Dengshik moved steadily through the area, guided by long experience rather than marked paths. Theo suddenly appeared ahead, having reached the floor through an unusual method. Theo revealed he had used a linden fragment to bypass normal tower restrictions. Dongshik immediately sensed danger, recognizing the fruit as a forbidden object within the tower. Concern grew as Theo explained the fragment's origin, implying deeper problems within tower security. Dongshik pulled his cloak aside, revealing a massive plant creature emerging nearby. The creature identified itself as a green linden, confirming Theo's reckless discovery. Faced with a new threat and secret exposed, both prepared for consequences spreading beyond this floor. Dongshik examined the green linden closely, noting its unusual snake-like form and unstable presence. Theo's reaction showed clear curiosity, while Dongshik quickly judged the creature's limited lifespan. Realizing delay would worsen the situation, Dongshik prepared to deal with it immediately. Theo hesitated when Dongshik produced illegal tower items, sensing serious consequences if discovered. Despite resistance, temptation worked as Theo seized the opportunity without fully thinking it through. The green linden reacted violently, opening its core as energy surged outward uncontrollably. A powerful explosion followed, tearing through the area as Dongshik shielded himself instinctively. The aftermath revealed a cleared forest path, confirming the creature's complete destruction. Far away, tower enforcers detected the disturbance and moved to investigate. Dongshik was soon surrounded by hunters, who questioned his sudden appearance and recent battles. He explained his movements calmly, mentioning the 52nd floor and recent monster subjugation. Attention shifted when the topic of linden usage surfaced, raising immediate concern among them. Seeking clarity, Dongshik questioned Theo about outside intrusions within the tower. Theo admitted confirming no outsiders had entered, except for one important individual. Hearing Sejun's name, Dongshik froze, realizing a far bigger problem was unfolding. Theo's expression stiffened as hidden facts surfaced, revealing that earlier explanations no longer matched reality. Deep within a cave-like opening, Sejun's farmland appeared untouched, exposing where he had truly been working. Rows of crops thrived quietly, proving the truth had been concealed beneath ordinary routines. System notifications appeared as Sejun harvested tomatoes, showing his harvesting proficiency rising rapidly. Carefully examining the produce, he realized higher-grade tomatoes were appearing more frequently than before. Satisfied with the results, Sejun prepared the final harvest needed to complete his daily tasks. Standing under filtered light, Sejun surveyed the field, sensing something unusual beyond the crops. A damaged fallen ant corpse lay hidden nearby, suggesting danger had lingered close to the farm. His attention shifted toward the cave entrance, where the surroundings felt unnaturally quiet. Returning to the campsite, Sejun noticed the extinguished fire, an odd change he had overlooked. Ashes scattered loosely, indicating time had passed without maintenance or activity. Kneeling down, he inspected the ground carefully, sensing faint life beneath the surface. Brushing aside ash, Sejun uncovered a fragile green sprout emerging from the soil. Shock spread across his face as he realized new growth had formed where nothing should survive. Understanding dawned that the tower's land continued evolving, creating possibilities he had not anticipated. A sudden voice echoed inside Sejun's mind, startling him as he instinctively recoiled in confusion. Looking around cautiously, he struggled to understand how a voice could reach him without anyone nearby. The realization that something unseen was addressing him directly made his tension rise. Near his feet, a small sprout shimmered faintly as energy gathered around its fragile stem. The ground glowed softly while the sprout responded, revealing awareness and intent beyond an ordinary plant. Sejun slowly knelt, sensing that the source of the voice lay within this new growth. Sejun carefully observed the tiny red-haired spirit standing on the rock, realizing the apple tree had gained awareness. The small being moved energetically, showing clear joy at finally expressing its thoughts after long silence. Surprise crossed Sejun's face as the spirit proudly accepted the name Flame, despite its unusual appearance. Flame explained its form came from magic absorbed through Sejun's hands during constant care and harvesting. Wanting to appear pleasing, the spirit shaped itself into a small humanoid body with leaves and fruit. Embarrassment followed as Sejun reacted. Honestly, admitting the unexpected form felt strangely adorable. While listening quietly, Sejun reflected on the apple tree's abnormal growth and magical nature. Memories surfaced about the powerful washboard apple, making the tree's strength seem understandable. Flame responded humbly, lowering its gaze and denying any claim of greatness or superiority. A memory unfolded of Flame as a seed falling into scorched soil during intense heat. Roots stretched endlessly downward, driven by instinct to survive, despite pain and darkness. Time passed underground as the roots continued deeper, uncertain where the path would end. Cold underground water was discovered, allowing the roots to endure the burning environment above. Alone in darkness, Flame waited patiently, nurturing hope of eventual growth and emergence. Light finally appeared above, marking the long-awaited moment the seed prepared to bloom. Flame clasped her hands tightly, expressing gratitude after meeting Sejun and gaining a clearer sense of purpose. Sejun reflected on planting the apple tree, realizing his simple actions had changed something profoundly. Sudden heat surged as Flame demonstrated controlled fire, revealing magic born from growth, not destruction. A steady flame burned harmlessly beside the apple leaves, showing precise control despite its intensity. Admiration crossed Sejun's face as he acknowledged the rarity of a plant wielding fire safely. Determination followed, as Flame promised steady growth, aiming to support Sejun in the future. Sejun gently advised Flame to focus on healthy growth, rather than pushing beyond limits. Warmth spread as he carefully patted the apple leaves, reinforcing trust and reassurance. Happiness showed clearly as Flame welcomed the affection, enjoying simple comfort over power. Darkness returned briefly, recalling the hidden roots spreading deep beneath the tower's soil. That silent growth remained unseen, forming the foundation of the apple tree's strength. The scene shifted upward, revealing the tower's vast interior and quiet farmland. Elsewhere, Theo stood before a powerful warrior, answering questions about Sejun's whereabouts. Memories surfaced of Sejun saving Theo's life on the 40th floor during crisis. Interest spread among listeners as Sejun's name resurfaced, hinting at connections yet to unfold. Theo firmly refused to reveal Sejun's location, facing the muscular hunter Han Tae-jun without hesitation. Confusion followed as Han Tae-jun demanded answers, emphasizing how Sejun's actions affected the entire outside world. Lowering himself, the hunter pleaded sincerely, admitting the request came from desperation rather than authority. After a pause, Theo proposed a contract, making secrecy the condition for sharing any information. Terms were explained clearly, binding the hunters to silence under severe consequences if violated. Reluctant but resolved, Han Tae-jun and Kim Dong-shik agreed, accepting the risk without protest. Inside a temporary tent, the contract was formally signed, sealing the agreement with visible tension. Both hunters swore under their honor to protect Theo's secret and respect Sejun's circumstances. With the pact complete, the atmosphere shifted from confrontation to uneasy cooperation. Theo finally stated that Sejun was no longer on the 40th floor, causing immediate shock. The revelation unsettled the hunters as they realized Sejun had surpassed normal human limits. Calmly, Theo clarified that this information had already been shared before, changing nothing externally. Attention sharpened as the hunters pressed further, hoping for clearer direction. Theo explained Sejun existed far higher within the tower, beyond human reach or imagination. Silence followed as the truth settled, confirming Sejun could no longer return freely to the outside world. Theo stood at the cliff's edge, waving calmly, as Han Taijun and Kim Dongshik watched him carefully. Doubts surfaced between the hunters as they discussed rumors about Sejun's strength and strange abilities. Realization slowly formed that Sejun's actions inside the tower could not be simple exaggerations. Han Taijun recalled reports about crops granting power, struggling to believe such growth was possible. Thoughts turned to the mysterious sweet pumpkin potato that once affected the entire tower. Uncertainty remained as neither hunter understood the true cause behind those abnormal phenomena. Han Taijun concluded that Sejun must currently reside on the 99th floor. At the same time, Sejun paused mid-harvest, sensing distant attention without knowing the reason. The peaceful farmland contrasted sharply with the tension building outside the tower. Far away, Graner village bustled as rumors spread about food shortages linked to the tower. Inside a shop, Israel discussed rising prices while Oren laughed carelessly at the situation. Concern deepened as the shortage threatened to affect the entire region's stability. Oren relaxed confidently, believing wealth would shield him from any real consequences. Israel's patience thinned, scolding Oren for ignoring responsibility despite his position. The tension hinted that Sejun's unseen influence was already reaching far beyond the tower. Oren was suddenly chased out of the rich family residence, the threat of disownment echoing as guards forced him outside. Fury consumed him as he shouted about the unfairness of losing his wealth over rising food prices, running through the streets to find a porter. Oren failed to notice a shadowed figure watching closely from behind. The 75th floor food mart bustled with beastfolk merchants as meat and goods filled the crowded wooden stalls. Theo moved through the market, noticing vendors refusing small trades while pushing large bulk food deals instead. Observing price boards and supply flows, unease formed as food costs clearly exceeded normal tower standards. Outside the stalls, merchant cats gathered, reacting angrily to the sudden rise in food prices across the floor. Information spread that wandering merchants redirected supplies elsewhere, causing shortages within the market. Theo analyzed the situation carefully, realizing direct farming routes could bypass exploitative vendors entirely. Determination settled as Theo proposed joining the Merchant Association to operate independently as a wandering merchant. The merchant cats evaluated his plan, recognizing its potential to stabilize prices and increase shared profits. Confidence rose as Theo accepted sponsorship, believing merchant skills could reshape the floor's economy. A goblin named Scarab appeared during the negotiations, carrying himself like an experienced traveling trader. Interest sparked when Scarab hinted at rare tower, only goods that normal markets could not obtain. Theo sensed opportunity, realizing exclusive items could strengthen his merchant position rapidly. Back in town, Theo reviewed Sejun's supply requests while continuing routine purchases for the farm. Movement near a weapons stall caught his attention, drawing him toward unfamiliar tools on display. Curiosity grew as Theo leaned closer, sensing this discovery might lead to another profitable connection. Theo approached a stall to check prices when unfamiliar eyes noticed his presence immediately. Merchant cats nearby recognized him as the one connected to recent changes in food distribution. Attention gathered as Theo reacted cheerfully. Unaware tension was already forming around him. A dark-furred wandering merchant stepped forward, revealing Theo's new status through his badge. Pride showed as the merchant explained gaining support and profits through outside the tower items. Questions followed quickly, focusing on earnings and suspicious sources of rare goods. Theo openly admitted buying items from Scarab, believing cooperation benefited everyone involved. Anger rose as accusations surfaced, claiming Scarab was labeled a scammer by the association. Hostility intensified when Theo was blamed for monopolizing outside resources alone. Theo defended Scarab's actions, insisting value mattered more than rigid merchant hierarchy. Mockery followed, as the wandering merchant belittled Theo's background and former poverty. Silence fell briefly when Theo hesitated, clearly shaken by the personal attack. The wandering merchant declared plans to dominate outside trade routes independently. Confidence overflowed as he rallied nearby merchants to follow his ambitious expansion strategy. Standing behind him, Theo watched quietly, realizing competition inside the tower had truly begun. Theo waved lightly as the wandering merchants departed, watching their figures fade beyond the market gate. A brief snort followed as he brushed off lingering frustration, already shifting focus forward. Thoughts turned to the next destination, with plans forming to reunite on another floor soon. Far away, a vast plain was overwhelmed by corrupted Eons advancing in dense, organized waves. Sejun observed from higher ground, realizing the monsters were converging toward a single source. Concern deepened as their movement revealed a clear target tied to the farm's growing power. Understanding struck when Sejun connected the assault to Flame's presence and rising influence. Without hesitation, Quengi charged forward, smashing into the front lines with overwhelming force. Shockwaves rippled outward as corrupted bodies were crushed and scattered across the field. More surged in, their massive forms pressing closer, despite heavy losses. Sejun dodged incoming strikes, narrowly avoiding crushing limbs while searching for openings. A sudden attack caught him off guard, forcing a desperate retreat under pressure. Theo burst onto the battlefield in a radiant form, fury blazing as power surged outward. Blinding energy sliced through the corrupted Ents, erasing their cores in rapid succession. As the ground collapsed beneath defeated enemies, the battlefield finally fell silent again. Sejun rushed back onto the field, gripping his hatchet while spotting Theo surrounded by advancing corrupted trees. Theo quickly conveyed the situation through gestures, pointing toward the approaching Ents and Flame's location. Before explanations finished, a corrupted ENT lunged forward, forcing Sejun into immediate action. Sejun struck the incoming ENT, barely blocking its claws as Theo slipped beneath its shadow. Realizing discussion was impossible mid-battle, Sejun shifted focus toward clearing the area first. Theo darted between roots and broken branches, assisting by drawing attention away from Sejun. Theo seized Sejun's sleeve firmly, urging him to move with urgency toward a safer position. Trusting Theo's instincts, Sejun followed without resistance, adjusting his footing while retreating. A momentary pause allowed Sejun to notice Theo's confidence, despite the chaos surrounding them. Calling out to Aileen, Sejun lifted his hatchet as a strange energy reacted to his grip. The tower responded instantly, imbuing the weapon with appraisal power and marking the task complete. A system reward materialized, confirming the acquisition of a rare named Throwing Hatchet. Holding the newly appraised weapon, Sejun examined its balanced form and refined edge carefully. Relief replaced tension as the battlefield quieted, signaling the immediate threat had passed. With renewed confidence, Sejun prepared for future battles, knowing stronger trials awaited ahead. Sejun raised the newly acquired Great Warrior Walk's throwing hatchet, examining its weight and unfamiliar shape carefully. Golden light wrapped around the weapon as its system information activated, confirming powerful throwing, related abilities and skills. Curiosity grew as Sejun compared the hatchet to his usual tools, realizing this weapon specialized in ranged destruction. Testing the weapon, Sejun faced approaching corrupted black rabbits, emerging aggressively from the open field. With a decisive motion, he hurled the hatchet forward, its rotation accelerating unnaturally through the air. The spinning blade tore through the enemies in a single path, leaving shattered remains scattered behind. A massive corrupted ENT appeared, towering over the battlefield and locking its gaze onto Sejun below. Before Sejun acted, Quengi's father leapt forward, smashing the Ent's body apart with overwhelming strength. Watching proudly, Quengi reacted excitedly as the fallen Ent collapsed into broken wood and roots. More corrupted creatures rushed in, forcing Quengi's father to continue attacking relentlessly without retreat. Heavy impacts echoed as he crushed enemies repeatedly, clearly showing a dramatic increase in strength from behind. Sejun observed the battlefield shifting decisively in their favor. A larger corrupted Ent suddenly advanced, its dark energy spreading dangerously across the ground. Sejun reacted instantly, throwing the hatchet again as its spinning force carved straight through the enemy. With the threat eliminated, Sejun retrieved Theo safely. Realizing the weapon could decide future battles alone, Sejun held Theo in his arms, smiling calmly, despite the tension as a massive corrupted ENT loomed ahead. Dark energy surged from the ET as it declared its intent to crush everything before it. Bracing himself, Sejun stepped forward, gripping the throwing hatchet while keeping Theo protected. Charging across the field, Sejun accelerated with determination as the ground cracked beneath his feet. With a powerful swing, the throwing hatchet flew forward, spinning violently toward the corrupted Ent. The impact shattered the ENT's body, sending fragments of wood and darkness scattering across the slope. After the battle, exhaustion finally caught up to Sejun as he collapsed near the farm entrance. Pain spread through his body, making it clear the non-stop fighting had taken a heavy toll. Resting on a rock, he steadied his breathing and prepared to review his condition. Summoning the status window, Sejun carefully checked the results of his recent battles. Surprise followed as he noticed his level, skills, and overall growth had increased significantly. Confidence rose while he reflected on surviving dangers that once felt completely overwhelming. A sudden system alert interrupted his thoughts, drawing his attention back to the status window. Concern formed as an error warning appeared, suggesting something was wrong with the displayed information. Looking out over the quiet farmland, Sejun sensed that the tower still hid problems yet to surface. Theo excitedly approached Flame, introducing himself energetically, while carefully observing the small spirit's leafy body. Curiosity pushed Theo closer as Flame reacted nervously, clearly unused to such direct attention. A sudden touch caused Flame to release sparks of fire, startling Theo, and forcing immediate distance. Realizing the danger, Theo backed away while Flame struggled to control the flames leaking from her leaves. Trying to recover the mood, Theo offered grilled fish, shifting the situation away from panic. Flame accepted cautiously, using her fire to cook the fish with surprising precision. Seijun arrived and stopped Theo from teasing further, assessing Flame's abilities with interest. Watching Flame handle fire so naturally, Seijun acknowledged her potential, rather than her small size. Confidence returned to Flame as she stood proudly beside the freshly grilled fish. A system alert informed Seijun that the growth promoter skill's cooldown had ended. Seijun knelt down and requested permission to use the skill on Flame to support her development. After agreeing, Flame prepared herself. Standing still near her sprouting leaves, Seijun activated the growth promoter skill, channeling mana directly into Flame's plant body. Unexpectedly, the skill consumed far more mana than intended, draining Seijun rapidly. When the light faded, Flame remained small but overflowed with energy, hinting at hidden growth yet to come. Seijun collapsed onto the ground as exhaustion overwhelmed him, while Theo and Flame rushed closer in concern. Flame examined Seijun carefully, realizing his weakened state came from prolonged battles, rather than her power. Gathering her energy, Flame decided to help him recover using her developing abilities. Standing between Seijun's legs, Flame focused deeply as soft light gathered around her small body. Cool water, like energy, flowed outward, washing over Seijun and easing the heaviness in his body. Surprise crossed his face as dizziness faded and warmth replaced lingering fatigue. Theo suddenly interrupted, urgently calling Seijun's attention away from Flame. Information surfaced about a human named Park Taigon, moving within the tower unexpectedly. Shock spread across Seijun's face as he processed the implications of another human's presence. Sunlight poured through an opening above as Seijun regained awareness. Realizing he had returned safely to the tower ground, sudden news about Han Tae-hoon reached him, causing brief surprise at the connection forming beyond the tower floors. Theo calmly revealed knowledge about Seijun's hidden position, assuring secrecy remained intact despite outside attention. Seijun considered the implications carefully, recognizing how outside hunters and tower politics could soon intersect. Thoughts shifted toward responsibility as he weighed helping both Han Tae-hoon and his own family situation. A practical idea formed, involving crops and sponsorship, rather than direct combat involvement. Theo recalled a past wandering merchant incident, linking deception, careless trade, and a fallen reputation. Anger surfaced as Theo explained how the merchant exploited trust and mocked him publicly. The story escalated when Theo mentioned the same man advancing toward the Minotaur King's floor. Clinging to Seijun, Theo pleaded for intervention, using exaggerated gestures to gain sympathy. Processing the situation, Seijun connected the wandering merchants to suspicious supply movements within the tower. Interest replaced hesitation as Seijun sensed opportunity forming alongside potential danger. A wide tower landscape unfolded as merchant cats moved cautiously across barren ground together. Exhaustion showed clearly among them, driven forward by hunger and uncertainty. Their struggle quietly foreshadowed Seijun's growing role in reshaping trade within the tower. After paying merchant registration fees, the wandering merchant cats realized their supplies were critically low. Without extra food or water prepared, anxiety spread as the barren land offered no immediate survival options. Discussion turned grim when the group concluded starvation was inevitable if nothing changed soon. While panic settled in, movement appeared in the distance, drawing cautious attention from the exhausted merchants. Two white rabbits emerged, steadily pushing carts filled with sealed water bottles across the sand. Hope resurfaced as the rabbits calmly announced water sales in the empty landscape. Theo and the merchant cats rushed forward, desperate to secure water despite the steep tower coin price. Sticker shock followed as the cost exceeded expectations, revealing the harsh reality of scarcity on higher floors. Silence lingered when thirst outweighed hesitation, forcing them to consider any possible solution. Recognition struck Theo as he remembered the merchants' true destination involving the Minotaur King. Understanding their status as wandering merchants carrying rare goods changed the rabbits' response immediately. Credit was offered instead of immediate payment, relieving the group from certain collapse. A contract guaranteeing future repayment was presented, formalizing the unexpected deal. Theo reacted with disbelief at the strict terms and short deadline imposed by the rabbits. Despite the pressure, survival was secured, marking the first step towards Seijun's expanding influence over tower trade. Theo reviewed the contract carefully, confirming repayment would come from selling goods within 3 days. Water bottles were distributed immediately, easing the merchant cat's desperate condition. After confirming the terms, the group departed quickly, determined to recover funds before the deadline. The following day passed under harsh sunlight as limited water supplies were steadily consumed. Anxiety deepened when the bottles emptied faster than expected. Despite careful rationing, concern spread through the group as thirst returned, threatening their ability to continue moving. Sudden smoke rising in the distance caught the merchants' attention during their march. Following the scent, they discovered a small restaurant operating unexpectedly in the barren floor. The smell of grilled fish overwhelmed exhaustion, replacing despair with immediate temptation. Theo approached cautiously, realizing payment conditions were clearly posted and strictly enforced. Without coins available, he signed another agreement promising future repayment through trade goods. Orders multiplied rapidly as hunger overpowered any remaining hesitation among the merchants. Freshly grilled fish arrived in abundance, filling the area with warmth and energy. The merchant cats ate voraciously, restoring strength and morale simultaneously. Though debt increased, survival was secured again, pushing Theo further into Sejun's expanding economic web. Grilled fish covered the table as the wandering merchants ate greedily, driven by hunger and relief. Rabbits worked tirelessly by the fire, continuously preparing skewers while supplies rapidly disappeared. Eventually, even Theo reached his limit, leaving only stacked leaves and empty plates behind. After eating far too much, the merchant cats collapsed on the grass, completely drained. Despite urgency to reach the Minotaur King, exhaustion forced them to consider resting briefly. A short break was agreed upon as bodies refused to move any further. Under the warm sky, sleep quickly overtook the group as rabbits quietly watched over them. Time passed peacefully, sunlight shifting while no one sensed danger approaching. Theo slept deeply, unaware that trouble was already nearby. Pain jolted Theo awake as the ground trembled beneath massive footsteps. Fear spread instantly when towering figures surrounded the resting merchants. The minotaurs loomed above them, confirming the worst possible encounter. Panicking, Theo desperately explained their status as wandering merchants carrying tribute. Instead of attacking, the minotaurs turned and ordered the group to follow. Hope surged as the distant tower of the Minotaur King appeared, signaling unexpected fortune. The wandering merchants were led through a massive stone corridor, where a glowing gate marked the Minotaur King's domain. Standing beyond it, the Minotaur King radiated overwhelming pressure, immediately silencing the anxious group. As Theo prepared to present their goods, a far greater presence suddenly revealed itself behind the throne. The great black dragon emerged calmly, confirming its identity and drawing shock from everyone present. Fear froze the merchants when they realized this encounter far exceeded a simple trade negotiation. At that moment, Sejun stepped forward naturally, his appearance signaling that fate had guided everyone here deliberately. Park Sejun stood confidently before the gathered merchant cats, presenting himself boldly while drawing their full attention. Theo, acting as a merchant representative, quickly grew excited after realizing Sejun's supposed status could change everything. Hope spread among the cats as they believed Sejun's presence could overturn the tower's balance of power. Various unfamiliar items from Earth were laid on the ground, catching interest despite their strange appearance. Theo watched closely as Sejun examined the objects carefully, expecting powerful magic to be revealed. Confidence faded slightly when Sejun reacted calmly, showing no excitement toward the displayed items. Sejun crouched and picked up a roll cleaner, recognizing it instantly as an everyday tool from Earth. Theo praised Sejun's sharp judgment, believing the item possessed rare tower-grade magic properties. Without hesitation, Sejun evaluated its true nature, already sensing something was wrong. The offered price shocked the nearby cats, as the cost far exceeded its original purchase value. Other merchants whispered among themselves, impressed by Theo's fearless negotiation tactics. Sejun remained silent, his expression growing colder as he prepared to expose the truth. With a single motion, Sejun peeled the roll cleaner, revealing its completely ordinary function. Shock spread instantly as the so-called magic item proved useless within the tower. Sejun concluded firmly that every item presented was trash, leaving Theo and the merchants stunned. Shock overtook Theo as Sejun's verdict spread, his confidence collapsing the moment the truth surfaced. A massive Minotaur guard slammed the ground, reacting violently to the insult toward the Black Dragon's authority. Park Sejun remained calm despite the pressure, standing firmly while the surrounding merchants froze in fear. Theo and the merchant cats immediately bowed low, realizing the situation had turned dangerously serious. In the distance, the goblin scarab panicked, recognizing that his deception had finally been exposed. Sejun observed the reactions carefully, understanding the extent of disruption caused by the fake items. Sejun chose not to escalate further, deciding punishment would be more useful than execution. He proposed compensation through labor, outlining a task tied directly to tower infrastructure needs. The merchant cats listened closely as the consequences shifted from fear to forced cooperation. Under supervision, the minotaurs began producing mud bricks non-stop, filling the area with heavy labor. Piles of freshly made bricks stacked rapidly, transforming punishment into productive output. Theo watched in disbelief as the scale of work exceeded anything expected from a single judgment. Standing before everyone, Sejun calculated the total output using the tower's system support. The merchant cats realized the bricks would fuel long-term development rather than temporary profit. Sejun concluded that continued effort would lead to even greater productivity, securing order through farming-based authority. Panic spread among the merchant cats as the idea of endless labor settled heavily on their minds. Before despair deepened, Park Sejun calmly raised his hand, signaling he would reconsider their punishment. The gathered beasts watched closely as Sejun offered a conditional opportunity instead of absolute condemnation. Theo reacted instantly, accepting the proposal with visible relief and renewed determination. A new contract was drafted on the spot, transforming fear of punishment into structured responsibility. Sejun evaluated their situation pragmatically, deciding labor could benefit both sides if managed properly. Theo pressed his paw onto the contract, formally binding himself without hesitation. Sejun finalized the agreement, officially designating the merchants as interns under tower supervision. With the contract complete, the group awaited further instructions, uncertain, yet hopeful. Sejun explained that operational guidance would come from the distribution unit overseeing logistics. Before further clarification, sudden movement disrupted the calm atmosphere. A familiar figure leapt forward energetically, announcing his presence without restraint. Theo froze as the orange cat revealed himself as the head of the distribution unit. The hierarchy shifted instantly, forcing Theo to acknowledge his new subordinate position. Sejun observed silently as order reformed, confident the system would now function efficiently. Wide farmland stretched ahead as rows of cherry tomato plants filled the field where the interns were gathered. Theo led the group forward, explaining that this area would become their new workplace from now on. Park Sejun stood behind them, calmly assigning harvesting duties while observing their reactions. A Minotaur supervisor approached Sejun to formally acknowledge the new work order issued by the Black Dragon. After confirming instructions through the system window, the Minotaur accepted the task without resistance. With his role finished, the Minotaur departed, leaving Sejun alone with the interns. Sejun briefly reflected on whether additional preparation had been necessary for such a sudden transition. That thought ended quickly when Theo aggressively pushed the interns toward the crops. The distribution unit head immediately took charge, criticizing their clumsy movements among the plants. Theo demonstrated proper harvesting methods, correcting posture and hand placement with strict authority. The interns listened nervously as mistakes were pointed out one by one. From a distance, Sejun watched silently, recognizing Theo's unexpected competence. Amazed by the scene, Sejun smiled, faintly, as the workflow slowly stabilized. Theo proudly stood before the interns, clearly enjoying his new position of power, despite the chaos. Sejun concluded the system was working, believing consistent labor would soon yield results. Among ripe tomato vines, Theo worked quietly, hands moving steadily while reflecting on his position within the tower. Thoughts lingered on his status as a subordinate tied to overwhelming authority beyond his control. That heavy mood broke instantly when a sudden strike landed on his head from behind. Startled fury surged as Theo snapped around, instincts flaring after the unexpected interruption. Intern Oren stood nearby, having rushed over impatiently after noticing Theo lingering too long. Their scuffle escalated briefly, fur bristling as frustration spilled into physical reactions. Noise drew attention from surrounding merchant cats, who paused their work to watch the commotion. Oren explained the situation to the group, emphasizing urgency and responsibility within their roles. Order slowly returned as Theo regained composure, allowing the group to refocus on tasks. Sejun approached calmly, surveying the gathered cats and the fields behind them. He evaluated their progress, recognizing limitations, while considering long-term improvements for efficiency. After brief consideration, Sejun prepared to leave, entrusting operations to Theo's oversight. Hearing the destination, Theo reacted with visible shock at the mention of the western forest. Concern surfaced as he clung to Sejun, sensing danger tied to that unexplored region. Despite the worry, Sejun departed confidently, leaving Theo watching his back disappear ahead. Kwengi's mother loomed protectively behind Sejun, announcing her decision to accompany him alongside Kwengi. Sejun assessed the situation calmly, considering whether their combined strength would be enough for upcoming dangers. Confidence surfaced as he prepared himself, hinting at hidden preparations meant for unexpected encounters. Theo reacted strongly, anxiety clear as he questioned Sejun's intentions behind heading westward. Worry replaced bravado when responsibility as a sales cat weighed heavily on his thoughts. Despite concern, Theo accepted his role, understanding that staying behind was part of his duty. Kuengi stepped forward enthusiastically, pledging to protect Sejun without hesitation. The wolves gathered and moved ahead, forming a cautious escort toward the forest path. Kuengi's mother followed last, casting one final glance back before advancing. The western forest closed in around them, its atmosphere darker and heavier than expected. Sejun carefully observed twisted trees and unfamiliar terrain, sensing abnormal changes. Kuengi's mother noted strange scents in the air, reinforcing the growing tension. A sudden warning came as Kuengi's mother detected hostile presence ahead. Rumbling echoed through the ground, forcing Sejun to halt immediately. Understanding the threat, Sejun steadied himself, preparing for an unavoidable confrontation. Sejun suddenly lost his footing as twisted roots surged upward, forcing him to cling desperately to a fallen branch. From the forest depths, grotesque shapes emerged, revealing corrupted rotten guard, ants awakening simultaneously. The oppressive presence spread rapidly, confirming this forest zone was far more dangerous than expected. Kuengi's mother stepped forward protectively, positioning herself between Sejun and the advancing ants. One ant lunged aggressively, its rotten limbs swinging with surprising speed and weight. Reacting instantly, Kuengi's mother crushed the creature head on, splintering bark and roots violently. Sejun wiped sweat from his brow, realizing the situation demanded immediate action from him as well. Removing his straw hat, he reached for his weapon while activating the prepared flame buff. Fire ignited above his head, signaling the activation of his hidden combat enhancement. Kuengi rushed closer, watching intently as flames gathered around Sejun's weapon. Concentrated fire surged forward as Sejun swung, forming a blazing arc through the air. The attack struck multiple ents at once, igniting their bodies and halting their advance. Towering flames spiraled upward, engulfing the corrupted forest creatures completely. Burning roots collapsed into ash as the ents let out their final movements. With the path cleared, Sejun stood steady beside Kuengi's mother, confirming their progress deeper west. Kuengi's mother suddenly tensed, sensing something dangerous, spreading rapidly through the western forest. Ahead flames erupted violently, lighting the twisted trees and forcing Sejun to shield his eyes. Without hesitation, Kuengi's mother charged forward, carrying Kuengi while Sejun struggled to keep pace. A massive shadow descended as something unnatural moved between the warped trunks. Sejun climbed onto Kuengi's mother's back, barely steady as the ground trembled beneath them. Realizing escape was impossible, he focused on preparing a counterattack mid-movement. Gathering his strength, Sejun activated his farming-based flame technique with precise timing. Fire condensed rapidly, forming a focused blaze rather than spreading uncontrollably. The released flames struck downward, triggering a violent explosion that tore through the forest floor. The blast echoed across the western forest, sending shockwaves far beyond the battlefield. Distant beast folk paused, stunned as smoke and fire rose high into the sky. Among them, the rabbits immediately recognized the familiar power as Sejun's attack. Moments later, Sejun emerged from the forest alongside Kuengi and her mother. Soot covered their bodies, but their steady movement confirmed survival. As they returned, the waiting companions rushed forward, relieved the dangerous expedition had ended. Sejun rested on the ground after the battle, relieved that the flames had forced the corrupted ents to retreat. Kuengi and the rabbits stayed close, recovering together while Sejun reviewed the danger they barely survived. Understanding the ents' nightly invasions, he realized the western forest would not remain quiet for long. As Sejun reflected on his newly strengthened flame ability, winged figures suddenly approached from above. The poison queen bees gathered around him, showing unusual excitement and clear interest in his growth. Their presence shifted the atmosphere, turning the tense aftermath into an unexpected opportunity. Ancient stone walls enclosed a quiet underground space, where Aileen rested alone beneath the tower's dim ceiling. Curiosity surfaced as the young dragon shifted her body, testing changes felt after days of steady nourishment. Nearby, a cup filled with tomato soup rested in her claws, radiating warmth and a faint magical presence. Slowly drinking the soup, Aileen absorbed its effects, while her body reacted with subtle internal changes. Lightness spread through her limbs, making her wings feel heavier yet fuller than before. Growth became noticeable as muscle and bone adjusted, confirming the food's influence on her development. Thoughts turned toward adulthood, as Aileen examined her expanding wings inside the confined chamber. Hope strengthened when she recalled Park Sejun's recent gift, and the unusual flame tied to their bond. Energy gathered instinctively as she decided to test her evolving dragon heart. A glowing orb formed between her claws, unstable yet powerful, as magic surged outward. Sudden backlash struck her body, sending shock through her wings and forcing her downward. Pain followed the failed control, leaving her breathing heavily as magic scattered across the floor. Despite exhaustion, Aileen stabilized the remaining energy, sensing external interference through the tower. Park Sejun's image appeared within the fading light, reminding her of the outside world's connection. Elsewhere, life continued in the tower's farms, while Aileen recovered quietly, determined to grow stronger. Inside the tomato field, Sejun stood among ripe crops while bee-like creatures hovered busily around him. Queen Bee observed from above, as workers gathered nectar, carefully managing the growing hive operation. A system window appeared, confirming Sejun had acquired a beekeeping skill tied directly to the tower's ecology. Sejun examined the new information closely, realizing honey jelly could enhance talents rather than awaken new ones. Memories of crafting pottery surfaced, reminding him how effort could sharpen ability through repetition. Confidence formed as he connected that principle to the honey produced by the bees. The queen bee returned proudly, presenting a basket filled with freshly completed honey jelly. Sejun accepted it with surprise, noticing the volume far exceeded his expectations. Nearby companions reacted immediately, drawn by the sweet scent filling the cave. After testing the jelly, Sejun discovered its effect strengthened mana-related talents using cherry tomato essence. Disappointment followed briefly when he realized his own talents were unrelated to mana. Instead of stopping, new ideas emerged about producing jellies from different crops. Gathering everyone together, Sejun shared the honey jelly equally to observe broader reactions. Curiosity spread, as companions tasted it, each responding differently to its effects. Watching quietly, Sejun planned future experiments, convinced farming could unlock countless hidden possibilities. Sejun called out repeatedly inside the cave, worry spreading as no response came from Aileen. A sudden system alert appeared before him, its tone urgent and far more severe than usual. Shock froze his body when the message revealed Aileen was dying from Dragonheart rampage. Surrounded by startled companions, Sejun hurriedly read the Black Tower quest displayed in red letters. Details explained the Dragonheart hardening after absorbing power beyond safe limits. Fear deepened as responsibility settled on Sejun, realizing her condition connected directly to recent food intake. Hands trembling, Sejun reviewed additional warnings describing irreversible damage if the rampage continued. Guilt surfaced while he traced the cause to accumulated magical nourishment. Knees weakened as panic overwhelmed him, forcing nearby companions to support his unsteady body, dropping to the ground. Sejun demanded solutions from the system while clutching the basket of honey jelly. A prompt appeared, stating an item in his possession could halt Aileen's condition. Realization struck as his gaze locked onto the glowing jellies resting in his hands. Beast companions gathered together, each holding honey jelly intended for Aileen's survival. Determination replaced fear as Sejun activated the status window once more. Without hesitation, he prepared to offer everything available to save Aileen's life. A beam of blue light descended onto Aileen as the quest completion message echoed through the chamber. Her body convulsed briefly before the violent surge of energy began to settle within her dragon heart. Golden particles faded as the rampage halted, leaving her weakened but no longer in immediate danger. A system window confirmed the poison honeybee's cherry tomato jelly had stabilized the tower manager temporarily. Sejun read carefully, learning the berserk state was suppressed but not completely resolved. Relief mixed with unease as he realized the danger could return if her condition stagnated. Far above, the Black Tower's core activated, responding to changes within its internal system. Observers gathered as records transferred, confirming the administrator's survival. Data stabilized across multiple displays, showing Aileen's dragon heart had entered a controlled state. Tower officials relaxed slightly after confirming the emergency portal had not been triggered. Discussion revealed the system reacted only because an external influence altered the tower's balance. Concern lingered as they acknowledged the recovery was incomplete. Back on the farm, Sejun lowered his head, absorbing the weight of responsibility. Looking toward the open sky, he searched for a permanent solution to the hardened dragon heart. Determination replaced fear as he resolved to protect Aileen and the tower through his farming. Deep within the tower's system space, a furious ancient dragon realized the last person Aileen contacted was Park Sejun. Shock rippled through nearby administrators as the implication connected Sejun directly to the dragon heart crisis. Alarm spread when the dragon's rage surged, recognizing interference from outside the Black Tower's authority. Lightning-like power erupted as the enraged dragon roared, declaring its pride wounded by Sejun's involvement. Memories of the hardened dragon heart and failed safeguards intensified its anger toward the tower system. Despite the fury, restraint lingered, held back only by concern for Aileen's survival. Elsewhere, Other dragons watched the outburst, mocking the situation surrounding the Black Tower's administrator. Laughter echoed as they treated the crisis as entertainment rather than a serious threat. That careless reaction drew silent attention from a far darker presence observing them. The dragon lay unconscious, twitching slightly as its body began to recover from a near-death experience. Its eyes opened slowly, breathing shallow as it took in the surroundings with confusion. Sitting upright, it questioned its survival and instinctively checked. Feeling internal calm, the dragon realized the unstable heart had stabilized. Across the room, it noticed a faint light emitting from an altar where someone had been. It picked up the glowing orb and a system message revealed Sejun had completed a quest. Surprised by Sejun's involvement, the dragon remembered calling for him in desperation. It questioned how Sejun had managed to stabilize the core so effectively. The dragon deduced Sejun's beekeeping skill had produced the jelly used to calm its heart. Having eaten the jelly while unconscious, it couldn't recall its taste. Understanding its importance, the dragon felt it must express proper gratitude. With pride, it prepared to reward Sejun as a noble member of the Fratani dragon family. Inside a chamber of treasures, the dragon searched for a suitable reward. It overlooked legendary weapons, knowing they wouldn't suit a farmer. Determined, it focused on finding an item useful specifically for Sejun's farming. The dragon's eyes lit up as an idea struck. Its gaze locked onto the ceiling as light, spreading its wings, the dragon flew toward the opening. Upon arrival, it saw an untouched field. A realization struck: this gift would be perfect for Sejun. Sejun rested peacefully at the hut, surrounded by small creatures that napped beside him. He stirred as a message appeared, informing him the tower manager thanked him for saving her. Startled, Sejun sat up and checked on Aileen, worried about her condition. Relieved, Sejun learned the quest had improved her health. He thought he was the cause of her pain. She clarified it wasn't his fault. The dragon heart was overdue for a seizure. Sejun relaxed, grateful the misunderstanding was cleared up. Sejun offered more honey jelly, explaining the bees made a fresh batch. He learned that the jelly had helped the dragon heart heal. A new quest appeared: shout Aileen's name to the sky to receive a valuable reward. Stepping outside, Sejun chose an open spot near the hut. With confidence, he shouted, "Aileen," toward the sky. The call echoed through the field as he repeated her name. After shouting Aileen's name, Sejun looked around, unsure if the task had succeeded. A system message confirmed the quest was complete, and a reward was incoming from above. Suddenly, a massive dark structure descended from the sky. The enormous statue of a dragon landed with thunderous impact. Sejun stumbled back in shock, unsure if it was friend or foe. He stared at the towering figure, questioning the nature of the gigantic monument. From the dragon statue's mouth, water began to pour out with force. A message clarified the structure was a commemorative fountain, marking Aileen's 600th birthday. Sejun smiled, realizing it was a gift in gratitude, both practical and symbolic. Curious about its functions, Sejun questioned why most details about the fountain were hidden. The system revealed it had no use limits, and he could configure it freely. Moments later, a floating controller appeared, shaped like a gaming device. For manual operation, Sejun examined the controller, surprised that it could control the fountain statue directly. With a few button presses, he made the statue slightly move. He watched in amazement as the towering structure responded, shaking gently under his control. Sejun excitedly operated the controller, making the dragon statue walk. The creatures watched with awe. One asked if Sejun was the one moving it. The statue suddenly faced them and let out a deafening roar, startling everyone in front of it. The red bear leapt forward, protecting the others as danger loomed. Charging ahead, it tackled the statue while Sejun yelled in panic. A piece of the statue cracked and broke off. Far away, Aileen noticed something was wrong. Sensing a danger signal, Aileen questioned the alert and touched the orb. Sejun, startled, received a message, asking what had happened. He nervously claimed everything was fine and blamed their curiosity about the statue. Sejun quickly tried to distract Aileen by asking if she was hungry. Aileen cheerfully confirmed through the system. Relieved that Sejun liked the reward, Sejun smiled nervously, glad she hadn't realized what really happened. Elsewhere on the 67th floor, wolves farmed a field, working in small groups. A young wolf offered to gather more red locusts while his father warned him not to stray. Though hesitant, the father reassured his mate that the wolf explained the locusts weren't dangerous individually, but swarmed in groups. Harvesting only occurred during the replacement of green onion blades by lizardmen. He assured his wife that the armed lizardmen nearby would protect them if trouble came. Meanwhile, their son proudly picked up several red locusts without fear. He called out to his parents, unaware of the massive swarm rushing toward him. Dozens of red locusts surged violently as he stood directly in their path. His parents shouted in panic while the lizardmen quickly drew their blades. They unleashed a flurry of precise attacks to block the incoming swarm. Despite their efforts, the red locusts formed a terrifying wall of motion and sound. Under the glow of the blue moon, a shadowy creature flew across the sky as Sejun quietly observed the night. Inside, he sat comfortably, noting the arrival of the blue moon and its timing. Beside him, the red bear calmly confirmed that the moonlight helped. Sejun wondered if they should wait for the blue moon's energy. His rabbit companions quickly reported that some crops had already changed color. Encouraged, Sejun smiled and decided it was time to begin the harvest. The fields glowed with vibrant blue moon cherry tomatoes, neatly filling baskets. The rabbits revealed that the cornfield was also reacting to the moon's energy. Sejun confirmed the signs and moved quickly toward the corn ready for harvest. He found 2 glowing blue moon corns and decided to set them aside for Aileen. Knowing her condition, he avoided giving her tomatoes and sent her a message. The tower responded with her thanks, requesting to rest after her patrol. Continuing, Sejun noticed a red glow among the remaining corn. Curious, he reached forward and carefully grasped the unusual crop. As he lifted it, a faint signal emitted, revealing its mysterious power. Sejun harvested the mysterious corn, receiving a system message confirming it as exploding stamina corn. Additional notices revealed increases in job and harvest proficiency. Holding the glowing corn, Sejun celebrated, thrilled to discover a new variety exclusive to him. Filled with pride, Sejun asked Kwang's opinion on his hair while holding the corn dramatically. The unimpressed creatures urged him to stay focused. He insisted they must expand the field, determined. Sejun carefully prepared to collect seeds from the valuable new crop. He examined the corn, noting it would explode and grow when heated, unsure how to eat it. A beam of blue light burst above as he looked up curiously. Suddenly, a small spirit emerged from the ground, proudly announcing its growth. The spirit explained it absorbed the blue moon's energy and awakened new abilities. Sejun asked what they were, and the spirit revealed the first flame of protection. Listening closely, he watched her glow with magical energy. A blue flame appeared and hovered calmly over Sejun's open hand. It swirled around his body, releasing a gentle protective aura without burning him. The system confirmed the effect, granting him temporary defense infused with mystical energy. The flame spirit assured Sejun the blue flame would protect him. He thanked her, promising to use it wisely. He asked if she could help heat the exploding stamina corn, unsure how to cook it. The spirit explained that heating it with leaves intact would activate it properly. She instructed him to wrap the corn and tie it before applying heat. Sejun followed her direction, holding the corn as shown. With her command, the flame ignited. Thanks to the protective aura, he felt no heat. The corn began swelling, glowing intensely, causing Sejun to react in surprise. It expanded into a ball, just as the spirit advised. He slightly opened the tip, revealing freshly popped popcorn inside. Searching around, he found salt and sprinkled it generously over the popcorn. Satisfied, he took a big handful and began eating. The taste amazed him, warm, crispy, and perfectly seasoned. The creatures gathered, praising the flavor and enjoying the treat. Compliments turned humorous as they teased Sejun about his hair looking fuller. Sejun, embarrassed, shouted in disbelief as laughter filled the field. Sejun was alarmed by sudden activity outside and questioned why the monsters hadn't been put to sleep. Looking out at the moonlit landscape, he saw Aileen in distress. Shocked by her urgency, Sejun stared into the darkness, unsure of what was coming. From the shadows, countless red-eyed monsters surged forward. As a wave of them charged, Aileen stood protectively behind Sejun. He questioned how they awakened during the blue moon, his eyes fixed on the advancing horde. Determined, Aileen told Sejun to focus on escaping with the others as she held her ground. Tentacled creatures began launching ranged attacks, forcing Sejun and his companions to retreat. One projectile nearly struck him as he dashed away with urgency. A strange sticky substance clung to his arm, catching him by surprise. Smoke spread across the ground. Sejun identified it as purple smoke. A rabbit warned him not to touch it, just before the smoke overwhelmed them. Aileen yelled, identifying the substance as poison as monsters began to emit it in waves. Smoke thickened as more enemies emerged, blanketing the field in purple fog. Frustrated, Aileen declared her exhaustion. Sejun looked on tensely as new threats arrived. A massive tree-like monster landed forcefully. It released a thunderous roar as similar monsters followed, gathering behind it. The system identified it as a corrupted dryad king, leading a swarm from the dark forest sector. Sejun stood frozen, realizing they now faced a powerful enemy unlike the rest. Nalene acknowledged the strength of the enemy, admitting the battle would be difficult. Staring at the towering figure, Sejun quietly agreed, knowing they couldn't win as they were. He looked across the field, recalling his efforts and feeling the weight of defeat approaching. The rabbits huddled near him, afraid, while he promised to protect them. Suddenly, a voice offered help from behind, catching his attention. A giant dragon descended, stunning the group as it confronted the enemy. It introduced itself as Aileen's father, declaring its presence with authority. Sejun and the others stared in disbelief as the tide of the battle shifted. A massive black dragon appeared, revealing itself as Anton Fratani, Aileen's father. Sejun froze below, shocked that a silent stone statue now moved freely. Anton explained ancient golem magic awakened the statue when Aileen faced danger. He revealed the Black Tower's warp gate failed, preventing proper authority access. Still, Anton sensed trouble and projected his will to the 99th floor. Learning Sejun protected Aileen, Anton acknowledged his actions and offered gratitude calmly. Anton admitted the Black Tower suffered neglect, causing instability throughout its systems. He requested Sejun's help managing the tower while Aileen remained absent thereafter. Sejun doubted himself, but Anton believed his presence alone could stabilize conditions. Suddenly hostile roots erupted, and Anton descended to suppress the advancing threat. Sejun stood firm as companions sensed danger spreading rapidly across the ground. Anton reassured him, stating Sejun possessed enough strength to continue forward steadily. Confusion rose when Anton mentioned others, suggesting additional powerful dragons nearby. Watching another dragon appeared, identifying himself as Kaiser Fratani, Aileen's furious grandfather present. Though enraged, Kaiser restrained himself, recognizing Sejun's importance to future tower stability. Sejun nervously introduced himself, unsure how to address the situation properly. The dragon responded with amusement, finding Sejun's politeness unexpected. Without dwelling on introductions, the dragon urged they delay details and prepare for action. With a powerful beat of his wings, the dragon took flight, lifting Sejun into the sky. They soared upward, following a twisting path of energy toward the black sun overhead. Below, monsters filled the ground while the dragon carried Sejun toward the threat source. The dragon hovered high, his body glowing with intense energy. He unleashed a destructive blue beam toward the ground, tearing through the sky. The blast rained down with overwhelming force, targeting the overrun battlefield below. The beam struck, destroying enemies and terrain alike in one immense shockwave. A massive crater formed, clouds splitting as the power echoed in the air. The energy faded slowly, leaving silence and stunned figures across the battlefield. A distant figure stirred, muttering Sejun's name as smoke filled the scene. A cracked battlefield revealed the blast's devastating impact in its wake. Sejun stood beside his companions, amazed, realizing he had witnessed a dragon's true power. As the dragon hovered overhead, he called out to Sejun and instructed him to investigate. The dragon hinted that Sejun would find something valuable where the corrupted. Sejun repeated the words aloud, surprised that something returning to the crater. Sejun carefully approached while his companions. Despite lingering heat, he descended, guided by the baby bear's alert about something glowing. In the cracked earth, they discovered a radiant blue object pulsing with strange energy. Sejun picked up the glowing item and wondered if this was what the dragon meant. A system notification confirmed. He had acquired a corrupted Ins-enhanced seed. The description warned it was extracted from the enemy and could be consumed for strength. The dragon commanded him to eat it immediately before it could regenerate into a threat. Sejun hesitated, uncertain about consuming something with corrupted origins. Despite the logic, his instincts told him it didn't feel right to eat the seed raw. Sejun asked if he could cook it first, hoping to make the process safer. The dragon was surprised Sejun could cook and asked if he had anything now. Sejun offered a cherry tomato, which the dragon accepted with interest. The dragon explained that the statue's mouth contained a warp. Once swallowed, any item would be sent directly to the dragon's location instantly. A portal activated, and the cherry tomatoes warped across dimensions to their destination. In a distant chamber, a man with glowing eyes received the transported tomatoes with curiosity. He recognized them as the crops that once affected Aileen's dragon heart condition. He opened a display of images, reviewing data on Sejun. While analyzing, he discovered images of red locusts eaten by humans and monsters alike. He realized the infestation must have occurred some time ago to reach their current state. Surprised, he acknowledged the unorthodox method of cooking pests to prevent famine. The man was impressed that such farming methods improved not only health but survival. He reflected on Sejun's impact, seeing the tower farmer as a growing beacon of hope. Just as he planned to investigate more, someone rushed in, calling out his name urgently. Another elf appeared, reminding him to act with dignity and calm as family head. But the man was too excited and revealed the crop's origin, praising its flavor. The moment he bit into it, his expression lit up with joy. It was delicious. Far away, an elf looked surprised as something unexpected happened. Back on the battlefield, Sejun stood confused as the statue. He wondered aloud why it had stopped moving just after retrieving the cherry tomatoes. Sejun decided it was time to leave and called his companions to follow. While some prepared to go, the little bear Kwang stood his ground stubbornly. Kwang cried out, calling Sejun Dad, drawing his attention to something nearby. Kwang pointed to a massive tree branch embedded in the ground, asking to keep it. The item, labeled Corrupted Enhanced Branch, emitted a strange aura. Kwang wanted a weapon like black rabbits, but Sejun noted the branch was far too big. Disappointed, Kwang pouted, lamenting the loss of a named weapon. Sejun promised they'd return home and find something better on their next adventure. Suddenly, the branch began reacting to Kwang's touch, vibrating with strange energy. In a flash, the enormous branch launched into the air, startling both of them. It flew toward Kwang before shrinking mid-air and gently landing beside him. Sejun stared in disbelief. The oversized weapon had just shrunk to a carryable size. Kwang discovered the branch was a magical item, capable of changing size through mana infusion. Sejun stood shocked, realizing the item's hidden function. Their tower journey continued, with Kwang now proudly wielding his new, adaptable weapon. A clear sky watched over the training field as Kwang raised his weapon. Responding confidently, the rabbit positioned itself with a massive drill in hand. In a blur of motion, both launched forward, wooden weapons swinging as impact echoed across the grass. Sejun sat quietly on the porch, observing the sparring match with a calm gaze as the white rabbit stayed beside him. A familiar voice called out. A wolf figure approached. Breaking the quiet observation, other wolves arrived soon after, setting down baskets brimming with red locusts from their recent collection. Sejun noticed someone missing and asked about Elka's location. They explained. Elka had gone to the magic tower to see Iona, who hadn't returned. The mention of trouble on the 67th floor shifted Sejun's attention to a deeper concern. He quickly asked if the others were unharmed. The wolves reassured him, crediting their allies for keeping the team safe. Still, the locusts' strange behavior raised alarm as they buried fields beneath their fallen. Though no breach occurred, the warning had been sent. Sejun crossed his arms, worried about those in the lower levels. Deep inside the tower, Passage Village remained quiet, its fate uncertain. The towering structure of the gravity magic tower loomed, its design intricate and rigid. Inside, a wolf envoy expressed surprise upon hearing that Iona was currently absent. Another mage offered to relay the message, but couldn't guarantee when she'd return. Questions arose about Iona's location, but none could give a definite answer. Eventually, one remembered she mentioned heading toward Grainar village. Recognition flickered. Grainar was Boss Theo's hometown, and that fact shifted the conversation's tone. A group of animal warriors gathered as training commenced under the sharp tone of their superior. One lagging cat was berated for falling behind, prompting a rushed response from others. Chaos followed as an intense dash ended in tumbling bodies and shouted apologies. Frustration erupted between two fallen trainees, blaming each other for the mishap. The smaller rodent-like figure countered the accusations calmly, standing its ground. At the insult, little rat, tension surged, as red eyes flared in the hood's shadow. Before things escalated further, a commanding voice interrupted, revealing a familiar presence. Yona stood beside Theo, who casually confirmed the small warrior's identity. Their shared past was hinted at, though Theo quickly tried to prevent misunderstandings. Theo noticed the sudden tension and asked what caused the disturbance among the trainees. One of the smaller members pointed out he had been bumped into unexpectedly. The offending cat immediately apologized, overwhelmed with regret and bowing deeply in shame. Theo stepped in, asking Iona to overlook the mistake for his subordinate's sake. Iona agreed, granting forgiveness out of respect for Theo's standing. Grateful, the cat thanked her and inquired about her destination. Iona mentioned heading to Grainar village for an important meeting. To her surprise, the small warrior revealed it was also his hometown. Curious, Iona invited him along, but he hesitated to accept. Theo intervened, urgently requesting a detour to Grainar, citing critical news for his father. Despite his plea, Iona initially refused, prioritizing their item sale mission. In desperation, Theo offered a generous bribe, reminding her of his wealthy background, treating a different approach. Theo suggested returning home to flaunt their success. The idea of outshining a rival finally won Iona over. With excitement, she agreed, and the group set off toward Grainar village together. When asked about Maril, Theo dismissed the question casually, brushing it off as unimportant. He imagined proudly flaunting his success, relishing the idea of impressing his rival. Behind him, his companions silently vowed to end Theo's arrogance once they reached the village. A dark plan brewed in the black cat's thoughts, confident Moril would be humbled. Meanwhile, the small warrior silently worried about this mysterious Moril figure. As they approached, Theo confirmed it was the visitor's first time entering Grainer, describing it as peaceful. Gates creaked as they entered Grainer village, the sign welcoming them overhead within. Thin villagers gathered, watching cautiously as the newcomers arrived. Children sat quietly in corners while others moved about slowly, their energy visibly drained. Theo's excitement faded, replaced by confusion at the village's grim state. He turned to Jeff, who admitted surprise at the worsening conditions. A voice called Jeff's name. His mother recognized him immediately. Reunions erupted with questions and tears, concern echoing from every direction. Their mother revealed monsters had infested Lake Xena, cutting off their food source. With prices rising and no supply, the villagers were starving despite desperate efforts. Theo questioned the severity of the frog problem, thinking it was just a few scattered monsters. To his shock, the villager explained that the lake was now completely overrun. Despite the mercenary guild's previous involvement, Theo immediately offered food, urging Jeff's mother to eat, which caught her off guard. A pile of fish spilled out, causing villagers to rush forward in disbelief and excitement. With firm instructions, Theo ordered fair distribution and care for families. After the urgent delivery, Theo told Oren to lead the way to his father's residence, but Oren vanished instantly, leaving only dust behind. Stunned, Theo realized Oren had fled, shouting in frustration while his companion. Far ahead, Oren sprinted through the trees, determined to escape his responsibilities. He laughed at the idea of staying, convinced he could avoid his contract by running. Unbeknownst to him, a massive wolf silently closed the distance with a leap from behind. Oren's moment of triumph ended in terror as the wolf descended from above. Panicked, he tried to explain his disappearance with a flimsy excuse. The wolf demanded answers, promising consequences if Theo's location wasn't immediately revealed. A black armored wolf blocked the path, refusing to let them pass and clashing fiercely. The sudden attack forced the white wolf to leap back. Towering with confidence, the black wolf stood firm, his presence radiating strength and halting all movement nearby. A black wolf suddenly emerged on the path, halting the silver wolves' advance. One of the silver wolves shouted a warning, urgently calling for their chieftain's attention. Without speaking, the black wolf narrowed his eyes. From behind, a small creature sprinted forward. The black wolf responded calmly, mentioning he had come specifically to meet the fleeing one. Protected now, the small figure kept close, glancing nervously as the silver wolves drew near. Accusations came quickly. The silver wolves demanded the return of a thief. Rather than yielding, the black wolf asserted he had permission to retrieve the target. Standing firm, he reminded them of his tribe's superior strength and endurance. Identifying himself as Haken, chieftain of the Black Wolves, he prepared to strike. A powerful flame burst from his attack, engulfing the area in a single motion. Haken collapsed from the exertion, watched cautiously by the silver wolves. Theo arrived just in time, casting a spell that neutralized any remaining danger. Startled, the wolves recognized both Theo and Iona standing nearby. Clarifying their mission, Theo stated, they came to find Iona, unaware she was already there. Theo urging the group to set aside questions about the 67th floor for the moment. Attention shifted to the black cat as the group recounted chasing him before being blocked by the black wolf. Resting nearby, the injured black wolf remained unconscious while the others stood in silence. With no further argument, Theo suggested continuing along the forest path without delay. Their destination, Graner Village's mansion, appeared in the distance. Inside, a group of black wolves waited. One elder wolf noticed Haken was missing, explaining the delay. The elder reassured others that Haken, his trusted right hand. Suddenly, Oren burst through the door, shouting for his father in desperation. The elder questioned Oren's whereabouts and asked why Haken hadn't returned with him. Confronted, Oren struggled to answer. He hadn't returned with food. Panicked, he cried out, confessing that he was deceived and robbed by Theo and a goblin. His father couldn't believe it. Theo was supposedly Oren's childhood friend. Oren snapped back, claiming Theo was far from kind and had tricked him intentionally. He described how Theo forced him into a contract fueled by rage. Oren shouted that even the rabbit tribe had fallen victim. Hegel rose and questioned Oren, smashing the table as he warned against falsehood. He declared impersonating the Black Dragon an unforgivable offense. Desperate, Oren insisted he was telling the truth and named the culprit as Hegel himself. Recognition dawned. Hegel was from a tribe that revered the Black Dragon and held powerful influence. Seeing this as an opportunity, Oren begged Hegel to punish Theo and avenge the insult. With fierce resolve, Hegel agreed to judge the situation personally. Oren cheered inwardly, proud that his manipulation had worked to gain Hegel's favor. A servant alerted them to visitors waiting outside, prompting Hegel to take charge. Before departing, Oren asked for something vital from the warehouse. Outside the mansion, Elka shouted for Oren to come out and face them. Instead of responding, the group considered forcing their way inside. The doors creaked open, and Oren emerged, chuckling darkly as he stepped forward. With arrogance, Oren mocked the group for following him all this way. He welcomed them to his mansion, even as Theo pointed out, it still belonged to his father. Ignoring the remark, Oren shouted a warning that Theo's time of control had ended. Theo reminded Oren of his intern status and the binding contract that enforced it. He explained that tower contracts couldn't be ignored. Violations resulted in penalties. Threatened with a 30-day extension, Oren panicked and pleaded for a review. Feigning compliance, Oren requested to inspect the contract through the system window. He insisted it would only take a moment to confirm the details. While pretending to cooperate, he secretly prepared a green projectile behind his back. As the group focused on Theo, Oren suddenly launched the green liquid toward him. A magical barrier activated, blocking the attack just before it hit. Theo demanded to know why Oren tried to strike him with the potion. Startled, Oren recoiled, but a furious wolf charged and knocked him across the stone floor. Struggling to recover, Oren spotted something rolling nearby, a mysterious potion. Theo's companion explained it was a rare item that could nullify tower contracts. Spraying the potion on someone under a contract would completely cancel their terms. The mouse-like creature revealed he had kept it safe in case Theo needed it. Realizing its value, Theo questioned why such a powerful item wasn't used sooner. Enraged by Oren's attack, Elka charged forward, shouting that Oren had crossed the line. Before anyone could act, Oren grabbed Theo's companion and held him tightly. With a wild look, he warned everyone to stay back, using the hostage as leverage. He demanded the contract be nullified immediately, or the small magician would pay the price. The others shouted at Oren, urging him to release Iona, but the barrier shielded her safely. Confidently, Oren claimed he wouldn't act without having powerful support to rely on. He called for Hegel's help, expecting him to appear and crush the opposition. The wolves stood ready, waiting for any threat to emerge from the mansion. Silence stretched. Oren looked around, confused by Hegel's failure to respond. Frustrated, he barked again, demanding Hegel show himself and strike the enemy. Instead of help, his body froze. His limbs stiffened mid-sentence as magic took hold. Panic set in. He realized he could no longer move at all. Theo had silently cast a paralyzing spell, cutting off Oren's movement completely. Each muscle locked in place, and escape became impossible. Theo's companion stepped forward, declaring Oren had underestimated him just because of his size. The small mage revealed himself as an archmage and leader of the Magicians' Association. He condemned Oren for betrayal, unleashing judgment without hesitation. Surprised by the revelation, the wolves questioned the nature of the group now standing against them. Oren stood at the stairway, shouting for Hegel to come out and confront the intruders. He glanced around in confusion. No response came from the expected place. Still holding the small figure, Oren shouted again, urging Hegel to scold the opponents. Inside, Hegel froze. Oren's yell had unintentionally exposed his location. The situation was not what he expected. Hegel panicked as he realized Lord Iona, the Black Dragon's envoy, was outside. He had walked into a trap. Meanwhile, Oren gripped his staff, furious at being used. His glare shifted toward the upper floor. The small companion beside Oren sensed Hegel's presence and demanded he show himself. Suddenly, a powerful force burst through the air. Tension thickened as movement stirred above. Hegel landed heavily before them, his presence shaking the courtyard stones. Observers recognized Hegel. A white wolf questioned his connection to Lord Iona kneeling. Hegel greeted Lord Iona formally. The unexpected hierarchy silenced the group. Lord Iona calmly requested an explanation as everyone watched. Stammering, Hegel denied betrayal and blamed Oren's misleading words. A shocked voice realized Iona was Hegel's employer. Confusion spread. Another figure approached and revealed his identity. He was Oren's father. Oren's father scolded him harshly, blaming him for stirring trouble. The small hooded figure silenced Oren's father with a calm but firm command. He turned to Hegel, reminding him of a failed mission. Hegel acknowledged the accusation, revealing they were delayed due to a larger issue inside the tower. The small figure explained that a growing anomaly had been detected deep within the tower's floor. He visualized the source giant frogs hatching en masse. The overwhelming outbreak forced a shift in priorities. Hegel admitted his failure without excuse. Despite efforts to control the frogs, thousands had already hatched before they arrived. He explained their struggle, especially against the swarm in water terrain that limited their strength. The figure wasn't convinced. He demanded accountability and questioned their planning. Even though Hegel insisted they followed the schedule, his reasoning wasn't accepted. As tension escalated, the small figure lunged forward, magic erupting in fury. Eyes glowing, the small figure unleashed a devastating punishment spell. The cats panicked as energy surged. He declared his intent to destroy the area from above. The massive fireball descended as stunned witnesses watched from below. A massive fiery blast surged across the sky. One of the observers cried out in panic. Another cat inside a magic barrier pounded from within, shouting to stop the chaos. As the flames intensified, Theo launched himself into the air. Theo darted forward, leaping from shoulders and walls to close the distance quickly. He locked eyes with the cloaked caster mid-air, determination and urgency blending in his expression. In one swift motion, Theo tackled the caster, halting the spell's escalation just before detonation. Hovering above, the caster looked down. Surprised, Theo's name escaped their lips. They struggled, tumbling together. Theo shouted a warning about the danger below. He explained the impact could engulf others. The caster hesitated, listening intently. Theo pleaded again, questioning if he'd be abandoned in midair. The caster paused, then gave a soft but resolute number. They hovered together, watching the explosion fade, the caster recognizing Theo's loyalty. The fireball dissolved harmlessly. Observers looked up, stunned at the result. Hegel whispered in awe someone had restrained the attack with no damage. The pair descended gently, floating in the clear blue sky. Whispers circled the courtyard. No one could believe the yellow cat, Theo. Elka and the others laughed, surprised by Theo's unexpected rooftop leap during the rescue. Theo admitted it was only thanks to Elka's help that he reached Iona in time. Theo revealed his real goal, extracting more payment from the rebel who had defied orders. He spoke eagerly of looting rare items and valuable potions as just punishment for the offender. With a grin, he proposed they raid the treasury together. Iona agreed, amused by the plan. Inside the enemy's base, the group stared in awe at the treasure-filled vault. Books and artifacts lined every wall, glowing with enchantments. Iona requested Elka take the items to market. A quiet figure watched from above. Iona was stunned. Rare magic tomes from the Razar school were stored here. The black-suited cat confirmed they were part of his collection and offered them freely. Delighted, Iona accepted without hesitation, ready to explore the texts. Magic books floated midair as Iona identified legendary volumes. Meanwhile, Theo nervously approached Hegel, who silently awaited, called out by name. Theo tensed he wasn't ready for this talk. Hegel suddenly knelt and offered leadership of the Black Wolf tribe to Theo, stunning everyone present. Theo stumbled back, wide-eyed and overwhelmed, unsure how to react to the sudden declaration. He blinked in confusion, trying to process what was happening so abruptly. Far above, in the 99th floor manager's space, a floating island drifted peacefully in the sky. A large black dragon stirred awake in bed, stretching his limbs after a restful nap. He smiled, satisfied with his sleep, unaware of the chaos below. Curious, the dragon activated a crystal orb to check on Sejun's current situation. The orb flickered, displaying red and blue alerts flooding the magical interface. Shocked, the dragon stared at the overwhelming number of notifications. Realizing he had over 1,000 unread alerts, the dragon dismissed them in frustration. With a command, he triggered the orb's vision to observe Sejun directly. The view expanded his stronger dragon heart, improved the orb's projection range. He scanned the vast farmland but couldn't spot Sejun amidst the fields. His eyes caught Kwang, joyfully flailing a branch, an amusing and wholesome sight. The dragon paused. Expression shifting, he saw something unexpected in the distance. Kwang cheerfully swung a branch. Unaware of the magical eyes observing him from afar, he greeted the watcher warmly, asking about her rest, smiling wide. A prompt appeared, questioning the origin of the stick. Kwang answered, stating it absorbed energy from a corrupted, and the observer, puzzled, confirmed the existence of such an item with curiosity. Kwang explained they encountered Nuna's family through a stone statue's magic. The watcher seemed shocked, slowly repeating the words grandfather had activated the statue's power. A black wolf kneels before Theo, humbly requesting that the Black Wolf tribe be accepted under his rule. Theo, surprised by the sudden request, questions the wolf's motives. The wolf explains their tribe has long worshipped the black dragon. The wolf formally asks again to be taken in, referring to Theo as Lord. Theo listens silently. Theo calmly refuses. He denies their request without hesitation. He reminds the wolf of a past failure, and argues that unreliable underlings are not needed. The wolves admit fault. Theo questions their value, comparing them to Oren, who had wealth. Theo asks Elka if everything was retrieved. Elka confirms. Theo orders Elka to return to the village and share the resources with others. Theo decides to stay longer, giving them one chance to impress him. He tells them to find something he likes. Only then will he reconsider. He adds that all underlings will be accepted if he's satisfied. The wolves accept and vow not to disappoint. Elsewhere, sunlight breaks through rock as a crystal is found underground. A man inspects the crystal, while another asks for his opinion, suggesting a new event is unfolding. Flame carefully examines the blue seed and senses dark energy lingering within. The young man proposes purifying it using Flame's power. Agreeing to try, Flame prepares to channel her flame of purification into the tainted seed. The man gently places the seed onto a cushion, confirming its position with Flame. Upon her approval, a glowing light begins to surround her as she activates her magic. Energy swirls around the seed, initiating the purification process. The purification begins taking effect, giving hope that the seed might be saved. He asks if Flame can maintain the purification longer to cleanse more seeds in the future. Though her power needs time to recharge, she promises to continue helping once recovered. An alert appears, signaling that the seed store has reopened, due to great advancement. Information reveals new seed types and grade-specific limits for usage. Confused by price changes, the man suspects external events have affected the store's economy. One rabbit suggests the situation may be tied to activity on the 67th floor. The collapse of the Red Ribbon Kingdom once caused food shortages throughout the tower. Fearing another famine, residents from different floors begin stockpiling food rapidly. Greed, the landlord of the 99th floor, observes food stockpiles with sinister intent. His scheme aims to inflate prices by hoarding supplies. Two rabbits inform Sejun that the 99th floor's economy is being pulled into greed's manipulation. Sejun recalls the wolves' warning about a prolonged war, realizing it contributes to rising costs. He reviews the seed list, noting his coin limit only allows the purchase of one type after weighing. Usefulness, he selects onion seeds, judging them best suited for upcoming meals. A purchase confirmation appears, deducting coins and awarding seed store mileage points. Sejun reflects that onions improve flavor and reduce unwanted odors in food. Though Flame can't eat them, she supports his choice with cheerful approval. The tower manager contacts Sejun, asking about a statue passed through Kwang. He responds, "It's outside, left after defeating the corrupted Ents when the signal was lost." A voice suddenly echoes from above, catching Sejun's attention mid-conversation. A prompt urges him to climb. He responds quickly, preparing to ascend. Midway up the vine, he mutters about being rushed, still climbing steadily. Kaiser, Nim waits at the top as Sejun finally emerges, slightly winded but ready. Sejun reaches the surface and is startled by the towering presence of a black dragon, Kaiser, Nim. While climbing, Sejun struggles to see through the overlapping status windows. Losing his grip due to distraction, he begins to fall from the vine in a panic. Sejun tumbles downward, crashing into the ground with a loud thud, but miraculously survives. Kaiser catches him mid-air and scolds the status window for obstructing visibility. Overwhelmed by messages, Sejun complains and suggests sending them directly to Kaiser instead. Kaiser lifts Sejun, inspecting him closely while asking about Aileen's condition and their communication. Sejun, overwhelmed, reacts nervously to the dragon's tight grip and booming voice. Down below, rabbits observe the interaction, unaware of the intense conversation. Kaiser explains that Anton forms can't use direct status communication. Even though Aileen sees and hears them, she can't reply directly due to system limitations. Sejun must act as the intermediary, relaying messages between Aileen and the others. Sitting on the grass, Sejun comments on how complicated the situation has become. Kaiser clarifies that the gate won't open due to system faults, not Sejun's weakness. Kaiser warns his current strength isn't enough to unlock them. Sejun, frustrated by the situation, asks for alternatives to fix the tower's internal issues. Kaiser explains they must identify and resolve each problem, one by one. Sejun tries asking Aileen for details, but she claims not to know anything. Kaiser inquires about alarms shown in the crystal ball and their color codes. Aileen casually admits moving red and blue alerts to the trash, surprising everyone. Choosing to proceed calmly, Kaiser suggests investigating the tower's condition step by step. Beneath a clear sky, the peaceful environment belied the complex systems at play within the tower. A single ear of corn lay near sprouting plants. The farmer, seated calmly beside a massive black dragon. He emphasized the importance of acknowledging green alerts while in administrator mode. The dragon listened as the farmer detailed alert protocols. As the farmer drank, he questioned the purpose behind green alerts. Green alerts occur when endangered monster. Maintaining balance within the tower was the dragon's priority. Harmony among monsters took precedence over all else. The farmer asked about invaders from outside. The dragon clarified red locusts were intruders, not authorized entrants. They were viruses, bypassing proper entry, gnawing away at the tower's structure. Unlike those invaders, humans entered with permission. Portals regulated their access. Though they extracted resources, their actions were not yet disruptive enough to warrant intervention. So far, humans posed no real threat, the farmer agreed, acknowledging the tower's resilience. Suddenly, a tower alert was triggered. Aileen notified them of a serious issue. A green alert had appeared. The dragon confirmed the danger. Blue carp in Lake Zenka were now critically endangered, signaling a new threat. Alarmed by the green alert, Seijun listened as the dragon urged Aileen to activate administrator mode immediately. The dragon reminded her of the earlier instructions. Aileen responded with confidence, ready to proceed. Holding a glowing crystal, she initiated the mode, preparing to manage the tower's emergency protocols. Blue light filled the space as Aileen accessed the system. She selected a special command. Park Sejun was appointed as a middle manager, tasked with saving the blue carp on the 75th floor. A system message confirmed his new role and granted him the tower's middle manager stigma. A mark appeared on Sejun's arm, glowing with authority and responsibility. The dragon explained the mark's meaning, proof of his rank in tower access. Suddenly, Sejun received notice of an instant teleportation to Lake Zenka. Sejun panicked, unprepared to leave. He'd never visited other floors. He worried about monsters or dangerous terrain. The dragon suggested checking his team status. Aileen was asked to verify if companions could be sent with him. Aileen activated the command to assign subordinates. She selected rabbits, minotaurs, and others to support Sejun, but the system failed. The tower manager's mana was too low. With time running out, Sejun learned he would be teleported alone. The tower manager lacked the mana to send allies. He requested the inclusion of key companions, but the system rejected the appointments again. As the countdown neared 0, Sejun stood by, unable to stop the process already in motion. Aileen accessed the administrator interface once more, overriding normal restrictions. Just before the final second, the system successfully assigned 2 companions, under Sejun's authority. Confirmation appeared. The bear and rabbit were officially designated as middle manager subordinates. The teleportation beam activated, transporting the group to the 75th floor's Lake Zenka. Aileen stayed behind, observing the completed transfer. Sejun and his team arrived in a forest area, facing an unfamiliar environment. They regrouped. Sejun reviewed the mission and checked for supplies. The system displayed the task: investigate the blue carp's population issue. He began surveying the surroundings for signs of disturbance. The group advanced cautiously through the forest path. They reached a ledge overlooking the lake's clear waters. Sejun paused, identifying the area where the mission would begin. At the lake's edge, Sejun and his companions took in the view. The rabbit and bear. Sejun realized it was their first time seeing a lake, having been born on the 99th floor. Deciding to enjoy a short break, Sejun led them into the water for a swim. They splashed and played together, easing tension from the sudden floor transfer, floating peacefully on the water. The group found a moment of calm. Afterward, they dried their clothes over a fire, preparing to refocus on survival. Sejun noted their hunger. They hadn't brought food due to the rush departure. He suggested searching for a village or food source nearby, and they moved into the forest. Hopeful, Sejun aimed to secure supplies while continuing the investigation. While walking, he planned to register a waypoint, but was suddenly blocked by an unseen barrier. The companions watched as Sejun recoiled from the invisible wall, confused. He realized his movement was restricted to the lake area. The system confirmed his limited range, sparking frustration. Hunger grew urgent. The rabbit suggested catching fish from the lake to survive. Before they could act, Sejun was suddenly attacked from behind, halting the moment. Sejun was suddenly struck, surprised by pain in his foot. Something had attacked from the grass, injured. He sat down while the rabbit checked on him. The bear assumed a defensive stance. Ignoring the warning, the bear charged into the area, believing it could punish the hidden threat. Before acting, the bear spotted something unusual and paused to investigate. A large pineapple was discovered beneath the grass, completely unexpected in this region. Sejun confirmed the fruit's identity. The group redirected their attention to the potential food source. Excited, they examined the fruit. More pineapples appeared scattered nearby. Sejun sliced the fruit and distributed it. The group tasted it by the lake. They agreed it was sweet and refreshing, ideal for replenishing energy. Sejun discussed replanting pineapples on the 99th floor. He explained how to prepare and grow them. He removed excess parts of the stalk and trimmed it for propagation. They admired his farming skill, but were interrupted by movement from the lake. A large aquatic creature emerged, catching their attention. The companions turned to face the new presence, unsure of its intent. Tension rose again, shifting their peaceful moment into a potential threat. Sejun observed the frog-like creature emerging from the water as the system identified. A quest was triggered, instructing him to eliminate a total of 200 frogs infesting Lake Zenka. Suddenly, numerous frogs surfaced at once, signaling the scale of the task ahead. A swarm of aggressive frog-like creatures emerged from the water. Sejun stood his ground on the beach, flanked by his red and black rabbits. He warned the creatures not to interfere with his peaceful farming. With a sudden roar, the frog monsters launched a coordinated assault, their mouths wide open in unison. Before they could reach him, the red rabbit leapt forward, smashing the ground and scattering the enemies. The battlefield shifted as the red rabbit charged again, sending monsters flying through the air with raw strength. Sejun crouched low, narrowly dodging a massive attack from the side. He retaliated by channeling energy into a spinning attack, disrupting the enemy line. With his team regrouped, Sejun declared his strength, despite his humble appearance. Another wave advanced, and Sejun welcomed them with determination to turn them into experience points. Calling out to his allies, he led the charge with renewed energy. Together, they stormed forward, overwhelming the enemy's momentum. Meanwhile, far away, a merchant cat rested peacefully in a warm bed, completely unaware of the battle, yawning and stretching. The cat slowly awakened with satisfaction though content. It still preferred Sejun's lap over any bed. Inside, a lavish room, the black cat assistant entered quietly. He found Theo awake and sitting atop a luxurious bed, pleased. Theo complimented the bed while the black cat respectfully informed. A steaming, high-quality grilled salmon was placed before Theo. Overjoyed, Theo praised the dish and eagerly took his seat. After expressing thanks, Theo began eating with enthusiasm, while the server waited to provide more if needed. Theo offered a bite to the assistant, who politely declined, while Theo continued savoring the fish. The plate, once full, now held only bones. Evidence of Theo's full appetite, humming with satisfaction. He strolled the hallway, delighted after a rare filling meal. In another room, Iona reprimanded a subordinate for failing to assess the frog threat properly. The subordinate apologized, admitting their investigation into the Frog Queen's location was incomplete. Iona's frustration grew, pointing out the lack of progress and effort displayed. Theo entered, offering calm words to de-escalate Iona's anger at the failed subordinate. Despite the insult, the subordinate vowed to prove himself, determined not to remain a failure. Theo then turned to Iona, asking about her condition, noting the fatigue on her face. The small hamster, like warrior, insisted there was no time to rest and demanded. Without warning, Theo gently scooped them up. He offered them rest in his hoodie, promising to stay alert and respond if anything went wrong. The small warrior tried to resist, explaining their insomnia. But the warmth and comfort of Theo's embrace caused their resistance to falter. Finally surrendering, they whispered their trust and slowly drifted off to sleep in Theo's arms. As the tiny warrior slept soundly, Theo refused Iona's offer to take over. Theo walked down the hallway with quiet confidence. He called out to Hegel, who promptly responded to his presence. Theo warned Iona to do his job properly, making sure he knew he was being watched. Iona quickly decided to depart for Lake Zenka without delay. Just then, Elka arrived urgently and called out to Theo with news from the village. Elka explained they had distributed food and essentials, but the villagers were requesting Theo's presence. Surprised, Theo asked for clarification while Elka led him toward the awaiting crowd. Hundreds had gathered, waiting to see Theo outside the estate, causing him visible confusion. As Theo stepped forward, the crowd erupted in cheers. One after another, villagers begged him to take them under his wing as wandering merchants. Startled by the overwhelming attention, Theo firmly refused. Back inside, Elka followed Theo, questioning why so many people wanted to work under him. Theo expressed frustration, saying his current team was already enough. Elka advised him to listen, reminding Theo that the people now saw him as a hero. Elka explained that rumors had spread of Theo's feats climbing the tower and earning the dragon's trust. Elka praising him for saving the village and calming Lord Iona. He stressed that growing the business would require more hands. Hesitating, Theo listened as Elka asked him to accept the new recruits for Sejun's sake. Thanking Elka for his loyalty, Theo acknowledged the importance of the request. He promised to consider it seriously. understanding the weight of responsibility. Suddenly, a young girl burst into the hall, pushing past guards in a flustered state. Claiming she knew Theo well, she demanded to see him without delay, recognizing her as Maril. Theo looked on with curiosity as tensions rose. Maril broke free from the guards and rushed toward Theo, calling out with excitement. Without hesitation, she launched herself into Theo's arms. Theo, caught off guard, demanded to know what she was doing as she clung tightly. Maril teased Theo, claiming he had come to the village to impress her. She pressed her paw to his chest, declaring she would accept his feelings. With a smug smile, she proposed they become something more, leaving Theo visibly nervous. Theo was interrupted by the small hooded girl, who stared at Meryl silently. Suddenly, Meryl screamed, throwing a fit at the sight of the girl. Lord Iona appeared just then, prompting chaos, as Maril declared her hatred for rats. Theo comforted the small girl and checked her condition while glaring at Maril. Maril shifted the blame, insisting Theo was choosing the girl over her. Theo firmly told her to apologize, scolding her for the unprovoked attack. Iona grew frustrated, snapping at Maril for her behavior and speech. He reminded her that the village respected Theo, but she refused to accept it. In a furious outburst, Meryl demanded Theo abandon the rat and choose her instead. Everyone was stunned as Meryl's aura darkened. She charged at Theo with power, but the small hooded girl calmly stepped forward to confront her. Without hesitation, she revealed her bond with Theo, claiming their relationship was already meaningful. A massive burst of magic exploded, launching Meryl through the air and out of the hall. The explosion opened the ceiling, revealing the sky as light returned to the room. Theo and Iona watched in disbelief, realizing Maril had been forcibly expelled. Exhausted, Iona slumped in Theo's arms, asking to rest a little longer. Theo gently nodded, acknowledging her need for peace after the outburst. As she drifted to sleep, he held her close, ensuring she felt safe. On the 75th floor near the merchant district's edge, rooftops lined the quiet streets. A tall building stood alone, plain yet solid. Its appearance disguised what happened. Inside, a goblin quietly counted coins beside a crate. Frustration surfaced as he questioned the low amount earned. The profits didn't meet his expectations. He muttered about the inspection bureau's constant patrols. Swindling easy targets had grown difficult. Rising from his seat, he decided to look for better prey, someone worth the risk. Suddenly, an explosion struck above. Dust and wood fragments rained down through the roof. The goblin shielded himself as debris crashed around him. He looked up in alarm. A figure emerged from the smoke. The goblin stared, confused by the sudden intrusion. A white beast landed hard, shouting a name with rage. Its eyes glowed blue. The intruder declared its identity as Maril and vowed to retaliate for an insult. Ignoring the threats, the goblin asked calmly for an explanation. He claimed to have an interesting plan, watching the beast's reaction closely. The white cat narrowed its eyes, suspicious but alert. Outside the city, cloaked figures rushed through the forest toward the next encounter. A group of wolf-like scouts gathered under the trees. They had counted the frogs, but the population had dropped significantly since the day before. Just as the chieftain absorbed the report, another scout rushed in. The chieftain questioned the sudden alarm. The scout insisted he come see something unusual. Near a lake bed, dozens of frog corpses were scattered across the ground. The chieftain stood still, trying to understand what had occurred. One scout pointed to a distant figure. The chieftain narrowed his eyes, focused on the lakeside. In the distance sat a man calmly eating among the fallen frogs. He continued, chewing, surrounded by two animal companions, as if it were a normal afternoon. He confirmed they had caught nearly half the frogs. It had taken all day without rest. His red companion voiced hunger, demanding meat instead of fruit. The man sighed, acknowledging the challenge. The frogs now evaded them. The man promised to catch fish from the lake. His red friend lit up with hope. A warning appeared about imbalance in the lake's ecosystem if the frogs were gone. As the man worried aloud, the red bear suddenly claimed to have a solution. The man studied the defeated lake predator as Quang and the black rabbit watched. He praised Quang for the idea, realizing it could solve their food issue. One clean slice through the fish produced a thick cut of meat. The fish meat, wrapped in green onion, roasted over the fire. He served the cooked roll. Quang cheered. Notifications appeared, skills upgraded from cooking and creation. The food gained a name and effect, frog and green onion roll. Quang urged him to eat before it cooled. The man nodded. He took a bite beside the lake. All three sat enjoying the taste in peace. Flavors surprised them. The dish was far better than expected. Smiles returned. The man praised the roll's lightness and sweetness. New traits were added from the meal. With more meat skewered, he continued cooking. Quang eagerly asked for more. Suddenly, an enemy crashed down from above. launching a swift attack without warning. The wolf shouted that the frogs were poisonous. The man froze, startled mid. Baikwang tackled the attacker with full force, his body glowing with red energy. The enemy slammed into the ground, defeated instantly. The meal was over. Kwang glared at the wolf, furious for interrupting their meal. He raised his weapon with a dark glow, shouting that punishment was coming. The wolf, recognizing something familiar, shouted in shock. This red bear was not ordinary prey. The man rushed forward, urging Kwang to stop. The man raised his arm, revealing a black dragon-shaped mark. Realizing his mistake, the wolf bowed and apologized. Kwang introduced the man properly. Park Sejin, the black dragon, surprised by the recognition. Sejin asked how they knew him. The moment marked a turning point. Elsewhere, a mansion stood still. Inside, a cat stirred, sensing something from far away. Theo the cat explained. He could feel a strange pull beyond the mansion walls. Another cat questioned him. Theo insisted it wasn't here, but something distant triggered a craving. With interest piqued, the other cat agreed to investigate, trusting Theo's instinct despite doubts. Wearing a cloak, the small cat prepared to leave. A journey was about to begin. Meanwhile, Sejun rested by a quiet lake, Kwang on his lap. All was peaceful for now. Ripples formed across the water's surface, hinting at new movement below. Several large frogs swam beneath the water's surface. Without warning, they launched themselves out of the water. Sejun watched as the wolves returned from their dive. He explained that underwater terrain had shifted. The rocks made it easier for the frogs to hide. A frog counter displayed over 1,800 remaining. The wolves confirmed no signs near the lake's edge. They suspected the frogs were hiding in a deep underwater cave, the same one they failed to enter before. Even with food buffs, Sejun noted oxygen would be a problem. Just then, Theo appeared, urgently calling out and leading them into the forest without delay. Sejun followed quickly, sensing Theo was being drawn to something specific nearby. A wolf called out Theo's name. Another recognized Sejun and greeted him with surprise. Theo joyfully leapt into Sejun's arms, calling him Chairman Park in front of everyone. The reunion brought energy and cheer. Companions gathered closely, feeling relief. Lone Wolf asked how they arrived. The cloaked cat replied, it was a long story. They weren't sure this was the exact destination. They had followed Theo's instincts. Sejun smiled, calling Theo a special cat. Their next step was about to begin. The team gathers at the lake's edge, observing the calm waters that conceal the remaining frogs. A digital counter shows 1850 frogs caught out of 2291. Only 500 remain. After repeated land searches fail, the group theorizes that an underwater one companion mentions the area was not a lake centuries ago. A wild idea to boil the lake is immediately rejected. Frustration rises as accusations fly, but no one has a clear solution to the problem. Suddenly, the frog count begins to rise. Someone notices the number climbing rapidly. Realization hits the frog eggs are still hatching. Time is running out. Urgency builds. If the cave isn't found, the frogs will soon overwhelm them. The cat-like ally reveals a strange attraction felt toward the lake. The pull wasn't emotional, it came from deep below, hinting at a powerful source inside. The group focuses again. That sensation may lead directly to the hidden cave. Confident now, the feline declares the cave's location is clear. Everyone regroups near the shore. The lake gleams under the sky as preparations begin. The wolf offers a shield that traps oxygen, allowing a dive team to search underwater. Sejun assigns the wolf tribe to surround the lake, ensuring no frogs escape during the dive. With the team ready, Sejun holds Theo, who's visibly nervous about entering the water. Despite protests, Theo is reminded he must lead them to the hidden cave. Theo squirms in fear, but Sejun reassures him gently, asking for his trust. The small mage promises to protect Theo from even touching the water, feeling support from everyone. Theo starts calming down, still hesitant but willing. Theo agrees to try, though his expression remains unsure. Sejun and the others prepare for the quest's next phase beneath the lake. A shield spell activates, forming a glowing dome around the team. The shield envelops the group, glowing brightly as it lifts from the ground. They slowly descend into the lake's depths within the barrier. The wolves on land shout farewells, watching them disappear below. Theo panics again, mid-descent, clinging tightly to Sejun. The team struggles to stay steady as the shield speeds downward. The watchers worry, silently unsure if their friends will return safely. Theo panics underwater, but the group quickly calms him. Realizing he's dry, Theo looks around in awe at the vibrant underwater. With the shield intact, the team descends through a deep fissure. The team floats between towering coral walls. The light filters beautifully through the water above them, landing on a solid surface. Sejun admires the scenery. Theo admits the fish look delicious. Encouraged, Theo begins sensing the attraction's source. As they continue forward, a stone structure appears, an entrance buried beneath lake sediment. Descending further, they discover an ancient underwater city. Shock spreads among the team. None expected such ruins. Despite living near the lake, even Theo had no idea of its existence. A flash in the distance alerts them. Sejun's attention focuses on the direction of movement. A blue fish dashes by, catching everyone's attention. The group tightens formation. They approach cautiously as the barrier glides deeper into the unknown. The path leads into a stone tunnel. They follow it as the barrier brushes along the walls. Emerging into a chamber, they're relieved to find breathable air inside. Theo senses a strong attraction beyond the tunnel. With resolve, they press forward into darkness. The group walks deeper into the tunnel when they hear a croaking sound, emerging from the shadows. They discover a massive chamber filled with countless blue frogs. At the center stands a massive frog queen, surrounded by eggs and her minions. The queen rests atop the eggs, eyes sharp and filled with hostility, as she glares at the team. Sejun wonders if she's responsible for spawning the frogs and commanding them in secrecy. Suddenly, the queen lifts and swallows an underling. The queen's scream shakes the chamber, her body flaring in rage after consuming. Sejun deduces she's been fed by her minions and hasn't moved, due to her swollen body. Theo senses a strong magical attraction from below her, suggesting the real source lies beneath. As Theo steps forward, the ground collapses beneath his feet. Sejun leaps after him, grabbing his hand midair as the others react in alarm. They plummet through a dark shaft together, falling into the unknown. The descent continues, debris falling around them as Sejun loses footing. They spin through the air. The mage prepares a spell, while the team braces for impact wrapped in magic. Sejun and Theo land hard but safely. Sejun and Theo land safely, though shaken. They quickly regain composure. The frog queen, enraged by their intrusion, lets out a roar. Realizing they've been spotted, Sejun and his team prepare for a confrontation. Frogs leap from every direction. Sejun's allies jump down to regroup and defend him. The wolf and red bear crash into the ground, knocking enemies aside to reach Sejun. With the group united, they brace for the oncoming wave. A system prompt appears. Sejun receives a quest to defeat the Frog Queen. Standing ready, Sejun prepares for battle, trusting his team to support him. While spells begin to fire, the group charges forward into the chaotic melee. Amid the battle, Theo calls out to his father as they push through enemies. The mage prepares a concentrated blast of magic, unleashing it toward the advancing frogs. Frog Queen reels from the force, momentarily stunned by the sudden strike. Sejun, determined, charges at the queen with full strength, shouting his resolve. He lands a powerful attack aimed directly at her eye, breaking through her guard. The queen retaliates, lashing out with her massive claws as Sejun narrowly evades the blow. Sejun notices something strange as he turns his head toward the enemy. The queen launches a powerful attack, shaking the battlefield. Her limbs slam downward with explosive force. In the aftermath, Sejun's hat is flung into the air, spinning as it rises. Monsters poured from the forest, charging across the ground with fangs bared. A green lizard beast led the assault, roaring fiercely. The red bear unleashed a shockwave of force, halting the advance. Kwang growled with power, launching himself at the enemy. Sejun gripped his pickaxe and followed. The path was opened by Kwang's impact, but more enemies appeared. Without slowing, Sejun sprinted through the chaos. Ion floated above, glowing with energy. A dark aura surrounded Sejun's weapon. Ion called out, directing him to aim for the stomach. Sejun focused and advanced. He saw the weak spot and lunged with precision. The strike landed cleanly, piercing the monster. A surge of purple energy followed. A brilliant flash exploded from the impact. Sejun shielded his face from the light. Ion ascended, glowing brightly. Kwang and the wolves braced for what was coming. A barrier of water encased the group, shielding them just before the final blast. The energy burst out, tearing through the monsters. The battlefield cleared instantly. Only scattered remnants and light remained. The ground was quiet again. Sejun stood with his allies. The threat was over. They had survived together. After the battle, Sejun noticed an odd glow near where the Frog Queen had fallen. As he approached, he saw strange markings carved into it. Ion immediately recognized the source of the attraction. Sejun questioned whether the stone was an item. Ion warned him to stay back. The hamster prepared to use appraisal magic. With focus, Ion activated his magic to uncover the stone's true identity, using Eyes of Truth. Ion examined the object. Text appeared. The fragment's mysterious nature made it immune to full analysis. It was the strongest energy he had seen. The mutation had likely been a side effect. Yan explained the energy burst was released after the creature's body was destroyed. A series of messages appeared. Sejun gained a level, completed a quest, and received a reward, despite the victory. The message hinted that the Frog Queen wasn't the only cause of the disruption. Sejun pondered the situation. He had planned to return, but the danger wasn't over. A strange light caught their attention again. Something else was emerging from the ground. The team stepped back cautiously. The unknown energy pulsed stronger as they prepared for a new threat. As Sejun approached the glowing pit, he saw dozens of frog eggs. One egg began to emit a strange light. Yan explained that when a queen dies, another could hatch from a glowing egg. The wolf insisted they eliminate the eggs. If left unchecked, the frogs could overrun the area once more. Yan concluded the divine fragment had caused the frogs' abnormal growth. Still, even with fewer frogs, they would threaten blue carp again. Recovery would take time. Sejun asked if frogs were carnivorous. Ion responded they mainly hunted easy prey, but could adapt diets. Realizing an opportunity, Sejun grabbed a crop, smiling. He suggested planting pineapples near the water. With quick hands, he began embedding the shoots into the soil. The system confirmed the pineapple had been planted. Notifications for quest progress appeared. Sejun believed if the pineapples thrived, frogs would eat them instead of fish. He celebrated completing the job quest and unlocking new rewards just in time. Eon praised Sejun's efficient thinking. They solved two problems at once. Sejun checked on the sealed fragment. Protective wards were in place. Kunwang eagerly offered to help lift it, showing unexpected strength. With the task behind them, Sejun and his allies set out to uncover the remaining. A single pineapple sprouted from the soil, glowing warmly. Suddenly, the group arrived at a new location under clear skies. A large crowd of cats appeared, calling out to Theo and begging for guidance. Sejun looked confused at the sight, unsure how the cats had all followed him. Black Dragon emerged as well, confirming the cats had insisted on meeting Theo in person. According to Theo, the cats wanted to accompany him through the tower. Their plea was sincere. They viewed Theo as a mentor capable of changing their fate. Realizing the determination in their eyes, Theo accepted them as followers. Sejun received new quest notifications identifying the cats. The task now required stopping the village cats from catching fish for a full year. Despite the challenge, Theo resolved to help his people survive without harming the ecosystem. He decided to train the cats to become wandering merchants, supporting Sejun's quest and trade. This approach would benefit everyone, strengthening both their economy and their mission. With confidence, Theo accepted the responsibility of leading 33 cats, ready to prove himself. Sejun watched the gathered crowd, then confidently gave the signal to begin the contracts. Excitedly, the cats cheered and prepared to sign their agreements under his leadership. Across the area, contract scrolls appeared, and Kwang sat beside Sejun, quietly observing. Black Dragon Hegel approached Theo and spoke calmly. Theo expressed gratitude for Hegel's earlier support and acknowledged his loyalty. With the journey to the 9th floor approaching, Theo suggested Hegel join them. Theo offered leadership to Hegel and the entire Black Wolf tribe. Hegel's disbelief turned into joy as he accepted the responsibility with tears. He bowed deeply, vowing to do his best in the new role. Sejun quietly watched from a distance, proud of Theo's growth. Beneath the clear sky, their mission had reached a milestone. The system confirmed Sejun's first middle manager quest was complete. The system notified Sejun that he had completed the middle manager quest. A timer appeared, giving him 30 seconds before returning to the 99th floor. With allies around him, Sejun confirmed the quest's end and instructed Kwang to activate the return. Sejun told Theo to register the group as wandering merchants and join him on the 99th floor later. Theo took the lead with enthusiasm, rallying the excited cat merchants to follow behind. Sejun reminded his wolf companion they'd stop on the 6th floor for red locusts before regrouping above. The group prepared to depart, but one rabbit insisted on taking another pineapple along. Suddenly, a voice emerged from the forest, requesting an audience with Lord Iona. A white rabbit holding a book stepped forward, her presence unexpected. The black rabbit noticed her and stared in shock. Recognition dawned on both as they called out in disbelief. Reunited, they stood face to face while others looked on. Teleportation light surrounded Sejun as the return process activated. The white rabbit vanished with the wolf in a flash of blue energy. They reappeared safely on the 99th floor, surprising those who witnessed the magic. Theo asked Iona about the unfamiliar white rabbit. Iona explained she was his disciple. He mentioned he had planned to introduce her to Sejun and the black rabbit earlier. The white rabbit politely greeted Theo and introduced herself as Lord Iona's disciple. She identified herself as Peunion, the last member of the Pelian Kingdom, A teleportation circle activated beneath Sejun and his group, lifting them from the ground in a brilliant light. The transfer completed successfully. Sejun looked across the green fields. Sejun raised his arms in triumph, cheering their return. The black rabbit dashed toward him. She tackled him, demanding to know more about Puyin. Sejun admitted he barely knew her. He suggested asking Puyin directly when she visits. The black rabbit confirmed the white rabbit's name as Puyin. Suddenly, a voice called his name. He turned toward it, surprised by the recognition. A large figure praised Sejun's efforts. Before him, a crowd had prepared a welcome feast. The animals surrounded Sejun, expressing how much they missed him. Sejun asked how they knew he'd return. They explained that Aileen had predicted it. Looking up, Sejun heard Aileen's recorded message. Sejun returned from his quest and was welcomed by Aileen, who praised his efforts. Aileen noted Sejun looked thinner. He admitted the quest wasn't difficult. As he explained their limited food, a message appeared. Sejun described how he found the fruit on the 75th floor and offered to prepare. He promised to store the rest in the warehouse. He questioned if she missed him, teasing that it would be disappointing if she hadn't. Sejun called her name again. Aileen reached for the orb with hesitation. She softly admitted there was no way she didn't miss him. A blue message soon followed, confirming her feelings, with emotion. Aileen declared she missed him a lot, finally expressing her care directly. Suddenly the black dragon Kaiser burst out, overwhelmed with excitement at Sejun's return. In his enthusiasm, he released magical energy, unintentionally distorting the air. The dragon regained his composure, realizing he startled others. Sejun, unharmed, reassured him. Kaiser announced the party should begin and proudly revealed he had made tomato juice for Sejun. Surprised, Sejun approached the barrel, noticing the harvested crops inside. He questioned how much of the field had been used, accusing Kaiser of theft. Sejun calmly asked Kaiser to wipe the tomato juice from his mouth. Rabbits nearby revealed the truth. Kaiser had consumed the entire field. Cornered, Kaiser shouted his confession. He admitted to eating everything. AA system message appeared, questioning Kaiser about stealing Sejun's crops. Another elder dragon, holding a crystal orb, questioned why Kaiser was scolding Sejun after eating the crops. He chastised Kaiser, pointing out that cultivating crops required effort. Kaiser tried to explain, but Aileen's voice cut him off, declaring her anger and disappointment. With a flash of energy, she exclaimed she wouldn't speak to him anymore, leaving him stunned. Kaiser panicked and called out to Aileen repeatedly, but the connection remained silent. In desperation, Kaiser asked Sejun to mediate. Sejun agreed, but hinted it would cost a favor. Reluctantly, Kaiser accepted. Sejun then proposed a peaceful solution, sharing food together. They all gathered, including the bear, around the colorful meal to begin the feast. Sejun prepared a fresh pineapple, slicing it into golden pieces for everyone, smiling. He held out a slice toward Kaiser, signaling reconciliation. Kaiser quietly accepted it. Under the clear sky, harmony returned as they enjoyed the food together. Sejun observed how much the 99th floor had changed during his absence. The gray rabbits had renovated the central fountain and built a new irrigation system. Thanks to the flowing water, the once dry land was regaining moisture. Kaiser had synced Aileen's crystal ball with the statue. After reconciling with Aileen, he cheerfully promised to get Sejun's permission before eating. Sejun asked if they had truly made peace. Kaiser admitted they had thanks to Sejun. Sejun asked Kaiser if he could appraise an item he found on the 75th floor. He revealed a large stone encased in a magical shield. Kaiser grew serious, questioning who cast the barrier. Kaiser realized the stone emitted dangerous divine power. A bright blue light enveloped the stone as Kaiser examined it closely. Dark symbols lit up. Sejun stepped back, surprised by the strong magical reaction. The light cleared, revealing the stone's identity, a fragment of the sacred monument. Text displayed that the fragment radiated divine energy beneficial to the environment. Kaiser stared down in awe. Sejun, intrigued, repeated aloud that it was divine power, helping nature itself. Sejun examined the glowing stone, confused by its S-grade label but apparent lack of active abilities. Kaiser explained it wasn't a typical tower relic, but something far beyond normal comparison. He revealed its origin, identifying it as an artifact created by the great creator god. Sejun stands before a towering black dragon, startled by its mention of the creator. Kaiser reveals he searched beyond dimensions for the creator. God trying to understand, Sejun asks for a clearer explanation, overwhelmed by the scale of what's being said. Kaiser acknowledges Sejun's limited understanding and agrees to explain in simpler terms, stressing the importance of the story. He summons Aileen to listen, declaring the topic relevant to them all and preparing to share ancient truths. As Sejun sits, Kaiser begins. Dragons were the first beings created by the great creator god. Dragons flew above while humans lived below, each existing within a divine order. The world functioned under perfect balance, guided by the creator's unseen hand. A radiant being ruled above, shaping the order with calm authority. Kaiser names this era the Age of Dragons, blessed by the creator's power. The creator, concerned about their disappearance, questions the world's stability. Others reject the doubt, standing firm in loyalty. A black-haired figure insists the world is nothing without the creator's presence. He introduces himself as Kaiser Fritani, the Black Dragon. The creator smiles gently, assuring them they've always been capable. Despite doubts, the creator god's warmth toward all beings had always been genuine. Even playful moments with the young ones were filled with purpose and affection. A grand structure of floating monuments reflected divine will. None foresaw what would follow. The creator god smiled, holding a shimmering orb of power. Suddenly, a surge of energy erupted as ancient runes activated with violent force. The land cracked beneath the divine monument, leaving onlookers in stunned silence. Among the crowd, unease grew as whispers spread about the creator god's vanishing. Many questioned whether they had been abandoned, struggling to believe what they saw. Leaders quickly urged unity, declaring the monuments must be secured to protect the world. The collapse of dimensions began, light bursting through the sky in spirals of destruction. Survivors watched helplessly, fearing the unknown as divine objects fell from above. Among the fragments, radiant stones appeared, gifts left behind by the creator for future guidance. Yet chaos followed. Beasts rose to wipe everything away without mercy. The dragons battled tirelessly, fending off destruction with all their strength. Harnessing sacred power, they discovered the tower and sent the dying races inside for safety. Kaiser recounts his long journey, having spent millennia searching for remnants of the creator god across dimensions. Sejun interrupts, raising a question about the tower accepting lives from dying worlds. Curious and concerned, he presses for clarity on what that truly means for their world's fate. Kaiser explains the tower's true purpose: it manifests in worlds. Before disaster strikes, the tower appears, choosing those fated to endure. Sejun realizes his arrival in the tower aligns with this system. The weight of the truth sinks in as Sejun reacts with shock and disbelief. Kaiser's silence confirms the unspoken outcome, casting a long shadow over Sejun's thoughts. Finally, Kaiser solemnly affirms Earth's inevitable destruction with quiet finality. Far above, life continues on the tower's 75th floor. A feline leader checks if all cats have registered for duty, preparing them for their next task. He appoints Jeff to lead the group, prompting surprise from the young cat. Jeff hesitates, uncertain if he's worthy of leading such an important mission. The elder cat reassures him, citing his steady service and care for the village's needs. With renewed confidence, Jeff stands before the cheering cats, now seen as a trusted leader. Overcome with gratitude, a young cat kneels before Theo. Theo bursts into laughter, clearly amused but accepting the pledge with ease. Soon after, the merchant group begins their journey. Theo gathers the rest, instructing Orin to carry supplies as they prepare to leave. His leadership gains praise, though he responds with confident charm, proud of his progress. Others exchange glances, wondering about Theo's close bond with his followers. Curious, Theo asks whether plans have changed regarding the floor assignments among the team. The wolf confirms the locust's behavior has shifted, prompting adjustments in their strategy. Concern grows as they discuss the locust's evolution, hinting at the risk of a more dangerous form. The mouse explains that locusts mutate based on population, with 5 distinct color stages. As numbers fall, their form weakens, but hunger drives them to constant movement. Though dangerous, this hunger is also their weakness. They will devour one another without food. Confirmation arrives. The locusts are degenerating, their peak threat beginning to wane. On the 67th floor, adventurers face waves of red locusts amid withered terrain. Among the fighters, frustration grows as the battle drags on with no end in sight. Amid the battlefield, a scout calls out to General Tomorrow after spotting a critical change in the locusts. A faint blue tint appears on the creatures' heads, signaling their population has finally dropped. Tomorrow confirms the visual cue and rallies the others. A new figure arrives with praise: Tarek. He acknowledges Tomorrow's relentless efforts, noting how many lizardmen risk their lives for the tower. Tomorrow expresses surprise at Tarek's appearance, touched by the show of gratitude. Tarek offers a reward from Lord Greed, a tower coin guarantee medal, worth 10,000 coins. Tomorrow is shocked, unsure if he's worthy of such generosity. Despite hesitation, Tarek insists the medal reflects Lord Greed's sincere appreciation. Tomorrow offers to repay the favor, eager to contribute beyond the battlefield. With a smile, Tarek invites him to a tea gathering, hoping for open dialogue. The invitation extends to all warriors, as a feast has been prepared in their honor. Grateful for the unexpected recognition, Tamuro lowers his head respectfully. Behind him, fellow lizardmen begin gathering, their morale lifted by the celebration ahead. As the tension eases, warriors and merchants alike move toward the tent. A hungry beast charges toward the feast area, startling nearby warriors who attempt to calm the disruption. In a sudden frenzy, trays of meat and fruit scatter, falling violently across the field. The ground becomes a mess of spilled food as laughter. Within Passageway Village, homes were built across layered branches inside a massive tree. Beastfolk walked through the main path, mingling peacefully. A goblin merchant appeared among them. He presented a golden scroll, claiming it had preservation magic. Meryl, a white cat girl, stepped forward, pleading for someone to buy it, or she'd be punished by Scarum. The goblin grew nervous as she hinted he was her adoptive father, and might hit her. The crowd grew tense, her eyes sparkled as she begged them to buy it for her. Pressured, the brothers gave in. Reluctantly, the brothers handed over a pouch of coins while exchanging unsure glances. Meryl smiled and thanked them warmly. The goblin panicked, misunderstood again. She casually handed him a coin pouch, calling it his share. He complained it was too little. She argued he should be thankful. Meryl reminded him he promised her revenge, not petty coin sales. He muttered that the time would come soon. Suddenly, they spotted danger and ducked behind villagers. From afar, a cat warrior sensed a familiar presence. The goblin and Meryl escaped unnoticed through the crowd. Behind barrels, the goblin grumbled about a noble cat. Meryl, visibly annoyed, learned that the rat in question was Iona. The goblin explained Iona held influence in one of the 3 major groups supporting the tower. From their hiding spot, she noticed Theo walking through the square. Among the group, a white rabbit girl stood out, escorted by a beastman. Meryl narrowed her eyes. The goblin recognized her face. They suspected she was someone important. Confirming their suspicion, he revealed a wanted poster of the same rabbit. Both grew eager with the opportunity. Elsewhere, Theo was shocked to see the rabbit, Lala, alive, someone he believed perished long ago. He confronted his companions, questioning why her survival was kept secret. They clarified that the royal family wasn't eaten but assassinated during the Locust invasion. Theo was stunned, struggling to accept the truth about her kingdom. His companion recounted the chaos during the tower's 58th floor invasion when the family vanished. Inside a war chamber, Beastkin leaders planned defense for the rabbit survivors. Lucius, commander of the Mercenary Association, ordered focus on securing the farmlands. Another warned that abandoning the kingdom could risk another locust attack. Inside the war room, Iona assured everyone that the queen remained in the kingdom. A lizard beastman explained that a magical barrier shielded the area and that the red locusts couldn't breach the divine power it contained. From the window, glowing protection blanketed the city, reinforcing their belief in the barrier's strength. They praised Iona for staying awake through the crisis. Her vigilance allowed others to rest. The meeting ended peacefully, and the members thanked her for her hard work. Unseen by them, a pair of red-eyed intruders observed from the shadows, signaling a threat. Later that night, Iona finally rested in her quarters, exhausted. Her sleep was brief. Suddenly, she jolted awake, sensing something was wrong. Alarmed rabbits rushed down the hallway. Panic had already spread. Soldiers shouted in confusion as the barrier had unexpectedly failed. Everyone raced toward the queen's room. Fearing the worst, a guard burst forward, calling out desperately for Her Majesty. Outside, they discovered the palace in ruins. The barrier was shattered. Shocked, a soldier recognized the figure as Grand Merchant Greed. Locusts swarmed the grounds. The queen had fallen. A boar beastman stood holding a sealed scroll, revealing it was the royal land. Gasps filled the hall. The onlookers realized the implications' ownership. He calmly confirmed the truth while Iona ran off, her face set with urgency. The boar Greed claimed the dying monarchs left the princess and kingdom in his care. He pledged to protect the realm, but resistance rose. One beastkin shouted in disbelief. Greed responded with violence, silencing the protester and forcing others into submission. After his show of dominance, he mocked the crowd, daring others to object. None opposed him. His authority settled. Greed demanded to know the princess's current location. His eyes glowed red with menace, as silence fell over the shaken audience. A hooded figure fled the palace, clutching young Pew Pew close while chaos erupted behind them. They escaped the burning city. In time, the locusts vanished. Greed, seated with sinister satisfaction, declared control over the land was now his. In a hidden refuge, Theo explained that the deed required the rabbit royal bloodline to activate. He believed Greed aimed to rule through Pew Pew until she matured into a puppet queen. After the invasion, Greed seized power over the 59th floor. Theo and his group condemned Greed, calling him manipulative. Confused, Theo asked how Greed could act as landlord without access to the sealed deed. The wolf explained Greed used political influence over two major associations. The group revealed Greed had recently placed a bounty on Pew Pew. Theo realized her age made her a threat to Greed's power. They confirmed the reason for introducing Pew 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 to Sejun was to gain protection. Meanwhile, on the second floor of the tower, two new hunters discussed rumors of easy level up, skeptical yet curious. They wandered the path and were approached by a man claiming to be a level coordinator. He introduced himself as Harrison, offering help and stating they'd been expected. Impressed by the title, the hunters followed Harrison, excited at the opportunity. He led them onward, revealing they'd been summoned after a request from a high-ranking madam. They were ushered forward with enthusiasm, trusting in Harrison's guidance. They arrived at a vast field lit under the night sky. Gagel's XP farm. The hunters were shocked by the sheer number of monsters. Harrison confirmed it, explaining the monsters were plant-based. Harrison demonstrated how each flower monster granted 33 XP when defeated. He explained the land's density allowed massive gains, then asked how much the newcomers wished to invest. The two hunters exchanged looks, realizing the opportunity. The hunters danced in the fire, ecstatic, as monsters burned and experience flowed in. They celebrated the leveling system, boasting how cheaply they could ignite more fields for profit. Behind them, ominous shadows emerged, drawn by the blaze and laughter under the burning sky. A peaceful settlement stands on the 38th floor of the tower, nestled amid dense forest. From a rocky hill, a group of onlookers watches the humans below. Among the observers, a wolf mutters that these must be the humans entering the tower. Without hesitation, the feline, Theo, darts forward and calls out to the group. Emerging from behind, the cloaked wolf Elka follows closely, drawing startled reactions. Gasps and nervous stances ripple through the humans as Elka growls in warning. Theo quickly addresses Elka's behavior, reminding him that these are valued customers. The wolf lowers his head, admitting he panicked. Theo reassures the crowd, labeling Elka as harmless. With an assertive tone, Theo instructs Elka to begin offering service to their guests. Elka steps forward reluctantly, drawing closer to the adventurers. Smiles return as curiosity replaces fear. A woman eagerly asks to pet him. Theo grins and announces the cost, 1 tower coin per touch. The group gathers joyfully, petting Elka with delight and laughter. Though enduring the attention, Elka lies still as coins pile nearby. With the crowd now engaged, Theo prepares to reveal another companion. Theo introduces Oren, his fellow wandering merchant. To the group, a gentle nudge from Theo reminds Oren of his role, prompting him to gather his courage. With a bold stance and raised paw, Oren enthusiastically introduces himself. Theo announces the cost for petting Oren, maintaining the playful merchant routine. Laughter breaks out among the humans as Oren tries to stay composed. Without delay, Theo declares the start of the crop auction, showcasing a wide selection of produce. Excited chatter erupts at the mention of new crop varieties. Theo and Oren stand ready among baskets filled with ripe cherry tomatoes and rare vegetables. The auction begins with strong bids, quickly rising from 500 to 700 tower coins, above the market. Two small observers watch Theo's performance with admiration. One comments on Theo's radiant energy when in his element. A soft tease is exchanged as they observe their master's rare expression. A quiet reflection settles in the rabbit's heart as they gaze into the sky. Thoughts of duty and past hardships surface, years spent training and rebuilding. Even so, hope stirs gently within, a fragile light guiding the path forward. Pu gently reminds the smaller companion that it is okay to express emotions. The rabbit's calm voice offers comfort, suggesting it's not wrong to be honest with oneself. Embarrassed by the teasing, the smaller one blushes. Deflecting the question, the small figure insists they barely notice the black rabbit. With a knowing smile, Pu hints that the topic might not be about the black rabbit after all. As the two descend, the smaller one laughs only to suddenly spot a familiar figure. Recognizing the white cat, the smaller figure bolts forward without hesitation. The two meet in a forest clearing where the cat greets her hamster target with charm and sarcasm. She denies any further interest in Theo, claiming she's now focused solely on her new prey. A chilling grin spreads across her face as she reveals her new obsession, him. Caught off guard, the smaller creature questions her motive in disbelief. With a sudden strike, she lunges forward, claws glowing with power. A magical emblem lights up as she channels her energy into her attack. Her target freezes, too stunned to react as the energy compresses around him. With explosive force, the blast engulfs the hamster. The hamster struggles inside the glowing trap. To his shock, The magic vanishes instantly neutralized by the barrier's power. Watching smugly, the white cat mocks his helpless state. High above, Piu and another companion rush toward the trap, alarmed by the scene below. Their descent is rapid, but a goblin leaps from the trees, intercepting their path with malicious intent. Grinning wickedly, the goblin begins forming a powerful magical attack in his hand. Piu is struck midair and crashes to the ground as the trap expands. The goblin joins the cat, enclosing Piu in another sphere, while laughter echoes through the woods. They celebrate their prize 10,000 tower coins worth of captured prey now in their grasp. A burst of villainous laughter fills the forest as the enemies rejoice in their victory. Elsewhere, a hooded figure approaches, confused by the chaotic noise. Seeing Lord Iona nearby, the wolf informs her of the day's successful sales. Theo praises Oren's merchant instincts, impressed by his efforts and growth. Oren shyly responds, attributing all credit to Theo's teachings. Then, noticing a familiar face, Theo addresses a blue-hooded cat named Zareth, asking about his missing group. Zareth hesitates, then shares what he saw. Theo's group being kidnapped not long ago. Theo and the others are stunned by the sudden news, unable to hide their alarm. Meanwhile, far above on the 99th floor, a volcanic field spreads beneath. A young dragon scolds his grandfather for hiding critical information. The elder calmly responds that such details are basic history. Frustrated, the younger fears that at this rate, Sejun's home may not survive the looming threat. Elsewhere, Sejun sits among his animal companions as a child asks about other places beyond their land. One bunny explains he refers to their human hometown where loved ones reside. Sejun then questions Lord Kaiser about the trials. Humans have only reached the 38th floor, and already face immense danger. Kaiser reveals even monsters, at higher levels, struggle against the locust swarm. Sejun imagines the horror if such creatures breached Earth. Destruction would follow in days. Sejun asks whether any world has ever conquered the trials. Kaiser solemnly replies that none have, not even the dragons with their wisdom. Despite the grim truth, Kaiser assures him there may still be one path forward. Sejun listens as the dragon hints at a rare exception among countless failed worlds. The dragon notes a difference: this tower favors Sejun in a way others have not experienced. Sejun considers that his farming may hold the unique value needed to change fate. Riding atop a sprinting wolf, Theo and his companions moved swiftly through the forest toward their target. Theo asked Zareth if he knew where the enemies had gone. Zareth explained they were headed to the rotten road near a village tied to Greep's men. Zareth claimed he discovered the plan while investigating suspicious activity on the 6th floor. Pressed about his knowledge, he nervously denied having any link with Greep or his agents. The feline warned him against siding with Scarum. They arrived at the 38th floor's secret merchant passage. Zareth mentioned needing to meet someone who might provide valuable support. As the wolf slowed down, Theo prepared to dismount and assess the area. The group reached a bustling merchant camp where Hegel, a large beast, recognized Theo. Excited shouts confirmed they had arrived at the right location without delay. Zareth stared at Hegel, remembering their previous encounter during the association meeting. Hegel addressed Zareth, linking him to the Merchant Association's leader. Zareth stuttered, calling himself merely a close friend, trying to avoid suspicion. Under pressure, he claimed he was working undercover, which Hegel seemed to reluctantly accept. Hegel responded casually when asked if he knew Zareth, brushing it off as a brief encounter. However, his expression changed when he noticed the group's concern. The feline companion urgently informed him that Iona and Piu had been kidnapped. Hegel questioned if it was a joke, but the group assured him the danger was real. They explained that Scarum and Marley were responsible. The group asked if the Free Mercenary Association could help, but Hegel warned about their loyalty to money. Theo pointed out that greed's wealth influenced many factions. Even the Magician Association was considered compromised, due to greed's hidden influence. With options limited, the group realized their choices were shrinking fast. Zareth paused, deep in thought as the others debated their next move. He stepped forward, hesitantly calling out to Theo with something on his mind. With newfound resolve, Zareth asked for their trust, saying he had a plan. The scene shifted to the bustling Plosgrenny village, under the massive tree's shade. In the Rotten Root Inn, hidden figures moved with purpose through dim alleys. Two suspicious characters met in secret, preparing to exchange information on the kidnapped targets. A goblin peeked through wooden planks, referencing to Rotten Root. A hooded goblin in the room confirmed its preference, hinting at a hidden plan in motion. Another goblin dashed off, alerting the others as a commanding figure entered. Outside, Scarum was spotted by a white-furred cat, observing from above in the busy town. Inside the room, Tarek questioned Scarum about the operation's progress. Scarum assured him everything was proceeding as planned. A rotund figure gasped with delight as the glowing seals revealed the captured rabbit and hamster. He praised the team's effort and greeted Princess Pew Pew. He then turned to Iona, acknowledging her by title but hiding sinister intent. Iona exploded in rage, cursing Tarek and attempting to break free of the magical binding. She charged at him, fur bristling with fury, but was stopped mid-air by brute force. Tarek dismissed her resistance, mocking her inability to use magic as he struck her down. Satisfied, Tarek laughed cruelly, calling the attack stress relief as the others watched in silence. He admitted to doubting the mission at first, but praised the flawless outcome. Pleased, the goblin asked for an introduction to greed, but Tarek answered with vague dismissal. Tarek rewarded his underlings with coins for capturing the targets. As the goblin begged to prove himself, Tarek coldly shifted attention back to the captives. Glaring at Iona's sealed image, Tarek spoke of past betrayals, but postponed dealing with her. Turning to Piupiu, Tarek claimed to be a representative of the Chow merchant troupe. He insisted she belonged to greed and should return to the Red Ribbon Kingdom. Piupiu rejected him fiercely, declaring greed her enemy and refusing to submit. Tarek blamed the magician Iona for corrupting Piupiu's mind and dismissed past tragedies as accidents. He claimed greed was virtuous, helping prevent new disasters, like the one on the 67th floor. Iona scoffed, exposing greed's support as a front to take control. Iona vowed that greed's plan would fail and warned of the locusts' decline. Tarek laughed, boasting that they were already managing the locust situation. An ally confirmed the locust color had shifted back to red, signaling their adaptation. Tarek revealed they were feeding the locusts to make them multiply faster. He explained red locusts would soon evolve into purple. With resources consumed, the land would fall, expanding greed's influence across the tower. Tarek ordered Pew Pew to marry greed and hand over the Red Ribbon Kingdom for peace. He declared Iona a threat to greed's plans and decided to eliminate her immediately. Surrounded by guards, Iona's sealed form was marked as too dangerous to be left alive. A guard approached Iona, laughing cruelly while preparing to strike. He lunged with fangs bared, declaring victory only to be struck by a sudden explosion. The blast sent him flying, halting the attack in an instant. Theo burst onto the scene, yelling not to touch his precious magician. Iona cried out in recognition as debris settled from Theo's dramatic entry. The feline ally arrived seconds later, assuring Iona they hadn't waited long. Explosions shook the room as enemies fell one after another, under Theo's assault. Tarek demanded to know who dared oppose him, declaring his alliance with greed. Theo stood boldly before him, protecting Pew Pew and Iona without fear. Tarek mocked Theo, calling him a nameless yellow cat, threatening retaliation. Theo, unshaken, prepared to declare his identity, facing Tarek head-on with pride. Theo revealed himself as the legendary Golden Cat Merchant. Theo introduced himself with pride, calling himself a golden cat, an aspiring mechanic. Facing him, a large boar-like figure began to laugh. The boar mocked Theo harshly, stating that regardless of titles, enraged by Theo's attitude, the boar ordered a subordinate wolf to attack and teach him a lesson. The wolf charged in aggressively, threatening to tear Theo apart. Confident in his strength, Theo stood unfazed, boldly claiming his subordinates were scarier, showing no hint of fear. Suddenly, fierce wolves appeared, their glowing eyes and aura filling the room with tension. They charged in, overpowering the attacker, forcing the enemies back with sheer force. The boar panicked, confused about why such powerful wolves were protecting Theo. The boar recognized Elka of the Silver Wolf tribe, and accused him of betrayal. Elka denied his past self, standing beside Theo with pride and determination. He declared himself Theo's protector and a future great merchant. Another wolf, Hegel of the Black Wolf tribe, appeared beside Elka. He warned that harm to Theo wouldn't be forgiven. Shocked, the boar questioned why wolves would defend the small golden cat. Elka threatened the boar, vowing to tear apart his mouth to silence his deceit once and for all. The boar trembled, clearly shaken by the wolves' rising dominance. Elka calmly declared the area his own territory now. In desperation, the boar shouted for his marksmen to assist him, clinging to a last hope. Despite the call, no reinforcements arrived from the shadows or rooftops. Confused and angry, the boar demanded to know why no one appeared. A uniformed agent stepped forward, revealing that the area had already been secured. The boar's subordinates were captured by Inspection Bureau agents beforehand. The agent, Zoram, declared the boar was now under arrest for multiple criminal charges. Feigning innocence, the boar insisted he was a kind merchant caught in the chaos. He demanded proof of wrongdoing, trying to redirect blame. A mouse agent stepped forward confidently, ready to present magical evidence. The magic exposed the truth. They were feeding locusts to spread destruction across the land. The boar's twisted plan was revealed: starvation, followed by control under Lord Greed. As the boar denied the claim, the mouse declared simply magic doesn't lie. The mouse agent clarified that while external magic projection was restricted, he revealed the artifact was engraved with record, keeping magic with undeniable proof. He urged the boar to surrender peacefully. Fear filled the boar's face as the truth cornered him, panic setting in. He ranted about the investment they made and warned that Lord Greed would retaliate. As he was restrained, Theo joyfully called out to Zareth, the agent, who helped turn the tide. Zareth thanked Theo for stalling time, which allowed them to capture all enemy marksmen. Theo brushed it off humbly, amazed to learn Zareth was a secret agent all along. They reconciled with a cheerful slap, agreeing to move forward as friends. Theo invited Zareth to visit the 99th floor and meet Chairman Park. The agents and wolves observed quietly, while Theo led the way. Curious, Zareth wondered aloud what kind of person Chairman Park might be. Theo checked on Iona, relieved to see she was okay and recovering. They discussed the magical ring's unexpected effects and its perfect timing. Even the Black Wolf was surprised a spell existed that not even Lord Lone could handle. The rabbit identified a powerful artifact. The mouse confirmed it wasn't from the Black Dragons, feeling a different force within. He decided to bring the item to the 99th floor, urging urgent defense against the Black Dragon's threat. The Silver and Black Wolves discussed rebuilding the Red Ribbon Kingdom for survival. They agreed to unite the wolf tribes, strengthening their alliance for what was to come. Just then, two suspicious figures were caught nearby and brought forward for questioning. The captives panicked upon seeing Theo, shocked by his sudden presence. Theo invited them to the 99th floor, urging cooperation rather than conflict. Peaceful scenes followed. Fields of crops thrived under watchful eyes, guarded from above. Naileen the dragon enjoyed honey jelly, praising its nutty flavor. The farmer, calmly harvesting, shared plans for the next crops. Concerned, Aileen questioned whether it was wise to relax, while Theo was still in danger. The farmer smiled, saying focus was more important than worry right now. He assured Aileen he had a plan and asked her to trust him. With a smile, he offered more jelly, asking her to wait for Theo's return together. The farmer received a system notification confirming the activation of his ability as a wealthy landowner. A series of alerts displayed that 200 UAR was added, and a secret program was deployed. Curious, he read the skill description, realizing its power came from land development. Calling over Quenji and the Black Rabbit, he began assigning roles on the farm. He selected them as guards, officially tasking them with protecting the growing crops. Quenji was excited by the promotion, realizing his duty now extended beyond farming. Another rabbit hurried over with a message someone named Flame was calling. The farmer followed the call through the lush fields. Curious about the reason, he found Flame beside a glowing basin, announcing the purification's completion. The seed had been fully purified and enhanced by the energy of the blue moon. With all stats increasing and corruption resistance boosted, the seed held great potential. The farmer admired the result, noting its purity and beauty. Flame asked if he would eat it, but he hesitated despite the stat gain. Flame recalled the Inti was once kind, before corruption changed it. Smiling gently, the farmer chose to plant the seed. The purified seed was planted into the soil, triggering system notifications about enhanced purification. The farmer questioned what would emerge as the energy beneath began to stir violently. Realizing too late, he sensed the seed absorbing remnants of the corrupted dragons. A glow surged from the ground, and the seed rapidly sprouted into a pulsing plant. To everyone's shock, it grew into a full entity, its power immediately recognizable. The farmer identified the creature as a powerful purification NT. A bubbling creature with tiny antlers emerged before the group. Curiosity turned into tension as the red bear reacted strongly. Though notable in aura, the creature's size was underwhelming. Suddenly the Teen fluttered its limbs and let out a high-pitched noise, startling everyone nearby. Before anyone could react, it sprinted off, prompting Sejun and the others to follow. It stopped beneath a tree, standing rigid, eyes fixed forward, as if detecting something invisible. Alarm surged through Sejun as the Int faced Flame, fearing an attack. Instead of aggression, the Teen halted calmly while Flame explained it meant no harm. Without hostility, the creature took position in front of her, like a silent guardian still processing. Sejun asked if it was truly guarding her. Flame revealed its deeper role in TES exists to defend the world tree. Hearing this, the rabbit innocently asked if the tree was edible, breaking the tension. The farmer recalled tales of the world tree's abundant, life-giving energy. A nearby guardian clarified that corrupted Ents were once noble protectors. Now witnessing a pure Ient shielding flame, Sejun realized she may be its chosen. Flame panics at Sejun's theory, denying any greatness and claiming. Meanwhile, a system panel confirms the world tree status is currently unachieved. A nearby guardian speculates that the Int saw something in flame. Sejun immediately acts, instructing the rabbits to fetch clean water and ensure Flame's comfort. With urgency, he checks if she needs more sunlight, warmth, or care, treating her like a fragile sprout. Then, with firm resolve, he orders the Ent to protect Flame. Sejun gently encourages Flame to grow stronger and stay healthy for the future ahead. She lets out a shy laugh while above them, a new threat looms unseen. A dark wave of energy begins spreading in another part of the tower. Among the chaos, a white wolf charges forward. He quickly realizes the outbreak's source: black spores from a corrupted plant. A powerful explosion erupts as the wolf initiates a counterattack, trying to contain the threat, despite orders to retreat. Some warriors remain behind to slow the corruption's advance. The wolf commands all mages to strike together, unleashing a rainbow barrage of magical energy. As the battle intensifies, the wolf checks on allies and demands medics. Amid the chaos, the wolf commander demanded answers about the monster's strange transformation. Confused soldiers explained how the locusts had only recently turned dangerous. One warrior, poisoned and collapsing, revealed how helpless they were against the spreading venom. Realizing the morale was plummeting, Elke feared the entire floor might fall to the locust swarm. Before despair could deepen, a small voice called to Elke, carrying a hopeful offer. The cats presented detoxifying green onions retrieved from the 99th floor. Brightened by renewed hope, Elke quickly passed the vegetables to a fallen warrior. Within moments, the poison's effects faded, the soldier regaining color and strength. Cheers erupted as the onions proved effective, turning fear into celebration. With urgency, Elke commanded all forces to hold on while they distributed more green onions. The cats were sent back to the 99th floor to spread the cure's discovery. Meanwhile, the battlefield remained overrun with growing waves of locusts. While racing through the forest, the cats interrogated a captured goblin. Suspicious behavior led them to discover a hidden object under his coat. After a tense moment, the goblin reluctantly revealed a key, claiming it was for his house. The cat confiscated the goblin's key, suspecting hidden motives. Nearby, a cat knight praised Oren's efforts during the journey with a gentle tone. Theo looked over his shoulder and noticed Iona waking up slowly from under her cloak. Iona asked if they had arrived, stretching groggily while adjusting to the sunlight. Theo reassured her, explaining they reached quickly thanks to the light-speed passage. Just ahead, Elke spotted Sejun, standing outside with his animal companions. Sejun greeted the approaching group, standing near the Inti and Flame with concern. A chorus of rabbits perked up, reacting to the newcomers with mixed curiosity. One rabbit bowed awkwardly, and a dark-furred one quietly observed from behind. Rabbits began to murmur about a mysterious girl nearby, drawing attention toward Pew Pew. The others explained she was the Ent's companion and protector of Flame. Sejun acknowledged Iona's presence, then inquired about the unfamiliar figure beside her. Pew Pew introduced herself formally, revealing she was Iona's disciple. She clarified she wasn't there to greet Sejun casually, but to make a request. As Iona added, Pew Pew was also the last princess of the Red Ribbon Kingdom, seeking protection from the Black Dragon. Sejun reacted with shock as Pew Pew's true identity as a royal was revealed. Gasps spread among the rabbits, who immediately recognized her as the Red Ribbon Princess. One by one, they knelt in respect, overwhelmed by her presence and lineage. Sejun urged the group to stand, trying to ease the formal tension. Confused, he questioned the reason behind her need for protection. As Pew Pew began to explain, the story transitioned to a serious tone. Sejun listened intently as Pew Pew recounted the hardships she endured. The others were moved, expressing anger toward Greed's involvement. Sejun confirmed they had proof to act, showing the seal as evidence. He examined the object, realizing it had been used to aid the kidnapping. As he recognized the dragon seal, he was startled by its sudden glow. The Black Dragon confirmed the seal belonged to none other than grandfather Kelikon Mavre. Sejun examined a silver sigil marked with a dragon emblem. Puzzled by its origin, facing a group of captured goblins and beastkin, he confirmed the sigil's involvement. One feline companion asked for a decision. The goblins panicked, shifting blame in desperation. Sejun asked if the sigil belonged to the White Tower's dragon. The system confirmed. The Black Dragon explained dragon clans, each color representing a different domain. He warned that a dragon's belongings couldn't be moved between towers without permission. The Black Dragon approached Sejun's group. His large frame cast a shadow over them. Sejun stood calmly while others froze. The dragon casually asked if there was food. The goblins trembled as they recognized the dragon. Sejun remained composed. The group bowed, greeting the black dragon respectfully. Sensing strong magic, the dragon praised a young beastkin for complex protective spells. Observing the gathered creatures, the dragon joked about a sudden party. Sejin raised the sigil. Its glow caught the dragon's attention. The dragon's eyes widened. He closed in, intense and demanding, confronting Sejin. He demanded to know how he possessed an item tied to grandfather Kellyan. Sejin explains that the sigil was inherited and was used without his consent by the intruders. The black dragon's gaze hardens. Shocked, the intruders admit to using the item to manipulate others. He bellows across the field, accusing the Black Tower's residents of misusing a White Tower artifact. Dark energy begins to gather as the dragon channels destructive power through a spell. The spell unleashes violently, distorting the space. A red force materializes. A command to exterminate echoes. The dragon's wrath becomes a declaration. The goblin leader freezes in terror as the attack nears. Sejin rushes in, deflecting part of the energy with quick thinking. The blast shifts course. Companions shield themselves. The smaller dragon appears shaken. A blackened crater marks the impact site. A cry of fear spreads. Sejin stops Kaiser, warning that killing all witnesses would prevent tracing the sigil's origin. Kaiser insists the danger must be eliminated. A new attack charges, aimed even at Sejun. A sudden voice interrupts. A younger dragon protests, revealing herself as Kaiser's granddaughter. She cuts off Kaiser's authority, activating override protocols. Before he can respond, the crystal cuts communication. His image vanishes, silenced. The system prompts Kaiser to block communication. Kaiser murmurs Aileen's name, the silence heavy. The last signal fades. He stands still. The onlookers, unsure of his mood, hesitate. Sejun cautiously calls out to him. Sejun sighs in relief. He had disabled the statue's link, preventing further danger. He asks about Kaiser's anger. Aileen appears again and explains the dragons. She reveals the friendship between grandfather Kellyan and Kaiser fell apart after an incident. Dragons had since walked on eggshells, avoiding contact. Aileen laments the broken bond, mentioning brother Alexei. She wonders how he is now. Sejun reacts in surprise. Returning to the issue, Sejun requests the sigil's origin be revealed to calm Kaiser. A trembling beastkin clutches the sigil, now under heavy pressure. In a distant location, a floating island trembles as a crystal breaks. Kaiser, frustrated, slams his claws down. Observers nearby question what happened. A man explains. He destroyed the device out of rage after Aileen severed the link, calling her clever. He praises her decision while another mourns the device's value. The conversation shifts to the sigil found in the Black Tower, hinting Kellyan Mavre's involvement. Furious, the elder accuses Kellyan of spreading influence through infused items. He believes Kellyan deliberately left the sigil to provoke him. With certainty, he commands Anton to summon their forces. Anton pleads against war, but his father declares it's no longer conflict. It's war between black and white dragons. Anton reflects solemnly, unwilling to forget past humiliation. He promises to repay Kellyan properly. A crystal explodes as Kaiser vanishes from the relay. Back in the tower, a trembling beastkin confesses ignorance about the sigil's origin. The creature begs for mercy, offering to do anything to live. Sejun relates her plea to a past case. They suspect she's telling the truth. He reasons, Tarek likely obtained the sigil through greed, not contact with a white dragon. Another creature admits long-time suspicion of Tarek's wealth and knowledge. Sejun considers whether provoking the greedy one is necessary. As tension eases, a rabbit suggests a break. Sejun agrees, noting everyone's fatigue. Sejun allows rest until dinner. Orders are given to escort the trembling girl. A rabbit warns Maril of the death penalty for using foreign tower items. The girl breaks down, panicking at the potential punishment from the association. A feline companion suggests leniency toward Maril, touched by her fear. Sejun questions the timing of such sympathy. Another asks what to do with a suspicious bundle recovered from Skariam. Sejun reacts with realization and rushes to inspect its contents for clues. Digging through the bag, Sejun searches carefully. He suspects a deeper reason behind Skaram's item collection. Sejun wonders how a merchant could get supplies from outside without contact. He finds a key. The Black Cat states Skaram claimed it led to his home. The key activates and the system announces the summoning of a subspace prism. A door crashes down from the sky, stunning everyone nearby. Sejun observes the strange magical effect, concluding it stores personal belongings. Holding the key, Sejun unlocks the door. A mechanical click echoes. He enters but finds the room empty and oddly dark. A voice calls out. A creature draws their attention deeper into the space. A hidden resident demands identification. The group freezes momentarily. Sejun calms the creature. Slowly it steps forward and introduces itself as Batten. It asks if Sejun is the new owner. Sejun, confused, tries to assess the situation. Sejun encounters a peculiar creature, claiming to be a golden bat named Bat-Bat. Bat-Bat introduces itself and explains it has been waiting for its master. Sejun comments on Bat-Bat's unclean state and asks how long it had been trapped. To impress Sejun, Bat-Bat offers a gift. It saved a shriveled. Sejun inspects the item and realizes it's rotten. Shocked, he warns Bat-Bat about the dangers of consuming spoiled food. Concerned, Sejun questions Bat-Bat's eating habits. Bat-Bat defends the fruit, insisting it's tasty. Sejun gently tells Bat-Bat the prison isn't suitable for living. Sejun encourages Bat-Bat to leave the prison. The bat hesitates, recalling warnings that the outside world is dangerous. Bat-Bat fears being harmed outside, believing small creatures like it wouldn't survive. Sejun assures Bat-Bat that Scarum lied. The outside isn't always dangerous. He describes the beauty beyond the walls and the joy of fresh food. Bat-Bat, intrigued, considers the promise of real fruit and a better life. Sejun offers sweet cherry tomatoes. Bat-Bat is drawn to the idea of fresh taste. Still afraid, Bat-Bat hesitates to step outside. A gentle companion offers its hand, promising to stay by Bat-Bat's side. Bat-Bat hesitates at the entrance, glancing back at the rotten fruit it once treasured. Together with Sejun and the others, Bat-Bat walks through the doorway. Outside, Bat-Bat squints at the sunlight and soft grass. Bat-Bat takes in the breeze and unfamiliar scents. One companion comments that Bat-Bat's odor is unbearable outdoors and that grooming won't be enough anymore. Bat-Bat, unsure of what to do next, listens as Sejun hints, there's something important they must take care of first. With a bright smile, Sejun declares their first task is to bathe and eat. Animals of all shapes appear, ready to help. Warm baths and fresh food await the new guest. Bat-Bat is gently guided toward the group, still nervous but curious. Soaking in warm water, Bat-Bat's eyes light up at the unfamiliar comfort. Sejun passes a drink to the bat, which accepts it slowly, still cautious. Bat-Bat sips, then smiles. Its face sparkling with joy, Bat-Bat relaxes, laughing with the group, enjoying the simple peace. Surrounded by friendly creatures, it settles in, finally feeling safe. As the sun shines and meals are shared, Bat-Bat begins its new life in the light. Sejun watches Bat-Bat from a distance, pleased by how quickly it is adjusting to its new life. Asked about the fate of the subspace prison, Sejun considers the possibilities. He summons the subspace prison, causing the massive door to materialize in front. Sejun confirms he can summon the prison anywhere. His companion explains it's now bound to him, seeing its potential. Sejun decides to clean and repurpose it for storage. The companion politely offers to upgrade the space. The small creature reveals the prison uses triple-layered magic, making expansion possible. It promises to add lighting and shelves during the cleaning process. Impressed, Sejun praises the companion, who blushes and calls Sejun kind. The companion prepares to enter the prison alone to begin the renovation. Inside, the companion reflects on Sejun's humble nature and fair treatment of others. Motivated by gratitude, it activates magic, ready to transform the dark space for Sejun's benefit. Elsewhere, rabbits rest near the carrot fields, enjoying the meal provided. The black rabbit asks the white rabbit princess how the carrot tasted. She smiles, declaring it the best she's had, far better than those from her royal past. The white rabbit princess reflects on her peaceful training. She admires the black rabbit's quiet effort in cultivating crops and honoring their heritage. The black rabbit quickly reassures her, acknowledging her fight for their people, and praising. The princess admits she once turned her back on her people to survive. Taking responsibility as royalty, she vows to face the consequences for her actions. The black rabbit reveals he was born on the 99th floor and carries the memories. He shares that although he never saw the kingdom himself, the black rabbit gently tells her that his instincts sensed her desire to reclaim their homeland. The princess is touched, realizing he understands her unspoken hope. He asks her to lead with confidence and joy, then introduces himself by his real name, Babiak. Babiak expresses his dream to become her knight and restore the kingdom's happiness. He kneels, requesting permission to serve as her black rabbit knight. With a smile, the princess accepts, and they share a heartfelt moment. Babiak is overwhelmed with emotion as she calls him her knight. Nearby, other creatures who had been watching burst in. A red bear rushes in, alerting the group that danger is approaching. He explains the 67th floor is under threat, overrun by cats wolves. The urgency in his voice shocks the princess and Bayaka. Large group of creatures gathers as a wolf explains the locust outbreak and asks where Iona is. The wolf reports Iona is occupied, but they can speak with PPU regarding the magical tower. He reveals that the locusts have turned purple and are emitting poison. Fortunately, detox green onions are proving effective. Sejin orders his team to pack both blade and detox green onions into the cat's bags. With the equipment ready and food prepared, the rabbits help distribute supplies for the rescue effort. Sejin checks in with Aileen for any changes inside the tower as he organizes the response. Aileen scans the system, but initially detects nothing unusual. Suddenly, a green alert appears, notifying Sejin of an urgent quest. The quest demands the protection of jewel foods on the 67th floor from extinction. He learns he will be transported soon and can bring allies to assist. Aileen warns that this battle will be harder than before, and Sejin must prepare for the worst. Aileen expresses concern, warning that her dragon heart has grown. She asks if Sejin will be alright without their strongest allies. Confidently, Sejin assures her the crops he's grown are ready, and with them, the team makes final preparations. The cats confirm all green onions are packed. A rabbit reports it has eaten fully and is ready to give its all. Encouraged by their unity, Sejin stands at the center as allies declare they will follow him into battle. The group gathers close as the portal activates, signaling their transport. A brilliant light surrounds them as they descend together toward the 67th floor. They land abruptly in a murky swamp, splashing into muddy water. Sejin gasps as the reality of the swamp sinks in humid, dense, and wet. He instructs everyone to move carefully, checking if the princess is safe. She nods, confirming she's all right as they wade through the swamp cautiously. Suddenly glowing purple locusts appear, alarming the group. The rabbits call out to Sejun, who turns and sees a terrifying sight. A massive swarm swirls into a dark vortex ahead, signaling a dire confrontation. AA system alert confirms the mission to eliminate the threat, endangering the jewel frog. Sejun prepares for immediate action, joined by the red bear, the rabbit princess, and Babyak. With a unified charge, the team leaps into battle. Sejun leads the rush, allies at his side. The administrator stood alone, troubled by the decision to send Sejun deeper into the tower. Descending slowly, he muttered in regret. Realizing the threat on the 87th floor was too great, he feared Sejun. Just a tower farmer wouldn't last against the locust swarm. Blocked by the tower's divine orb, he pleaded for a chance to reverse his mistake. Through the vision, he watched Sejun fall with his beast allies into the hostile zone. Despite his authority, the administrator was powerless to help. His cries went unanswered as the divine presence remained silent. Sejun landed, axe in hand, ready to face the threat. Allies stood with him, prepared for the coming battle. The administrator recalled Aileen's will. Sejun had been chosen. Together, they clashed with the locusts, each move calculated. Sejun led confidently, striking with strength. Theo's supply saved them from poison mid-fight. A bunny unleashed a water cannon to clear enemies. Sejun coordinated the team, his leadership unwavering. Sejun smirked mid-battle, realizing the swarm might be an opportunity to grow stronger through combat experience. Charging forward, he struck down enemies alongside his bear ally. A sudden attack forced him to dodge as his companions scrambled to support him from the rear. Concerned, Theo called out that Sejun was in danger, watching enemies close in. Surging with blue energy, Sejun unleashed an explosive wave of force. He explained the power came from a gift flame's protective blessing. Standing tall, Sejun claimed he was no longer weak, gripping his weapon with steady hands. Despite praise from his allies, he admitted the sheer number of enemies made the battle difficult. A massive purple storm of locusts swirled before them, pressing down like a wave. Theo warned they were low on antidotes. Supplies were dwindling. Sejun observed his team struggling. Even with their efforts, fatigue was taking a toll. He wished for help, especially from Iona, the Mage Guild leader. Suddenly, an idea struck him. His eyes lit up with realization and determination. Summoning magical energy, Sejun reached into his inventory to activate a powerful skill. Before him appeared the entrance to a dimensional prison, his countermeasure against the swarm. Sejun entered the dimensional prison, urgently calling for Iona. Iona appeared weak, coughing mid-sentence as she attempted to speak. Sejun confirmed the presence of purple locusts outside. Outside, the purple locusts surged together. Their swarm pulsed with dark energy, preparing to strike. Iona stepped forward, channeling immense magical force. Lightning crackled through the air. With a loud burst, she released Giga Lightning, electrocuting countless enemies in a single attack. Impressed, Sejun watched as Iona collapsed. The system updated, assigning a new extermination quest. Sejun gasped. Over 700 million purple locusts remained. The task ahead was overwhelming. Iona reassured him. Once reduced, the locusts would revert to a weaker state and be easier to manage. Theo rushed to Iona's side, offering a green onion antidote to treat her poisoning. Grateful, Theo praised Iona's magic, expressing happiness they were fighting together. Touched by the sentiment, Iona gave a quiet, emotional response. Sejun sensed no more enemies nearby. Relief spread among the group as silence returned. He suggested resting inside the dimensional prison, referring to it humorously as storage. As the door opened, warm light poured out, offering safety. Sejun entered with awe. Inside the dimensional storage, Sejun admired the cozy interior. Thinking aloud, he realized the space allowed him to summon companions without assigning them formal roles. He noticed movement nearby. Queng, the bear, was munching on something suspicious. Queng proudly declared the lightning struck locusts were delicious and kept eating joyfully. Sejun was surprised, but curious. Theo was skeptical, warning they didn't look safe to eat, still chewing. Queng insisted they tasted like chicken, savoring each bite with enthusiasm. Sejun approached Iona, asking her to tweak the brazier for cooking purposes. Iona nodded and moved toward the fireplace, while others waited outside the storage door. Once activated, the upgraded brazier astonished Sejun. The locusts were mounted and roasted. A new achievement was registered in the tower system. Sejun gained experience in cooking. His proficiency increased along with an exclusive recipe unlock. He held up the roasted purple locust, inviting everyone to try the newly crafted dish. Theo hesitated at the appearance, doubting the dish despite the smell. Queng, eager as ever, took the plate from Sejun and claimed it for himself. Ignoring the heat, Queng bit in immediately, satisfied and unfazed by the temperature. Queng bit into the roasted locust with joy, savoring the golden crust. The flavor lit up his eyes. Sejun and the others observed curiously as Queng devoured the meal with enthusiasm and no hesitation. Encouraged by the bear's appetite, Theo and the rest joined in, intrigued by the aroma. Sejun tasted the roasted locust, cautiously testing the result of their unexpected cooking venture. To everyone's surprise, the meal was flavorful and satisfying, enjoyed together with laughter and relief. The group celebrated their shared discovery, calling it the taste of roasted electric chicken, savoring a rare moment of peace. Outside, faint footsteps approached the dimensional door unnoticed. 3 unknown creatures crept forward, drawn by the lingering scent of roasted locust in the air. Their glowing eyes fixated on the door, murmuring a broken word. Sejun and his companions slept soundly inside the tower. Across the room, animals rested in hammocks and baskets. One bloated cat stirred, unable to sleep after overeating, and decided to step out for a walk. As the cat exited, a masked figure suddenly attacked, yanking it into the water with force. The attacker shouted accusations, blaming it for releasing bugs into Naya Swamp. Struggling to understand, the cat denied responsibility but was met with more threats. Panicked, the cat claimed to be a wandering merchant from the tower's middle level. The claim was doubted until a badge on its neck was recognized as authentic. Questions arose about why a merchant would be in such a dangerous place. The cat insisted it came to eliminate purple locusts and rescue the jewel frogs. It revealed itself as a subordinate of the Black Dragon, urging them to verify. Pointing to the door, it claimed the Black Dragon was sleeping just inside. Dark energy burst forth as the awakened Black Dragon demanded who disturbed its rest. Its fury intensified upon seeing its subordinate harmed and humiliated. Shaken, the frogs decided to take the cat to their leader, Lord Garon. The frogs confirmed they would bring the cat to Lord Garon. Despite its protests, the jewel frogs carried it away. Far from the scene, Sejun remained asleep, carried between 2 frogs. The cat declared its identity as a mid-level. Suddenly, an ambush struck. A figure landed swiftly, knocking the frogs aside with a stick. The frogs apologized, explaining they had lost many comrades and needed to remain cautious. The cat recognized the frogs as jewel frogs, surprised by their presence in this part of the swamp. Frustrated, it shouted about its mission to help them fight the purple locusts, angry at how it was treated. Just as the cat vented, strange energy stirred nearby, catching its attention. From the shadows, glowing eyes and shifting forms emerged, causing the cat to pause. A massive figure rose from the swamp water, declaring itself the king of jewel frogs. The frogs stood back as the cat stared up in shock at the towering entity before them. The king roared a warning to protect Lord Garon and his people, unleashing a burst of power. The cat was thrown into the water by the force, completely overwhelmed. The king accused the cat of releasing poisonous bugs into the swamp as it lay defeated. Bruised and frightened, the cat struggled to move, overwhelmed by fear and pain. But instead of giving in, it stood tall, determined to become a respected merchant. Declaring its identity as the Golden Cat Teo, it confronted the frogs and demanded. With defiance, the cat promised to claim proper compensation for being threatened. But Lord Garon responded, looming above and calling it a tiny thing, with dismissive contempt. One frog intervened, explaining the cat was a subordinate of the Black Dragon. Harming someone under the administrator could provoke consequences. Other frogs reflected on the cat's efforts against the bugs and began to reconsider its intent. Gairon remained skeptical, believing no small creature could resist the poison he barely survived. The cat reached into its bag, producing a strange glowing fruit with confidence. It claimed the fruit, enhanced by an antidote, filled onion, could cure Gairon completely. Proudly, it offered the item, winking at the surrounding frogs as they watched closely. Gairon, drawn by the scent, instantly snatched the fruit with his tongue and swallowed it. The frogs panicked, shouting warnings about consuming unknown items so recklessly. He paused, expression shifting as something unexpected began to happen from within. Gairon clutched his body in pain as a strange energy surged through him. A blinding burst of light exploded from Gairon's body, radiating outward in every direction. As the transformation settled, Gairon marveled at how refreshed and energized. Delighted, Gairon savored the flavor of the fruit, calling it incredibly delicious and effective. He announced that all the toxins had vanished from his body. Grinning, the cat revealed he had more of the fruit and proposed they begin negotiations. Elsewhere, a deadly purple insect flew into battle, radiating ominous energy across the field. A warrior intercepted it midair, striking it down with force and determination. The fight escalated, purple energy swirling as the group struggled to hold the line. The team panicked, antidotes were low, and the insects kept swarming despite their efforts. Exhausted, they questioned if this was their final stand against the relentless enemy. Suddenly, a large tongue lashed out of the chaos, surprising the warrior mid-battle. The tongue grabbed the insect and yanked it into a waiting mouth without hesitation. A massive frog chewed with delight, devouring the enemy in front of stunned fighters. Everyone turned in disbelief as the frog beamed, calling the insect yummy. Gairon's tongue darted rapidly, sweeping up masses of purple insects. He chewed contentedly, clearly enjoying the endless wave of enemies entering his mouth. A nearby warrior looked on in disbelief, stunned by the sheer volume being consumed at once. Gairon confidently introduced himself as king of the jewel frogs and master of Naya Swamp. He declared loyalty to Lord Teo, holding up the freshly made contract between them. The jewel frogs expressed concern but acknowledged that Teo had indeed saved their leader. Teo rode atop Gairon's head, signaling him to feast freely upon the invading pests. Gairon lunged into the swarm, devouring countless insects. Back at the base, Sejun awoke groggily, wondering where Teo had gone in the night. Sejun gathered the group, determined to begin their search. Each companion stood ready, concern filling the room. Theo had vanished during the night, and the tower's exterior was overrun with dangerous locusts. Sejun moved to the door, vowing to protect everyone. The others watched with trust and tension. The Princess Rabbit responded with confidence. Trust had been established between them. Sejun prepared to open the door. The group stood behind him, ready for what lay ahead. With a yell, Sejun charged into the wild, companions close behind as wind burst outward. The forest was eerily quiet. They stepped into the mist cautiously. Sejun paused, unsure of the area's safety. Tension rose among the group. One rabbit sensed danger approaching. Everyone froze as the threat neared. A massive locust appeared, more fearsome than expected. Sejun ordered the group to prepare. The creature descended. A powerful silhouette dropped from above, drawing their full attention. Water exploded as the massive being landed. From the mist emerged a giant frog with a rider. Theo stood atop it, calm and composed, rejoining them. Startled, Sejun looked up to see Theo calmly perched atop the massive frog. Introducing the beast as his subordinate, Theo proudly named him Gairon. Theo revealed they had wiped out a swarm of purple locusts together. Dark energy pulsed around Sejun as a mysterious crest shimmered on his body. The group gathered, and Theo credited Sejun's food for enabling their victory over the insects. Curious, Sejun asked about Gairon's origin. A rabbit explained he belonged to a rare species jewel frogs. Towering over the others, Gairon was revealed to be the king of the jewel frogs. Even the mouse in black robes was stunned that Theo had formed such a bond unaided. Grinning with pride, Theo turned to Sejun, seeking approval for his accomplishment. Rather than modesty, Theo demanded snacks as a reward, pawing playfully at Sejun's leg. Smiling, Sejun invited everyone back inside to regroup and recover. Behind them, Gairon waited awkwardly, unable to fit through the narrow entrance. Apologetically, Gairon admitted the doorway wasn't made for his size. Without hesitation, he unleashed a glowing transformation, lighting up the clearing. The others shielded their eyes, caught off guard by the blinding brilliance. A dazzling transformation completed, and Gairon emerged in a compact, adorable form. Stunned by the sudden change, Theo exclaimed in disbelief. With the matter settled, Sejun smiled and invited everyone inside for a shared meal. Inside the warm room, the group gathered and confronted Theo for vanishing without notice. He deflected their worry with a casual remark, avoiding any mention of the danger he faced. Snacking happily, Theo dismissed the seriousness of his earlier situation. As the fire crackled, Sejun prepared a large pot of glowing soup, drawing everyone's attention. Steam rose from the dish, revealing its name, Violet Chef's Frog Soup. Each member took a bowl, savoring the flavors. Garon noted the dish neutralized even deadly toxins. Praises for the meal echoed through the room, while the group discussed the dish's benefits. Amused by the irony, he reminded them to enjoy the food now before returning to battle. After finishing the meal, Sejun stood and told the group he had something to show them. Curious eyes followed as he approached a closed wooden door embedded in the wall. With a calm smile, he revealed Iona had prepared a special space beyond it. Behind the newly revealed door, a glowing room of ice unveiled rows of frozen locusts. Sejun explained the freezer was built for future study by the Mage Association. While some wondered if frozen bugs tasted better, others began nodding off from the cold. Sejun realized they were unfamiliar with food preservation. Thanks to Iona's magic, they now had a magical refrigeration system. One companion quickly suggested freezing the detox green onions as well, to prevent spoilage. Chuckling, Sejun said there was no need, he could simply grow more as needed. The word farming puzzled the others, prompting him to try explaining its meaning. Before he could continue, the cold overwhelmed several animals, prompting concern from the group. An idea struck Sejun suddenly, his eyes lighting up with inspiration. Far away, a black dragon sat surrounded by books, pondering how to aid Sejun's journey. Determined, the dragon sought a spell of authority to empower Sejun further. Flipping pages urgently, the dragon's eyes locked onto an illuminated glyph within the text. Overcome with excitement, he shouted, having finally located the spell he needed. With a hopeful heart, he wished for Sejun's safe return and whispered his name. The wounded were safely evacuated, and no more locusts could be sensed. Though it felt like a victory, their leader reminded them that the battle wasn't over. Theo and his allies had gone ahead to Navia Swamp. Their sacrifice couldn't be ignored, so the rest prepared to follow. Tamiro rallied the troops and ordered the advance. Determination burned as they charged toward the swamp. Upon arrival, they saw a strange sight: fields instead of destruction. Farming plots filled the battlefield. Guildmaster Iona welcomed Tamiro. Their timing was perfect, though nothing looked like a typical war zone. The scene puzzled them. Theo stood calmly, surrounded by strange animals and glowing crops. He revealed the locust threat was being stopped through farming, not combat. It was made possible by a plan from the black dragon marked clearly on Theo's arm. Theo's eyes glowed. He instructed others where to plant. Good drainage was key. He could now see ideal soil, using seed sowing LV.5. His farming skill revealed more potential than expected. With preparations done, Theo trusted Floor 67 could defend itself. His original goal had been saving jewel frogs from extinction, but now, the locusts were coming. Purple locusts returned in waves, rushing from the forest shadows. Theo gave orders, urging everyone to apply detox cream onions and ready the blade green onions for defense. The command activated unique buffs, allies charged, weapons drawn, as Theo led the push to defend Navia Swamp. A powerful explosion cleared enemies. Combatants pressed forward, striking down the advancing swarm. Theo and Tamiro slashed through insects. Orin launched forward, glowing with embedded energy. A jewel frog floated in light, but a monstrous predator approached, eyeing it hungrily. The predator lunged but was intercepted midair. The jewel frog's defense amazed the watchers. Theo and the rabbit companion looked on in awe. Their allies struck fiercely. Tamiro landed a heavy blow, pushing deeper through the swarming locusts. The locusts began devolving. Purple forms turned red as their numbers dropped. A system alert confirmed the change. Theo rallied the group to keep attacking. Their morale soared. Together, they roared and pressed the offensive. Victory came without casualties. Relief settled over the group. Everyone cheered. The green onions had made the impossible possible. The swamp dwellers pledged to finish the job and guard their home proudly. The system confirmed quest completion. Theo received 3 million XP and 50,000 tower coins as rewards. He reached level 50 beside him. Tamiro admitted fault, having unknowingly accepted benefits. Tamiro offered Theo a box containing the received item, expressing regret for the consequences caused. Theo declined the item for himself, suggesting it be used to restore Floor 67 after the battle. With the system activating, Theo prepared to teleport. Blue energy began surrounding him and his allies. Tamiro and others expressed gratitude, deeply moved by Theo's generosity. Theo and the group vanished in a pillar of light, returning to their home floor safely. He arrived at the farm, smiling. It had been a while since he felt at peace. Oren happily ran toward him. The others gathered to welcome Theo back joyfully. Theo noticed missing companions and asked about Battle's condition. A rabbit pointed calmly toward the house. Battle had adjusted well to life here. Everyone seemed at ease. Peace had returned to the land. Theo admired the healthy crops under bright skies. The rabbits explained the villagers helped, then left to travel as merchants. They led him to the cave where something mysterious waited below. Theo looked down into the cave and noticed a newly built staircase. Its depth surprised him. As he descended, he realized the stairs connected directly to the original underground cave. The construction removed the need for anyone to pull others up. Flame and a group of small creatures greeted him joyfully. Theo was surprised by their numbers. He noticed several new purification ents surrounding Flame, all grown from new seeds. Theo expressed relief, knowing Flame now had more protectors. A system message appeared unexpectedly. He greeted Eileen warmly, glad to see her return. Eileen said she had something for him and earned reward for his hard work, opening a book. She began channeling a glowing orb of power. Energy wrapped around Theo as Eileen granted him a new authority. The system announced he had gained unbreakable body from the tower administrator. Theo stood silently as the power settled in, marking a new chapter in his strength. Sejun stood still as blue energy flowed through him, activating the trait Unbreakable Body. His face showed confusion, unsure of any change. He examined his arm, commenting he couldn't feel anything different. The red bear beside him observed silently. Suddenly, the bear struck him hard. Sejun stumbled forward in shock, pain clearly registering on his face. Clutching his side, Sejun complained he could still feel everything. The bear warned him not to expect dinner. A new entity appeared and thanked Sejun. It declared it would now stay by his side. A quest window activated, stating a new mission: complete 100,000 harvests. Sejun and the others reacted in disbelief. Far away, a large fortress stood under clear skies. Inside, Lord Greedy sat before a portrait in silence. A subordinate entered with urgent news about a merchant summons. The report revealed Tarak had failed and exposed Greedy's name. Greedy's rage exploded, blaming Tarak for the mess. He regretted trusting him with an important mission. Greedy asked if anything linked him directly. A Fox officer arrived, declaring his arrest. Evidence had been secured. Greedy's influence was collapsing. Greedy silently reviewed the report in his hand, his eyes glowing faintly in the dim room. He gave a quiet order for dismissal. The subordinate saluted and left quickly. Alone again, Greedy sat in thought before rising. He murmured that he'd need to respond in person. He moved toward a bookcase, triggering a hidden mechanism with practiced precision. A secret passage opened, revealing a long corridor shrouded in torchlight. Descending the narrow steps, Greedy advanced toward a locked chamber gate. The gate opened to reveal a massive treasure hall glowing with gold. In the center stood a majestic white dragon, resting calmly atop the hoard. Greedy lowered his head respectfully, declaring his identity to the ancient being. He pleaded before the great white dragon, calling it by name. The dragon awoke, its power radiating across the chamber. Meanwhile, sunlight poured into Sejun's farm, where crops flourished in peaceful rhythm. Animals busied themselves drawing water, collecting food, and organizing harvests. They worked with precision, counting aloud before acting together. Suddenly, Sejun cried out as he was launched from a hidden trap, crashing back into the dirt. Sejun inspected the ground, stunned by the vine's size. The others gathered, eyes fixed on the enormous root beneath. The cat remarked it was the largest sweet potato vine it had ever seen. Excited, BH's eyes sparkled. He grabbed the plant and began pulling with force. With a mighty roar, BH gave everything he had. The ground trembled as everyone watched in suspense. Finally, a massive sweet potato erupted from the soil, its size shocking them all. Sejun admired the result, noting it could feed the group for days. Bei asked to eat it immediately, tail wagging. Sejun sighed at the harvesting quest's slow progress, then announced they'd eat together. Sejun summoned a tall arched door with a key snap. He requested BH retrieve 10 purple locusts, stored inside. Others watched nervously as BH returned, holding a sealed block of frozen bugs. The group grimaced, but the cat insisted the locusts tasted amazing. Soon, a stew of vegetables, meat, and bugs simmered over a fire. Sejun tasted it and smiled, praising the flavor boosted by the sweet potato. Sejun handed a bowl of stew to a rabbit. The curious creature accepted it cautiously. Suddenly, a larger rabbit snatched the bowl, eyes locked on the meal. It devoured the stew rapidly, savoring every drop before sighing in contentment. Sejun offered another bowl, and the rabbits eagerly accepted. More animals gathered, holding bowls filled with the same vibrant stew. Sejun smiled, surprised by how quickly they finished. Everyone seemed satisfied. Sejun tried to offer food to Iona, but she declined politely. She explained that they had to attend a trial for the tower's landlord. Teo returned, reporting he found something strange outside the farming area. Sejun reacted to the news, puzzled. The sky brightened as tension rose. Standing in his field, Sejun stared at the ground, shocked by what he saw. Sejun gasped as a massive plant towered before him, its size beyond reason. At its base, a carrot larger than any normal crop had broken through the soil. A red bear and a merchant cat appeared. The cat confidently volunteered to assist. A blue creature approached, drawn by the strange carrot's energy. It gripped the stalk and tried to yank it out with all its strength. Despite the effort, the carrot wouldn't budge. Sejun watched, bewildered. Suddenly, a deep rumble echoed. Sejun sensed something closing in. A larger red bear charged forward and confronted the blue creature. Sejun realized this new bear wasn't local. It came from another floor. The two beasts clashed violently, shaking the ground. The red cub warned that the carrot's size had drawn threats. The larger bear eyed the plant warily. Preparing to act, Sejun asked both beasts to pull together. They heaved in sync, straining with all their strength. The ground cracked. Sejun shouted, unsure how deep the carrot went. The bear and lizard yanked with force, their roars echoing as they clashed over control. A shockwave burst from the soil, causing Sejun and the others to brace themselves. As dust cleared, both beasts stared upward in disbelief. Sejun looked up. The colossal carrot floated midair, glowing with an unusual light, and tied with a red ribbon. A system message appeared, announcing the successful harvest and granting Sejun massive experience. As the message continued, Sejun learned it was the red ribbon's great carrot. A new special quest appeared, urging him to host a harvest festival in honor of the item. Sejun approached the carrot, puzzled by its ornate appearance and ribbon. A rabbit explained it was the legendary golden carrot known throughout their kingdom. The rabbit recounted an ancient tale: a golden carrot once rose from the earth. Greedy creatures fought for it, but one rabbit promoted peace through sharing. Their kindness sparked unity, leading to the origin of the harvest festival. The story ended with rabbits celebrating in harmony before the glowing carrot. The rabbit named the event the Harvest Festival of Abundance. Sejun, confused, questioned how such a legendary carrot appeared here. Sejun accepted the situation and decided to move forward, rather than question it endlessly. He stood before the glowing carrot, declaring the opening of the Harvest Festival of Abundance. As he prepared for the ritual, anticipation grew among his companions. A bright light followed. Various vegetables appeared: carrots, tomatoes, sweet potatoes, and golden corn emerged. Onions and green onions followed, their freshness shimmering with magical glow. Sejun gazed at the colorful spread, realizing they now had everything needed for a proper feast. A white rabbit led Sejun and the others to a nearby area with new crops. Sejun marveled at ripe strawberries and even chili peppers growing abundantly. He recalled buying these seeds long ago, unsure they would even sprout. The rabbit praised Sejun for his hard work and contribution. Sejun noted they now had 3 more crops for the altar, not just 2. The rabbit revealed a surprise item, a glowing peanut held triumphantly in its paw. Sejun examined a glowing monument and questioned its influence on the crops. The rabbit confirmed it accelerated growth across the entire field. Grateful, Sejun realized he'd need to stay vigilant as the farm continued expanding. Sejun decided to review their harvest. He listed all the crops they had successfully grown, from carrots to peanuts. 9 types had been cultivated, yet they were still 1 short. The red cub and merchant cat remembered an additional crop they had forgotten. They recalled planting a yellow fruit from the 75th floor after defeating a monster. The cub excitedly called it pine's horn, but Sejun corrected it pineapple. Sejun noted they had limited seeds and feared the timing wasn't right for harvesting. Concerned, Sejun realized that waiting longer might spoil the current harvest. He stood firm, stating they'd hold the festival with what they had. Far away, a court prepared to address a serious case concerning red ribbon matters. In the courtroom, officials accused a pig noble of numerous crimes. The charges ranged from releasing monsters to treason against the Red Ribbon Kingdom. With judgment approaching, the owl judge struck the gavel as the pig glared ahead.